Chapter 1, Fake Welgenehave's True Daughter vs. Real Insane Wolf, 01. Inside the high-security prison of the Plain Conroy Administration Jamuro, the walls glowed coldly with metal, and countless surveillance cameras monitored this terrifying lunatic. However, the girl sat on the edge of her bed, swinging her legs back and forth, gazing at the floating white orb in front of her, and spoke softly. You say, you're Conroy de Bayo? The white orb responded emotionlessly. Conroy de Bayo is my name. I am your criminal rehabilitation system. You have been sentenced to life imprisonment, but the administration is giving you a chance at reform. You will enter a subworld as the world's leading lady and follow the script to become a kind person, achieving the tasks, male lead Conroy Fection 100, and, happy ending, to complete your rehabilitation and be released from prison. Macy agreed readily, Levi K. Conroy. Soon as she finished speaking, the door to her cell opened, and dozens of fully armed guards entered, their gun barrels aimed at the girl sitting on the bed. The girl had an exceptionally beautiful face, with almond-shaped eyes, a small nose, and deep black pupils that were shrouded in mist under the blue light. Her slender, fair limbs were chained by heavy cuffs almost as thick as her arms. To the rehabilitation room, the head guard said nervously. Macy stood up obediently, weighed down by the heavy shackles, yet she seemed as light as a fairy. The moment she stood, everyone took a step backward. Macy couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Why so tense? Let's go. Her voice was sweet and soft, ending in a cloying tone like a rich yet non-greasy cream cake. Gemmet, no one would be deceived by her appearance. Everyone knew that this girl was an immeasurably powerful devil, a highly destructive madwoman. She had killed the most powerful Plain administrator, allegedly because the administrator refused her. The higher-ups had been searching for fragments of the administrator for years. With too many subworlds, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. They only knew the administrator was as gentle as jade, refined and courteous. The higher-ups searched based on these characteristics but found no clues after a century. Macy entered the rehabilitation room and lay down obediently. Conroy de Bayo's voice rang in her ears again. Macy, during the rehabilitation period, your powers will be sealed. Failure in the task will result in punishment and swift entry into the next task until you succeed and return. Macy placed her hands obediently on her chest, closing her eyes as if about to enter a beautiful dreamland. Levi K. Story transmission begins. Macy had always been a gentle, kind, and understanding Darius who lived with her poor mother, excelling academically despite her humble circumstances. Unbeknownst to her, she was actually the real daughter of the richest family, the Mu family, swapped as a Darius. When she was accepted into university, her mother, Vita, couldn't afford the tuition. Just as Macy felt hopeless, an opportunity arose. The Mu family found their former nanny, Vita, and Macy, offering to fund Macy's education on the condition that she become the Mu family's goddaughter and marry the business alliance partner on behalf of the real heir, Rosanna. Rosanna, the fake daughter, was arrogant and rebellious, refusing the arranged marriage and eloping with a bartender she had just met. Macy moved into the Mu residence, where everyone despised her as a poor country girl, narrow-minded and ill-mannered, always timid and submissive. Despite this, Macy, being kind and patient, knew the Mu family had helped her and worked harder to please them, seeking their approval. Eventually, she married the business alliance partner, Conroy, who preferred Rosanna and despised her as a substitute. Humiliated and without dignity, she was treated poorly by everyone. Still, when Conroy faced danger, she risked her life to save him. Through her efforts, her relationship with Conroy improved slightly, and she discovered she was pregnant. Just as she prepared to share this news with Conroy, Rosanna returned pregnant, crying and claiming to have been betrayed, insisting on marrying Conroy. Conroy, seeing his ideal partner in tears, decided to divorce Macy. Devastated but ultimately choosing to let them be, Macy planned to quietly give birth to her Darius. Conroy at the hospital, she saw Rosanna getting a checkup as well. Leviate of jealousy over Macy having Conroy for a year, Rosanna provoked her, pushing Macy, causing her to miscarry. Leavenly then did Conroy realize Macy had also carried his Darius. During the emergency blood transfusion, an even bigger shock unfolded. Macy was actually the true daughter of the Mu family. Conroy amidst the chaos, when Macy regained consciousness, she learned everything and shed tears. Looking at her guilty husband, her biological parents with complicated expressions, the insane Rosanna, and her tearful adoptive mother, she weakly smiled. I'm fine. I just hope our family can be together and everyone can be happy. In the end, Conroy did not divorce Macy, and Macy raised Rosanna's Darius as if it were her own. Rosanna remained the young miss of the Mu family, and even the culprit Vita returned to the Mu family as a female housekeeper. From then on, everyone lived together in perfect happiness. Macy slowly opened her eyes. The voice in her mind reminded her again. Host, please remember to remain humble and kind, making everyone gradually like you and complete the mission. Macy, Levi K. In the lavishly decorated large room, she sat in front of a luxurious vanity. Macy looked at herself in the mirror. The girl was dressed in a white gown, her delicate collarbone especially exquisite. Her facial features were the same as hers, but her demeanor was entirely different, slumped shoulders, a nervous and insecure appearance. She lifted her chin and straightened her back, hearing the makeup artist beside her scoff, "Stop trying, no matter how hard you try, a village girl will never become a princess. Macy blinked and looked at the woman next to her, her small red lips curving into a smile. Ugly auntie, are you talking to me? The makeup artist froze, eyes widening in surprise that this submissive country girl dared speak to her like that. Her face immediately darkened. What did you say? How rude, just as I expected from a country girl. The makeup artist was in her early 30s, the Mu family's dedicated makeup artist, used to dealing with upper-class ladies, so naturally she saw herself as superior to Macy. Macy's smile grew sweeter as she lowered her eyes, hiding the black mist in them. Her slender, fair fingers picked up a small pair of scissors on the table. The girl stood up gracefully and walked towards the makeup artist. The makeup artist's heart skipped a beat, feeling inexplicable panic. Just before she could react, she felt a chill at her neck. Sharp cold pierced her artery, blood gushing out. The thick dark red splattered onto Macy's white dress, blooming into a vivid flower. The others in the room screamed in terror. Macy wiped the blood off her face, happily licking her lips. Chapter 2, Fake Polite Real Heiress vs. Truly Crazy Gemig Wolf Dog, 02. Gemmet in the next second, the terrified face of the makeup artist froze in front of her, splattered blood hovering in midair, and the screams vanished instantly. The scene twisted and froze, Macy felt a flash before her eyes, and her head suddenly spun. When she opened her eyes again, she was sitting back in front of the dressing table. The makeup artist was speaking harshly. No matter how hard you try, a mountain chicken will never become a phoenix. In Macy's mind, the voice of the system Conroy de Bayo was serious yet panicked. Host, are you crazy? You can't just kill people, how would you deal with the aftermath? This is your transformation mission but also a real world. You can't do this. I use my power to rewind time. Every time you kill someone, I will rewind 1 minute. No more killing. Macy blinked, indeed, the result of her probe matched what she had anticipated. Conroy de Bayo, this little system, did have some skills. She asked innocently, Gemmet, this person insulted me. My teacher taught me that if something makes me unhappy, I should fight back. Conroy de Bayo paused for a second. It knew the teacher Macy referred to was the Norbert killed by its host, also its creator. What a failed teacher this Norbert was. Host, we should strive to be kind-hearted people and not retaliate. Even hypothetically speaking, if we were to retaliate, it shouldn't be by killing, as a response to being insulted. Gemlay me for not noticing your abnormality earlier. From now on, once you show tendencies to kill, I will punish you. Conroy soon as it finished talking, a sharp pain shot through Macy's temples, spreading like an electric current throughout her body before disappearing immediately. Just a small electric shock, no different from a mosquito bite. Macy's complexion turned pale, as though the makeup artist's words had really struck her. Seeing Macy silent, the makeup artist huffed triumphantly, moving roughly to apply foundation. However, Macy suddenly grabbed the makeup artist's wrist, her fingertips icy cold. The makeup artist stiffened, meeting Macy's eyes. Those eyes were astonishingly black, like an unfathomable abyss, seemingly ready to reach out with clawed hands in the next moment. Instantly, the makeup artist felt a chill down her spine, as if she had already experienced death once, her heart racing uncontrollably. Macy laughed then, softly saying, Ugly auntie, keep talking like this, and I'll kill you. Conroy de Bayo went mad. Host, be kind. Jean kind. Macy released her grip. The makeup artist retreated 2 steps abruptly, looking at Macy in horror, unable to speak. Macy blinked at her, curved her lips into a smile. She said mentally to Conroy de Bayo, I didn't really kill her, isn't that kind enough? Can you be patient with me, little Conroy de Bayo? Conroy, after all, it's been so long since I've interacted with humans. When she acted insane, she was truly chaotic. Gemmet when she aimed to gain favor, success was almost inevitable. Conroy de Bayo's tone softened instantly, Conroy right, but please don't kill anyone anymore. Macy turned back to the mirror, ignoring the deformed makeup artist behind her, and picked up a lipstick, dabbing it onto her somewhat pale lips. Finally recovering, the makeup artist said with a terrible expression. You this. Before she could finish, Macy softly interrupted, Ugly auntie, your wrinkles deepen when you're angry, your face red and neck swollen, uglier than ever. Why don't you get lost? Just a dog of the Mu family, acting as if you're something special? Even saying such words, she was smiling, her eyes curved and voice sweet. The makeup artist trembled in anger, almost cursing aloud, but thinking of those eyes, she dared not approach. Gritting her teeth, she said, Wait and see. The party is about to start. Just wait until you step on stage without any makeup. She stormed out in rage. Without turning her head, Macy blinked at her reflection in the mirror. Perhaps because her soul had changed, the original timidity vanished, her originally superior features now showed their true refinement. She picked up blush and eyebrow pencil, gently adding touches to her face, then heard a voice outside. Come out quickly, it's starting. Macy stood up, the white off-the-shoulder dress accentuating her delicate perfect figure, the butterfly bone lines on her back especially inviting. This was Macy's first public appearance as the second miss of the Mu family. This banquet aimed to demonstrate the Mu family's importance of Macy. Conroy least on the surface. Gemmet, the original owner, had messed up this event. Under the instruction of her brother Seth, the makeup artist gave the original owner an exceptionally heavy and vulgar makeup look. With the original Macy's inherent timidity and low self-esteem, she would hunch her chest and lower her head. Her appearance became a target for mocking gossip. The Moo couple resented this adopted daughter for disgracing them and treated her even more poorly. Macy slowly walked out of the room, standing at the top of the stairs, looking down at the various people in the hall. It's been so long. So long since I've seen so many humans. She really wanted to do something interesting. Just as this terrifying thought popped up, Conroy de Bayo screamed frantically in her mind, "Stop it, host." Macy smiled, curling her lips upward, lowering her eyes, "Conroy right." She took a step down the stairs. The hall fell silent, all eyes turning to this newly acknowledged daughter of the Moo family. Rumors had it that she was a country girl, timid and petty, unsuitable for formal occasions. Yet, at first sight, everyone stared with wide eyes. The young lady held the railing gracefully, descending in an elegant white floor-length gown that made her skin look like congealed fat. Light makeup enhanced her beauty, making her appear like the most delicate peach blossom on a branch. Her graceful neck and slightly curled lips exuded a charming allure. Is this a country girl? So beautiful, how does she seem prettier than Marnie? Keep your voice down, heard little Flint Moo dislikes this girl. Whispers filled the air. Macy kept her gaze straight ahead, walking down the stairs, picking up a glass of champagne by her side and raising it. "Please help yourselves." Her gentle voice reached everyone's ears, and immediately several people felt fondness towards this lovely and radiant young lady. The Moo couple, shocked but relieved, put their minds at ease. She hadn't disgraced them. However, she seemed too high profile, her demeanor unknown. Could she really be taking herself for Marnie? Conroy, after all, she wasn't their real daughter. They would have to remind her of her place after the event. Conroy de Bayo was astonished. "Host, you. How is it?" Macy unconsciously licked her lips, laughing softly. "See, so many people like me." Everyone was satisfied, except for Seth. Conroy, 12 years old, he was as arrogant as Rosanna. The sudden arrival of an outsider naturally fueled his malicious intent to exclude her. Gemmet now, this woman he despised, appeared so brilliantly. This shouldn't happen. Shouldn't she be meek and mocked for her ugly face? He walked toward Macy with a sullen expression, ready to berate her as usual, but suddenly met her pitch-black eyes. Seth flinched, instinctively pushing the nearest servant roughly. The servant stumbled, spilling wine onto Macy's long dress. Lever, so he thought. He seemed to hear a chilling, soft laugh, unsure if it was his imagination. The red wine splashed onto Macy's silver heels, starkly noticeable. Seth shrugged regretfully. Too bad it didn't stain the dress. Macy stepped back just in time, lowering her gaze to see the deep red stain on her shoes. Her eyes darkened, but then she heard a soft apology nearby. "Sorry." Conroy's elegant male voice, slightly hoarse, cool yet gentle, stirred an itch in Macy's heart. She looked up at the servant who had accidentally spilled the wine, meeting a pair of narrow, deep black eyes. Seth snickered, turning to the servant and loudly demanding, "Hey, quickly clean our second Mrs. shoes." He recognized the servant as new, intentionally drawing attention to humiliate Macy. If she refused, she'd seem petty. If she accepted, she'd appear presumptuous and rude. Gemmet. Macy smiled, looking at the tall, handsome, and aloof boy, speaking softly. "I can't clean my own dress, so could you please help me?" "Yes." Abelardo responded softly, lowering his eyes, hiding his expression. He slowly knelt before the young lady, his pale fingers gripping her ankle delicately. Chapter 3, Fake Gentle True Conroy Aristocrat vs. Real Insane Conroylfa, 03. Th's movements were gentle as he lifted her ankle, treating it as if it were a work of art. Macy looked down and saw his broad shoulders and the exquisite lines of his back. He was carefully wiping the wine stains off her shoe with a handkerchief, his actions graceful yet maintaining an appropriate distance. The guests, drawn by Seth's voice, watched this scene, feeling as though they were looking at a beautiful painting, not sensing anything amiss. The stain on the shoe was soon wiped clean. He stood up and nodded down at Macy, his bangs falling over his handsome features. His voice was soft and low. "It's done. Cold and beautiful, like sunlight shining on a frozen sea, cold but dazzling." Conroy, at first glance, he seemed to be a very handsome, elegant, gentlemanly, and gentle student. Gemmet, could there be hidden currents beneath the calm surface? Just now, she had clearly seen a flash of disgust and hostility in his eyes. Macy stared at him unblinkingly until he turned the corner and disappeared from view. Only then did she turn her gaze away. Seth's expression grew even more displeased. Clenching his teeth, he walked up to Macy and sneered at her. "Who are you trying to fool with this act? It's disgusting. No matter how much you pretend, you're still a bumpkin from the countryside. Don't think you can get any favors from my family. I hate you." Macy lowered her gaze slightly and looked down at the elementary schooler who wasn't even as tall as her, as if she were watching a small insect. Her voice was soft but clear enough to reach Seth's ears. "Little brat, if I were to skin you and wrap your bones with wire to make a beautiful doll, would that make you obedient?" Seth froze, staring disbelievingly at Macy. What are you talking about? Macy curled her lips into a sweet smile. Yes, I'm the demon coming to take your life. The light shone on top of her head, casting a shadow under her eyes that added an eerie darkness. Though her tone was gentle, it felt inexplicably chilling and bone-chilling. Seth flinched, reacting like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, screaming. You! Get out of here! Zijiao! Conroy deep, stern voice stopped Seth from continuing. Conroy at the same time, Conroy de Bayo sensed the host's intense hostility and murderous intent and timidly advised in Macy's mind, Host, don't stoop to a little kid's level. No need for killing. Come on, take a deep breath. Macy took a deep breath and looked up at the approaching middle-aged couple, her biological parents. Nevin scanned Macy critically, pulling Seth back. Don't interfere. Seth huffed but didn't speak further. Conroy came up to Macy, feigning gentleness and concern. You did well today, but don't be too conspicuous. Jemmy, not being too conspicuous, she meant not to surpass Miss Rosanna in excellence and remember one's place. Macy raised an eyebrow. Conroy right. Completely different from her previously obedient and weak demeanor, Conroy felt inexplicably uncomfortable but also couldn't find fault with Macy's immediate agreement. She felt a prickle in her heart and said coolly, that's good, before walking away. Macy swirled the champagne in her glass. Conroy de Bayo thought she'd have to suit the host again but noticed Macy seemed distracted. Sure enough, Macy asked in her mind, who was that waiter just now? Conroy de Bayo paused, thinking how fitting it was for a big villain to be so sensitive to others like her. He's the biggest villain in this world. Don't let his gentlemanly exterior fool you. Gemmet, never mind, it's none of your business, you won't cross paths. Just focus on your task. Macy blinked. Is that so? Gemmet, why do I feel he reminds me of Dwight? Conroy de Bayo quickly countered. How could that be? The Isidore is known for being gentle and reasonable, this psychopathic villain couldn't be less like him. Macy narrowed her eyes and smiled. Right. The party was a success. Conroy's had ended, many congratulated the Mubb family on their great choice, praising their new daughter for her outstanding appearance and demeanor. Mr. and Conroy accepted the compliments with smiles, but they felt somewhat uneasy. Their own daughter, Rosanna, had never been praised so highly. Wanting to reprimand Macy, they were told she hadn't waited for them and had returned to her room on her own. They exchanged glances, feeling even more dissatisfied. Meanwhile, Macy was sharpening a knife in her room. Conroy de Bayo. Host, please calm down. Killing solves nothing. If you kill, I will reset things. Eve held the small knife she had taken from the banquet, sharpening it against the rough marble wall outside her window. The blade gleamed coldly under the moonlight. Her lips curled into a smile, and her voice was soft, I'm very calm. Conroy de Bayo, then what are you doing? Conroy, after finishing the last stroke, Eve turned the blade toward the moonlight one more time, seemingly satisfied as she put it away with an innocent look. Just for self-defense. I'm just a weak woman with my powers sealed. Isn't finding a knife for protection normal? Conroy de Bayo, what's normal about that? Eve ignored it, going through the original host's memories and the upcoming plot in her mind. Conroy, after washing up, she put on a white silk nightgown and sweetly fell asleep. Conroy de Bayo observed for a while, finding that its host seemed quite normal, finally heaving a sigh of relief. However, at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, Eve, with her long hair flowing and dressed in a white long dress, slowly sat up from bed. Her slightly pale face was barely visible in the dim night. She held a sharp knife, barefoot, silently walking out of her room. Conroy de Bayo went mad. Host, what are you going to do? No killing, or I will shock you. Eve, I won't kill. Conroy de Bayo paused, not reacting fast enough, when Eve already pushed open Seth's door. Seth was sound asleep, completely unaware that a knife-wielding ghost in white was slowly approaching him. Conroy de Bayo had given up, thinking it could just rewind if necessary. Conroy, after all, a few times should be enough for the host to vent and stop causing trouble. Eve stood beside Seth's bed, slightly bending down. Her black hair fell onto Seth's face. Seth frowned, scratching his face, ready to roll over and continue sleeping when he suddenly felt an excruciating pain in his neck. He opened his eyes abruptly, directly facing a deathly pale, expressionless face. Conroy. Ugh. Seth's eyes nearly burst out. He was almost scared to madness but was instantly muffled by the ghost before he could scream. Eve held the knife emotionlessly, the cold blade circling around Seth's neck. Seeing Seth shudder, a foul smell spread. He had wet himself in terror. Eve chuckled eerily, her tiny face indistinct except for those eyes, darker than the boundless night, as if sucking souls into the abyss. Seth rolled his eyes back and fainted. Eve let go, not looking back at Seth who wet his bed, drifting back to her room like a ghost. Conroy de Bayo. Host, we should be kind. Eve crawled back into bed, putting the knife under her pillow. Good night. Chapter 4, Fake innocent true heiress vs real crazy Conroyalpha, 04. The next day, as soon as the luxurious car stopped at the entrance of University Gem, it attracted many students' attention. Macy was now a member of the Mu family. Even if Nevin didn't like her, he would still give her enough face, otherwise, it would be an embarrassment for the Mu family. That's the Mu family's car. I heard they just adopted their second young miss who is this year's freshman. TSK, quite a scene. Whoa, she's coming out. Is this beauty real? Conroy's slender, fair leg slipped out from the open car door, causing all the whispers to stop abruptly. Macy, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and short skirt, stepped out. Her long legs gleamed under the sunlight, and her waist-length black hair made her face look even more delicate and beautiful. She glanced around with a sweet smile before walking inside. The freshman receptionists were struck dumb, wondering if such beauties truly existed in real life. The title of Gem University's campus beauty queen might have to be passed on. The original Macy had been timid and insecure, unable to carry off such grandeur. Her shyness made her hard to like. Gem it now, things were completely different. Soon, several enthusiastic seniors surrounded her, introducing her to the school. Like a star among satellites, Macy was led toward her single dormitory room. She would occasionally say, "Thank you," sweetly, her eyes always curved into a warm smile. She enjoyed these resources that high-status people could offer very naturally, displaying both politeness and the slight capriciousness expected of a rich young lady. Jackson checked the surrounding people's goodwill levels while stammering. "Host, how do you manage this?" Conroyter sending off the seniors, Macy stretched comfortably. Being liked by others doesn't have to mean only through being meek and kind. Jackson fell silent, thinking Macy really lived up to her name. Research has always shown that psychopaths with extremely high tendencies towards crime are usually geniuses with very high IQs. Conroy, as long as Macy wanted to, she could easily make many people like her. Conroy, though this didn't follow the script, it would accomplish the mission requirements effortlessly. When Macy completed the task, she could leave the small world, and Jackson would also be free from this big devil. Victory seemed so close for Jackson. It decided to turn a blind eye to Macy not following the script. Conroy, after all, the result would be the same. In the afternoon, there was a class meeting for self-introductions. Conroy's Marnie, Macy had already become the center of attention based on her identity alone. Coupled with her doll-like face, sweet voice, and exceptionally pleasing manners, everyone quickly developed a good impression of her. Of course, there were a few jealous individuals. No matter how perfect someone is, it's impossible for everyone to like them. Jackson couldn't possibly connect yesterday's knife-wielding psycho with today's charming rich girl. This was the charm of a highly intelligent psychopath. How terrifying. Right after stepping out of the classroom, two ponytailed girls enthusiastically invited Macy to join them for dinner. Macy smiled sweetly. "No thanks, I have something else tonight." Conroy, nearby girl, had felt hostile toward Macy since she first saw her. Hearing this, she remarked snidely. "Conroy, after all, you're a young miss. Why would you eat in the canteen with us commoners?" Macy slowly turned her gaze over, absent-mindedly rubbing her fingers together. Just as Jackson prepared to dissuade her gently, Carly, who had invited Macy for dinner, spoke up. "What's your problem? Conroy, are you implying something? I don't want to eat in the canteen either." "Conroy, am I also a young miss?" The sour-faced girl immediately blushed, surprised that someone would stand up for Macy when they weren't even familiar. Unable to find a rebuttal, she sniffled and stormed off. Macy's long lashes dipped slightly as she chuckled softly. Then, she lifted her eyes and noticed a figure not far away. Conroy boy in a white shirt had just come out of the teaching building, holding several books. He was almost 190 centimeters tall, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the grace of a jade-like gentleman. Girls around her were barely containing their screams. "Is that the legendary top student and school heartthrob senior? He's too handsome." "Who?" Macy tilted her head, looking questioningly at Carly. Carly stared at the boy, her eyes sparkling. "You never check the forums, Macy." "Senior Kip, third-year student, our school's heartthrob for 3 years. Not only is he incredibly handsome, but his grades are amazing too. They say he's super gentle too. Seeing him in person is even better than in photos." Macy blinked. "Senior." This was the second time she saw him. He felt different from the waiter she met last time. Last time he seemed colder and more elegant, but now his demeanor felt more warm and jade-like. Which one was the real him? Lever, maybe neither. She unconsciously licked her lips, said goodbye to Carly, and headed in his direction. Kip was smiling as he greeted many people along the way. However, instead of walking towards the cafeteria, he walked off campus. Macy quietly followed behind him. The sky gradually darkened, and the delicate figure of the young girl blended into the night. Kip did not notice the seemingly soft and adorable yet actually very sinister little tail following him. Macy kept a steady distance behind him, occasionally glancing curiously at the shops on the street, just like an ordinary girl out for a stroll. Except for the unusually high rate. Host, what do you want to do now? I told you not to get involved with the antagonist. Macy strolled with a light-hearted pace and casually bought a sunflower from a roadside flower shop. I'm not getting involved. I'm just browsing. Since the school was located in the suburbs, it quickly became deserted. Kip turned into a secluded alley. There were fewer and fewer people here, and there were no streetlights, only a vast area of dilapidated houses that were about to be demolished. She watched Kip enter a small house. 10 minutes later, he came out again. Macy stopped plucking the petals from the flower and widened her eyes slightly. The gentle senior in the white shirt changed into a black riding suit, accentuating his perfect slim waist. He removed his gold-rimmed glasses and swapped his canvas shoes for black leather marten boots, making his legs look impossibly long. In the dimly lit alley, his face was unclear, but she could see his tousled hair, prominent nose bridge, and perfect facial contours. He stepped out of the door, turned the corner at the end of the alley, and disappeared after a few long strides. Macy's dark eyes sparkled unusually bright in the night. She lifted her foot and followed him closely. Just as her skirt flashed past the corner, a cold breeze swept toward her, bringing a strong sense of oppression. Conroy pair of sturdy arms braced against either side of Macy's face. Abelardo looked down at her, his narrow eyes icy and mocking. His voice, the same cool and hoarse one Macy had heard before, fell softly on her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Having followed me for so long, shouldn't you say hello now, Junior? Chapter 5, Fake Innocent Noble Heiress vs. True Reckless Gemma Gmoy, 05. The term Junior made Macy's heart itch. She seemed to be completely oblivious to the icy hostility and wariness in his voice, smiling sweetly as she replied. Hello, Senior. My name is Macy. Yael lowered his gaze to look at her, his expression unreadable. Why isn't Marnie staying obediently on campus? What are you wandering around here for? This place can be quite chaotic. Macy touched the knife at her waist, nodding happily, I know. Isn't it better that way? Yael frowned at Macy's smile. She looked innocent and harmless, like a little princess who had been protected since Dariushood, probably only seen fighting in nature documentaries. He hated such young ladies the most. He still remembered picking up her ankle, so slender and tender, as if it would break with just a bit of force. She was entirely from a different world than him. There had been ardent admirers who followed him before, but he always managed to shake them off easily each time. He didn't know why this time. He only noticed someone following him a few minutes ago. Maybe because something happened tonight, making him a bit absent-minded. Yael loosened his hand from the wall, straightened his body, took a step back, and whispered. Go back, this isn't a place for you. Macy lowered her eyes, her face showing some, Wayman, Gemmet, I feel like this is exactly where I should be. She must not have known how adorable this expression made her look. Yael's frown deepened, thinking this delicious cake would sooner or later attract wolves. Just as this thought surfaced, laughter familiar to him echoed from the other end of the alley. Yael, why haven't you arrived yet? Turns out you were flirting with your new girlfriend. Yael clenched his fists almost instinctively, slowly turning towards the direction of the voice, his lips moving as he spoke coldly. Still think I haven't beaten you hard enough? The three men laughed coarsely. Sure, you're tough, keep bragging, continue being arrogant, hope you can still do so after the race. Jemmy the way, bring your little girlfriend along too. Yael took a deep breath. He had no intention of having any involvement with this rich young lady, let alone taking her to such a den of wolves. If he left her behind, she would certainly be devoured without leaving a trace. Suddenly, he felt a soft warmth on his arm. Yael froze, looking down to see the girl holding onto his arm, her eyes bright and full of anticipation. Senior, take me with you, I'm really scared. If they didn't leave soon, they'd be late. Yael looked at the burden beside him, inexplicably annoyed but helpless. He stared at Macy for 2 seconds, finally speaking softly with unclear emotion, follow me. Macy nodded obediently, trotting to keep up with Yael's pace, her smile sweet and sticky. Upon arrival, Macy finally understood the situation. The quickest ways to make money were either illegal or risky, and Yael had clearly chosen the latter. This perilous mountain road winding through steep cliffs was almost uninhabited, let alone at night. The guardrails were dilapidated, and police cars often came to remove bodies of those who died from speeding. The roar of engines and sharp cheers wildly stimulated people's nerves. The motorcycle racing industry, which risked lives, was a paradise for indulgence. Yael walked inward through the screaming crowd, feeling more warmth pressing against him from the side. He took a deep breath, let go. Macy looked up pitifully, why? I'm scared. Yael suddenly smiled, pulled his arm away, stepped back, and his narrow, deep eyes blinked at her. If you're scared, go back. With that, he turned to steady a motorcycle pushed over by a blonde guy. The crowd screamed as they rushed to the sides of the road, bikini-clad women sashayed into the middle of the street, and the riders were already astride their motorcycles on both sides. Yael stood with one leg supporting him on the ground, casually flicking the hair off his forehead. Just as he was about to put on his helmet, his fingers paused, turning to look at Macy, then curved his lips. He said, "Don't worry, no one will dare touch you unless I die halfway. Of course, the probability of that is high." How malicious. Macy nodded obediently, her eyes bright, cheeks flushed red, whether due to the cold mountain wind or something else, adding a flirtatious charm to the girl. Yael retracted his gaze, put on his helmet, bent down, and gripped the handlebars. His long, perfect figure formed a taut bow ready to unleash its power, every muscle line visible under the riding suit. Conroy's the bikini-clad woman raised her hands high, the roar of engines deafened the crowd, and screams, curses, and cheers filled the night sky. Several motorcycles instantly dashed forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Number 7 is really daring tonight, actually challenging 5 consecutive races. That's insane. Previously, someone who attempted 3 consecutive races was forced out in a collision. They didn't even find all the remains, TSK. Maybe he's trying to impress girls with his life. Number 7 has never brought any girl here before. The discussions drew closer to Macy as 2 tattooed men walked over, looking down at her condescendingly. "Little girl, you look pretty well behaved. So, number 7 likes your type." Macy kept her hands behind her back, lowered her eyes, and took a step back without saying a word. Conroy sighed from Conroy to Bayo. No one knew that this girl, who seemed so out of place, had already curled her lips in delight and clutched the dinner knife at her waist. Macy thought these obviously bad people would push their luck further, but they didn't come any closer. It seems Yael was right, she would be fine. What a pity. Soon, the crowd screamed again as the racers returned. Macy stood on tiptoe to look up. 4 bikes had left, but only 3 came back. Yael seemed completely unharmed, while one person was covered in blood. She heard someone say, "Conroy the 4th sharp turn, go clean up the body." Yael returned to the starting point. The injured teammate was replaced, and a new rider took over for the second race, which began quickly. When Yael returned for the second time, the screams and cheers grew even louder. At the same time, Macy also overheard the next group discussing. "When we start, force him off the road. At the highest cliff edge." Yael wanted to win all the money, so there were too many people who wished for his death. With the command from the bikini-clad woman, the third race began. Would he die? Macy felt a bit excited. If he died, would no one pick up his body? Maybe she could collect his remains. Chapter 6, Fake Graceful True Conroe Aristocrat vs Real Insane Gemmed Wolf, 06. No one had yet won 3 consecutive victories and returned alive. Those who sought excitement here showed no reverence for death, they eagerly awaited the horses they had bet on. The moment figure 7 appeared successfully for the 3rd time, the excited crowd began to surge forward. Macy found a high spot and, standing on tiptoe, she spotted Yael. The instant she recognized his silhouette, she licked her lips. This time, the youth's riding suit was torn along the left leg, as if slashed by something sharp. Blood dripped from his leg onto the ground, leaving blood-stained footprints with each step. Conroy part from his thigh, he also had abrasions on his arms and sides. It was clear that his opponent this time had indeed caused him considerable trouble. He wore a helmet, adorned with a grimacing skull, preventing Macy from seeing his expression. The wounds were deep, and only hastily bandaged with strips of cloth, which barely slowed the bleeding. He must have been in great pain. Apart from moving slightly slower, Yael showed no signs of discomfort. "Hey, 7, are you going to continue?" Before Yael could nod, the surrounding crowd began to chant, "Continue. Continue. Continue." Injury would reduce agility and judgment, and excessive blood loss could cause dizziness. Moreover, the next opponents would be even more ruthless. Yael's shoulders rose and fell once, but he said nothing, showing his intention through action. He casually accepted a small bottle of liquor from an onlooker-cum-gambler and poured it over the wound on his thigh. His muscles tensed, his left hand gripping the motorcycle's rear tightly, knuckles white with strain. The hand holding the bottle trembled uncontrollably as he poured. Macy imagined he must be biting his lip hard right now, the sight must be quite striking. Pain would keep him more alert. Yael remounted his motorcycle again, while his opponents openly discussed how to finish him off. Macy stood on tiptoe, eyes fixed on Yael. Suddenly, Yael looked up and turned his head, seemingly searching for someone. When his gaze landed on Macy, he paused, then turned back to face forward. Even without seeing his eyes, Macy knew he was looking at her. What kind of face lay beneath that black mask? What expression did their eyes meet with? Macy felt her heart race, a long-lost thrill spreading through her, making even her fingertips tremble as they held the dining knife. Previously, only teachers had ever given her such a feeling, truly a long-lost sensation. Little Donut inexplicably thought its host looked somewhat terrifying and spoke hesitantly. "Host, according to the plot, the villain doesn't die." Well. Macy squeezed her fingers. Conroe alone in a corner outside the crowd, Macy really resembled a little white rabbit that had wandered into a pack of wolves. Standing tall, her lashes lowered, night breezes lifted her skirt. The out-of-place girl seemed to await a triumphant hero, her dark eyes brimming with anticipation. It wouldn't be long now, he should be coming back soon. How would he look this time? Just then, a surprised male voice rang in Macy's ears. Mukenroyna. Why are you here? Macy hadn't expected to run into acquaintances here. Turning her head, she saw 3 boys about Yale's age. The one who spoke was the tallest, handsome, dressed casually in sportswear that couldn't hide his noble aura. Macy blinked. Kenroiri. Little Donut got excited. F***K, amazing job, host. Didn't expect you to stumble upon your target so early, go for it, get him. Kenroiri had met Macy twice, once in a photo, and once when the Mu family invited him to meet his fiancée upon Macy's arrival. Gemak then, Macy didn't know how to use Western cutlery, her face flushed red and unable to speak a word, naturally filling Kenroiri with disdain. Now, seeing Macy again, he felt unsure if it was her until she called his name, confirming his recognition. Kenroiri was astonished by Macy's transformation but mostly filled with dissatisfaction. Why would a girl come to a place like this? First impressions ran deep. He always preferred girls like Rosanna, arrogant, unrestrained, and fiery. He disliked Macy the most. Especially thinking of spending his life with such a boring, timid woman filled him with disgust. Macy, however, remained unperturbed, staring straight into Kenroiri's eyes, expressionless and motionless. Liang Chuan asked this question, expecting the girl in front of him to panic and explain. However, he never expected Yue Yen's reaction, which made him uneasy inside. He felt something was seriously off, like watching a horror movie. Feeling unnerved by her gaze, Liang Chuan finally spoke up uncomfortably. You're not going to explain? What are you looking at? The 2 good friends who came with Liang Chuan exchanged glances, feeling the atmosphere was very strange. They brought Liang Chuan to this place to gamble on car races for some release, as he had complained about his constrained love life to them. They knew that Liang Chuan's ideal partner had run away, leaving him with an arranged marriage to a meek, seemingly unremarkable country girl. They patted their chests confidently, promising to bring Liang Chuan out for fun. Gemet they didn't expect to actually encounter this country girl, and she was so different from what Liang Chuan described. Yue Yen touched the cold blade at her lower back and finally showed some expression. She smiled, sweetly yet eerily under the dim light. She slowly said, to find you. Matuan, who was extremely nervous, breathed a sigh of relief, almost moved to tears. The host is playing along. Kenroiri paused, startled. How did you know I would be here? Were you following me? The quick-witted Kenroiri immediately felt he had uncovered the truth. Yue Yen's voice was slow and sweet, sounding odd. Yes. I want you to like me. The strange tone and stare made Liang Chuan feel extremely uncomfortable. He wanted to get angry but couldn't speak when he heard the last few words. He knew Yue Yen liked him, even though he hadn't been kind during their first meeting, he still felt her blushing eyes peeking at him. Gemet hearing it spoken so bluntly gave him a peculiar sensation. Kenroiri moved his lips, preparing to say, I will never like you, when suddenly the crowd nearby erupted in frenzied screams. Yue Yen instantly turned and jogged toward the crowd. Her eyes scanned through the mass of people, and she immediately spotted Lu Yanlong kneeling half on the ground. Levy, he looks even worse now. Chapter 7, Fake Gentle Rich Girl vs. Real Crazy Gemet Jimoy, 07. He looked as if he could barely stand, one arm hanging limply by his side. Gemlood dripped from his fingertips despite the dark motorcycle suit obscuring the extent of his injuries. Hey, can you still move? The gamblers nearby hollered excitedly. Hamilton panted heavily as he lifted his head, his vision blurring intermittently. His left arm was dislocated, and a deep cut from sharp cliffside rocks sliced through his skin. The cacophony of shouts around him made his head spin. Instinctively he raised his head, not sure what he was looking for, until their eyes met, the bright-eyed beautiful face in front of him. Even witnessing him in such a pitiful state, she wore an excited and expectant expression. Conroy hint of unease began to rise within Hamilton. This was certainly not how a well-behaved and gentle rich girl should act. Survive then. Leavenly by surviving would he learn more, gain more. Taking a deep breath, he unsteadily got back up, sitting on his motorcycle once again. The 5th round was about to start. Conroy midnight, the atmosphere reached its peak. Conroy and his 2 companions approached. The 2 boys who brought Conroy cheered loudly. Number 7 is amazing. He's still daring to continue. Even though I didn't bet on him, I kind of hope he wins now. Yeah, but that's real greed over safety. However, Conroy wasn't paying attention to the race. Instead, he looked at Macy who was on her tiptoes. Wasn't she supposed to follow him here? Why isn't her focus on him? Conroy felt there was something indescribably strange about Macy. Yet, when a breeze blew past, revealing the graceful line of her jaw, he frowned. The words, I will never like you, stuck in his throat. Suddenly, Matt's voice rang in Macy's mind. Target character's favorability increased by 5 points. Current favorability, 5. Wow, host, you're so impressive. Macy paused, curving her lips as she glanced at Conroy. Conroy at that moment, Conroy happened to be looking at her, and with their gazes meeting, he turned away irritably. This scene did not escape Hamilton's notice either. Expressionless, he turned back and stared ahead. The countdown for the final round had started. Conroy's the system said, the twisted antagonist wouldn't die so easily. Hamilton came back. Despite having one broken arm, a lame leg, and severe wounds on his abdomen and thigh, he still wasn't dead. The gamblers reacted differently. Some were angry, some thrilled, and others jealous. But eventually, they dispersed, leaving behind chaos. Clutching his bleeding abdomen tightly, pain numbing his entire body, his vision blurred. He hadn't removed his helmet, so no one knew that blood covered his mouth, having bitten through his lip and tongue upon the violent fall, possibly even sustaining internal injuries. No one helped him. Conroy were spectators, and the organizers hoped he'd die there. Conroy's consciousness faded, he stumbled forward, kneeling on the ground. Sparse laughter echoed around him. Struggling to raise his head, he saw a delicate figure not far away. Gemmet, she wasn't alone. 3 boys stood facing her, seemingly students from their school. They looked like wealthy young gentlemen. Did she know them? Indeed, they belonged to the same world. Lowering his gaze, Hamilton smirked self-deprecatingly. The pain in his mouth forced him to stay alert. Conroy, as long as he could get down the mountain and onto the road, he could survive. With legs too painful to stand, he dragged himself forward using his uninjured left hand. Behind him was a trail of blood. Conroy spoke to Macy, his tone harsh. How did you come here? Macy smiled, but her eyes remained cold. Jemmy walking. Conroy took a deep breath, adding impatience to his voice. Let's go, I drove here, I'll take you back. Conroy, though he disliked her, she was his fiancée. If anything happened to her, it would reflect poorly on him. Macy blinked, as if thinking. Gemmet. Conroy's tone worsened. Hurry. Never come to places like this again. I don't understand how you think, no rules. Even the 2 boys next to him couldn't bear it, saying, Conroy, it's unnecessary, the girl came here for you. Seeing how beautiful Macy was, the boys initially felt pity for Conroy being forced to marry her, but now they found him a bit excessive. Macy, however, was distracted, looking towards Hamilton. Half kneeling on the blood-stained ground, the boy looked like he might die at any second. Knowing the villain wouldn't die so easily, she still wanted. Sure, she suddenly smiled at Conroy, her voice sweet and gentle. I'll take your car back to school, thanks so much. Despite Conroy's awful attitude, this girl was still in such a good mood and had such a sweet smile. Conroy, she was so polite. The slightly chubby boy standing on Conroy's left laughed and said, Great, let's go together. Jemmy the way, Junior, you're Mu Conroy, right? I'm Dwayne. Conroy nodded obediently and followed them toward the parking lot. Conroy saw his friend's obviously changed demeanor and felt even more uncomfortable, immediately speeding up. The 3 boys and 1 girl soon left. The once bustling place now turned chilly and quiet, leaving only the bloodied and battered boy struggling forward, his nails tightly digging into the ground. Conroy the parking lot, ahead was Conroy's car. The 3 boys were excitedly discussing the thrilling scenes they just witnessed. Conroy smiled and walked behind them, lost in thought as she counted her steps. When she reached the 7th step in her mind, she broke into a genuinely happy smile. She silently raised her hand and slashed down hard as Matt screamed in her head. Within less than a second, the 3 bodies of Conroy and his friends fell straight to the ground. Matt was about to trigger its rewind ability but found that it didn't activate. It hesitantly asked. You. I didn't kill anyone, I'm a kind person. Conroy smiled and withdrew her hand, not glancing at the fallen trio again, jogging back. Wait, host, what are you doing? Mu Conroy. Hey. Matt was going mad. Even if Conroy and the others weren't dead yet, they were knocked out. Staying unconscious for too long without help could also be fatal. If they die, I'll still rewind time. Until you save them, or else we'll keep looping. Matt's voice sounded almost strained with anger. Conroy seemed to be in a good mood and actually offered an explanation. Don't worry, I'm so kind, I won't let them die. I'll even make Conroy like me more. Matt didn't understand. It didn't want to communicate with someone who was crazy, so it decided to isolate itself. Hamilton felt like he couldn't hold on much longer, but he couldn't collapse here. He needed to go home, he needed the money, to survive, to get back on his feet. His body temperature dropped rapidly, his fingers were already rubbed raw by the rough ground, and the pain from his wounds became numb. He bit his lips desperately, trying to stay awake through the sharp pain. Gemmet, why did despair still rise within him? Was it because there was too much unfairness, and he had struggled for too long? Just as his vision blurred, he suddenly heard a girl's laughter in his ears. So pitiful, let me take you home, senior. He suspected he was hallucinating until the hand that gripped the ground felt warm and soft. He looked up dazedly. The girl held his wrist, her dark, smiling eyes like the most dazzling night sky he had never seen. Chapter 8, Fake Well-Behaved Rich Heiress vs. Real Crazy Gemmet Wolf, 08. Conroy's the girl helped him to his feet. Maxim finally realized this wasn't a dream or a dying hallucination. What do you want? He rasped out hoarsely, breathing heavily. There's no such thing as unrequited help, there must be some profit in it for her. Though he couldn't figure out what he had that could possibly be profitable. Could it be the bonus he just received? Impossible. His bonus wouldn't even cover a few of her bags. Macy supported him step by step toward the parking lot, staggering under the weight of a boy who was over a head taller than she was. Her voice, soft and tinged with fragility, said, "Right, I do have a deal in mind. So please don't die here." Maxim forced himself to stay alert and struggled to keep up with Macy. He had nothing left to lose. His consciousness was beginning to blur. Conroy he was aware of was the slender, gentle body holding him firm and the faint sweetness of her scent amidst the blood. Maxim was helped into a car, and at the moment his helmet was taken off, he exhaled almost like a sigh, irresistibly wanting to close his eyes and sleep. Macy started the car, and just before falling into an extreme drowsiness, Maxim mumbled, "You, where did you get this car?" "Conroy, borrowed," Macy replied with a sweet smile, driving straight to the nearest hospital. Maxim wanted to say he was dirty, covered in blood and mud, which would soil the car, but his mind and body were too weak to form those words. The car quickly descended the mountain, leaving behind in the corner of the parking lot 3 unconscious boys lying on top of each other, still bleeding from their necks. When Maxim woke up, his entire body ached as if it was falling apart. Jem breathing deeply hurt like his chest was exploding. His ribs were probably cracked. Gone was the smell of blood, gone was the sticky feeling. His consciousness slowly returned. Lowering his eyes, he used his right hand, not casted, to lift the covers slightly to see his own body. He was naked. His face darkened immediately, taking a deep breath, then scanning the room. Just then, Macy entered, humming a tune happily. "Levy, so you're awake already? You sure are resilient." The doctor had spent over 2 hours treating his wounds and applying casts before leaving. Conroy now, Maxim was already awake. Maxim croaked, "Where are my clothes?" Macy blinked, "They're gone. Those torn rags can't be worn again." Maxim frowned angrily, his ears turning red against his will, then heard Macy continue. "What are you thinking, senior? The nurses helped you." She laughed, walking closer to Maxim's bed. "You're disappointed it wasn't me undressing you? Too bad. I'm not good at taking care of people." "Maxim." He closed his eyes for a moment, then softly asked, "Thank you. What do you want?" Macy, never one to beat around the bush, directly answered. "Abelardo I was talking to yesterday, you saw him, right?" Maxim nodded. "He's my fiancé but doesn't like me. I need your help." "To pursue him?" Maxim gave a slight, somewhat malicious smile despite his pale complexion from excessive blood loss. "I won't do that, Junior." Macy laughed, her eyes crinkling. "Not that. I need you to cause trouble for him." Maxim was momentarily stunned, his lazy gaze showing surprise. Macy continued, "Create problems for him, then I can swoop in and save him. He'll fall for me fast enough, senior, with your excellent reputation at school, you're perfect for creating issues discreetly." Her tone was soft and sweet, but her words made Maxim's heart skip a beat. Maxim closed his eyes. "Why should I help you?" Sitting beside his bed, Macy leaned closer upon hearing this, invading his personal space, making his breath hitch. Her breath tickled his cheek as she lowered her voice, almost like a lover's whisper. "You're short on money, aren't you, senior? I can provide. My family, the Mu family, is very wealthy. I can give you all I have." Suddenly, a thought flashed through Maxim's mind. Is this girl insane? "You're Marnie." Maxim took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice steady. Macy nodded innocently. "Yes, but that doesn't contradict giving you money. Jemmy the way, I paid for your hospital fees and nursing care. If we work together, you won't have to repay it." Maxim opened his eyes and stared at Macy, looking at her delicate and beautiful face, her bright black eyes, before suddenly speaking. "Conroy, are you really Marnie?" Macy nodded vigorously, also becoming somewhat impatient. "Yes. So will you do it or not? You don't seem like someone who dithers. If you're not going to do it, I'll drag you out now, take off your casts, and throw you back on the mountain." Though her tone was soft and even carried a touch of pampered charm typical of rich young ladies, Maxim believed she could really do something like that. It had been just over 2 hours since the race ended, it was now 3 in the morning, and it was still pitch dark outside. He wasn't afraid of being thrown back, but he had no principles. Since there was such an easy way to make money, why wouldn't he do it? "I wouldn't possibly refuse, underclassmen. Gemmet, I need the money first." Macy laughed pleasantly. Sure, senior is great. I knew I didn't pick the wrong person." The agreement went smoothly. She felt good and leaned down to give Maxim a peck on the cheek. The moment her soft lips touched Maxim's cheek, his pupils contracted sharply, reflexively wanting to grab the girl's neck. However, Macy pressed down on his wrist before he could even start. Macy found it strange, why such a big reaction? In the Dimension Management Jimuro, cheek kisses among close people were normal. When she was happy, she often kissed her teachers like this. Gemicides, Maxim gave her a feeling very similar to her teacher. Matu's weak voice sounded, "Host, this world isn't that open yet, only relatives or couples can do this." Macy said, "Levy," with surprise. "Conroy, right, sorry, I have things to do, gotta go." She pouted, stood up, and waved at Maxim, whose ears were flushed red, before walking out the door. The young man in bed stared intently at the doorway, hearing his heart pounding deafeningly in his ears. He curled his fingers and after a while laughed bitterly to himself, then closed his eyes. Right this moment, Macy was laughing softly amidst Matu's screams. They are about to die. Hurry up and save them. Leave okay, I'm coming. How could I let them die when I'm so kind? Conroy, she spoke. She drove towards the mountains. Chapter 9, Fake Innocent True Conroy Aristocrat vs Real Insane Gemmed Wolf, 09. The car drove back into the mountains. After getting out of the car, Macy did not immediately check on the three people in the corner. She jogged around and found a wooden stick as thick as a bull's rim, dragging it to the side of the car and lifting it high. Jamang. She smashed it forcefully toward the car window, accidentally destroying the dashboard camera in the process. She then went through the valuables inside the car and stuffed them into her little bag. Soon enough, this car looked like it had been robbed. Conroy de Bayo's voice was already hoarse from shouting, "These people are really going to die, host. Host, have some conscience. Jean more humane." Macy walked slowly towards the three people whose breathing had become increasingly weak. Leave okay, I'm going to save you guys. Isn't that kind of me? While talking, she grabbed Conroy by the back of his shirt and dragged him to the back seat of the car. Most of Conroy's body was dragged along the rough ground, quickly adding several more wounds, which even made Conroy de Bayo feel uncomfortable to watch. Conroy de Bayo, you are so kind. Macy, indeed. She soon dragged the three people to the back seat, stepped on the gas pedal, and drove away again in the battered car. Conroy heard faint sobbing beside him. He moved his body slowly, only feeling like both his neck and whole body had been beaten up badly. There wasn't a place that didn't hurt. He forced his eyes open, not yet realizing what happened, and saw a beautifully delicate girl with teary eyes first. Conroy froze for a moment, his first reaction being, so beautiful. Seeing Conroy waking up, Macy widened her eyes in surprise. You're finally awake, wailing. I was so scared. She rubbed her eyes with her small hands, making them even redder. Leavenly then did Conroy notice that Macy had several abrasions on her hand, her hair was messy, and her small face pale and panic-stricken. Conroy this moment, this delicate beauty made his heart soften dramatically. He took a breath, endured the tearing pain in his neck, and asked hoarsely after looking around. What happened? This was a single patient room, one side of the curtains was pulled back, revealing bright sunshine outside. Macy sniffled, her shimmering eyes blinked, and her voice still trembled with residual fear. We were walking to the parking lot when suddenly, a few people came out and knocked all of you out. She paused, showing terror in her eyes, then they smashed the car, apparently for money. Conroy ransacking, they wanted to bully me too, but luckily, I ran fast and hid in the nearby woods. They couldn't find me and left. Conroy, and, once it got quiet outside, I came out, put you three into the car alone, and brought you to the hospital. I don't know how to drive either, so I drove very slowly. Thank goodness you're alright. Conroy stared at Macy with complicated feelings. Seeing the obvious abrasions on her hand, he examined her neck and exposed skin to confirm she hadn't been molested by other men, finally sighing in relief. Actually, these abrasions occurred while Macy was smashing the car and she hadn't noticed them herself. Conroy de Bayo's voice quickly echoed in Macy's mind. Target's goodwill plus 10, current goodwill 15. No wonder, Macy. Macy blinked and continued, Conroy. I didn't dare to call the police because if I did, your aunt and uncle would know where you had been. Conroy, was it right for me not to call? Conroy was taken aback, finally heaving a long sigh of relief, setting down his final concern. His family was strictly disciplined and overbearing, leaving him no freedom in love or marriage. If his family knew he had been to such a place, he would likely be severely scolded, and his allowance for the next year would be confiscated. Looking at Macy, he met her gaze and instinctively shifted his eyes away, whispering, thanks. Target's goodwill plus 10, current goodwill 25. You sure work fast. Macy smiled, as if especially happy with this thanks from him. Conroy's strange restlessness began to well up in Conroy's heart. He wouldn't like such an insipid woman, although she was indeed pretty and cute, and seemed to really like him. Feeling conflicted and unwilling to face the fact that he actually had developed a liking for Macy, he became impatient. Conroy, right, you can go now. Macy lowered her eyes and softly said, leave IK. She stood up and quietly walked out. Conroy soon as Conroy spoke those words, he already regretted them. Seeing the abrasion on Macy's calf, he felt even more guilty. Just as he was about to retract his words, Macy had already left the door. Staring at the door, Conroy pounded himself angrily, reminding himself that he was just a bit thankful to Macy. There was absolutely nothing else. How could he possibly like such a boring country girl? Leaving outside the room, Macy's expression vanished immediately. She stretched pleasantly and smiled sweetly. Her mood was as good as the weather outside, and even the patients passing by in the corridor felt their spirits lifted when they saw her. Besides Conroy, the other two boys were also arranged by Macy into double rooms. It must be said, this behavior was indeed kind. Conroy de Bayo was already bewildered. Clearly, all their misery was caused by Macy, but why did it feel like she was kind? Macy happily crossed over two rooms and pushed open the door. Hamilton was sitting on the bed eating breakfast. Conroy nurse had been there to feed him, but he wasn't used to strangers being so close and dismissed her. Seeing Macy enter, Hamilton frowned and looked at her legs and arms. Injured? His voice was a bit hoarse and his tone flat, but Macy felt very happy listening to it. Wow, are you concerned about me? Macy sat happily on the edge of Hamilton's bed and nonchalantly picked up a strawberry and popped it into her mouth. The strawberry was very sweet, making her close her eyes in delight. Hamilton forced his gaze away from the corner of Macy's mouth. No, I was just asking. Macy nodded. Leave IK then. Jemmy the way, Conroy is in the room next to yours. He seems to like me more than last night now. I'm really good. Macy looked genuinely jubilant, which made Hamilton feel a bit irritated. He lowered his head and mumbled, congratulations. Conroy that moment, Hamilton's phone dinged, indicating the prize money from last night's competition had arrived. He let out a deep breath, transferred the money out, and then made a call. Yes, the hospitalization fee has been transferred. Thank you, doctor. Yes, thank you. Conroy after hanging up, his expression didn't change much. His mood didn't lighten despite having paid the hospitalization fees because the doctor informed him that his mother's condition in ICU had worsened again. Macy ate a few more strawberries without a care in the world beside him, quietly finishing all the strawberries on his plate. Seeing no more tasty food, she stood up to leave but was stopped by Hamilton. He lifted his deep gaze and gave a low, emotionless laugh. Don't rush to find Conroy. Go in 10 minutes. With that, he got up from the bed and sat into the wheelchair, his upper arm muscles momentarily tightening, making Macy drool. Expressionless, Hamilton wheeled himself towards Conroy's room. Chapter 10, Fake well-behaved true Conroy aristocrat versus truly crazy gemmed wolf, 10. Karina squatted outside Maxim's hospital room, doodling circles until 10 minutes later when she stood up and slowly walked towards Conroy's ward. Just as she reached the door, she heard Maxim's voice coming from inside. Maxim's voice in front of his classmates was different from when he spoke to her, perfectly balanced seriousness, like a genuinely responsible and gentle senior. Conroy, it's obvious your car accident and your injuries were no accident. Where did you go last night? Conroy's the student council president. I am responsible for you all. I need to know. Conroy sounded irritated. What does it have to do with you? So what if you're the student council president? Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Maxim calmly explained, Conroy, I'm not targeting you. I just care about you. If you don't tell me where you went last night, I'll report it to the department head. Your injuries are knife wounds, and I have a duty to ensure student safety. Conroy's voice grew more panicked and angry. Don't say anything. Damn it, why did I have to run into you? Maxim, I swear, if you tell anyone, I'll make your life miserable at school. Maxim's voice was gentle yet tinged with helplessness, like a caring senior who encountered an unreasonable student. He had no temper, just as his reputation on campus suggested. Conroy, I'm doing this for everyone's sake. Sorry. Conroy felt ready to explode. He thought everything was over, but then he suddenly encountered Maxim, who was hospitalized due to a car accident. Who at school didn't know Maxim, the most popular and kindest student council president, diligent and responsible in both studies and work. Gemmet, wasn't this a bit too much responsibility? Conroy was furious and frustrated, lying helpless in bed, watching Maxim pull out his phone to call the department head. Conroy that moment, the door opened, and both boys turned their attention to Karina. Karina had washed her face, and her previously messy hair was now smooth. Her small palm-sized face was naturally beautiful without makeup. She timidly looked at Maxim. Senior, you can't do this. Maxim looked at Karina kindly. Hello, you are. I'm a new freshman, Dolores. You might not recognize me. I just overheard this. You can't tell the department head about Conroy because. Her little face paled, determined to take the fall. I caused Conroy's injuries, and I smashed his car. Maxim was stunned. That's impossible. Conroy hadn't expected Karina to say such a thing either. His panicky and angry expression turned to one of guilty delight. Karina took a deep breath. It's true, senior. Conroy is being lenient with me as a girl and doesn't want you to tell the department head. If you do, I'll be ruined. Please, senior, you can't do this. Maxim frowned, tightening and loosening his grip on the phone before finally backing down, but his eyes held a hint of dissatisfaction as he looked at Karina. I don't care what grudges you have, but don't ever do this again, especially you. Conroy freshmen should have better sense and manners. Even if your family is influential, basic decency is essential. His words made Karina's eyes well up. Conroy couldn't stand it anymore and shouted impatiently. Conroy, all right, since things are clear now, you can leave, Maxim. Maxim sighed, like a big brother exhausted by dealing with delinquent students, shaking his head as he wheeled himself out of the room. Conroy soon as Karina turned, she excitedly blinked at Maxim and stuck out her tongue when Conroy couldn't see. Like a cunning kitten. Soft and adorable on the outside, but venomously dark inside. Maxim's Conroy's apple bobbed up and down as he lowered his gaze and left the room. The moment Karina closed the door, Conroy de Bayo's voice rang out. Lev objectives favorability plus 10, current favorability 35. Levy my goodness, Conroy de Bayo was in awe. Karina turned to Conroy and let out a sigh of relief. Scared me half to death, but thankfully, it's all okay. Conroy looked at Karina with even more complicated and conflicted eyes. He closed his eyes. Conroy, alright, you can leave. Don't go to places like that again, and keep last night a secret. Karina nodded vigorously. Leave IK. She appeared obedient and innocent, with only her crush on her mind. Perhaps, as a wife, she would be a decent choice. Conroy froze, pinching himself to stop thinking absurd thoughts. He liked Rosanna. He was still waiting for Rosanna to come home. Monique took a taxi back to school and asked her teacher for leave, saying she had some family matters to attend to at home. How could the teacher deny leave to a Marnie? The homeroom teacher immediately granted her request with a wave of the hand. Monique happily took the slip and prepared to go home to do something very important. Making money. She originally had some spending money given by the Mu family. Conroy, though it was a pittance compared to what Rosanna received, it was still a considerable sum relative to her poor household. However, all that money had already been used to pay Maxim's hospitalization fees. The school wasn't far from home, so Monique wasn't in a hurry. After having lunch, she even took a nap. Waking up naturally at 4 in the afternoon, she took a shower, changed into a light purple dress, applied some lipstick, and headed out. Many people greeted her on the way due to her high turnaround rate, and she responded with sweet smiles, without any airs. Someone on the school forum had quietly posted Monique's photo, sparking discussions about how this new girl was both graceful and adorable, with a great temper, making her the new campus beauty queen contender. Supporters of the original beauty queen immediately posted rebuttals, questioning if a few photos were enough to make such a judgment about the new girl who hadn't shown much presence yet. Unaware of the storm brewing on the forum, Monique was solely focused on the Mu family's business. To her, holding on to it served no real purpose. It would be better to give it to someone she liked, like Senior Lou. Jemmy. The time she arrived home, it was already dark. The Mu family treated her like an outsider, not even giving her a key. Fortunately, the security and butler recognized her and opened the door for her. Conroy. Soon as she entered, she heard a commotion and a boy's shrill voice. Who could it be? Levy, it's you, this country cousin. Nevin and his wife weren't home, and Seth had invited his classmates over to play. Monique smiled sweetly at the group of kids. This is my home too, can't I come home? Looking at Seth, she realized he probably hadn't recognized her as the ghost that night. Seth waved his hand dismissively. Who said this is your home? Conroy, you'll be married off soon. Get lost and don't bother me. Conroy classmate whispered, is this Zijiao's country sister? How different from what he said. Monique didn't get angry, instead, she skipped upstairs. The living room remained lively, while Monique returned to her room, laid on the bed, and sent a few messages to Seth happily while lying on her back with her legs up. Meanwhile, Seth stared wide-eyed at his phone screen. Hi, the talisman I left at your house sensed unusual activity, indicating the presence of something unclean. Send 3 million to my account, and I can drive it away right away. What the hell, so Monique was unclean? Conroy, those ghosts he encountered at night were related to her? Without hesitation, Seth transferred all the money from his allowance card, replying. I only have 1.5 million here. Kill her now. I'll get the rest from my parents tomorrow. Monique replied with a good, and watched the message confirming the receipt of 1.5 million happily. In the next second, she transferred it directly to Maxim. Senior, this is today's payment. Chapter 11, Fake Welgeemhave's Genuine Daughter vs. Real Crazy Gemma Gemoy, 11. Karina had started making plans right after scaring Seth by pretending to be a ghost that night. When it came to the easiest person in the Mu family to deceive, it was definitely this little brat. She pretended to be a ghost and contacted Seth, and as expected, she got this little brat to fall for it easily with just a few words. Karina happily hugged her phone and rolled around on the bed. She wasn't hungry since she ate a lot at noon. Just as she was about to take a shower and go to sleep, her phone vibrated. Hamilton replied quickly, what do you mean? Karina, Senior did very well today, so this is naturally your reward. Hamilton sat on his hospital bed, looking extremely complicated at the string of zeros displayed on his phone. The money he risked his life for wasn't even worth helping a young lady talk. Truly worthy of being a Mu family member, so disgustingly extravagant. Hamilton responded without any expression, thank you. Karina didn't mind his coldness, or rather, she simply didn't care about Hamilton's emotions or attitude. Not just Hamilton, but anyone else, she would never form any bonds or empathy with them. Night gradually enveloped everything, and the laughter downstairs disappeared, replaced by the sounds of the housekeeper tidying up. What would the original host do in this situation? She would proactively help the housekeeper tidy up, trying hard until the housekeeper eventually liked her kindness. The previously quiet black mass began chatting again. Host, now is a good time to gain the housekeeper's goodwill. Karina was watching a melodrama on her phone with curiosity, strangely finding similarities between herself and the crying, forgiving protagonist inside. How interesting, so people in this world like this kind of thing. This small world is really fun. Hearing the voice from the black mass, Karina stroked her chin thoughtfully, nodded, stood up, pushed open the door, and went downstairs. The black mass was overjoyed internally. It hadn't expected Karina to agree so easily. It decided that when Karina completed the task and returned, it would give her the highest score. With her long black hair reaching her waist and wearing a white silk sleeping dress, Karina floated into the kitchen like a ghost. The housekeeper hadn't heard anyone approaching and was complaining, playing so late and making such a mess, so annoying, useless brat. I heard that. Conroy's sweet voice sounded behind the housekeeper, who was so startled that her whole body trembled. The teacup in her hand shattered on the ground. She suddenly turned around. Seeing Karina's dark eyes, her heart raced wildly, almost letting out a scream. What on earth? How could someone walk without making any sound? Jemmett, it was just that weak fake miss. The housekeeper sighed in relief and waved her hand. Don't block me while I clean up. She wasn't too friendly towards Karina. Conroy's a good dog. The housekeeper knew that the masters of the household and the young master didn't like this girl. So there was no need to treat her like a real lady. Karina smiled even sweeter, raising her phone. I said, I heard that. Should I play it for Mommy, Daddy, and my brother? The housekeeper's face turned pale, looking at her incredulously. What do you mean? Karina blinked cutely. Exactly what I said. Conroyfter saying that, she turned to leave upstairs. Scared, the housekeeper called out, wait. Don't. She took a deep breath, softening her tone. Second miss, please don't make things difficult for me. Karina nodded, leave IK. Then you have to respect and love me. If I feel even a bit uncomfortable, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The housekeeper choked, thinking this fake miss might have some issues. Forget it, whatever, it's just surface-level politeness anyway. Conroyfter all, she was just a little girl, and she could always say bad things about Karina to Madame later to get rid of her. The housekeeper put on a standard smile and nodded, yes, Mississippi. Looking at Karina, she felt an inexplicable discomfort, feeling Karina's smile seemed even more fake than hers. Jemmett upon closer inspection, it looked innocent and pure again. Karina felt comfortable. She didn't care what others thought as long as they didn't upset her outwardly. In fact, she hadn't recorded anything the housekeeper said just now. The black mass sent a string of ellipses in its mind. Shouldn't have hoped for anything from the host. Karina didn't return to her room but instead found Rosanna's car keys and left. She skillfully drove the car out and made a phone call. The call was quickly connected, and a pleasant, deep, and clear male voice sounded gently. Hello, may I ask if this is? Karina smacked her lips. Good night, Senior. I'm hungry. Would you accompany me to get some late-night snacks? Maxim. So she had memorized his phone number too, huh? Made sense, considering she knew about his bank card already. The girl's tone when making requests was very natural, and Maxim found it unbelievable. Why should I accompany you? Karina looked like it was the most reasonable thing in the world. Jemmicause among all people, I'm now closest with you, Senior, of course I'll find you. Senior, could you please accompany me? I can't sleep because I'm so hungry. Karina was in a good mood, and her voice was soft. Her tone wasn't commanding or spoiled but carried a hint of coquettishness that made it hard for anyone to say no. Maxim clenched his hand around the phone tighter. Why not look for Conroy? Conroy soon as he asked this, he regretted it. Conroy was still bedridden, how could he possibly accompany her? How did he even ask such a question? Karina didn't notice anything amiss and answered seriously, Senior, I'm almost at the hospital. Compared to finding Conroy, I'd rather find you, Senior. Maxim wanted to refuse, but the call on the other end hung up. Abelardo leaning by the window frowned, a rare look of confusion mixed with contradiction appearing on his usually handsome face. He pondered Karina's last words, his expression unreadable as a gentle breeze tousled his bangs. Sure enough, Karina arrived right after saying she would. 5 minutes later, his phone rang again. Come downstairs, Senior. Maxim sighed deeply, ultimately picking up the crutch prepared by the hospital and slowly went into the elevator. Conroy soon as he stepped out of the ward, he saw the girl in a white dress, who seemed even more beautiful than in the daytime. Tonight's sky had no moon, yet she was that moon. Maxim averted his gaze. What do you want to eat? Despite having a cast on one leg, bandages on his arm and waist, and wearing hospital clothes, he still looked incredibly good. Karina laughed happily. Come on, get in the car. What should we eat? I'm not familiar with this place, let Senior take me. Maxim sat in the passenger seat, gave a light snort, and curved his lips slightly. Let's go. Taking this pampered young lady to a roadside dive, her expression must be priceless. Chapter 12, Fake Welgeemhaved True Missus vs True Crazy Gemma Gemoy, 12. The car stopped near a night market by the hospital. Stalls lined the roadside, and young people gathered around makeshift tables, holding glasses of alcohol and shouting loudly. This place was heaven for night shift workers and poor students. Conroy $1 million car here seemed quite out of place. Many people looked at the vehicle and were even more surprised when they saw an exceptionally beautiful girl getting out of the driver's seat. Maxim got out of the car, noticing those gazes which triggered a fleeting sense of annoyance. However, the feeling vanished as soon as he heard Karina's voice. Wow, this looks amazing. Karina's eyes lit up as she found an empty seat and sat down, waving Maxim over. Karina wasn't pretending this time. She genuinely felt delighted and curious. During her time at the Realm Management Bureau, she barely had any contact with the outside world. Later on, just when her teacher finally prepared to take her out, she ended up stabbing him. Conjoined then she stayed in prison ever since. Like a well-protected domesticated kitten, she was extremely curious about everything outside. Maxim's narrow eyes watched Karina with a smile, though no one knew how genuine that smile was. He ordered several skewers of grilled kidneys, something most girls wouldn't eat, along with some brain flowers and silkworm pupae. Unfortunately, the little lady had to drive and couldn't drink. He tilted his face to look at her, wanting to see her disdainful expression, but instead, Karina took a bite and smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight. That sweet and innocent happiness made Maxim's lips twitch involuntarily. It seems different from what he imagined. He simply wanted Karina to stop calling him in the future, but it turned out he might have achieved the opposite effect. Karina licked her lips, still savoring the taste. Senior really knows how to eat. You must accompany me for all my late-night snacks from now on. Before Maxim could respond, Karina blinked at him again. I can pay extra. Maxim's smile faded as he stared at Karina for a few seconds, then lowered his eyes, his long lashes covering his deep pupils. My pleasure. Karina only returned home at dawn, tearing off all the talismans Seth had stuck around the house, and went back to her room. Lying on her bed, she felt the life in the small world was indeed wonderful. She drafted a text message to Seth and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Karina was woken up by Seth's screams. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, hearing Seth shriek in terror outside. Aggie. Dad. Get rid of that country woman Dolores immediately. She's a ghost. Conroy vengeful ghost. Seth was going insane. In the morning, he thought the things he feared had been completely destroyed, but then he saw that bloody message. The Taoist said that the vengeful spirit in his house was too powerful, not only unable to be eradicated but also counterattacked him. The picture showed a shadow spitting blood in darkness. When Seth kept sending messages frantically asking for help, there was no response. Wasn't he dead yet? Seth almost went crazy with fear. Just as the MUs were returning from a meeting, Seth was crying and complaining to his parents hysterically. Nevin frowned deeply, saying to his wife, "Look at what you've raised. Making up such nonsense. You really indulge him too much." Susie didn't look pleased either. She knew feudal superstitions were a sensitive topic for Nevin. She had nearly lost all their fortune due to her belief in these things before, almost leading to divorce. Seth knew this too, so he hadn't told his parents and secretly sought help from a Taoist. Gemmet now, he couldn't hold back any longer or else he would really go crazy. Seth cried and pleaded, "Really? Gemma, leave me, Dad." Conroy at that moment, a gentle female voice sounded. "What's wrong?" Dolores's door opened, and the girl in a white dress walked out, rubbing her eyes and greeted, "Aggie, Dad, good morning." Her voice was still soft from just waking up, and her exposed skin gleamed like fine jade. Susie frowned and said sharply, "Shouldn't you be at school?" "What are you doing back?" Seth jumped up, twisting his face as he pointed at Yuan and screamed. "Get out. You vengeful ghost. You're here to ruin us. Why don't you just die? I'll kill you." His voice was high-pitched and thin, causing Nevin more headaches. He slapped Seth's head, "Shut up." Nevin's gaze softened as he looked at Yuan, "Good morning." His eyes glanced over Yuan's face and legs. Grabbing Seth by the neck, he dragged him into the room. Conwember also followed Nevin into Seth's room. Karina stared at the closed door, feeling uneasy as she scratched her arm with her fingernails, tilting her head nervously. "Conroy de Bayo, do you feel something is off?" "Conroy de Bayo, it seems a bit off, but it didn't dare say." Karina whispered to herself, "Nevin's gaze just now made me uncomfortable." She didn't understand these things, but her intuition was as sharp as that of a small animal. Whatever makes me uncomfortable should just disappear. Finally, Conroy de Bayo spoke up, "Well, host, calm down, maybe you're wrong. Listen Karina, we just need to complete the mission. Ignore the rest, with your current progress, the mission will be finished soon, and then you'll be free." Karina stopped talking, shook her hair, and went back to her room. She had class today. She very naturally claimed Rosanna's car for herself and ransacked Rosanna's room, selling everything that could be sold, which amounted to over 1 million. Conroy soon as she got the money, Karina directly transferred it to Maxim. She had no concept of money or material things, but Maxim was in trouble. Maxim stared at the number on his phone, frowning silently. So, was this the reward for accompanying her to have night snacks? Was Karina crazy? The Mu family couldn't afford such extravagance even if they were rich. What was she thinking? Maxim almost wanted to return the money immediately, but he held back. He had long been willing to do anything for money. What did the fleeting sense of morality in his heart just now matter? He had so many things to do. It was rare to encounter someone so gullible and wealthy. Of course, he should take full advantage. Gemmet, when the time came, if he succeeded, would that young girl be sad and miserable when she knew that the one who ruined the Mu family was him? Her beautiful, soft smile inexplicably floated into his mind. Maxim shook his head and took a deep breath. When the time came, he would likely have more means to get what he wanted, including that moon. The sunlight outside the window made his deep and handsome features look like a perfect jade sculpture. The pale, gentle youth stood by the window, lowering his eyes, and no one knew the hidden turmoil beneath the calm surface. Chapter 13, Fake Welgenehaved True Elitist vs Real Crazy Conroilfa, 13. Conroifter struggling alone for so long, suddenly having someone barge in and bring him so many benefits made Yael feel conflicted. The sudden tearing apart of this barrier left him feeling conflicted. He looked at the caregivers and nutrition meals arranged by Macy and felt a hint of hesitation for the first time. Gemmed, it was only a slight one and quickly vanished completely. He would eventually take back everything that should be his. The schoolmates soon found out about Yael's car accident and hospitalization, but few came to visit him. It wasn't because Senior Lu had poor relationships with others, rather, he was so popular that everyone felt they hadn't gotten close enough to him to warrant a visit at the hospital. Everyone liked Senior Lu, yet nobody could get truly acquainted with him. No one could have imagined that the gentle and cultured Senior Lu was the same person as the wild motorcycle racer. During class, Macy overheard girls from behind chatting about Senior Lu again. They were excitedly discussing whether they should seize the opportunity of his hospitalization to give gifts and build closer relationships. Curious, Macy perked up her ears, not even listening carefully to her favorite advanced math lecture. Unfortunately, in the end, the girls gave up. No one dared to approach Senior Lu. Senior Lu was like a flower on a high mountain. Though gentle and affable, he seemed beyond reach. Listening to these discussions, Macy rubbed her chin. She didn't think it was that exaggerated. He was reliable, responsive, and good-looking, the only person she truly liked in this world. Probably just like how she loved the pink plush toy she had recently bought. Conroifter class, Martha and her two roommates invited Macy to eat, and she gladly accepted, which debunked the rumors of Macy putting on airs. Conroit the cafeteria, just after Macy placed her bag on the seat, the boys who had been quietly following her surged forward, like landing troops, occupying the seats closest to her. Martha rolled her eyes looking at those boys. What are these people thinking? Can someone like Macy be pursued by you guys? Abelardos were unwilling to admit defeat. If we can't pursue, is looking during meals also unacceptable? Martha. Conroy, as long as you're happy. Macy soon sat down with her tray. Rich young Mrs. rarely dined in the school cafeteria, causing many people to secretly watch her. Macy picked up some stir-fried bean sprouts with her chopsticks, finding the taste quite nice. In fact, everything she ate now tasted delicious. While working at the Plain Management Jimuro, she had been consuming nutrient solution every day, thinking eating was merely for survival. Now, she realized that eating could also be an enjoyment. The girls soon chattered excitedly. Martha eagerly shared new gossip. Did you know? Senior Yael was hospitalized due to a car accident, and Senior Trinity plans to visit and confess to Senior Lu. Is this Senior Trinity the second-year campus beauty? Yes, yes. It said she has liked Senior Lu for a long time, but he previously rejected her once. Gemmet, speaking of which, isn't the current campus beauty supposed to be our little Macy now? Macy is new here, I guess many haven't seen her yet. Jemmy the way, isn't there a welcoming party coming up? Levin's Macy stands on stage, the title will be yours right away. Wait. Macy, have you finished eating already? Martha stared at Macy's empty plate, comparing it with hers and her roommates, who still had more than half their plates left after only 10 minutes of chatting. Macy happily licked her lips, delicious. Her smile curved beautifully, making her eyes crescent-shaped. Nearby boys at other tables saw this and ended up having 2 extra bowls of rice. Martha was amazed. You're so slim, yet you eat so much without being picky, really changing my impression of rich young ladies. Macy blushed and smiled, curiously asking. How do you all know so much about Senior Lu? Martha showed her phone to Macy, from the forum. Levier School's internal forum, a hub for gossip. Jemmy the way, I had finished reading all posts about Senior Lu before the start of school, those photos, absolutely stunning. Eyes sparkling, Macy took the phone to look at those posts. Many pictures of Yael were candid shots. In the lab wearing blast-proof glasses, slightly tilting his head, biting his lips while holding a focused gaze and a perfect jawline, during sports events, organizing activities, even eating. Gemmet Macy suddenly recalled him covered in blood in his riding suit and thought that was the most beautiful scene. His fragile wildness and fervent strength hidden under that gentle exterior was such a gorgeous madness. Macy licked her lips, really very good looking. Martha took back her phone and sighed, I wonder who will pluck this high mountain flower. Could it really be Trinity Senior? Maybe. They say people are easiest to be won over when they're at their most vulnerable. Conroy's the girls chatted, they tidied up their bowls and chopsticks and left the cafeteria. The moment Macy left, the boys at the surrounding tables dispersed immediately. Conroy at the same time, several posts about Macy appeared on the forum. The girls walked towards the dormitories, chatting happily. Macy always spoke slowly and softly, with no temper and a fondness for smiling, which left everyone with a particularly good impression of her. When she was surrounded by others, she seemed like a little treasure pet. Since Macy and Martha's dormitory wasn't in the same building as the others, they parted ways at a fork in the road. Macy was just about to return to the dormitory to browse the school forum when she stopped upon seeing someone downstairs. Conroy, middle-aged woman, carried a cloth bag, wearing an old coat washed until it was almost white, with gray temples, no worried look on her face. She was looking around anxiously. Seeing Macy's figure, she paused, then smiled, quickly approaching before hesitating and stopping again, revealing a hesitant and doubtful expression. Is this really her daughter? Why does she seem so different from before? Macy walked forward slowly and gave a perfectly standard smile. Aggie? Vita let out a sigh of relief, hiding the unease in her heart, stepping forward with a kind smile and handing the package to Macy. Macy, this is some food and clothes I prepared for you. Aggie misses you. How have you been living with the Mu family? Have you suffered any? Conroy, she said this, Vita's eyes welled up. It's all Aggie's fault for being incapable. If Aggie could afford your tuition, you wouldn't have to endure such hardships. In that prominent family, you must remember to be cautious at all times. She acted like a truly concerned and guilty mother. Suddenly, Macy laughed softly, cooing. Aggie, don't worry. I'm living really well with the Mu family. Everyone loves me there. Whatever I want, I get. I even feel like I was meant to be part of the Mu family. Chapter 14, Fake Well-Behaved Genuine Conroe Aristocrat vs. Real Crazy Gemid Wolf, 14. When Macy said this, there was nothing wrong with her tone, and she seemed to be chatting amicably with a smile. Yet it instantly made Vita's face pale. Vita's heart raced wildly, her fingers turning cold. The girl before her suddenly felt extremely unfamiliar. She stared at Macy almost in terror for a few seconds until Macy tilted her head, her voice as unruffled as always. Aggie, what's wrong? Vita took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She forced a very awkward smile, sizing up Macy's expression and cautiously asked. Macy, why would you say something like that all of a sudden? You are my daughter, even though you're at the Mu family, you can't forget your mom. Macy nodded vigorously, Lev, of course not. I absolutely won't forget Aggie. Levenly then did Vita let out a sigh of relief, thinking she might have overreacted. Gemid, a lingering, inexplicable sense of unease remained in her heart. She had originally intended to talk to Macy a bit more, but now she lost her appetite. Conroy, warning Macy not to draw too much attention to herself, she excused herself and left. Macy didn't try to stop her. With a polite smile, she bade farewell, taking the items from Vita and standing downstairs to see her off. Vita walked out of the school premises with her mind preoccupied, a strange anxiety mingling with fear. Conroy, she wandered in her thoughts, she turned back instinctively after walking quite a distance. She expected Macy to have already gone upstairs, but surprisingly, Macy was still standing there, staring directly in her direction. From afar, Vita couldn't make out Macy's features clearly, yet she strangely felt that gaze fixed on her, cold and chilling. Vita shivered and hurriedly turned away, quickly leaving the campus. It wasn't until Vita's figure disappeared at the school gate that Macy withdrew her gaze. She rummaged through the bag Vita had brought, finding nothing valuable inside, she casually tossed it into the garbage pile downstairs. The mess of thoughts in her head was cheerfully encouraging her, Host, you did great, so polite. It's just that you shouldn't have thrown the things away. Gemid, I don't expect too much from you, Host. Your surface-level performance was quite good. Macy was absent-minded, only feeling that Vita was rather skilled. Vita always used this seemingly caring but actually controlling method to keep the original host firmly in her grasp, stirring feelings of gratitude and guilt, making the original host unable to rebel. She slowly climbed upstairs, tidying up her things hastily, preparing to commute these next few days. Because she wanted to make money again. Next week was military training, so she needed to seize this opportunity to get more money. No, it should be getting it into Anton's hands. Thinking of Anton, Macy remembered what they had talked about earlier regarding Trinity Shuesher's plan to confess her feelings. If this senior sister really succeeded, would Maxim become distracted by love and abandon his ambitions or stop collaborating with her? Macy had never experienced or seen such a situation, but from those melodramas she recently watched, many people were like that. Gemiding her finger thoughtfully, she felt oddly anxious, pacing around the dormitory before finally going downstairs to drive away. She planned to visit the hospital, but before that, she had to return to the Mu residence first. Nevin and Kelsey were rarely home these days, and if she wanted to accelerate the mission's progress, she needed to earn their favor. Conroy arriving home just in time for lunch, some people looked dissatisfied with Macy's presence, others harbored dislike silently, while someone else wore a gentle expression. Macy called out sweetly, Dad, Aggie, to which Nevin nodded, his voice gentle. Why are you back? Macy took off her thin jacket and handed it to the nearby nanny, replying softly. Nothing much is happening at school lately. Military training starts next week, so I came back home to visit. Then she gracefully sat at the table, behaving like an impeccably mannered young lady, effortlessly ordering the nanny around. Though the nanny cursed Macy inwardly thousands of times, she didn't dare be disrespectful in front of Nevin and hung up Macy's clothes. Nevin was pleased with Macy's demeanor. He felt that a young lady should indeed act this way, especially since she was beautiful and obedient. Initially, Nevin had considered Kelsey's scheme of switching identities a bad idea, but now he felt that having this young girl in the household wasn't bad at all. Kelsey, however, found Macy's demeanor intolerable, feeling a strong sense of dissonance. Just half a month ago, when Macy had first arrived, she had been meek and timid, but now, she seemed like a completely different person, a change so drastic it felt eerie. However, before Kelsey could think more about it, Macy smiled warmly at her. Aggie, you look so good in that shirt today, and your new hair color really makes you look young. You look no more than 30. Conroy was taken aback but instantly felt at ease. Yesterday, no one at home had noticed her new clothes and new hair color, but she hadn't expected Macy to notice and compliment her so sweetly. Though Conroy was often flattered, no one disliked being praised too much, especially when Macy looked exceptionally sincere. She lifted her chin and smoothed her collar, looking much more relaxed. You have a good eye. This shirt is a new limited edition. Macy's eyes widened slightly. Wow, that's impressive. So, it was like this. It turned out that getting along with people could be achieved by such natural compliments, so impressive. Macy found it quite interesting. The tragic dramas weren't for nothing. This time she learned from the female secondary character everyone liked in those dramas. Conroy de Bayo marveled again. It had to admit Macy was the smartest and quickest learner it had ever seen, even though she was a little mad girl who had never been exposed to the outside world. The meal went surprisingly harmoniously, but Macy felt a bit disappointed not to see Seth. It seemed Seth had probably been lectured by Nevin and was so angry she refused to eat. Macy wondered what expression Seth would have if she knew how much more Macy was being liked now. Conroy after dinner, Nevin actually took the initiative to chat with Macy, asking how things were at school. Macy subtly hinted that she didn't have enough money and her equipment was poor. Nevin immediately waved his hand and transferred $1,000,000 to her to buy a decent car. Conroy, in a good mood because of Macy's flattery, surprisingly didn't object. Macy smiled and thanked him, thinking how rich the Mu family must be if they forgot about the $2,000,000 car owned by Rosanna. Even better. She looked at the transfer record on her phone and secretly licked her lips. Now that she knew the account, maybe she should learn some hacking skills. It would make earning money much easier in the future. Gemmet before that, she should visit her collaborator, tell him this good news, and see if he had been approached by Senior Trinity. Chapter 15, Fake Polite Rich Girl vs. Truly Crazy Wolf, 15. In the private ward, Cordelia's face was slightly flushed as she held an exquisite lunch box in both hands and presented it to Kip with a gentle and charming smile. Senior Lou, I made these pastries myself. Do you like them? Kip sat on the bed, smiling faintly. His injuries didn't make him look less appealing, rather, the gentle young man acquired a touch of delicate and pale beauty. When Cordelia first entered, she was momentarily stunned by the sight. Her heart was racing, especially when she met Kip's narrow, deep black eyes, filled with gentleness. She almost lost herself in those eyes, hoping to see her reflection in them. Unfortunately, Kip only nodded politely, his cool smile carrying a perfect distance. Thank you, Cordelia, but I have specialized rehabilitation meals. Your effort is much appreciated. Though his tone was mild, it was a clear rejection. Cordelia felt her smile faltering. She was the school beauty with excellent family background, always pursued by boys from school. None of them met her standards until now. She believed only Kip was worthy of her. Gemmet, why did he maintain this attitude? Cordelia withdrew her hand awkwardly, thinking she had never seen Senior Lou treat anyone specially. He was kind, friendly, and polite to everyone, but that was all. Cordelia wanted to say more. Kip chuckled softly again and said gently, Cordelia, you are very outstanding, and you will definitely find someone most suitable for you. It was well known that Cordelia fancied Kip, so he responded clearly, giving no chance and not stringing her along. What a principled boy, Cordelia thought. Sadly, she was still rejected. Conroy bit choked up and aggrieved, her voice rose. Why not give it a try? Even just 1 month to see if we are compatible. If it doesn't work out, we can break up then. Kip's expression became a little more serious. That wouldn't be responsible towards you or me. The thoughtful and serious senior spoke with conviction. His handsome features seemed flawless under the sunlight. Conroy being addressed this way would find it hard to argue. He was always aloof yet close, unreachable yet warm, like the moon high up in the sky. Cordelia concealed her tears, took a deep breath, and put on a proud smile. Conroy, right, since I've been refused twice, I won't insist anymore. Gemmet, Kip, I'm really curious who you would end up with. Kip lowered his gaze and chuckled. Just then, the door opened abruptly, and a sweet voice called out. Levy? Someone's here. Kip's fingers tightened briefly on top of the blanket, and his downcast pupils seemed even deeper where no one could see. Cordelia looked over in surprise and recognized Karina. Conroy, you? Dolores? Karina nodded and walked in with a smile. Yes, Senior Trinity, I've heard of you. You're truly beautiful. Even prettier than in photos. Cordelia, somewhat unprepared for such direct compliments, blushed and smiled back, examining Karina subtly. Though reluctant to admit it, Karina was indeed prettier than in her online photos. Conroy sighed from her superior features and slender figure. Karina exuded youthful innocence. Since entering the room, she maintained a bright, adorable smile. Seeing Karina's cute expression, Cordelia's previously gloomy mood lightened. No one dislikes a polite and beautiful girl. Their relationship quickly warmed up with Karina's words. Cordelia laughed and said, You're here to visit Senior Lou too? Too bad he's a cold flower. Just warning you, don't approach him. He can break girls' hearts. Karina tilted her head. Really? Senior broke your heart? Kip smiled but remained silent, a hint of amusement in his eyes as if saying, please continue your performance. Cordelia sighed half-jokingly, yeah, he turned me down again. So sad. Karina widened her eyes dramatically, how could that happen? What terrible taste Senior has. Don't be sad, Senior. It must be because he thinks he's not worthy of you. Gemicides, women are more beautiful alone. Who needs those smelly men anyway? Cordelia couldn't help laughing at Karina's humor, you're right. Gemi the way, what brings you here? Karina had a serious expression, I was chosen as the freshman representative. The department head asked me to find Senior Lu to revise the speech. Cordelia nodded, suddenly understanding, so that's it. No wonder she didn't look like she was here to visit Kip, she came in alone without flowers or gifts, clearly uninterested in him. She smiled, Conroy right, I'll take my leave then. You two carry on. Karina waved sweetly, goodbye, Senior. Soon, the door to the ward closed, leaving only Karina and Kip inside. The sweet smile still hadn't faded from Karina's face when Kip's low, slightly hoarse and teasing voice sounded. Sugar-coated little tiger with a black heart. Karina sat down next to Kip's bed, what's that weird metaphor about? Kip shook his head, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Karina. His voice took on a lazy tone, and as his expression relaxed, the rebellious side of him emerged fully, the epitome of a delinquent. Really just here as a freshman representative for the speech revision? Karina nodded, Lev of course. Jiming selected as the freshman representative was part of the original plot. Given her high status and Nevin's excellent relationship with the board, it was almost certain that Dolores would be chosen as the representative. Gemmet the original Dolores was timid, practically invisible, not daring to ask anyone to revise her speech. When she did go on stage, her voice was so soft it was barely audible, stumbling over her words until she faced ridicule from the audience. Upon hearing Karina's firm answer, Kip felt a strange sinking feeling, and even the good mood from seeing her act silly and flatter him vanished. Gemmet Karina continued. Gemmet revising the speech is just an excuse. Mainly, I wanted to see if you would agree to Senior Trinity's request because, truthfully, I really don't want you to date. Kip's heart skipped a beat, his eyes dropping to Karina's slender, fair wrist. Why? Karina stated matter-of-factly, you're working for me now. Dating will definitely slow me down. I need to speed things up, to make Conroy fall for me as quickly as possible. You can't get distracted. If you turn out to be love-struck, my plans will be delayed again. Kip didn't raise his eyes, suddenly letting out a light laugh, but it sounded somewhat cold, love-struck? Marnie, are you talking about yourself? So eager to win a man's love? Especially a man who lacks responsibility and is utterly worthless. Chapter 16, Fake Sweetheart True Conroy Aristocrat vs Real Insane Gemmed Wolf, 16. Karina didn't get angry, she simply turned her head to look at him, blinking her eyes. I'm not love-struck, but I do urgently need his love. Her eyebrows and eyes were incredibly beautiful, with almond-shaped eyes that are the most youthful, bright and clear like water, shimmering with light. Maxim looked into her eyes and saw no trace of shyness or affection when mentioning someone she liked. He inexplicably felt a bit irritated, rarely losing control of his emotions like this. Really, Dolores, how can someone like him be worthy? The gentlemanly and polite scholar uncharacteristically criticized others mercilessly for the first time, the defiant sharpness in his gaze unabashed. Karina leaned closer with a newfound curiosity, the curve at the corner of her mouth growing wider. So you think the same as me? I also think he's not worthy, but doesn't this contradict my need for his love? Love, of course, it contradicts. Maxim couldn't help but curl his fingertips, taking a deep breath. However, he and Karina were merely using each other, he shouldn't involve himself too much. Conroy Dazzling Moon was not something he could dare dream of, yet once he reached the peak, perhaps he could imprison that moon within his own world. The young man lowered his eyes to hide the turbulent emotions beneath, speaking softly. Let me see the draft. Karina tossed the tablet in her hand to Maxim, who picked up the stylus and began writing with downcast eyes. It was the first time Karina witnessed Maxim working seriously, his slightly pursed lips, focused eyes, and handsome cold demeanor reminded her of an iceberg under sunlight, fresh and radiant yet icy cold. She tilted her head to watch him for a while, then stood up and was about to leave when Maxim suddenly reached out to pinch the hem of her clothes. Karina. Maxim spoke softly, quickly loosening his grip on her hem and pointed to a small box by the bedside, I kept these for you. Opening the box revealed freshly washed strawberries, with their leaves carefully removed. Karina immediately found herself craving them and didn't hesitate to eat them all in one go, licking her lips only to realize Maxim was watching her. Maxim put on his gold-rimmed glasses, the long lashes casting gray shadows over his slender eyes, gentle and beautiful. Karina's heart skipped a beat, suddenly reaching up to remove Maxim's glasses, smiling, you look better without glasses. Maxim froze, not expecting such a sudden move. His cheeks tingled where Karina's fingers lightly touched him, feeling warm behind his ears. He stared at the glasses taken off by Karina for a moment, then curled the corner of his mouth and whispered, Levi K. He continued revising Karina's manuscript while Karina fiddled with her phone beside him, looking even more absorbed than Maxim. Sunlight streamed through the window, scattering like broken mercury, giving the air a serene and wonderful feel. Gemmet, the seemingly harmonious pair harbored different thoughts, their hearts swirling with turmoil. Maxim meticulously revised Karina's manuscript, and just as he closed the tablet, Karina smiled with extreme delight, locking her phone cheerfully and turning to look at Maxim. Stunned by her smile, Maxim felt dizzy for a moment, his heart trembling as he averted his gaze. Due to his long silence, his voice sounded somewhat hoarse when he finally spoke. It's done. Right this moment, Karina was in exceptionally high spirits. Just now, she traced Nevin's account and dug up many things from the dark web. Her phone had been connected to Rosanna's computer at home, allowing her to retrieve detailed records of Nevin's accounts after some maneuvers. Her intelligence verged on supernatural, recognizing suspicious transactions at a glance. She quietly transferred those funds away, leaving Nevin too scared to report it. With sparkling eyes, Karina turned to Maxim. Good news. I've got more money. Your salary is secured. Maxim's lips twitched, contradictorily, there's already plenty. He found Karina increasingly peculiar, all contradictions converging in this young girl, compelling him to investigate further. Karina laughed. Who wouldn't want more money, senior? You don't seem like someone with morals and principles. This was the first time anyone said this to Maxim, yet he laughed along. True. He looked straight at Karina. What if I use this money to harm the Mu family? Karina waved her hand carelessly. That's none of my concern, Karina. Maxim was taken aback, his brows furrowing as he wanted to say something more. However, Karina got up and waved her hand. I asked the doctor. You'll likely be discharged around the same time as Conroy. Remember to do your share of work when you return to school. See you, senior. She winked sweetly at Maxim before walking out the door. Led on the way back to school, Marchuan, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up in Karina's mind. Karina, what exactly are you planning to do? Marchuan had given up on trying to stop Karina, probably realizing that even if it tried, it would be futile. Now it only gave slight prompts when a target appeared. Conroy, as long as Karina could complete the mission, it no longer wished to interfere. Conroy it seemed to have a vague understanding of Karina's intentions. Sure enough, Karina explained with her usual good temper, getting the Mu family into trouble and then stepping in to save them will certainly speed up the process, won't it? Marchuan fell silent. Indeed, you live up to your reputation, little weirdo. Next came the military training, and after its conclusion, the freshman welcome party. During this period, Karina acted just like an ordinary student, obedient and adorable, with outstanding popularity. Conroy's the 2 weeks of military training came to an end. Karina stood out among the crowd, not having tanned at all. The forum was flooded with posts about her, especially those proclaiming her as the new school beauty, with no one disputing it anymore. It was Cordelia's friend who showed her the post, feeling somewhat indignant on her behalf. You know, being the school beauty isn't just about looks, right? We don't know her character, grades, or abilities. I still think you're better, Cordelia. Cordelia smiled gently. I've met Karina once. She is very cute and excellent. I like her too. Her friend was surprised. Cordelia had always been a proud person with a strong competitive spirit, rarely praising of a rival like this. Until her friend accompanied Cordelia to give Karina a bottle of water and saw the wealthy young lady sweetly calling her sister, everything became clear. Who wouldn't love such a polite, soft, and well-mannered rich girl? The welcome party for freshmen at Gem University had always been grand, attended not only by freshmen but also by sophomores and juniors who were issued tickets. Each time, the ticket-grabbing frenzy on the app was comparable to a meet and greet with top-tier celebrities, let alone this year with Karina, rumored to compete with Cordelia for the title of school beauty. So when tickets went on sale 3 days in advance, the system crashed. Karina was busy, needing to speak as a freshman representative at the party. Student unions and many clubs coordinated with her, and after some interaction, Karina had become everyone's favorite. The day before the party, she returned home, preparing to improve her relationship with her younger brother and make her parents like her even more. Chapter 17, Fake Well-Jean Haved True Miss vs. Real Unhinged Gemmed Wolf, 17. Seth had just started middle school and had always been a prominent figure. Who didn't know he was the youngest son of the Mu family? Even the principal treated him with respect, and Seth felt above the law. The only person Seth feared was Nevin. Nevin was somewhat strict with him, but that so-called severity was mostly in words. Karina happened to be driving home along a route that passed by Seth's school. Seth attended the affiliated middle school of Gem University, where students were either academically excellent or from extremely wealthy families. Seth clearly belonged to the latter category. These days, Karina was thriving at school. Everything was new and fascinating, making her genuinely interested. She also enjoyed building relationships, keeping her spirits high. During this time, Pierre took advantage of Karina's good mood to offer some advice for the future. Karina neither agreed nor disagreed, simply reassuring Pierre with a soft demeanor. Pierre was genuinely concerned about this little weirdo but had no other choice but to retreat into silence. Conroy's Karina drove past Seth's school. She saw Seth being escorted out of the campus by a few boys. Not far away, the Mu family's conspicuous Rolls-Royce waited for the young master. Conroy's smile tugged at the corner of Karina's lips as she pulled up next to the Rolls-Royce and rolled down the window, laughing. Flint Jean, what a coincidence. Flint Jean was the Mu family's dedicated driver but had always been on the fringes of the family, unaware that Karina was a fake miss. He naturally responded respectfully. Yes, 2nd Mississippi. I'm waiting for young Flint to finish school. Karina smiled sweetly at him, her voice soft. Uncle Gene, thank you for your hard work. Why don't you head back now? I'll pick up Zijiao from school. This smile and the acknowledgement of his effort made Flint Gene feel particularly comfortable. It was normal for an elder sister to pick up her younger brother from school. He gratefully replied. That's very kind of you, 2nd Mississippi. Karina nodded to him and watched as the Rolls-Royce drove away. Flint Gene, in the car, recalled Karina's attitude and her smiling face, then thought of Rosanna who never deigned to look at anyone directly. Suddenly, he felt that 2nd Miss seemed more like a proper lady than the elder Miss. Seth walked out of the school and looked left and right but couldn't see the family car. Just as he was about to throw a tantrum, an especially familiar Gemently stopped in front of him. It seemed, it was his sister's car. Seth was startled. Before he could speak, he saw the face inside the car window. Despite the smile on that face, it made him instantly irritable. What the hell? Why are you driving my sister's car? How the hell did you get here? Karina smiled, though there wasn't a hint of warmth in her eyes. She quickly grabbed Seth's collar and calmly said. Zijiao, stop acting up. I am your sister. Come on, let me take you home. Seth, infuriated, wanted to jump with anger. I don't have a sister like you. Who knows what you even are? You're nothing but a ghost. Karina chuckled and tightened her grip, dragging Seth close to the car, appearing from the outside as if Seth was leaning into the car window to talk. Karina stared directly into Seth's eyes, her voice sweet yet eerie. Why aren't you behaving, little brother? Do you want me to kill you to make you behave? Seth shuddered and struggled fiercely, only to be dragged through the window into the car by Karina. Nearby students watched in surprise. Do rich people all get into their cars through the windows? Indeed, they are different. Karina pinned Seth in the passenger seat and even kindly helped him buckle his seatbelt. The moment the window closed, Seth felt the temperature in the car drop sharply. Karina's gaze earlier sent chills down his spine. Those dark eyes were like an abyss that could swallow a person whole, just like the ghost that night. Seth suddenly screamed, what the F********. Conroy, are you even human? Wasn't it you that night? What the hell are you? Karina pressed the accelerator, causing Seth's head to slam against the seat. His heart pounded wildly. He looked at Karina in terror, even more horrified when he noticed she was driving one-handed while the other hand held a small knife. Was this woman going to kill him? Seth, having never experienced such a situation, panicked and tried to unfasten his seatbelt to jump out of the car, but in his anxiety, he couldn't undo it. Karina spoke indifferently, don't bother. Even if you did, the doors are locked. Little brother, why are you being so naughty? She toyed with the knife in her hand, its sharp edge flashing menacingly between her fingers. Pierre was also dumbfounded. What do you plan to do, Karina? You haven't caused any trouble at school recently, and I thought you had become a bit more normal. Karina, calm down, you need to complete the mission. Karina ignored Pierre and instead looked at Seth, aiming the small knife at his neck. If I killed you, would anyone know? Seth's face turned ashen. Looking at Karina's expression, he suddenly realized she was serious. She really could do it. Seth finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Help, you evil woman, don't kill me. Karina loosened the grip of her knife slightly, and the cold blade touched Seth's cheek, making the poor little boy start hiccuping in fear. Karina's face remained expressionless, her voice still calm. I won't kill you, but you have to tell me where Rosanna is. Seth hesitated, his face changing. I don't know. Karina smiled. You and your sister share such deep sibling affection. You're the one who listens most to Rosanna. She has been missing for so long and hasn't been found because you've been giving her updates and sending her money. Conroy, admit it, you're very obedient to your sister. Can you listen to me too? I'm your sister too. Seth's heart raced. He never thought Karina knew about his arrangement with Rosanna. Upon hearing Karina's last sentence, he instinctively retorted, You're not my sister. As soon as those words left his mouth, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Terrified, his face went pale, and he shut his mouth tight. Seeing Seth's reaction, Karina knew she had guessed correctly. Rosanna must have indoctrinated her foolish brother with ideas of true love and free romance, making him blindly supportive. In the original storyline, Rosanna was never found and returned on her own. Karina wanted to expedite things and was quite curious about Rosanna too. Just how shameless and repulsive must someone be to do what happened in the original plot? The car was almost home, approaching a fork in the road. Karina's voice turned chilling. My dear little brother, I'll give you one last chance. Tell me where Rosanna is, and I'll take you home. If not, I'll take a turn, and you'll never get home. Seth, scared stiff, screamed. I'll tell you. Chapter 18, Fake Well-Behaved True Conroe Aristocrat vs. Real Mad Wolf, 18. Satisfied, Macy took Slade's phone and checked the chat between Slade and Mariah, confirming that Slade hadn't lied, before driving home steadily. The car stopped, she put away her knife and smiled as she moved closer to Slade. Don't tell Mariah I'm coming for her, or I'll make you suffer terribly. I'm a ghost who's cursed your phone. If anyone else said this, Slade would think they were insane. Gemmet with Macy, it felt different. The eerie atmosphere inside the car and the strange aura of the white-dressed long-haired girl reminded him of the bloody pictures from the master he contacted. Slade turned pale and nodded frantically. Feeling comfortable, Macy slowly drove into the gates of the Moo residence. Nevin and Conroymber were at home today. Conroy, soon as Slade got out of the car, he rushed to the living room, clinging to Conroymber and screaming. That country girl is a ghost. She wants to kill me. She's crazy. Nevin was on the phone with a business partner when Slade's screams made him frown. He glared disdainfully at Slade and moved away, covering the phone. Conroymber, adept at reading her husband's mood, quickly grabbed the frantic Slade, pulling him into her arms and covering his mouth. She found her son's behavior unbecoming. After all, Slade would inherit the Moo family business one day. Conroy 13, he still acted immaturely, which made her feel somewhat frustrated and disappointed, though she forgot how indulgent she used to be. Slade clung to Conroymber's sleeve, wiping his tears and staring fiercely at the door. Aggie. Get rid of that woman, Moo Conroyna. She's evil and deceitful, she just said she wanted to kill me. Conroymber twitched her lips, seeing the snot stain on her limited edition silk blouse. Her tone became stern. Quiet down. Your sudden outburst will only upset your father. Slade's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at his usually indulgent mother. Aggie. Your son is being bullied. Your son might be killed. You're scolding me for my outburst? Conroymber grew angry. Zijiao. How dare you speak to me like that? What have you learned? Slade, seeking comfort but receiving scolding instead, raised his voice even more. How am I speaking? What did I do wrong? Muffled by the phone call nearby, Nevin finally snapped, shut up. Macy entered to witness the chaotic scene. The moment Slade saw Macy, he stared with disgust and fear, ready to curse. Gemmet Macy spoke first. Her sweet, soft voice seemed out of place, tinged with worry and... Zijiao, what happened? Did I do something wrong? Slade's eyes nearly bulged out. You're pretending. You were about to kill me. Get out of my house. Just finishing his call, Nevin focused on the fragile yet beautiful and pale girl and the hysterical boy. His frown deepened, voice harsher. Slade. What are you yelling about? Then he softened his tone towards Macy. Tell me what happened. Macy twisted her dress hem, trying to calm herself. Her voice trembled slightly but logically. Levin, my way back from school, I saw Zijiao's school. I told Flint Jean to let me pick up Zijiao. I know Zijiao has always disliked me, so Sorry, I shouldn't have acted on my own. Jemmy the end, her eyes were red, but she held back her tears. The sight of her strong yet vulnerable demeanor made Nevin soften and prepare to console her. Gemmet Slade's shrill voice interrupted again, infuriated by Macy's act. What the hell? Conroy, are you an actress or something? How can you pretend so well, you bitch? Slap. Conroy's slap landed on Slade's face. It wasn't hard, leaving no mark, but it shattered the pride of the arrogant teenager. Nevin, furious, reprimanded, Slade. Watch your mouth, where's your manners? Conroy apologized to Sister Noemi immediately. Slade, shocked, covered his face. Tears welled up instantly. Rarely beaten, he was only spanked once by Nevin after accidentally breaking a classmate's leg. Gemmet this time, he was actually hit because of this wicked female ghost. His own father didn't believe him. Conroy and his mother too. Seth began to wail loudly, feeling more desperate than ever before. Conroy and Macy added fuel to the fire. She spoke with concern and guilt. It's all right, Dad. It's my fault. Zijiao is still young. Please don't be angry with him. Conroy. Seth wildly waved his arms, suddenly breaking free from Conroymber's hold and accidentally striking her. Conroymber stumbled back a step, watching helplessly as Seth sobbed and stormed out of the house, slamming the door hard and leaving behind a hateful shout, I hate you all. Conroymber's eyes reddened, not expecting her son's rebellious phase to come so early. Conroy and anxious, she wanted to chase after Seth. Nevin took a deep breath and said harshly, don't go. Has he gone mad? He even wants to run away from home? I'll see how far he can go. Macy lowered her head, finally unable to suppress her slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Gemmet in an instant, she looked up again with red eyes, appearing genuinely worried and eager. She stepped forward and whispered softly, Aggie and Dad, please don't be upset. Zijiao has always been a good boy, it's just that I haven't done enough to gain his approval. Conroy speaking, she turned to the butler and said, Maximilian, please go find young Flint and bring him back. The butler nodded and left. Nevin, still fuming, also let out a sigh of relief. He was actually worried about Seth too, but in his anger, he couldn't express his concern. Macy gave him a way out. Even Conroyber's opinion of Macy improved significantly. If Macy had complained about her hardships and hinted that Seth was bad, Conroyber would have disliked her. Gemmet now, she thought Macy was quite good. Conroyber sighed, well, there's a reason for this Darius's behavior. Not only does he not study well at school, but his personality has also become unruly. Macy nodded and softly said, Aggie, I may not have many advantages, but I do well in studies. How about I help Zijiao tutor? Conrember rubbed her temples. How many private tutors have we hired for him already, yet there's no improvement? Macy replied, that's because those tutors dare not be strict with Zijiao. If Aggie agrees, I can be stricter with him and ensure his grades improve. Conrember looked up at Macy and saw genuine care, determination, and kind flattery in her eyes. For the first time, she felt like they had truly found a treasure, almost wishing Macy were her real daughter. She nodded and exhaled. That would be wonderful. Chapter 19, Fake Love Obedient True Conroe Aristocrat vs Real Crazy Gemig Wolf Dog, 19. Macy poured another cup of tea for the two, and Maximilian, the butler, quickly brought Seth back. Seeing their son return, Nevin and his wife heaved a sigh of relief, instructing the butler to pull the still screaming Seth upstairs. Noticing the slight improvement in their moods, Macy smiled. I came back just to pick up some clothes for change. I will return to school after getting them since there's a freshman party tomorrow. Nevin nodded. The chancellor told me you're going to be a representative for the freshmen. Do your best. Hardworking, polite, humble, and beautiful, if only their real daughter Mariah were like this. Thinking of Mariah made the couple even more anxious. They couldn't find Mariah no matter how hard they tried. Every time they located her whereabouts, she would run away before they could reach her, as if playing hide and seek. They had kept the scandal of Mariah running away with a rogue man under wraps, so naturally, they had not found her. After all, it was an enormous disgrace, which the Mu family couldn't afford. Now, seeing Macy's demeanor and comparing it with Mariah, their frustration towards Mariah grew deeper. Nevin stood up and beckoned Macy, come to my study. Macy obediently nodded and politely sought confirmation from Veronica. Veronica also knew what Nevin wanted to do, probably giving Macy some material rewards, and nodded too. Thus, Macy followed Nevin into the study. Nevin put a bank card on the table directly. This is a black card, previously Rujuan had one as well. You've been doing well lately, bringing honor to the Mu family, so you can have this. Macy widened her eyes with apprehension. Really can? Nevin nodded. However, there's a monthly limit of 100,000 yuan on this card. If you teach Seth well, I'll raise it to 200,000. Macy gave a grateful smile, her face blushing. Gemmet, really, it's unnecessary. Being able to go to university now and having such good living conditions is already enough for me. Nevin scrutinized Macy closely and saw that she truly did not harbor greed, making him even more satisfied. Without forcing, Nevin pocketed the black card. If you don't want it, then forget about it. How about I gift you a house instead? Macy froze, intending to refuse, but Nevin waved his hand. This time, you can't say no. With a red face, Macy thanked him. Thank you, father. Her delicate and adorable features combined with this expression made her appear especially obedient. Nevin couldn't help but let his gaze linger on Macy for a moment. Then he walked toward her, his voice lowering. Do you want to marry Conroy? If you don't, it's not impossible. Before he finished speaking, Macy's phone rang suddenly. The ringing seemed to snap Nevin out of it. He frowned slightly and stopped walking. Macy lowered her head. I still have things to do, I'll go back to my room first. Her inner beast struggled to calm down Macy's raging emotions. Once Macy finally returned to her room, she picked up the call. It was Yael's first proactive call to her. His clear and soothing voice penetrated through her chaotic mind a little. Macy, I'm being discharged tomorrow, and tonight is your speech. Conroy, you ready? The senior's gentle words carried just the right amount of care. Unexpectedly, Macy responded, her voice sweet yet bone-chillingly cold. Yael, do you have a grudge against the Mu family? Silence stretched on the other end of the line for a while. When Macy started reaching for a dinner knife, she finally heard a response. The melodious male voice turned hoarse, suppressing intense emotion but still remained gentle. Yes. So, Macy regrets helping me? Fingertips playing with the gleaming dinner knife, Macy replied in a sweet yet viscous tone. Not at all, just feeling very pleased. Hearing this, Yael, standing alone in front of the hospital window, gazed at the moon in despair, not fully comprehending her response before she hung up. Left listening to the busy tone, the young man's vulnerable, solitary figure remained motionless by the window. After a long while, he exhaled slowly. He felt like he had just taken a walk through an icy abyss. Under the night sky, the youth who was usually refined as jade took on a trace of beauty and allure, his pale lips curled, muttering softly, Macy is a little crazy too. In the room, Macy had a poker face while seriously playing with a knife. Conroy de Bayo felt it could not remain silent any longer. It sensed that Macy was really going to kill someone, more intense than when she scared Seth earlier. It whispered, Macy, studies have shown that if two people with blood ties never know of each other's existence and meet as adults, they might easily fall in love at first sight. Gemmet, this mostly happens between siblings. Conroy de Bayo wanted to find a reasonable explanation for Nevin's actions. Macy, don't take it too seriously. Conroy, after all, he didn't show anything significant, right? Come on, just finish the task. Conroy, absolutely don't kill anyone. Macy remained silent, tilting her head to look at the small knife in her hand. She then raised her hand towards the lamp and spread her fingers. Through the light, her delicate, fair, and exquisite hand appeared almost translucent, having not done any housework since coming to the Mu family, making her hand even more like a perfect work of art. Such a hand would certainly look very beautiful if stained with bright red blood. Macy was completely lost in her own world. Conroy's slight discomfort was the key to unlocking her madness. Leavenly at this moment did Conroy de Bayo feel that its host was truly uncontrollable. Daring not to say another word, Conroy de Bayo fell silent for a long time before suddenly hearing Macy speak up. "You're right, I won't kill him." Conroy, after saying this, Macy suddenly smiled, lifted her hand to grab the knife, and made a deep cut on the back of her left hand. Gem-blood immediately gushed out, leaving a vivid red trail along her wrist. Scared out of its wits, Conroy de Bayo cried out, "Conroy! Conroy! Macy, you aren't trying to commit suicide, are you?" Macy withdrew her hand, looking at the wound on the back of her left hand with a hint of fascination. The sharp pain made her thinking clearer. "Lev, of course not. I haven't finished my mission yet, how could I bear to die?" She licked the wound on her hand and put down the knife. This was the first time she restrained herself. Deeming chaotic evil meant she always just did what felt good to her. Conroy de Bayo was both terrified and relieved. Conroy at the same time, Seth, after crying enough and swearing enough in his room, was about to take out his phone, nervously testing whether he could send a message to Mariah. Gem at the moment he opened the conversation with Mariah, the screen turned blood red. Under the blood red color, black figures seemed to be spreading. The crazy woman wasn't lying. Suddenly, the phone in his hand became icy cold, and he trembled violently, frantically opening the window and throwing the phone outside as far as he could. Then he buried himself under the blanket, hugging himself tightly. Leavey outside, the night was deep. Looking out the window, Macy curled her lips and thought, apparently, the small code uploaded to his phone earlier worked pretty well. Chapter 20, Fake Innocent True Heiress vs Real Crazy Gemma Gmoy, 20. The next morning, Macy was busy from the crack of dawn. She needed to rehearse for the evening's gala. Macy maintained her gentle and amiable demeanor, but her complexion appeared slightly pale. Despite the warm weather, she wore long sleeves. Cordelia, being the Conroy activities minister, noticed something was off with Macy after a brief conversation. Cordelia, worried, reached up to feel Macy's forehead. "What's wrong? You don't look well." Macy lifted her face and smiled sweetly. "It's nothing, nothing. Thank you, Senior Trinity." However, her voice sounded a bit hoarser than before. Cordelia nodded. "Don't overwork yourself, and don't be too nervous." With that, she handed Macy a bottle of water. Conroy's Macy took it. Cordelia suddenly frowned, gently catching Macy's wrist. Her gaze focused on the gruesome wound on Macy's hand, her tone growing more serious. "Macy, what happened?" Macy's eyes welled up with tears, but she shook her head and withdrew her hand into her sleeve, whispering, "It's nothing." Cordelia didn't initially think much of it, assuming Macy had accidentally scratched herself somewhere. Gem at Macy's behavior suddenly made her suspicious. Moreover, yesterday morning, Macy didn't have this wound, just went home for a while. Cordelia's voice softened with concern. "Macy, did someone bully you?" Macy's eyes grew redder, but she managed to smile. "Really, it's nothing, Senior Trinity." Despite looking so vulnerable and fragile, she tried to stay strong, causing Cordelia's heart to ache. She became more convinced that Macy had been bullied. She felt Macy was too kind and gentle, enduring such injuries without saying anything. Conroy's a senior and a student council member, she had to help Macy resolve this issue. Cordelia pulled Macy aside to a secluded corner, whispering, "Macy, if there's anything wrong, you can always talk to me." Macy bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes. Conroy at that moment, Cordelia suddenly looked up and waved to the person approaching behind Macy. "Senior Lou, Conroy, you're discharged already?" Yael, as the student council president, naturally came immediately. Conroy was dragged along by his brothers. The same group who had taken him to watch racing were also discharged around the same time, eager to come and see the beautiful freshman at the welcome gala. Yael's gentle, melodious voice sounded behind Macy. "Yes, finally discharged. Thank you all for your hard work during this time." Macy turned to look back, seeing the tall and elegant youth slowly approach, his handsome, narrow eyes smiling down at her. No matter how gentle the early autumn might be, it couldn't match his soft gaze. Macy's heart skipped a beat, noticing that Yael wasn't wearing his glasses this time. He usually wore those gold-rimmed glasses whenever he was in school. This time, a subtle sharpness seeped through the corners of his eyes and eyebrows, adding an intense, rebellious edge to his usual gentleness. Macy felt her heart flutter with excitement, an emotion she hadn't felt in a long time. She smiled brightly. "Senior Lou, nice to see you again." "Senior Liang, hello." Yael seemed momentarily stunned by this smile, dropping his gaze and unconsciously curling his fingers. However, upon seeing the wound on Macy's hand, his expression suddenly turned cold. Conroy had been reluctantly dragged here, not wanting to see Macy. Yet when he saw her smile, he paused momentarily. Abelardos behind Conroy started whispering among themselves. "Holy shit, she's really fucking beautiful. What happened to her hand? Conroy, you don't like her? Does that mean I have a chance?" Kenroiri, startled, glared back at them viciously, inexplicably angry. He coldly snapped, "Let's go," then turned and walked away. Macy shrank back, seemingly startled by Kenroiri's tone, her bright smile instantly vanishing, her eyes reddening further. Cordelia, perceptive as ever, sensed the tense atmosphere. Seeing Macy's distressed state only made her more uncomfortable, prompting her to speak up. "Macy greeted you, why are you acting like this?" Cordelia, unaware of the relationship between Macy and Kenroiri, and coming from a similar background, spoke without hesitation. Kenroiri, feeling irritable, retorted harshly, "What does it have to do with you?" Cordelia, having never been spoken to like this before, raised her brows, ready to snap back, but Macy hastily intervened. "Senior Trinity, it's fine, I'm really fine. It's all my fault, please don't blame Senior Kenroiri." Kenroiri's friends felt sympathetic towards Macy and were worried about a conflict between Kenroiri and Cordelia, so they dragged Kenroiri away. Cordelia glared at Kenroiri's retreating figure, then tenderly patted Macy's head. "You're just too kind and good-hearted. Macy, if you encounter any trouble in the future, be sure to tell me, okay? Don't keep it inside." Macy smiled gratefully with her red-rimmed eyes. "Thank you, Senior Trinity." Standing nearby, Yael had been silently gazing down with his usual gentle demeanor, but now he finally spoke. "Cordelia, Macy, and I still have some work to finalize, you can go ahead and take care of other things." His voice remained as ever pleasant and mild, yet Cordelia inexplicably sensed a hint of coldness. She thought it must be an illusion. Nodding, she gave Macy a couple more words of concern before walking away. The secluded corner became even quieter with only Macy and Yael left. Yael finally lifted his gaze to look at Macy, his eyes now filled with restrained anger. He took a step forward, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure. His controlled emotions beneath his refined appearance were evident in his voice. "What happened to your hand?" Macy nonchalantly flicked her hand, her earlier tears completely gone. She blinked at Yael. "Is Senior concerned about me?" "Macy." Yael suddenly grabbed her wrist, revealing the entire back of her hand. When he saw the nasty wound, he felt a lump in his throat. "Macy," he whispered again, now standing very close to her. He looked down at her, his dark eyes fixed on hers. "Do you hate the Mu family like me? Is injuring yourself part of your revenge?" Macy looked up at him and smiled sweetly without denying it was self-inflicted. "Hate is too strong a word, I just can't stand seeing them do well." Yael couldn't manage a smile, feeling a pang in his heart. He never thought he would feel any attachment to anyone, but this time, he couldn't stop himself from speaking. "Macy, since you've given me so much, let me handle it." He lowered his head and held Macy's injured hand gently, blowing softly on it. The cool breath on her wound made the last trace of pain vanish. "Don't dirty your hands." Chapter 21, Fake Gentle Rich Girl vs. Real Crazy Wolf, 21. Conroy's Karina walked back to her dormitory. She recalled what Maxim had just said and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It was like a long time ago when a teacher spoke to her in the same manner when she injured herself during one of her fits. Gemak then, that person was even stricter. She didn't like it and only went more out of control. Karina lowered her gaze to the wound on the back of her hand. Compared to the things she had endured before, this was like being brushed by a feather. Her tolerance for pain was incredibly high. Cutting herself was as unemotional as chopping vegetables. She never saw it as an issue. Gemet remembering Maxim's expression when he saw her wound, it was as if she had subjected herself to 1,000 cuts. Thinking of this, Karina couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind her. It was Carly and her roommate. "Karina. What a coincidence. Are you also going to the cafeteria for dinner? Want to join us?" Conroy's smile curved at the corners of Karina's lips as she turned around. "Sure." Her radiant smile momentarily stunned Carly, who exchanged a glance with her roommate and forced a smile. When they sat down at the cafeteria, Carly finally spoke up. Karina. You and Senior Kenroiri, Carly found it hard to say outright. Karina paused, then softly asked, "Fiancé? How did you know?" "She really is his fiancé." Carly and her roommates looked at each other in surprise and pity. Carly sighed. "Karina, there's an anonymous post that has blown up on the forum." She showed her phone to Karina, who carefully read through it, her head drooping lower and lower until her shoulders began to shake. Conroy peering as though she were sobbing. In reality, Karina was almost laughing uncontrollably. This post was clearly made by one of Kenroiri's close brothers, mainly criticizing his mistreatment of his fiancée Dolores. It accused Kenroiri of not standing up to his family and stabbing Dolores, a weak party, in the back. Moreover, the post claimed that regardless of academics, capabilities, or family background, Kenroiri was overstepping himself by being with Dolores. This despicable man treated the beautiful girl as if she were beneath him, ordering her around, which his former brother could no longer stand. Most importantly, today Dolores got hurt and insisted it wasn't Kenroiri's fault, leading to reasonable suspicion that Kenroiri caused her injury or that she injured herself while rebelling against her parents to satisfy Kenroiri. In short, this anonymous poster vividly painted Dolores as a kind, gentle, and strong girl suffering under both family and fiancé oppression, while portraying Kenroiri as a cowardly garbage manipulator and scum. Gemmeting her lip to stifle her laughter, Karina's breath sounded more like sobs. Seeing Karina's reaction, Carly believed the post must be true. The girls were deeply moved, consoling Karina while fiercely berating Conroy. After some time, Karina rubbed her eyes and raised her head, saying softly, "It's okay, it's not like that. Senior Conroy is indeed my fiancé, and he treats me well." Seeing the beautiful girl fighting back tears, Carly's blood boiled, slamming her hand on the table and standing up. "Karina. You're too kind. You'll be taken advantage of this way. Gemmet, don't worry. We're your strong support." Karina sniffled in gratitude, whispering, "Thank you." Many people at nearby tables were watching them discreetly. In fact, Karina had been the center of attention since she entered the cafeteria, and everyone had seen her reaction. Naturally, many stood up for her. Of course, since the post was one-sided, some remained neutral. However, soon after, Senior Lu posted a named reply, forcing the neutrals to pick sides. Maxim made his first appearance on the forum. Conroy, though he didn't directly name anyone, he implied that the anonymous post was true and expressed disappointment in such behavior, stating as a student leader he hoped not to see such individuals among the students of Gem University. Who was Senior Lu? A refined, excellent, and kind-hearted person loved by teachers and classmates alike. In 3 years, no one had heard him say anything harsh to anyone, always greeting everyone with an elegant smile. If even someone like him took a stance, it meant Conroy had definitely crossed a line. Within half a day, public opinion on campus was stirred up. Conroy returning to her dorm, Karina prepared to change into her outfit, apply makeup, and head to the event site. Finally, Conroy de Bayo, who had been silent all along, hesitantly opened her mouth. "Karina, you." Conroy de Bayo felt that Karina was truly terrifying. Despite having interacted with the world and humanity for such a short time, she had already grasped human nature in such a frightening way. It seemed everything was like toys in her hands. With a giggling laugh, she could make everyone help push the cause and effect for her. Karina was in a very good mood and explained patiently, "To complete the mission, little Conroy de Bayo, I made Conroy lose all his allies, and then stayed by his side. Wouldn't this greatly increase my affection towards him?" Conroy de Bayo couldn't argue back. It put itself in the shoes of Conroy or the Mu family and suddenly felt somewhat eerie. What they regarded as their salvation or an angel in the near future was actually the one who had plunged them into the abyss behind their backs. If Conroy de Bayo had a physical body, it would definitely have shivered at this moment. Wah, it didn't want to take care of the host anymore. It just wanted to finish the task and get out of the binding quickly. When Karina appeared at the venue in a moon-white silk evening dress, everyone's eyes turned toward her direction. This was also the first time she had put on makeup at school. Her originally delicate face looked even more dazzling, with her painted eyebrows and luscious red lips, adding a touch of blush to her usually pale complexion, making her look even softer and inviting. Conroy group of people greeted Karina, and she smiled in response, but caught sight of that figure among the crowd right away. She didn't expect Maxim to have changed into formal attire. The black suit perfectly outlined his waist and long legs, giving him a bit more restraint. The moment their eyes met, Maxim gave a restrained smile and nodded at the person next to him before walking over to Karina. Conroy amidst the noisy crowd, Karina could hear the faint tapping sound of his leather shoes touching the ground. Maxim came up to her, slightly bending down, letting his hair fall over his forehead, masking that sharpness that only showed when he saw Karina. His lowered voice sounded elegant and alluring, audible only to Karina. He leaned his lips close to Karina's ear, and with the bright, passionate, yet dangerous gaze of the young girl, he curled his lips and whispered softly, "Junior, what reward do you have for me this time?" Chapter 22, Fake Innocent True Conroy Aristocrat vs. Real Crazy Gemmed Wolf, 22. Macy raised an eyebrow at him, looking up at him in a way that lacked any sense of being overpowered. She smiled slyly from the angle where only Hamilton could see. Of course it's money, what else? Hamilton's throat tightened. He straightened his back and took a deep breath. "Let's talk about it after it's over." Without his gold-rimmed glasses, Hamilton seemed to have difficulty concealing his intense aura, especially when facing Macy. He lifted his hand and gently swept her loose hair from her forehead behind her ear, curving the corner of his mouth into a smile. He felt he had become more outrageous, actually yearning for the moon in the sky after things were just slightly better in life and career. Macy asked brightly, "Senior, why are you so formally dressed today?" Hamilton adjusted quickly, now back to his gentle and elegant demeanor. "You're the freshman representative, and I'm the senior representative. Gemeth of us need to give speeches on stage." Conroy finishing speaking, he nodded politely at Macy. "It's going to start soon. Come with me backstage to prepare later, don't be nervous." It looked like a simple exchange between a senior and a junior, but strangely enough, a few bystanders suddenly got hooked. "Don't you think Macy is perfectly matched with Senior Lu?" "Yes. This height difference, this temperament, this appearance. Even their suits look perfect together. Levy, my God, they are standing so close. I want to ship them. They are really good looking." Why did Senior Lu walk away so fast, as usual, immune to any beauty? Hamilton soon went to arrange other matters. Macy sat on the couch backstage, watching Hamilton chat skillfully among people with a smile on his face. She suddenly thought that such a person should succeed in whatever he does. Yet, in the original plot, he failed. She cast her eyes downward lightly, chuckled softly, and took out her phone, adeptly transferring a large sum of money from Nevin's account to her private account. She used some script to cover up the money transfer path, unless Nevin reported it and the country's most advanced tracking technology was used, it wouldn't be possible to find out where the money went. Gemmet, the source of this money was unknown. It looked like it came from somewhere as black money, maybe even used for laundering money for some official. Nevin definitely would not dare to report it. With the sound of a large amount of money arriving, Macy curled her lips pleasantly and stood up. There was less than half an hour left before the evening party began. In the boys' dormitory, Conroy was engaged in online gaming battles. Since he saw Conroy in the morning, he had been inexplicably anxious. Conroy, soon as he returned to the dormitory, he opened the game to distract himself and played all day long. He hadn't checked his phone, so naturally, he didn't know that he had already become the male protagonist of a popular post on the forum. Not until his computer reminded him that he had been staring at the screen for too long did he realize it was already dinner time. Conroy knew it was the new student welcome party today and that Conroy was the freshman representative. Staring blankly at the computer screen, his mind somehow brought up Conroy's bright smile. She was completely different from the first time they met. So, was this the real her? If she had been like this when they first met, would he have fallen for her? Conroy then thought of how Conroy, a seemingly weak girl, desperately sent him to the hospital and took responsibility for him. Would Rosanna do the same? Conroy shook his head fiercely and stood up. He decided to go watch the welcome party and see if Conroy could handle such a scene. He told himself he was just going to observe Conroy, absolutely nothing else. Meanwhile, in the backstage area, Macy suddenly heard Jackson's voice in her head. Character attraction level +5, current attraction level 40. It's already a level of having feelings. Macy, not surprising from you. Macy was taken aback and didn't expect Conroy's attraction level to increase at this moment. She laughed lightly, thinking to herself that this attraction level was truly cheap. Soon, the evening party started. Conroy after the principal's speech, it was Hamilton's turn to take the stage. The girls' screams almost shattered the roof as soon as Hamilton stepped out. Under the flashlights, the elegantly handsome boy wore formal attire with the softest smile on his lips. His long narrow eyes could drown someone in their depths like a deep sea. This was a cold, perfect high mountain snow lotus, untouched by anyone. Hamilton's speech was brief yet substantial, filled with beautiful words without losing its humor. It seemed as though he was born to stand under everyone's gaze. When saying the last sentence, the curve on Hamilton's lips widened slightly. Conroy's melodious voice slowly pronounced a name. Next, please welcome our freshman representative, Macy. Whether intentional or not, he did not call Conroy by her full name. When pronouncing the last two characters, his voice trailed off gently, as if he cherished them particularly. Conroy couldn't help but lick her lips. Standing at the side of the stage, she met Hamilton's eyes as he exited. She saw him bite his lip unashamedly. Finally, the much-anticipated girl slowly walked onto the stage. This time, the screams came from both the girls and boys, none wanting to be outdone. Everyone knew Conroy was beautiful, but they didn't expect her to be this stunning. Especially when Conroy smiled sweetly and gave a slight bow, and spoke her first words, the atmosphere reached its peak. What kind of little princess from a fairy tale is this? It completely fulfilled everyone's fantasy of a well-bred lady. Graceful yet charming, elegant yet lively, she was confident and unhindered on stage. Most importantly, her voice was melodious, and even speaking impromptu, her words were gems. While everyone was marveling, they also recalled that post and felt pity for Conroy, and thought Conroy was trash. Conroy had no idea his popularity had plummeted to rock bottom within a day. He only noticed people looked at him strangely, as if he had something dirty on him. This moment, Conroy stared at that perfect figure on the stage, hearing his own heartbeat. When Conroy stepped off the stage, she heard Jackson say again. Target's affinity level +10, current affinity level 50, keep it up. Jackson was very excited, feeling victory was just around the corner. Conroy nodded thoughtfully, feeling like she understood humans a little better. It seemed standing high up boosted affinity more than being a love slave. She was about to walk down the stairs when a hand with distinct knuckles appeared in front of her. She looked up and saw Hamilton smiling at her. Come. Conroy placed her hand in his. Hamilton's palm was warm and dry, gently enveloping her delicate fingers. He was cherishing and gentle, just like when he supported her ankle during their first meeting. Wearing high heels for too long indeed made her feet hurt. Hamilton led her to a small lounge room. No one was there. Hamilton let Conroy sit on the sofa, closed the door, and then squatted in front of her. His suit was perfectly tailored, and once again he appeared before her like this. The gaze beneath his tousled hair softened, carefully tender, carrying a touch of pleading. Conroy, I don't want those rewards, I want something else. What? Conroy suddenly felt her throat go dry. Even knowing that this demeanor was likely an act, he was adept at such performances. He was ruthless, smart, and unprincipled, especially skilled at pretending. This look probably meant he wanted something again. Gemmet, no one could resist a dog drenched by rain yet capable of being playful. Conroy felt amused. Hamilton slowly leaned forward, almost lying on Conroy's legs. His voice became slightly hoarse, and his tone ended softly just like Conroy's. I want the little princess to kiss me. Chapter 23, fake love-obedient true Conroe aristocrat versus real crazy Gemig wolf dog, 23. Macy's heart skipped a beat. The other party gently approached her legs but refrained from touching them, his narrow eyes rarely so moist. No girl could remain calm under such tone and gaze from a boy. Gemmet Macy was no ordinary person. She leaned forward without a hint of shyness, stretching out her index finger to tap his chin, not giving it. That fleeting touch almost seemed like an illusion, causing Hamilton to involuntarily hold his breath. Gemmet the sensation vanished as quickly as a butterfly's wing in a dream, and he sighed softly, "Can't I?" Macy chuckled, "No one can make demands of me, we agreed on terms from the start." She picked up her phone and transferred half of the newly received sum to Hamilton. This amount of money was enough to revive a struggling enterprise. Hamilton lowered his eyes, stood up, and stared at the string of zeros before silently sitting on the opposite couch across from Macy. He leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on his knees with his fingers interlaced. This aggressive posture suited him perfectly, making him appear both charming and dangerous, completely different from how he acted around others. Lev, of course. Besides this, there was also his intentional display of weakness. "Macy, don't you want to know what I'm going to do with this money?" Macy unconsciously curled a lock of hair around her finger, tilting her head slightly with a cute smile playing on her lips. "I guess you're probably planning to achieve something significant and then bring down the Mu family." For the first time, Hamilton looked away first, finding himself speechless looking at Macy's face. Conroy's inexplicable thrill made his struggle and desire surface even more. He spoke softly, "Why do you feel that way?" Macy smiled even brighter, "I've investigated you, Hamilton. Your father was Nevin's initial business partner. You should have had a bright future, yet you ended up in such a plight, working desperately for your mother's medical bills, infiltrating the Mu family as a waiter, showing suppressed hostility toward me. Clearly, you must have a grudge against Nevin." Initially, she approached Hamilton out of curiosity, but later, their cooperation was anything but impulsive. It just so happened that the person who interested her could bring about the most devastating destruction to the Mu family. All she did was accelerate the process. Hamilton suddenly clenched his fingers, the sharp pain from the nails digging into his palms helped him regain his voice. He had never fully understood the girl in front of him, yet he felt completely exposed. This feeling actually excited him somehow. Surprisingly, instead of anger, Hamilton felt he had gone mad. Otherwise, why would he say, "Yes, little princess, I won't hide anything from you"? Macy watched him curiously, "Why call me that?" Hamilton thought back to when he first met her. He had always seen Macy as a princess from the fairy tales his mother used to tell him when he was little. Even now, knowing she was nothing like those kind and gentle princesses, he still considered her a little princess. Conroy princess like the moon should be cherished by knights. His gaze fell on Macy's left hand again. She wore a bracelet connected to a ring, its platinum tassel perfectly covering the scars on her hand. He couldn't help asking, "Macy, are you on my side?" His voice carried a pleading and hopeful tone that even he didn't realize. Macy was taken aback by the question. She hadn't thought about taking sides. She was chaotic and evil, only caring about achieving her goals. Choosing Hamilton was merely because he was the best fit, and his demeanor appealed to her the most. She thought for a moment and nodded, "Sure, I guess." Hamilton felt himself trembling. Unable to control it, he laid everything bare. "When Nevin started his business, he was with my parents. I had just been born. The venture was successful, but in the face of profit, people became devils." Hamilton paused. He had never imagined he would expose his deepest wounds to anyone. "Nevin went on a trip with our whole family and arranged a car accident. While Nevin was injured in this accident, my father died on the spot. No one suspected the victim Nevin was the mastermind, but I remember. When rescue hadn't arrived, he pushed the steel pipe deeper into my father's chest. Conroy that time, I was only 4 years old. My mother was unconscious and didn't know what was happening. Nevin even tried to kill me, but the rescue team came. Maybe he thought I was too young to remember. Later, he took everything for himself, gradually swallowing the part that should have belonged to my mother, and even drove us far away so we couldn't appear before him. With his vast fortune and business, my mother and I had nothing left. Later, Nevin did a lot of charity work, which only made me feel ironic. I didn't tell my mother about all this because it wouldn't have changed anything. Conroy, after my father's death, she worked very hard. Last year, she was diagnosed with lung cancer, and I badly needed money, doing whatever it took. Gemmet, she always thought I was as excellent as I appeared." He spoke calmly, as if narrating someone else's story. "Jemmy the end," he even managed a faint smile. It was a fragile, bitter smile, and suddenly he doubted whether this counted as an act, this step he deliberately took to make Macy care more about him. The brutal story had dragged on too long, he didn't know if he was numb or trying to forget the pain of struggling. His father's death was his nightmare. Conroy, 4 years old, he swallowed all of it down, turning it into a knife that cut him apart every night. He felt he might have gone mad long ago. Conroy, apart from his mother, he cared about nothing in this world until Macy appeared. This was the first time he revealed his rotting secrets, but instead of being as difficult as imagined, he felt relieved. Hamilton wondered if, now that he'd said everything, she would pity him a little. His eyes reddened, and he deeply inhaled, as if to bury the endless pain. Gemmet, when he met Macy's gaze, he suddenly exhaled. There was no empathy in those eyes at all. Macy nodded seriously, so that's how it is. It makes sense. That's it? Hamilton couldn't help but grit his teeth. This girl, immune to any influence, soft or hard, what was wrong with her? Conroe abnormal yet addictive. Before Hamilton could decide what expression to show next, Macy stood up and walked in front of him. The white-dressed girl blinked and thought for a moment, then sweetly said, Conroe, as far as I know, in this situation, you need some comfort. She suddenly leaned down, her fresh breath filling Hamilton's nostrils in an instant. Her smooth long hair fell, the ends lightly brushing his fingertips, and her cheek brought a soft, warm touch. Hamilton felt a kiss he never expected to receive land on his cheek. So gentle, yet so tremble-inducing. Chapter 24, Fake Love Obedient True Conroe Aristocrat vs. Real Crazy Gemig Wolf Dog. Maxim nearly uncontrollably wanted to grab Macy's wrist but, at the very moment he was about to touch it, the young girl's presence vanished like smoke. It was just like that first kiss, floating in a dream, yet making him crave more uncontrollably. The tips of his ears couldn't help but turn red, and his breathing became disordered in an instant. Maxim loathed anything that was out of control. Yet now, he actually wished to rush into the unknown amidst this loss of control. He suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice, Macy, you. Right then, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door, followed by the dressing room door being forcefully pushed open. Macy straightened up and looked towards the doorway, seeing Conroy storming in with a flushed face, a mix of anger and embarrassment directed at Macy. Moo Conroyna, let's talk. Leavenly after saying this did Conroy realize there was someone else in the dressing room, it was none other than Maxim whom he disliked the most. His expression worsened instantly. Maxim. What are you doing here? What are you two doing alone together? Maxim stood up with no change in expression, though the flush on his earlobes hadn't faded, a coldness filled his eyes. Conroy, you shouldn't treat girls this way. What the hell? Conroy swore outright, none of your business. He had just seen that post and finally understood why everyone was looking at him so oddly. Worst of all, it seemed that one of his supposed brothers had posted it. Though he didn't know who, it must be one of those few. He never imagined a friend he trusted would stab him in the back over a girl. What made matters worse was Maxim coming to take sides. Conroy had always been a rich kid whose life had gone smoothly, despite feeling unfree sometimes. He had rarely experienced humiliation. His mind was chaotic, his immediate reaction being to find Macy. He knew she was in the dressing room but hadn't expected Maxim to be there too. Emotions surged within him, and he couldn't control himself, swearing right away. Several classmates gathered at the door, exchanging glances, not expecting Conroy, usually favored by girls, to have this side. Maxim's expression grew colder. Conroy cursing, Conroy looked at Macy and suddenly froze, involuntarily shutting his mouth. Conroy at some point, the delicate and pretty young girl had already burst into tears. Perhaps afraid her crying might disturb others, Macy bit her lower lip, whispering faintly while her shoulders shook, her eyes already red-rimmed like a little rabbit. She was truly beautiful. Everyone saw Macy for the first time in such a tearful state, admiring yet feeling their hearts tug painfully. Conroy delicately soft beauty shedding tears. Who could resist that? Maxim also clenched his palms tightly. Even knowing how quickly Macy could switch expressions, and suspecting these were fake tears, he still couldn't help feeling heartache. Maxim's voice was low but commanding. Conroy, Macy twisted her ankle, and I helped her to the dressing room. Just as we sat down, you came in not to comfort your fiancée but to question her. Conroy, look at yourself. His tone was steady and measured, creating a stark contrast to Conroy. More people gathered outside, and Cordelia, who had been directing things earlier, arrived just in time to hear Maxim's words, immediately grabbing Conroy's collar. What are you doing? Gemmeling Macy again, how much more disgusting can you get? Conroy's face turned green with helpless fury. Conroy scolding Conroy, Cordelia ran to Macy and patted her head, don't cry, don't cry. Look at those red eyes, this man isn't worth it. Macy sobbed and nodded, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, softly saying, I'm fine. Senior, go back to your duties ahead, no need to worry about me. Then she raised her head, a strong smile through her red-rimmed eyes, I'm fine, really. This is just something between Conroy and me. Sorry to bother everyone. It's just a small matter, don't let it waste everyone's time. Conroy was just upset, it's fine, really. Her voice was soft, still hoarse from crying, tugging at everyone's heartstrings and finding her endearing. They all rushed to reassure her it was okay. Cordelia had things to do and left after a few comforting words, and the crowd dispersed as the party had just started, leaving only 3 people behind, Maxim, Macy, and Conroy. Conroy felt slightly better and looked at Macy, his gaze complicated. He hadn't expected Macy to defuse the situation for him once again. Conroy at the same time, Conroy de Bayo mechanically commented, targets Conroy affinity +5, current affinity 55. You're awesome. Macy lowered her head, hiding the smile that flashed across the corner of her mouth. When she lifted her head again, the last teardrop was still hanging on her eyelashes, about to fall, as if it would drop right onto someone's heart. Conroy's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, he suddenly asked a bizarre question. Conroy, do you like me? Macy was taken aback. She stared at him with wide eyes and had to bite down hard on the inside of her lip to stop from laughing. Maxim stared intently at Conroy, his narrow eyes colder than ever before in school. Macy couldn't hold back any longer, so she lowered her head again and whispered softly, Conroy as if she were shy. Conroy suddenly felt relieved. Levi K., you know about that post, right? Go clarify it. Maxim suddenly spoke up. Why bother? Conroy, forcing Macy to clear things up only makes things worse. If you're truly innocent, there's no need to explain. Let it die down. This is a school after all, and everyone here is more focused on studying than your gossip. Conroy met Maxim's gaze, ready to retort, but then he froze. Those dark eyes seemed like an abyss, sending a chill down his spine as if being watched by a venomous snake. For a moment, he couldn't speak. Maxim gave a cold snort, not saying more, and strode out. Conroy as he passed Conroy, he pushed him, making him stumble. Macy watched Maxim's back curiously, thinking, Senior Lou really seems angry. Strange, what is he angry about? These people are so interesting. Macy looked at Conroy and smiled obediently. No matter what, I'm on your side. Her sweet, dependent tone made Conroy's heart skip a beat, and his face flushed inexplicably. Conroy de Bayo, +5, current affinity 60, awesome. Conroy cleared his throat, Jemmy the way, are you going back to the dorm now? Macy shook her head and whispered, I'm going home to tutor my brother. Conroy she reached for her bag, her bracelet slipped off, revealing a wound on her hand. Conroy frowned, how did this happen? Was it Seth? Conroy knew who Seth was and how much Seth disliked Macy. Seeing this wound, his first thought was Seth. Macy sniffed but didn't answer. Conroy felt a pang in his heart and immediately assumed Macy was acknowledging it. He suddenly said, I'll take you home. Chapter 25, Fake Well-Behaved Miss vs. Real Wild and Crazy Wolf, 25. In Conroy's car, the two sat in silence. Conroy didn't know what to say, while Karina appeared shy and nervous, but was actually contemplating when she should look for Rosanna. Conroy's goodwill towards her was growing faster than she had expected. This mission would be accomplished more quickly than she thought. It was time to find Rosanna and accelerate the progress. It was Conroy who spoke first. Conroy, you alright? What a pointless question. Karina rolled her eyes inwardly, yet she managed a perfectly appropriate blush on her face. I'm fine, thank you. Conroy recalled Karina's dazzling appearance on stage and saw through the rearview mirror that she looked demure in front of him, making his heart beat inexplicably faster. He finally admitted he had misjudged her. She was far from an ignorant and boring country girl. On the contrary, she brought many surprises. It seemed that having someone like her as a fiancée wouldn't be a bad thing. Damn it then, there was still Rosanna. Conroy couldn't put her out of his mind. If one day Ryuen returned, he would definitely choose Ryuen, but he would certainly compensate Karina properly. Lost in thoughts, Conroy arrived at the Mu family residence. Conroy's the Mu family's prospective son-in-law. Conroy knew the way by heart. Coincidentally, he happened to meet Seth coming home from school. Seth recognized Conroy's car and assumed he was alone inside. He impulsively rushed over and waved at Conroy. Hey! Conroy. What are you doing here? Conroy, you here to break off the engagement with that stinky woman? I have something to tell you. She is a... Seth abruptly swallowed his words. Karina got out of the car, smiling warmly at Seth. What? Seth widened his eyes in horror. What the hell? Conroy. How did you end up in the same car as this woman? Conroy frowned, clearly noticing that Seth hated Karina even more now. Without realizing it, he already regarded Karina as someone of his own. He naturally wouldn't allow her to be bullied by others. With a cold voice, he addressed Seth. Seth, how do you speak to your elder sister? Seth froze, never expecting Conroy to speak up for Karina. He exclaimed in disbelief, Conroy. You previously told me you despised this woman and liked my elder sister. What happened in such a short time for you to speak up for her? Conroy's expression turned grim. With Karina present, this kid saying such things in front of his future fiancée, he lost face and raised his voice. Seth. What do you understand? Karina isn't here for you to bully. Conroy, accustomed to indulgence, Seth instantly flew into a rage, sneering coldly. Fine, Conroy. In less than a month, you've changed your mind. No wonder my elder sister said you're just a boring lickspittle. Conroy was stunned, his face turning extremely ugly. What? He indeed liked Ryuen, but how could Ryuen talk about him like that? Seeing that Conroy was hurt, Seth felt relieved and continued stirring the pot. Do you think because you cater to my elder sister she likes you? Let me tell you, she has found true love long ago. She has always said she's merely playing with you. Do you really think you're someone to lecture me? Conroy stepped back, trembling with anger, pointing at Seth, unable to utter a word. Karina, trying hard not to laugh while watching the drama unfold. Just as she expected, once the goodwill reached a certain point and showed Conroy the wound, he couldn't help but stand up for her, resulting in this dramatic showdown with Seth. However, she hadn't anticipated it would be even more thrilling than she imagined. Suppressing her laughter, Karina took a step forward, standing between Conroy and Seth, staring directly at Seth. Conroy couldn't see Karina's face, and thus couldn't see her sinister yet sweet smile directed at Seth. The moment their eyes met, Seth was overwhelmed with terrifying memories, immediately shutting his mouth, taking a step back and screaming nervously. Get away. Stay away from me. The curve of Karina's lips didn't change. Gemrother, have you forgotten? Aggie and Dad asked me to tutor you. Damn. Seth wanted to go crazy. When would these foolish people realize who Karina really was? He was chilled by her intense gaze and bolted for his room, locking himself inside, burying under the covers. Meanwhile, Karina turned toward Conroy with a grievous look. My brother is like this. No matter what I do, he hates me. Maybe I haven't done enough. Karina sniffled and walked beside the green-faced Conroy, whispering softly. Well, don't be upset, I've always been on your side. Conroy looked at Karina, thinking about the recent shock he had endured. Suddenly, he felt that even without Rosanna, having Karina wouldn't be bad. He suddenly felt a lump in his throat and whispered softly, Thank you, Karina. Jacksonin, target's affection increased by 15 points. Current affection is 75. Chuckle. Jacksonin knew the true nature of all this. Combined with the rapidly rising affection points, it only felt incredibly ironic and slightly terrifying. Just then, Nevin and Conroy also arrived home. Seeing Conroy and Karina standing in the courtyard, Conroy smiled. Why has little Yang come? Why don't you come inside for a sit? Conroy was about to nod when Nevin spoke up. Didn't Karina still have to tutor Zijiao? Conroy can come another time. Conroy was stunned, looking at Nevin, suddenly sensing a subtle change in Nevin's attitude toward him. Nevin ignored Conroy and instead looked at Karina. Conroy, right, don't stand outside any longer, it's getting a bit cold tonight. Conroy could only say goodbye. Karina slightly lowered her eyes and followed Nevin and Conroy into the house. Karina needed to tutor Seth. After a brief exchange with the couple, she went upstairs. Standing in front of Seth's door, she suddenly spoke in her mind to Jacksonin. Jacksonin, Nevin's gaze makes me feel disgusted. Jacksonin was silent for a moment, then said, Perhaps it's because of blood relations. No, Karina interrupted, he and his wife have long lost their feelings. He has been restraining himself for his image, not finding anyone outside. Having suppressed himself for too long, coupled with dissatisfaction towards Seth, he must want more Dariusren. Gemmet his wife can no longer bear Dariusren. Conroy this moment, with a young and beautiful girl frequently appearing before him, it's easy for him to have those disgusting thoughts. Jacksonin was shocked, how could you? Karina sneered, isn't that how it's always portrayed on TV? She nervously chewed her fingernail, mumbling something indistinctly. Jacksonin didn't hear clearly but suddenly had an ominous premonition. It trembled and said, Karina, don't kill. Karina laughed, I won't kill. Killing was too simple and boring. She thought of something more interesting. Gemmet now wasn't the time to think about such entertaining things. She still had to tutor her adorable little brother. Her white, tender fingers gripped the doorknob, turning it didn't budge. She blinked, took out a hairpin from her head, prodded a few times, and the door opened. Karina walked in smilingly, locking the door again from the inside. Her soft voice sounded from within. The first lesson, teach my good little brother to respect his elder sister. Chapter 26, Fake Innocent Rich Kid vs. Truly Insane Gemmed Wolf, 26. In the room, Seth's eyes were bloodshot, his mouth tightly gagged with a cloth so that he couldn't make a sound, and his hands were bound behind him. His wrists hurt badly, but no one was coming to rescue him. Macy grinned and tossed Seth onto the ground before sitting on a chair, playing with her knife. The dining knife she had from the start now seemed even sharper, with a terrifying edge hidden in her upturned eyes. Her soft voice sounded again, indeed, you're just a Darius who learns through punishment. Conroy she spoke, an overly beautiful smile spread across her lips, and she held the knife backwards, walking step by step toward Seth. Seth wriggled on the ground like a worm, wanting to cry out but unable to do anything. He looked at Macy with fury, yet there was also disdain unique to a young master in his gaze. Previously, Macy's many attempts hadn't frightened him because, subconsciously, Seth believed she truly couldn't do anything to him. This was a law-based society with advanced science and technology. Gemicides, he was the young master of the Mu family, what could Mu Conroyna possibly do to him? Moreover, teachers said that ghosts didn't exist. He had been deceived by charlatans before. Gemmet this time, he suddenly realized that Macy squatted in front of him with an expression of unprecedented excitement. Conroy wave of indescribable terror surged within him as Macy raised her hand and slashed down. Seth's shocked expression froze, his pupils dilating, eyes bulging, while the cloth in his mouth turned dark red from blood. Conroy de Bayo was stunned, holy crap. She really did it. Conroy the moment Seth's heart stopped, Conroy de Bayo activated the time rewind. Macy felt dizzy for a moment and found herself 30 seconds back, standing and walking step by step towards Seth again. Seth stared at Macy, and even though she hadn't done anything yet, he felt an intense palpitation, a flash of impending death so real it made his whole body tremble. How could this be happening? Seth moved backward desperately, only to watch helplessly as Macy struck again. Within a few seconds, Seth died once more. Conroy Bayo. Rewinding again, Seth looked at Macy in front of him, experiencing an instinctive fear akin to encountering a predator. Even without the memory of previous deaths in his mind, his body remembered. Conroy's sudden thought emerged in his heart. He must obey, could only obey. Watching Macy draw nearer, Seth shook his head frantically, tears streaming down his face. He wanted to beg for mercy, to say he would never dare again, but his mouth was gagged, and he couldn't utter a word. The girl laughed and stabbed the knife into his neck, killing Seth for the third time. Conroy Bayo, maybe take a break? Macy blinked innocently, no need. It should work now. This time, after rewinding, Macy didn't kill him again. She walked to Seth, knelt down, and removed the cloth from his mouth. Conroy. At that moment, Seth clenched his lips tightly, tears streaming down his face, trembling all over, wishing he could faint but still begging for mercy. I won't dare again, I promise I'll never dare again. I will listen, wail, sorry, big sister, please let me go. Seth didn't understand why every time Macy approached him, he felt such genuine fear and impending death. He had never been this scared before, without any reason, but he was certain he would die. Macy nodded satisfactorily, seems like my guess was right. Very effective. The first time she killed someone, the makeup artist, she had this suspicion. Conroy killing, even if it rewound, some remnants would remain on the person, like fear, despair, or conditioned physical reactions. So by killing Seth 3 times, not only did she vent her anger but also made Seth compliant. Not bad at all. She smiled happily, put the knife in her waistband, and gently untied Seth. Seth's face went pale, shaking like a featherless quail, but he didn't struggle at all. Macy completely freed Seth from his restraints. Seth didn't dare move either and stayed huddled. Leavenly when Macy spoke did Seth flinch, stand up hesitantly with his head lowered, showing an unprecedented docility. Macy was delighted, that's much better. You are my little brother, and as long as you listen, I will surely spoil you. Seth wiped his tears, closed his eyes in despair, knowing that his good life was about to end today. Macy glanced at Seth's schoolbag and sweetly said, since I have to tutor you according to Aggie and Dad, you'd better finish your homework today. Seth's face darkened, but he didn't dare to disobey. He sat down by the table, sobbing and doing his homework, looking utterly pitiful. He wasn't stupid, he was just playful and pampered. In fact, if he applied himself, he could show significant improvement. The room fell silent. Seth wanted to slack off countless times, but Macy sat right beside him, making him stiffen with fear. So, he focused all his attention on his math problems, trying hard to ignore the eerie coldness beside him. Macy ignored this pitiful Darius. Her goal had already been achieved. She was now checking Nevin's accounts on her phone. She carefully examined each transaction, tracing the suspicious ones back to their source. She broke through several firewalls and thoroughly cleaned up any intercepted or tracked data. Nevin had long discovered that a few large sums of money had mysteriously disappeared. Since this money wasn't legally obtained, he didn't dare report it to the police. Instead, he hired a professional hacker team to investigate who was targeting him. However, they still hadn't found any results. Nevin was terrified. He sold 2 small companies to ease the financial pressure and ordered the hacker team to step up their efforts. Even if they couldn't find out who was behind it, at least they should improve their security measures to prevent such things from happening again. Little did he know, these devastating events were about to happen once more. Macy quickly locked onto her target. Conroy's smile curled at the corner of her mouth as she looked at the enormous sum of money. It was like seeing a tempting drumstick placed right in front of her, waiting for her to reach out and grab it. Speaking of which, the canteen's drumsticks lately were really delicious. She could eat 5 in one meal. Conroy, she thought, her phone suddenly rang. This was the second time Maxim had proactively called her. Macy stood up with a sense of novelty, patting Seth's trembling head and said, you must finish your homework before you can sleep, okay? Saying this, she left the room and returned to her own. Pressing the call button, the male voice inside, muffled slightly by static, sounded soft and made her ears itch. Macy, Maxim called softly, I've done well recently. Would you like to hear about my progress? Hopefully, you can praise me. Chapter 27 Fake Innocent True Conroe Aristocrat vs Real Eccentric Gemid Wolf, 27. Macy liked Yael's voice very much. She rolled on the bed holding her phone, her voice as soft and sticky as only a young girl's could be. Tell me more, senior. Macy was in a good mood, which made her tone especially cute. Yael's heart skipped a beat, suddenly reminded of the moment when Macy kissed him. He couldn't help but lift his hand to touch his cheek, then pressed his fingertips to his lips, feeling his ears flush. Taking a deep breath, Yael tried to make his voice sound steadier. The money you gave me did indeed cause great damage to Nevin, so he hurriedly sold 2 small companies at a low price. He probably needed cash quickly. I happen to benefit from this. Macy, that's how it is, looks like it was really a huge amount of money. She had no concept of these numbers, but listening to Yael, it seemed that she had indeed dealt a heavy blow to Nevin. Yael laughed helplessly, it seems you really don't know anything. The feeling Macy gave him was very strange. She was like a little kid, what people in this world chased after, fought for, were just toys in her hands. Yael continued, conroictually, my father left some industries before. Without capital, there was nothing we could do. Now that we have the funds, I'll bring those things back to life, making them the biggest rival to Nevin. Most importantly, he has no guard against me now, so I will speed up the process. He described his actions with extremely simple words, but only he knew the hardships involved. He had enough means and endurance. When wronged, he would laugh and bear it until becoming powerful enough to deliver a fatal blow. Yael never considered himself a good person and didn't need anyone's approval. At this moment, he really wanted to hear something from Macy. Conroy Macy did say, Levi K, I know. Yael choked on his breath, finally letting it out, the corner of his mouth twitching. Does this count as a knight reporting work to Hawkins? Macy found this analogy interesting. What are knights and princesses? Having never been exposed to humans, she naturally wouldn't know these fairy tales. Yael hadn't expected Macy to ask such a question. After a pause, he began. Let me tell you a story then. His clear, low voice slowly resonated, like fresh snowmelt rolling down a mountain peak, swirling fallen petals, winding into one's ears, bringing an early spring-like warmth of youth. Noemi, long ago, the king and queen had a long-awaited princess. This was the first time his voice was so gentle in front of Macy, not the deliberately distant kindness he showed at school. He slowly narrated the stories his mother used to tell him when he was very young. When he finished the last word, Yael felt an unprecedented peace. He suddenly realized that even in the abyss, one can see vastness and the moon. After that race car event, he couldn't leave that sky anymore. He whispered, though I don't know what you want to do, just leave it to me. I'll do anything except letting you leave. Realizing what he had said, Yael was startled. His heart skipped a beat, he held his breath, waiting carefully for Macy's reaction, but only heard steady breathing from the other side. Yael was stunned for a while, then chuckled softly, gently placing the phone aside and lying down too. The night was cool like water, and he slept better than he had in 20 years. Macy rubbed her eyes as she woke up, sunlight filtering through the curtain gaps onto her eyelashes. Sleeping comfortably, she hummed and suddenly heard a soft laugh beside her ear. Little sleepyhead, wake up. Macy opened her eyes wide and looked at her phone, realizing it was still on call, showing over 7 hours of ongoing conversation. Macy picked up the phone. I fell asleep last night, why didn't you hang up? Yael had just woken up too. Hearing Macy's voice filled him, his voice carrying a hint of laziness. I didn't want to hang up, it felt like Macy was sleeping beside me. These words were blatantly flirtatious, yet Macy remained clueless, yeah, something like that. Well, I'm going to school now, see you there. Before Yael could respond, Macy hung up. Yael sighed, washed some strawberries, and went out. Right after her first class in the morning, Macy was dragged away by Cordelia. Cordelia seemed like a bad older sister luring a girl. Macy, how about joining our student union? I'm the cultural minister, come under my wing. Macy nodded obediently, Levi K, Sr. Cordelia was delighted, after all, every department had been secretly competing to see who could pull Macy over first. She struck preemptively and succeeded effortlessly. The two of them went to the cafeteria for lunch together. Students' attention on Macy hadn't decreased even though the heat from those posts had passed. Moreover, seeing the top two most beautiful girls in school going together for a meal, they were frequently watched en route. They quickly sat down with their trays. Cordelia suddenly thought of something and said, Jemmy the way, Macy, Conroy is also in the student union. If he gives you trouble, tell me. Macy happily bit into her drumstick and nodded, sure, thank you, Senior. Conroy's reputation seemed worse again. Wasn't that making him more helpless? Cordelia sighed, how can there be such an obedient and cute wealthy young lady like you? Jemmy the way, our student union has an autumn outing planned. I'll take you out to play. Don't worry about the bad boys. Macy's eyes lit up, Conroy outing? Where? Cordelia smiled, interested already? It's the mountain near our school. We climb it, then do some camping and barbecuing. We organize this every year, and everyone joins in, it's very lively. Macy looked forward to it, that sounds wonderful. Wonderful. Conroy another chance to get back at Conroy. That mountain was where Yael had his race car event. The terrain was steep, and the forest dense. Conroy accidentally slipping or something would seem quite normal. Macy felt her chicken leg tasted even better. Cordelia watched in amazement as Macy cleared her plate in minutes, commenting that despite her petite appearance, she ate a lot. Conroy's they were talking, a box of strawberries appeared on the table. Looking up, they saw Yael standing beside them, wearing a casual black shirt that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Without his glasses, he looked both elegant and sharp. Even though Cordelia no longer liked Yael, she still felt her heart racing. Yael pushed the strawberries toward Macy. You asked me to bring these for you, didn't you? Macy blinked innocently but didn't deny it. The strawberries were clean and carefully selected, each one red and inviting. She couldn't resist eating a couple, closing her eyes in delight at how good they were. Yael controlled his impulse to touch Macy and stepped back. I have something else to do, so I must go. Wait, Macy stood up. I actually needed to talk to Senior anyway. Can you walk Trinity Senior back to her dorm and chat with me? Conroyfter escorting Cordelia, Macy looked at Yael and narrowed her eyes in amusement. Yael knew that whenever Macy smiled like that, nothing good would follow. Sure enough, the girl spoke softly. For the upcoming student union autumn outing hiking, could you help me? Conroy arranged for Conroy to fall off a cliff, then I'll follow him down. When he's in danger and sees that I'm hurt while trying to save him, plus the suspension bridge effect of us being alone together, it should make things easier, right? Yael's expression turned cold instantly, the warmth in his eyes turning dark. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling a familiar darkness rising within him, threatening to swallow the young girl before him. Yael opened his mouth, his voice as gentle as ever, with even a slightly wider smile. What if I refuse? Chapter 28, Fake well-behaved real Conroy aristocrat versus truly crazy gemmed wolf, 28. London looked into his eyes, an inexplicable excitement surged up, as if she had found a kindred spirit. She smiled more brilliantly. You have no reason to refuse me, right? Conroy, after all, I'm offering too much. Rocco, you're a businessman, you should know what a win-win situation is. Rocco only stared at London and repeated. What if I do refuse? London tilted her head. You don't have the right to refuse. Rocco wanted to laugh, he wanted to ask on what basis she thought she still had the power to coerce him. Gemmet looking into London's eyes, he couldn't say a word. It seemed he had never been able to refuse her. Even when her requests made him so jealous. Rocco took a deep breath. Fine. London was delighted, smiling brightly. Thank you in advance then. She had classes in the afternoon, so she waved at Rocco. I'll leave first, talk later. Rocco lowered his gaze, stepped forward, and asked softly, why are you so fixated on Heath? London turned and laughed. It's just a game I must play. With your help, senior, it would be a better gaming experience. Rocco remained silent, watching London walk away with a complicated expression. He could see that London didn't like Heath, yet he couldn't understand why she wanted Heath's love. Jealousy, a negative emotion he had never experienced before, sprouted wildly before he realized it, becoming a thick haze on his path ahead. Nothing can stop me, he told himself. The autumn of Levictober was truly beautiful. When London arrived at the gathering spot with her small backpack, most people were already there. Gemmet no one blamed little London for this slight tardiness. It had been a month since she joined the student council. During this time, London not only showed none of a princess's arrogance but also was modest and adorable. Her work ability was unexpectedly strong, several club activities she led received unanimous praise. Though small, it was as if boundless energy was contained within her. Even when she encountered minor issues, no one could refuse the pretty and soft girl's request for help. London had clearly become the school's little princess. Conroy's for the Moo family, Davon had been as obedient as a beaten dog ever since London had defeated him 3 times. She could make him do anything. Not only did he stop contacting Fenwick, but he also handed over all his allowance. London only had to say a sentence to make him stay in his room and finish homework quietly, not even daring to respond to friends' invitations. Liv was very pleased, looking at London as if she were her own daughter. Conroy de Bayo hadn't expected London to achieve everything so smoothly. It felt surprising, yet terrifying. It decided to go into hibernation and only wake up during special times, mechanically reporting favorability. Conroy de Bayo really couldn't bear the psychological pressure anymore. Without Conroy de Bayo's chatter, London found the world even more beautiful. The only one who stirred anger in London was Mucho, who seemed to want to complicate things further and began showing reluctance for London to marry Heath. Gemmet, this made it all the more interesting, didn't it? London ran to Cordelia's side, who patted her head gently. London, if you can't climb later, just say so. We can take the cable car. London shook her head with a bright smile. My stamina is absolutely fine. The autumn sun cast a perfect light on her delicate features, making them shine brightly. Not far away, Heath involuntarily fixed his gaze on her. During this period, London had only interacted with him while handling student council matters, her well-measured admiration and shyness always making his heart tremble slightly. He didn't want to invite London out for dinner or movies out of some unfathomable sense of dignity. Gemmet each time, he couldn't help thinking about London. In the meantime, Heath's favorability towards London increased by another 5 points under her ambiguous attitude, now reaching 80. Heath stared straight at London, who happened to lift her gaze and meet his eyes, blushing and smiling. Heath's heart raced, his mind filled only with those eyes brighter than the autumn sunshine. Conroy, after a while, Rocco finally arrived. He had to arrange many things and naturally came late. Several vice-chairmen started teasing him, demanding he sing to apologize. Rocco nodded with a faint smile, maintaining the air of a gentle and elegant gentleman. London tilted her head to look at him, but Rocco never once glanced in her direction. She wasn't sure if it was her illusion, but Conroyna felt that Rocco's complexion seemed a bit pale. Gemmet Conroyna didn't mind. Conroy, after all, she had already coordinated with Rocco, he only needed to act according to her requirements when the time came. Laughter filled the journey, and Conroyna was in high spirits as well. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, the boys carried tents, moisture-proof pads, and various ingredients, while the girls only needed to carry their own belongings. The mountain wasn't short, with dense forests and winding trails. The group set out in the afternoon and didn't reach the camping site on the mountaintop until nightfall, by which many were already exhausted. However, the air on the mountain was so refreshing that everyone quickly regained their energy after a short rest, starting fires and setting up tents. Conroyna looked up at the sky, and just then, the moon slipped behind a cloud. She suddenly smiled and sent a message to Rocco, "Make Heath come over." She had surveyed this place not long ago. Not far from the campsite was a hidden cliff concealed by shrubs. The cliff wasn't very high and had a slope, with thick undergrowth below. Falling down would result in only minor injuries at most. Most importantly, this location was hard to find. Even if classmates came to search, it would take a long time, enough for her and Heath to be alone. What she needed to do now was to get Heath to come there, meet him as if by chance, and trigger the prepared falling rocks on the mountaintop to force both of them toward the hidden cliff, ensuring Heath fell down safely. Under the bridge effect, Heath's favorability would certainly rise further. Conroyfter sending the message, Conroyna waited for a while, estimating the time should be right. She then walked into the distant woods. Far from the city, there was no artificial light here. For some reason, the moon remained hidden behind the clouds. Conroy amidst the dark tree shadows, Conroyna moved through the dim forest with unusually bright eyes. Sure enough, before long, she saw a tall figure not far ahead, almost blending into the surrounding shrubs. Conroyna curled her lips and quickened her pace, calculating the timing in her heart. Just as expected, she heard the sound of rolling stones from above. She called out softly, "Watch out," tiptoeing and throwing herself toward the figure, seemingly trying to shield him with her small body from any possible harm. However, the moment Conroyna touched him, she suddenly paused. Before she could react, dizziness struck, and she was tightly embraced by him. Conroy's muffled groan sounded in Conroyna's ear, and a sense of weightlessness took her by surprise. Conroy's cold, fresh fragrance wafted into her nose, accompanied by a deep, hoarse voice tinged with eerie delight. "Conroyna, I've got you." Chapter 29, Fake Innocent True Conroy Aristocrat vs. Truly Insane Gemmed Wolf, 29. Everything seemed to slow down. Macy suddenly became distracted for a moment, finding this sentence strangely familiar. The teacher often said this. She was always rebellious and got into trouble. Every time she was caught, she would hear these words. Gemmed back then, the teacher always said it sternly and seriously, not like now, with a hint of wickedness and madness. The impact came from below as the two of them must have landed in the bushes at the bottom of the cliff. Macy felt no pain at all. Kip held her tightly in his arms, his warm hands protecting the back of her head. She turned her head and pressed closely against his left chest, hearing his thunderous heartbeat. She struggled slightly, and the arm holding her loosened. Kip took a heavy breath and met Macy's cold eyes, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "See? Everything went so smoothly. We fell, the phone is broken, and we're both injured. It's just that the person who fell wasn't exactly as planned." Blood trickled down his forehead, staining his eyebrows and eyes, making the smile in his eyes seem eerily bewitching. The blood made him look even more delicious and appetizing. Macy swallowed hard, scooted back a little, and regarded him expressionlessly. "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Kip nodded without any concealment. "Yes, I'm just unhappy." "Why does Conroy, that good-for-nothing, deserve so much of your attention?" "Conroy, am I not good enough? Is being alone with me not good enough? I will never let you get hurt, am I not good enough?" His tone was slow, as gentle as ever, coaxing her like a good senior encouraging a rebellious student. If not for the look of madness in his expression. Macy's expression was cold. She lowered her gaze to Kip's ankle, which appeared dislocated. Macy stood up, took a step back, and looked down at him condescendingly. "Senior, I hate the feeling of being manipulated and losing control." Conroy's cold, oppressive aura spread out, causing Kip's eyes to redden. He heard Macy's icy words in his ears. "I'm leaving first. Senior, you can wait here until someone finds you." Conroyfter saying this, she turned and walked away. However, Macy had only taken one step forward when her dress was pulled back. She looked behind her to see the youth half kneeling on the ground, his deep, night-black eyes now tinged with dark red. Blood traced his delicate features, and his throat emitted sounds like those of a small wounded animal. "Don't go." Macy's heart skipped a beat, and she actually stopped. The youth's fingertips were pale, as was his face, the shadows from the trees breaking into fragments on his beautiful visage, revealing fragile beauty. Seeing Macy pause, Kip scooted closer, his fingers slowly inching upward until they wrapped around Macy's wrist. He lowered his eyes to hide the emotions within, his long, pale fingers tightening around Macy's wrist, softly repeating. "Don't go, Macy." Macy wasn't the type to be easily swayed by emotion. This time staying was absolutely not because of any soft-heartedness. It was because Senior Lu was indeed enticing. She had never seen anyone as exciting as him before. The last time she felt this way was after Kip's racing accident when he was covered in injuries. She knew very well that Kip was far from the vulnerable image he portrayed. Gemmed, she had to admit, she liked him this way. Despite his mad ambitions, he still put on this refined and fragile appearance. Macy felt amused. She squatted down in front of Kip and smiled, her lips curving upwards. "Conroy, right, I won't leave, but since Senior Lu ruined my plan, how should he compensate me?" The moon had somehow emerged from the clouds, its silvery light casting a cold glow like a light veil. The youth spoke softly, his gaze as beautiful as the moonlight. Can anything you want as compensation, my little princess. Kip moved closer, bringing an aura that made her feel comfortable. There was a chill in the mountain night, yet Macy could feel the scorching heat emanating from Kip. I just don't want you to get hurt, Macy. You can play many games, but getting hurt is not allowed. He moved even closer, almost touching Macy's body. His pale fingertips gradually crept up her wrist to her forearm and shoulder, gently brushing the strands of hair from her cheek to behind her ear. That tender and reverent gesture hid the hurricane in his depths. Macy also felt her heartbeat quicken. She sensed that Kip had changed somewhat, becoming more and reckless than before. She should have been angry, but now, she felt excited, watching him with great interest. Senior seems to be managing too much. Maxim tilted his head and suddenly smiled. Yes, Macy, I've attached myself to you. What can you do about it? Macy didn't understand his meaning and corrected him. We are merely businessmen seeking mutual benefit. You have your matters, and I have mine. Maxim seemed to have anticipated that this little demon would say something so inhumane. His expression didn't change, his eyes were slightly red, but he still looked at her with that lingering gentleness. My mother passed away last week. I'm not sad. The sadness seemed to be exhausted the moment I learned she was ill. I just feel like everything I've done has been meaningless. The night wind brushed through the branches, as if there were only the two of them in the world. If it weren't for you, Macy. If it weren't for you saying you wanted me to ruin the Mu family, I would have taken Nevin down with me already. Maxim's voice became hoarse, revealing a beautiful youth tearing open his own bloody wounds for someone's sympathy and comfort. Gemmet Macy just stared straight at him and said, you wouldn't. Maxim was taken aback, and it took a moment to realize Macy meant he wouldn't kill himself along with Nevin. Yes, he indeed wouldn't, he said that just to make Macy feel sorry for him. Macy curled her lips and spoke, even without me, you would still climb to the highest point, watching the Mu family turn to ashes. Maxim's breathing quickened. He couldn't help but move closer, almost touching Macy's temple. Every word Macy said was true. He thought he would live forever in pretense, never expecting someone who could see through his deepest thoughts completely. You're right, Macy. Gemmet, my pain is real, really real. Like an injured puppy whimpering, cautious, testing, yet deliberately showing vulnerability. Even as partners, can you, just a little, a tiny bit, feel for me? The hot breath brushed against Macy's earlobe. Macy abruptly turned her head, lifting her hand to grasp Maxim's neck. She felt the Conroymia's apple trembling under her palm, looking into the young man's eyes, strange yet familiar eyes that made her suddenly feel that perhaps she hadn't come here to play games, but to find him. Chapter 30, Fake Well-Behaved True Conroe Aristocrat vs. Real Mad Gemma Gemoy, 30. Macy's fingertips tightened, and Yael's lips parted slightly. The slight suffocation made his breathing rapid, yet he obediently tilted his head up as if inviting the execution. It was as though he were making a sacrifice. The blood on Yael's forehead and face had already congealed. For some reason, despite their usual chemistry, neither of them thought to wipe away the blood. Macy leaned in close to him. She felt a strange, unfamiliar sensation, something she had never experienced before. From the moment she came into being, she learned to kill and gradually went mad amidst horrific torture. Even after following her teacher for so long, she remained a chaotic and evil entity, acting only for her own pleasure without regard for others' opinions or any constraints. Gemmet now, this unfamiliar feeling surged up within her. She suddenly thought that indulging and satisfying him might not be such a bad idea. Her fingertips suddenly loosened. Yael recovered from the suffocation and moved even closer, taking advantage of the situation. Macy tilted her head to look at him, suddenly finding him reminiscent of the big dog downstairs in her dormitory building. Conroy thought occurred to her, and she raised her hand to pat Yael's head. The feel was surprisingly good. She hadn't expected Senior Lu's hair to be so soft, completely different from his tough personality. Yael hesitated, then in the next second, he took the opportunity while Macy's hand was still there, gently holding her wrist and rubbing his head against her palm. It felt like a little brush was stroking Macy's heart. She couldn't help but laugh. Is this how you want to be pampered? Reluctantly, Yael released her wrist. Sort of, but it's not enough. Macy asked, what more do you want? Yael's voice carried a hint of coquetry. Kiss me. Since it wasn't their first kiss, Macy easily leaned over and kissed his cheek. Instantly, Yael's ears turned red. This was the third time Macy kissed him, each with a different mindset, yet each one left him more breathless than the last. He dared not look at her, instead turning his gaze to the moon in the sky. The moon was so full and beautiful, everyone could only admire it but couldn't touch it. Yet, he, stuck in the abyss, wanted to grab it and hide it away. What a wild and wicked desire. Desire magnified under the silent night, his eyes tinged with a vivid red as he rasped, not enough. Macy licked her lips. What more do you want? Yael lowered his eyes. Usually poised, Senior Lu stammered slightly. I don't mean kiss on the cheek, I want you to, kiss. Gemma. Before he finished, he was interrupted by calls from nearby. Macy. Mukan Roina. Senior Lu, where are you? Conra among the voices was Cordelia's. Macy immediately called back loudly, Leave Ivor here. Yael's expression changed as he tried to cover her mouth, but he was too late. Conroy's sigh escaped him, and he looked at her resentfully. Macy, you owe me this time. Macy blinked. Lev, you what? What did I promise? Yael choked, hearing the footsteps getting closer. His eyes fell pitifully. He seemed to have found a way to make Macy more amenable, easily putting on this expression as he whispered. You promised just now, kissing on the cheek doesn't count, you'll make it up next time. Macy felt an itch in her heart from his expression, licking her lips. Conroy right. Yael smiled faintly, stepping back a bit before anyone saw. Their distance quickly shifted from intimate to a proper distance between classmates. Several boys led the way down with flashlights, all startled when they saw Yael. Half of his face was covered in dried blood. It was horrifying. They called out for bandages and iodine. Soon, Cordelia and several girls rushed down, anxiously asking Macy what happened. With a pale face, Macy stood up and sniffled. I'm fine, I'm fine. Senior Lou got more seriously injured. Cordelia and the group were frantic with worry. They had already called the police but finally relaxed when they saw everyone was okay. They called back to report no issues. What happened to you two? We noticed you were missing during the barbecue, searched for a long time, really scared us. Cordelia exclaimed anxiously. Conroy noticed you were gone, seems our fiancé is somewhat useful. From a distance, Yael's fingertips curled involuntarily. Macy scratched her head. Earlier, we were supposed to find some wood to start a fire. I've never been up the mountain before, so I got curious and wandered a bit further. Then I just happened to run into Senior Lou. We were about to head back when some rocks started rolling down from above, and we had to rush to this small cliff. Conroy finishing her explanation, Macy gave Yael an apologetic glance. Senior Lou got injured and couldn't walk back. Levier phones were smashed too. We were wondering what to do when you all showed up. Conroy, Sister Trinity, you're so nice. Levi K, okay, Cordelia patted Macy's head. It's fine now. Let's head back down to the hospital. Yael definitely needs medical attention, and you should get a full checkup too. What if there's internal injury? Macy nodded obediently. Nearby, several boys were helping Yael slowly climb up. Levenly then did Macy notice that Yael had not only sprained his ankle but also suffered a deep, vicious cut on his side caused by branches, with blood and flesh mingling together. Yet just now, he didn't show any signs of pain at all. Soon they returned to the campsite, where Cordelia had already arranged for her driver to take them down the mountain immediately. The group's barbecue continued as there was nothing major. Meanwhile, Conroy finally realized how much he valued Macy. He remembered the panic and anxiety he felt when he first noticed she was missing, just like when he learned Rosanna ran away from home. Thus, he stayed close to Macy ever since she appeared. However, he always felt a chilling sensation in his back whenever he looked around. There was nothing behind him except for Yael comforting anxious classmates. Seeing Yael, Conroy felt increasingly irritated. He believed Yael harbored inappropriate thoughts toward his fiancée. Even though Yael didn't show anything outwardly, Conroy's male intuition told him Yael wasn't that simple. Conroy followed Macy and Yael to the hospital. Yael was quickly pushed into the emergency room for stitches, and Conroy approached Macy, who was sitting on a bench, offering rare concern. Mu Conroyna, are you alright? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Is there anything you want to eat? Macy blushed slightly and said softly, I'm fine, Conroy. You should go back. Not participating in the group activity isn't good. I don't want you to miss out on bonding time with your classmates because of me. Deeply touched, Conroy replied, It's okay, Conroyna. I'll stay here with you. Macy lowered her head, a smirk curling at the corner of her mouth. She casually mentioned, Levi right, Zi Jiao recently said he might have found Sister Ryuan. Conroy's voice suddenly became louder. Where is she? Macy bit her lip and whispered, You'll need to ask Zi Jiao. He doesn't tell me either. Conroy night of unrest passed, and now it was morning. Soon it would be time for Seth to go to school. Conroy felt uneasy on his feet. Scratching his head, he said, Right, I just remembered I have something to do. I'll go first. Call me if you need anything. Without looking back, he hurriedly left. Macy raised her head expressionlessly, too lazy even to watch Conroy's retreating figure. Turning around, she walked into the emergency room. Conroy soon as she entered, the sight before her made her lick her lips. The young man was shirtless, his face pale, clenching his lips tightly. The veins on his forehead stood out prominently, but he managed only to emit a stifled groan. The doctor was stitching up the cut on his side. The thin lines of muscle tightened with pain, creating an almost beautiful scene. Chapter 31, Fake Well-Jimhaved True Conroy Aristocrat vs Real Crazy Gemid Jimoy, 31. The doctors and nurses, knowing that the two had come together, couldn't help but tease her when they saw Macy, a polite and lovely pretty little girl. Little girl, your boyfriend is really tough, to endure it without anesthesia. I've never seen someone not scream while getting stitches. Macy nodded, he's really tough. Her attention was entirely on Arden's abs, so she didn't notice anything wrong with the doctor's word, boyfriend. Gemid Arden did hear it, however, he didn't want to correct it. The pain in his side was like being torn apart, causing him to faint intermittently. Gemmet in this dazed state, something became clearer than ever. When the doctor finished stitching the last one and bandaged it up, Arden took a heavy breath, finding his back soaked with sweat. After taking a moment to rest, he finally gathered enough strength to look at Macy, expecting to see concern in her eyes. Instead, his little princess was staring at his side, her gaze intense as if she'd found something delicious. Arden. He shouldn't have expected anything. The doctor and nurses left, instructing them to rest before leaving and to change the dressing daily. After the door closed, Arden realized how hoarse his voice was and felt drained. Where's Conroy? Macy walked over and sat beside him, glancing unconsciously at his bare upper body, answering casually. I sent him away with some excuse. Arden felt inexplicably happy, even the wound seemed less painful. Conroy, right, Macy clapped her hands. I asked the driver to bring my car here, let me take you home. Arden hesitated, pulling an ugly smile on his pale lips. Home? What do you mean by home? I don't have a home anymore. His voice trembled slightly, sounding truly pitiful. Macy asked heartlessly, what do you mean? Arden's hand brushed Macy's, his fingertips faintly hooking hers, whispering. After my mother passed, the landlord of the rented house wouldn't allow me to stay, saying it was unlucky. Anyway, I didn't have much stuff, so I packed up what little I had and stored it in the student council office. Macy spoke naturally, you can stay at my place. Arden frowned, your place? Macy lifted her hand, pressing down on Arden's fingers that were about to hold hers, huffed softly. Not the Moo family's house, but a property under my own name, though Nevin bought it for me, all the formalities were handled by myself. Even if he knows the address, he won't interfere for the sake of face. Arden looked down at Macy's beautiful slender hand, which lay above his fingers, and couldn't help but think of the principal, the cat's paw must be on top. What's going on? Macy tilted her head to look at him. Conroy, are you distracted? It's rare for Senior Lou to be so absent-minded. Did the pain make you silly? Arden couldn't help but curve his lips. Sure, then I'll be Macy's butler from now on. Macy didn't quite understand what a butler meant. She wanted to correct him. She was only giving him a place to stay. Gemicides, the house was huge, and it would be convenient for their partnership. However, her attention soon shifted to Arden's chest rising and falling. Conroy, few old scars marred his pale skin, likely from the previous car accident, yet thin muscles covered perfect bone structure. Work never loses its beauty due to minor flaws. Macy suddenly felt thirsty. She always acted on impulse, so she reached out and touched Arden's collarbone. Arden shuddered at this unexpected touch, blushing red from his ears down to his neck. Macy watched curiously, feeling her heart flutter with his reaction. She thought, indeed, it feels just as good as imagined. Arden, trying to calm himself, gently touched his earlobe. Macy, touching means responsibility. Responsibility? Macy asked, what kind of responsibility? Arden bit his lower lip, ultimately not answering her question. He took a deep breath, looking at Macy with wet eyes. So Macy, take me home. So, Arden moved into Macy's home. Indeed, he didn't have much luggage, not fitting the image of a rapidly rising C. Levi at all. Well, who's a C. Levi without a place to live, having to depend on others? Macy's house was filled with her treasures, mostly scavenged from home, and some were tributes from Seth. She had a fondness for shiny objects and liked to keep them. Arden, being injured, was granted a month's leave from the college. So while Macy went to classes, he picked up a small, shiny plastic toy star from the floor, his lips twitching. Cheap trinkets and priceless luxuries were haphazardly thrown together, showing that this hoarding little princess really had no concept of a material or of value. He thoroughly cleaned up the entire villa and quietly stashed away a necklace that seemed often worn from Macy's dressing table. During this holiday, Arden boldly acquired several small businesses from the Moo family. He was exceptionally smart, and with resources, he could revive the few industries left by his father. The Moo family and other conglomerates began to notice this rising star and started feeling pressured. Especially when it became apparent that this new player seemed very wealthy and had particularly aggressive strategies. Many suspected he was a young master returning from abroad. No matter how people guessed, nothing could affect Arden's pace. Arden's targeting of the Moo family was obvious, and Nevin finally noticed something was off. Especially when Nevin found out that the industries rising suddenly belonged to an old friend of his. Cold sweat soaked his back. Impossible. Those orphaned mother and Darius absolutely have no chance of turning things around. Nevin felt uneasy and began investigating Arden intensively. Arden never intended to hide. Nevin quickly discovered that Arden was in his third year at Gem University but appeared to be just an ordinary student. Could he really be behind those aggressive business moves? Moreover, Arden even had nowhere to stay and lived in a dormitory. Nevin sent people to secretly infiltrate Arden's dorm room, only finding that everything there pointed to an outstanding yet regular student. There were no business documents, not even a single clue, and the computer was the oldest model. Nevin sighed in relief, believing he was overthinking. He never dreamed that the youth who would deal him a fatal blow was residing in the house he bought for his daughter, gradually devouring everything he owned. Chapter 32, Fake well-behaved true Conroy aristocrat versus real crazy gemmed wolf. Conroy month later, Maxim finally returned to school after his sick leave. He still looked like the same gentle and warm young man, but everyone felt that something about him had changed. It was hard to describe the feeling. It was as if a dust-covered sword was trembling in the dark night, gradually revealing its long hidden edge. During this month, Macy had once again obtained a sum of money from the Mu family, which she casually transferred to Maxim. Nevin was preoccupied with these issues, creating a very oppressive atmosphere within the Mu family. Losses kept piling up like a snowball rolling down a hill, triggering a series of chain reactions that left him caught off guard. His attempts to patch things up quickly drew attention from business partners, costing him several collaborations. Meanwhile, Maxim took advantage of Nevin's weakened state, aggressively seizing resources and rapidly climbing to the top of the business pyramid. Levine Day, Nevin lost a significant amount of money due to a broken capital chain, returning home frazzled. The only comfort was seeing how well-behaved and hard-working Seth had become under Macy's tutelage, showing signs of being able to take over the family business. Nevin sighed, "Zijiao, you owe much of your improvement to Macy." Seth lowered his head, biting his lip. After a few moments, he whispered. "Yes, Sister Macy is very good." He needed to hurry and finish his homework or else he would be in big trouble when Macy came back that evening and found it incomplete. Though Macy hadn't punished him yet, he felt certain he would die if he didn't complete her assignments, literally die. Seth hurried back to his room to work on his homework. Soon after, Macy arrived. Nevin and Conroymber were out entertaining guests, leaving only the maid and Seth at home. The maid treated Macy with utmost respect now, no longer daring to be disrespectful. Macy enjoyed the carefully prepared dinner by the maid before heading to Seth's room. Seth tensed up upon hearing Macy enter. Macy leaned over and smiled, nodding approvingly. "Good job, you've made progress." Seth breathed a sigh of relief, unexpectedly feeling a bit happy and even wanting to do better to earn more praise. If Macy knew what Seth was thinking, she might have said, "Poor kid, you're showing signs of Stockholm Syndrome." Macy paid little attention to Seth. She scrolled through her phone and asked, "Zijiao, does Rosanna still live at the same address?" Seth replied softly, "Yes, she asked me about the situation before. I replied according to your instructions, saying I haven't visited her recently, so there's no need to move." Macy nodded, "I'll visit her tomorrow." Tomorrow was a holiday, and with fewer school activities, she finally had time to see Rosanna. In the original plot, Rosanna acted so recklessly because Macy was disliked by everyone and posed no threat to her status. Now things were different. Macy was beloved by all, an excellent student, and people thought of her first when mentioning the Mu family. What would Rosanna do when she learned of this new reality? Macy felt excited just thinking about it, skipping out of Seth's room with her phone. With the departure of the frightening demoness, Seth relaxed and continued his homework without realizing that Macy hadn't given any specific demands, yet he had already gotten used to this routine. The next day, the weather was sunny and crisp, lifting Macy's spirits. She changed into a creamy white wool skirt, slung the cream-colored bag Maxim gave her over her shoulder, and paired it with her delicate and beautiful face, making her look like a tender and delicious pastry. While driving, Macy glanced at the small bag beside her and thought of Maxim. Maxim had been extremely busy recently, but no matter how busy he was, some small gifts always appeared in her room daily, and they were all types she liked. Unaware that Maxim had thoroughly researched her likes to find perfect gifts, Macy felt delighted each time he sent her something. Since she had given Maxim so much money, receiving gifts caused her no guilt. However, recently, Conroy also started sending her gifts. Since the autumn outing, Conroy felt a sense of crisis and occasionally sent Macy gifts, though she wasn't as enthusiastic as before, keeping him hanging just right. Conroy became even more attentive, and his affection for her remained undiminished. Macy accepted Conroy's gifts with a reluctant attitude, tossing them aside at home carelessly, not minding when they went missing after a while. She really didn't like her at all. On the contrary, Conroy's actions made Macy find it interesting. No wonder they say humans are all. This word doesn't have a direct English equivalent in this context and seems inappropriate to translate directly. I'll interpret it as unpredictable. The more you play hard to get once a certain level of liking is reached, the more the other party cherishes it. Lost in these thoughts, the journey didn't feel long, and soon she arrived at Rosanna's place. This was a neighboring city, also first tier, crowded but not unusual for luxury cars, though they weren't common either. However, seeing a young woman who looked barely of age getting out of a luxury car was somewhat peculiar. Macy parked the car in front of a cafe, went inside to order a coffee, and sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, leisurely watching the street outside. It was still morning, and according to Seth, Rosanna always slept until noon. Rosanna's lover worked at a bar, so he must wake up late too. Macy arrived a bit early but wasn't anxious. She watched people passing on the streets with pleasant anticipation. Conroy crossed the street was where Rosanna lived. Rosanna and her lover probably didn't cook, so they would likely go out for lunch. She thought, if Rosanna didn't show up in a few hours, she would visit directly. The beautiful girl sat quietly by the window, her side bathed in the bright autumn sunlight, making her face glow softly, peaceful yet enchanting. Such a picturesque scene should be treasured by anyone who saw it. There's always someone without tact. Suddenly, Macy sensed an unfamiliar presence beside her. Turning around, she saw a man holding a cup of coffee sitting next to her. Tall and imposing, with deep-set eyes and chiseled features, he sported a neatly trimmed beard and tousled hair that only added to his mature charm. Meeting Macy's gaze, he smiled charmingly. "Mind if I share your table?" Macy glanced around. There were plenty of empty seats. Like a solitary wild animal, she detested having her space invaded. So she refused bluntly. Yes, go away. Her voice was soft, lacking hostility. Ernst chuckled slyly and sat down regardless. Frowning, Macy was about to reach for the small knife at her waist when the man said, I've been watching you sit alone for a while now. You probably don't know many people here. I'm the bartender from the nearby bar. If you're free tonight, come over, and I'll buy you a drink. Chapter 33, Fake Innocent True Conroe Aristocrat vs. Real Crazy Gemig Wolf Dog, 33. Young girls always get infatuated with mature and charming men like him. Gemak then, when he first approached Rosanna, he used the same trick. Sure enough, after hearing what he said, the girl in front of him brightened her eyes and became more enthusiastic. Really? You're a bartender? What's your name? Ernst smiled even more ambiguously. I'm Jace. Conroy you? Karina blinked, not telling you yet. It turned out that this was really Rosanna's former lover. Karina suddenly had a new idea. Karina's expression suddenly dropped, her eyes cast down, biting her lips, making her small face look pitiful. I came to this city for the first time to find someone, but it seems that person doesn't really want to see me. Her tiny nose quickly turned red, looking genuinely delicate and touching. Jace immediately imagined Karina's experience. She must have been cheated by a scumbag or came seeking love. Weren't innocent young ladies always like that? Girls like her, during such a vulnerable period, are the easiest to win over. With just the right amount of sympathy and concern in his eyes, like an elder, Jace said, I think I can help you. Even if I can't find the person for you, I might be able to help you get through this feeling. Karina blushed slightly and smiled. Really? That would be wonderful. Jace picked up his phone. Leave me your number. See you tonight. Karina nodded and left her number with a shy smile. See you tonight. Jace felt thrilled. He found her incredibly beautiful and completely different from his girlfriend. No playboy could resist such a soft and innocent type. Gemmet Rosanna was still waiting for him to bring breakfast back home, so he had to go. Jace stood up and gave Karina an ambiguous smile. I've got something else to do. I'll see you tonight, little girl. Karina stood up as well, shyly tucking her hair behind her ear and waving at Jace. Leave IK. Jace felt satisfied, thinking how charming he must be, easily picking up a beautiful and seemingly wealthy girl. Maybe he could convince her to spend some money on him. In an extremely good mood, he walked home without noticing that there were now several long black hairs next to his neck. That night, Karina indeed came to the bar where Jace worked as scheduled. She looked like a little white rabbit mistakenly entering a pack of wolves, her gentle and adorable appearance attracting many men, but Jace kindly fended them off with a smile. Seeing Karina's shy demeanor made Jace feel more adept. He generously offered Karina a glass of sparkling water and, whenever he wasn't busy, leaned over the bar counter to chat with her. Indeed, no wonder he is so popular among girls, mature and handsome, like an alluring mentor in life. Karina kept her eyes lowered, smiling faintly, appearing demure and shy. In reality, she was paying attention to someone not far behind her. Conroy's expected, Rosanna appeared. After being together with Jace for so long, Rosanna's money was almost depleted. Jace, who was clearly pretending to be a gold digger, was initially with Rosanna because of her wealth. They haven't broken up yet because Rosanna, although broke, is still the heiress of the Mu family and will eventually return home. He couldn't afford to let go of this connection. Not letting go of this connection doesn't mean he didn't have affairs outside. Especially working in a bar, being handsome and good with words, occasionally some rich women were willing to throw money at him. Rosanna had never doubted Jace before. She was always indulged by Jace, feeling like the happiest woman in the world. Though Rosanna wasn't smart, lovers always have a special intuition. This morning, she suddenly found a few wavy black hairs on Jace's shoulder. Her own hair was blonde. Conroy's premonition of something ominous suddenly flooded Rosanna's mind, but she didn't want to ask Jace directly, fearing it might affect their relationship. So she decided to secretly observe Jace at work. Maybe she was just imagining things. Gemmet when she did look, she saw Jace chatting closely with a young girl. Though there was no physical contact, the smile on Jace's face was familiar. That was how he looked when they first started dating. Rosanna, hiding in the corner of the bar, clenched her fists tightly, glaring at Karina's back with venomous eyes. Rosanna wouldn't think her man was bad, instead, she blamed this little slut for seducing Jace. She was the miss of the Mu family, who dared to come and snatch her things. She hadn't seen that little bitch's face yet, so she patiently waited. Finally, Karina stood up, yawned adorably, and turned to leave. The moment Karina turned her head, Rosanna's eyes widened in shock. Rosanna had only seen this face in photos, but she would never forget it, nor would she mistake it. This was actually the woman brought home as a substitute bride for her. Rosanna took an incredulous step forward, looking more clearly. Yes, it was her. Mu Karina. The current nominal second miss of the Mu family. Rosanna couldn't have dreamed that the little slut enticing her man was also the one who took her place. She shook with anger, but her mind became oddly calm. Originally, Rosanna wanted to rush forward and slap the little bitch, but now she changed her mind. In the shadows, Rosanna's expression turned sinister. Karina had long felt that vicious stare. Her mood improved even more, skipping back to the car and staying at a newly opened 5-star hotel nearby that she had reserved earlier. She even sent the hotel address to Jace. After seeing Karina off, Jace suddenly felt bored and started mixing a drink when his phone rang. He looked down and saw it was from that girl just now. Jace was delighted and prepared to read and delete the message, but as he picked up his phone, a hand snatched it away forcefully. Jace was startled and looked up to see Rosanna's expressionless face. Yue. Jace managed to smile. How did you come here? Did you miss me? Give me my phone, I'll be off work soon, then we can go home together. Rosanna ignored him, directly checking the message on the phone. When she saw the hotel address, her eyes almost shot fire. Jace watched Rosanna's expression and knew something was wrong. He hurriedly explained, Yue, this woman wanted to reserve a spot in the bar and added me as a friend. I don't know why she sent me this. Rosanna gritted her teeth and nodded. I know, you definitely wouldn't cheat. It's all this bitch's fault. Ming. I need your help. Jace breathed a sigh of relief, thinking indeed Rosanna was as easy to console as always. He said, whatever you say, Yue, I'll do it. Rosanna gripped the phone tightly, staring at the ambiguous message with the room number and said, I want to destroy her. Chapter 34, Fake Sweetheart True Conroe Aristocrat vs True Crazy Conroelfa, 34. After sending the message, Macy happily lay on her bed and started binge-watching a drama. It happened to be a melodrama where the vicious female antagonist was poisoning the poor protagonist and framing her for adultery with others. Macy's eyes widened in surprise. She marveled at this method of ruining someone's life. Having been in this small world for so long, Macy had seen many things. She thought it was very strange. Why did men, when caught engaging in relations with several women, face no more than mild moral condemnation, sometimes none at all, often labeled as womanizer without judgment, possibly becoming an interesting topic years later? When it came to women, they would become universally despised beings, even their loved ones harboring resentment. Not to mention the gossip from unoccupied passers-by, it would forever stain one's reputation, potentially ruining one's life. While working at the Planar Conroe Administration Jamuro, although Macy had always stayed by the administrator's side and hadn't seen much, she knew such scenarios wouldn't happen there. Macy found such things odd and inexplicably disgusting. She frowned, turned off the melodrama, and planned to sleep soundly on the luxurious waterbed, awaiting tomorrow's counterattack from Mariah. Her phone rang just as she got into bed. Macy, somewhat impatient, wanted to hang up but hesitated upon seeing the name before finally answering. Conroy's deep, pleasant voice came through the call, slightly urgent. Macy, why are you going to the neighboring city? I called you several times and you didn't answer. Hearing Arden's voice always cheered Macy up. She lazily rolled over, her voice soft and sleepy. Just out for fun. How did you know I went out, Gemrother Lou? You don't seem very respectful of my privacy. Arden sighed softly. Did you forget, Macy? The hotel you're staying at was recently acquired by me, and your name is listed as SVIP across all my properties. Lev, of course, I would know. Macy, Arden felt like he could almost see the girl stretching lazily like a cat, yawning with sleepy softness. He ground his teeth at her. Conroy, are you doing something dangerous again? Macy pondered seriously for a moment and denied it. I don't think it's dangerous. Having driven all day, Macy felt tired. It was now past midnight, and her voice grew drowsy. Recalling Macy's plan against Conroy during the autumn trip, Arden found the girl unreliable. Though he wanted to hear more from Macy, he chuckled softly. Conroy, right, go to sleep then, good night, little princess. Macy hung up sleepily and quickly fell into a peaceful slumber. Arden exhaled, watching the elevator door slowly open. The tall youth stood in the hotel corridor, staring at Macy's room door for a while until the hotel Norbert cautiously spoke. Mr. Liu, the accounts and reports from that side have been organized. Arden nodded and strode towards the elevator. He had rushed here the moment he discovered Macy had booked this hotel. He knew Macy was a crazy little thing who never acted without purpose. Coming here definitely wasn't for fun but for some interesting activity she had in mind. For some reason, he just wanted to follow her. Following the footsteps of his little princess was what he should do, right? Macy slept soundly, but Jace and Mariah were up all night. After Mariah revealed Macy's true identity to Jace, he was shocked. He thought to himself that he never expected Macy to be a fake miss, yet she seemed more aristocratic than Mariah. Lev, of course, he would never utter such thoughts aloud. Jace kept belittling Macy and pouring sweet words into Mariah's ears, making her genuinely happy. Certainly, though Mariah wasn't angry anymore, her desire to ruin Macy remained unchanged. Especially after searching online and reading posts about Macy on Gem University's forum, seeing pictures of her beloved car being occupied by Macy, Mariah suddenly felt inexplicable panic. She suddenly wondered if she might be replaced by Macy. Previously, she knew the Mu family had been looking for her. Jiming favored always gave her confidence. Mariah had never believed she would truly leave the Mu family, instead, she made them compromise. She thought once the Mu family resolved her engagement issue and accepted Jace, she would return. Gem it now, a sudden fear surged in her heart. Was this Macy really going to take her place? Furthermore, Seth's attitude towards her had obviously cooled down recently, and the Mu family hadn't contacted her for a long time. With all these factors combined, Mariah felt that she must do something. She absolutely wouldn't allow Macy, this country girl, to replace her. Conroe absolutely not. Mariah's eyes darkened as she spoke to Jace. Set up a meeting time with her, book a new room, install a camera inside, and then pay one of your colleagues to deal with her. Jace hesitated. Rujuan, isn't this a bit too much? Conroe, after all, she is technically still part of the Mu family. Mariah's voice grew louder. What do you mean? Are you feeling sorry for her? Jace hurriedly hugged Mariah from behind and kissed her cheek. No way, my dear. I was just saying it casually. I'll definitely follow your lead. He thought, no matter how pretty and obedient Macy was, compared to the Mu family's wealth, she was nothing. He felt a bit sorry for her, but that was all. Mariah laughed triumphantly. That's more like it. Their lips met, and the man's voice was filled with desire. Forget about this, let's have a baby, Rujuan. Mariah melted in his arms, closing her eyes. Conroe, right. It's the perfect time to conceive a baby these days. The next day, Macy slept until she naturally woke up. Not long after getting out of bed, her stomach growled. Conroe, she wondered what to eat. There was a knock on the door. Conroy's server came in with an exquisite breakfast. Miss Macy, here's your breakfast. Macy blinked. I didn't order anything. The server smiled. It's specially prepared for you by the hotel. Macy looked down and saw all her favorite dishes, especially a plate of fresh strawberries, which were rare this season. She popped one into her mouth, savoring its sweetness and closing her eyes blissfully. Conroe enjoying her breakfast, Macy opened her phone and saw Jace's reply. Little girl, meet me at the hotel room in 2 days. Macy found it strange. Hadn't Mariah quarreled with Jace? This didn't seem right at all. Just as she pondered, a call came in. Seeing the name on her phone, she frowned, sneered, yet answered in her usual sweet tone. Dad, what's up? Levin the other end. Nevin sounded quite drunk, probably having entertained clients all night. His slurred voice carried an obvious desire. Macy, why don't you break off the engagement with Conroy? We'll figure it out later. You can rely on Dad, I'll give you money. So, he couldn't wait to say such things openly now. Macy listened without emotion, her eyes darkening like a brewing storm, her beautiful features turning eerie. Then, a smile curled on her lips. She lowered her gaze and said softly. Sure, Dad. I'll be waiting for you at the Y Hotel in the neighboring city in 2 days. Chapter 35, Fake Innocent Real Conroe Aristocrat vs True Crazy Gemma Gmoy, 35. Karina put down her phone and touched her arm. The sun outside was shining brightly, but she suddenly felt a chill. It seemed that in the original plot, it was fortunate that the protagonist was timid and petty, with no charm whatsoever. Otherwise, even more terrible and tragic things might have awaited her. Karina recalled the message Jace had sent her. It definitely wasn't a sign of calm, it was a disguise for impending danger. However, it was unknown who would ultimately face this danger and misfortune. Karina replied to Jace's message like a naive little flower who had just fallen in love at first sight with a handsome uncle she had just met. She then went to Jace's bar as usual that night. That night, after Karina arrived at the bar, she noticed Jace's noticeably distant demeanor and felt the venomous gaze from behind her. This only confirmed her suspicions. Especially in the way Jace looked at her, besides his intentional and greasy flirtation, there was an almost imperceptible hint of regret. Karina lowered her eyes to drink her beverage, tapping lightly on the shimmering glass rim with her fingertips, thinking that it seemed Jace and Mariah were now on the same side. They were probably planning to ruin her. She found it quite amusing and smiled sweetly. To Jace, it seemed that Karina was becoming more infatuated with him. Focusing on the sinister and vicious stare behind her, Karina inadvertently overlooked another subtle gaze. Perhaps because that gaze felt familiar, her body instinctively ignored the sensation. When Karina returned to her hotel room that night, she was pleasantly surprised to find late-night snacks delivered to her desk. The cute and exquisite pastries were still steaming hot. She was indeed a bit hungry. While marveling at the excellent hotel service, she enjoyed the snacks, finding that they perfectly suited her taste. Soon, the agreed-upon time arrived. 11 that day, as soon as Karina woke up, she received a message from Nevin. Wait for me in your room at 10 tonight. Karina curled her lips and sent a message to Jace. I'll wait for you in my room at 9:30. Jace replied quickly, no, I've opened a new room, come find me when the time comes. Karina narrowed her eyes, her pupils turning slightly before replying, leave IK. Jace's new room was right across from Karina's. Conroy that moment, Jace and Mariah were installing hidden cameras in the room. Besides them, there was another man who looked similar in build to Jace, standing by with crossed arms, asking in a slick tone. You two aren't messing with me, right? That girl really won't call the police? Mariah swore firmly, she definitely won't. Conroy, as long as we threaten her with the video, she wouldn't dare. Even if she wanted to call the police, on camera, it'll look like she consented. When the lights are off, she will think it's Jace and won't resist. The slick man nodded. For the money, I'll reluctantly agree. Jace spat, you're just pretending to be tough after getting paid. You're probably thrilled inside. Jace felt a bit regretful about giving the opportunity to deflower the pretty girl to his friend. Soon, the cameras were installed, and the sky outside gradually darkened. The three of them exchanged looks, smiling, and left the room to have a good meal before the show began. However, they didn't know that in the next room, a pair of eyes was watching their departure through the peephole. Karina was peeking out the door. Leavenly, after confirming that their figures had disappeared, did she withdraw her gaze, rubbing her chin and suddenly laughing. She walked out into the corridor, holding the wrench she had bought, removed the room number sign from her own door, and switched it with the one across the hall. Conroy's had approached 9 o'clock. Jace and the others finished dinner, having drunk a lot of alcohol. They stumbled back to the hotel. This time, they didn't go upstairs together. First, Jace's colleague went up. The drunk, slick man arrived at the corridor, seeing the room number where the camera was installed, preparing to use his keycard to enter. He was going to wait for the little rabbit to come. However, when he swiped the card, the door wouldn't open. Strange, this is the correct room number, why can't I get in? Just as he was about to try again, he heard a click, and the door opened from inside. Why is someone inside? Before the man could react, a pair of hands dragged him inside, and something cold and sharp pressed against his neck. He instantly sobered up, breaking out in a cold sweat. Conroy's sweet yet chilling voice sounded in his ear. Don't make a sound, don't move, do as I say. Ernst wasn't a pushover. Once he calmed down, he realized that the girl who was holding him at knife point appeared slim and frail, and the knife in her hand probably wouldn't kill with one strike. He nodded, Levi okay, don't get excited, I'll do as you say. However, right after he finished speaking, he suddenly grabbed Karina's arm and elbowed backward. Karina nimbly dodged his action, but her eyes suddenly darkened. She had already been suppressing her violent urges forcefully, but his resistance instantly ignited all her crazy impulses. Why should she hold back? She wanted to kill him, she wanted to see blood to feel happy. Even with her powers sealed, her combat skills remained intact. The room was dark, and Karina moved like a venomous snake hunting in the darkness. Her cold pupils contracted into pinpricks, and the glinting blade in her hand lost all restraint, attacking relentlessly toward his throat. At this moment, the door was suddenly smashed open. Conroy's pleasant voice tinged with urgency called out, Karina. Karina, who had always been unaffected by external influences, suddenly furrowed her brow and shifted her blade slightly, grazing the edge of the greasy man's neck. Ernst stumbled back a step, covering his neck where a cut appeared, his face turning pale, heart pounding wildly. What terrifying speed! He almost died just now. Karina stared straight at the door, tilting her head nervously, her voice faint. Senior, why are you here? Did you come to stop me, to persuade me to be good? Maxim panted heavily, closed the door behind him, kicked the man who was holding his neck to the ground, and came to stand before Karina. Karina still held the knife, its tip dripping with blood, pointing at Maxim's left chest. The girl's expression was one of madness that Maxim had never seen before, but it was as if he felt nothing, approaching her, letting the knife pierce through his suit and skin, then gently grasping her wrist. Maxim smiled. No, little princess, I just don't want your hands to get dirty. Whatever you want to do, let me handle it, okay? Chapter 36, Fake well-behaved true Conro aristocrat versus real crazy Gemma Gmoy, 36. The greasy man was quickly beaten up by Yael and tightly bound with a sheet. His face was covered in blood, his nose bruised and swollen, and his entire body ached. He was certain that more than 2 of his ribs were broken, yet he didn't dare make a sound. This young man in the suit hits way too hard. Why is this happening? Everything was supposed to go according to plan. Ernst trembled all over. Conroyfter binding the man, Yael racked his brains on how to soothe Macy's mood. However, when he looked up, he found Macy staring at him with sparkling eyes, the terrifying aura from before mysteriously gone. Yael was stunned. Unbeknownst to him, Macy found watching him beat someone up quite enjoyable, which lifted her spirits. Yael did look good in a suit, broad-shouldered and long-legged, standing upright like a dashing gentleman. Conroyed he looked even better while beating someone in that suit. His side profile was Macy's favorite feature, the sharp and angular ruthlessness she loved. He had little expression, lips slightly pursed, almost bone-chillingly cold, but showed no mercy in his actions. With every punch, one could hear the horrifying sound of bones cracking. Macy particularly enjoyed this rare craziness of his, naturally forgetting her earlier displeasure. If Conroy de Bayo wasn't currently in hibernation, it would surely comment again, what kind of pervert has such a twisted mind, sometimes so complex, other times simple to the extreme. Yael took a step toward Macy. His heart raced, and his hands, probably from exerting too much force earlier, trembled uncontrollably. He wanted to touch Macy's face but paused just before touching her, retracting his hand. He didn't want to get her face dirty with the blood on his hands. His long eyelashes, like crow feathers, fluttered as he curved his lips into a very beautiful smile, repeating what he had said before. Whatever Macy wants to do, just leave it to me. Macy blinked, suddenly feeling fortunate that she hadn't killed anyone just now, otherwise, she wouldn't have seen the good show coming up. She calmed down and returned to her cute and delicate self. With her big, soft eyes glancing at the trembling man on the ground, she sweetly spoke. Use this man's phone to send a message, suggesting that Rosanna rest in my room, and then ask Jace to come here. Your room? Yael was surprised but quickly understood. You changed the room number, so they think it's your room, but it's actually the one they booked. Clever, Macy raised an eyebrow. That room has a camera, and I want to see a good show. Ernst on the ground, thoroughly battered and bruised, was utterly dumbfounded. He suddenly realized that Jace and his girlfriend seemed to have provoked some extremely terrifying people. Yael nodded, picked up the man's phone, and sent a message to Jace. Gemrother, the little girl, came to my room. Her current room is empty. Your wife drank too much, let her sleep in that room, and you come over here, there's a surprise for you. Sure enough, Jace quickly replied, good brother. Jace thought, even though that room has cameras, dragging the little girl somewhere out of sight, he could also enjoy himself. True to form, his brother hadn't forgotten about him. Jace concealed his excitement, guiding the drunk Rosanna into the room marked with Macy's room number, unaware that it was actually the room they had just installed cameras in. Subsequently, he closed the door, cleared his throat, and knocked on the opposite door. Indeed, a muffled woo-woo sound came from inside. Jace became even more excited, feeling heat rising all over his body. Footsteps soon approached from inside. Jace eagerly rubbed his hands, expecting something risque. Yet when the door opened, he was greeted by a strong smell of blood. He froze, sensing something wrong, preparing to run when a hand grabbed his collar with great strength and dragged him into the room. Yael, expressionless, slammed Jace onto the ground and kicked him mercilessly. Jace couldn't even scream as excruciating pain surged in his abdomen. He broke out in cold sweat from both pain and fear. Before he could figure out who kicked him, his collar was grabbed again, and he saw the face of a handsome stranger right before receiving a fist to his face. 5 minutes later, Jace and his colleague were tied together. Were covered in blood, rolling their eyes, looking incredibly miserable. Yael's knuckles were scraped, and 2 spots throbbed with pain, possibly fractured from the forceful strikes. He merely shook his hand lightly, turned to Macy, and smiled. When facing Macy, his face did not have the same terrifying coldness as when he was beating people. Instead, the blood splattered around his eyes made him look stunningly beautiful. Macy licked her lips and glanced at the time. She had agreed to meet Nevin at 10 o'clock, and it was now 9:50. Macy thought Nevin might have a change of heart and not come, but suddenly received a message from Nevin, I've arrived at the hotel. The danger in Macy's eyes intensified. She scoffed coldly and replied, Conroy right, Dad, the key card is under the carpet outside the door. Then, she made Yael search through Jace's pockets for the key card and placed it under the carpet of the opposite room. Rosanna was sleeping soundly in the room, completely unaware that this room wasn't Macy's but the one with Macy's room number, which she had installed cameras in herself. The sound of the door opening rang out, and the man's heavy breathing grew closer, bringing with it a strong smell of alcohol. The room was pitch black. Ernst seemed to want to turn on the light, but after struggling with it for a while, gave up and approached the bedside. Rosanna, feeling dizzy, felt the smell of alcohol approaching and directly wrapped her arms around it. How come, you're only here now? Ernst seemed nervous, but desire soon overtook reason, and his hands began wandering. Rosanna, twisting her young body, welcomed yet resisted, you're so anxious, weren't we just, yesterday? She had drunk quite a bit and was still a little dazed, her voice sticky and slurred. Ernst didn't hear clearly what she said. He had never experienced such a wonderful, young body before, and his dirty desires exploded wildly inside him. He soon stopped talking and became entangled with Rosanna. Conroy night vision camera hidden in the TV socket recorded everything. Rosanna was unrestrained and passionate, quickly falling asleep again afterward. Her last thought before sleep was that her boyfriend seemed off today, how fast. Conroy's for Nevin, he finally calmed down after their encounter. He knew this kind of thing mustn't be known by a third person, quickly dressed, and rushed out. Macy peeked through the peephole, seeing Nevin wearing a mask and sunglasses exit the room, she remarked in surprise, Levy, that fast? Yael, however, stared intently at Macy, his voice trembling. What was that, Macy? What was that? What did Nevin want to do to you? He still didn't know Macy's identity in the Mu family because she had never told him anything about herself, and he had blindly followed her instructions. Now, he realized something, his heart tightening with immense anger and fear, making his temples throb. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a wolf ready to tear everything apart. Macy, however, smiled, Senior isn't too dumb after all. Before you ask me, shouldn't I ask you first, when did you start secretly following me? Chapter 37, Fake Sweetheart True Conroy Aristocrat vs True Crazy Gemma Gmoy, 37. Maxim tasted the metallic flavor of blood in his mouth. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing those terrifying thoughts, and whispered. I came over immediately after I saw you book this hotel. I was afraid you'd do something dangerous. Now it seemed, his speculation and decision were absolutely correct. Macy was indeed doing something dangerous, and it appeared utterly uncontrollable. Macy narrowed her eyes. The delicious food was also prepared by you? Yeah. Maxim didn't hide it, I even followed you to the bar. Levin the first day, I wanted to kill this man. Saying that, he casually glanced at the trembling Jace. Though Maxim looked much younger than Jace, that one glance made Jace feel as if he was being eyed by a fierce beast lurking in the shadows. Macy snorted lightly. I didn't know Senior actually cares about me so much. Following me like this, aren't you afraid I'll be angry? Maxim replied, Conroy-frayed, but more afraid you would disappear. So he never showed up, just content with watching Macy from the dark. Gemmet when he saw everything on the corridor surveillance, he could no longer hide. Conroy he could think was, a man entered Macy's room. Lev of course, what he saw upon bursting into the room was unexpected, not a man bullying Macy, but Macy nearly killing someone. Hearing Maxim's reply, Macy stared at him for a long time before smiling suddenly. So now, how are you going to deal with these two people? Maxim was stunned, suddenly realizing Macy wasn't blaming him anymore. Conroy's immense joy welled up inside him. In this moment, he wanted to step forward and touch his little princess. Gemmet once again, he held back. Maxim lowered his gaze to the two people on the ground. He wanted to kill them even more than Macy did. How dare they covet his little princess? However, in this technologically advanced legal society, murdering someone meant he couldn't get away unscathed. He didn't want Macy to soil her hands, and neither could he go too far. He had an excellent plan that would make these two suffer worse than death. Jace and the other person began trembling harder, their fear and unease growing exponentially. They'd never regretted anything they'd done as much as this. They had done similar things before, yet never faced such a situation. Maxim said softly, almost gently, I will have people send them out of the country, to the northern part of Laviriolo, then leave them to fend for themselves. Hearing this, Jace and the other person instantly turned pale. Who didn't know how terrifying that place was? Without power or money, one might as well be livestock there. Many people deceived into going there ended up as slaves, forced to sell blood or organs, unable to live or die. Even many criminals who fled there couldn't avoid being assassinated or decapitated. Going there would indeed be worse than death. Maxim's voice remained soft, almost tender, as he continued. These two must have criminal records. I'll have people dig up their undiscovered crimes, make it look like they fled abroad after exposure. Clean and traceless. With his refined, pleasing voice describing terrifying events, Jace and the other person were almost driven mad. Their mouths were gagged, preventing them from begging for mercy or calling for help. They could only weep and shake their heads frantically, hoping for a bit of mercy from the devil. Seeing Maxim's expression, however, they knew this wolf wouldn't show any leniency. They turned to Macy. This young girl might be a little strange, but as a girl, she couldn't be that ruthless, right? They crawled toward Macy, banging their heads on the ground to express remorse, preferring a severe beating to being sent to that hellish place. However, Macy took a disdainful step back. Just do as you say. Ugh, these two are so ugly, get rid of them quickly. Turning her head, she finally felt a little more comfortable and smiled sweetly at Maxim. You're still the most handsome, especially after hitting people and plotting evil schemes. Maxim exhaled, none of the expected storms had come. Conroy's corner of his mouth curled upward as he played weak skillfully, his voice hoarse. Macy, my hand hurts. Raising his hand, Macy finally noticed the mangled flesh on his knuckles. Abelardo's hands were incredibly beautiful, slender bones with blue veins slightly raised, as if fresh blood surged beneath the pale skin. The combination of cold white and vivid red was striking. Macy licked her lips and stepped forward, grabbing Maxim's wrist. She then opened her mouth slightly and blew softly. Conroy's cool breath entered the wound, piercing through to Maxim's heart, making his entire body start to feel hot. The tips of Maxim's ears soon turned red. Macy looked at him with bright eyes. Still hurt? Maxim's long lashes trembled like a raven's feathers, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. His words became sticky. Still hurts. Rarely patient, Macy gently blew 2 more times. Seeing this as enough, Maxim pulled his hands behind his back, his fingertips lightly touching the place where Macy had blown, feeling his heartbeat race. Jace and the other person. Help. What kind of people are these, conducting pure love right in the middle of a crime scene? The sky was already starting to lighten. Maxim tried to steady his emotions and made a phone call. Within half an hour, several men in black came over and carried out the 2 who were too weak to struggle, their eyes vacant. Things will get more complicated if we delay. So I'll have them removed now, Maxim explained softly beside Macy. Conroy explaining, Maxim didn't forget to use Jace's phone to send a message to Rosanna. I've gotten into a bit of trouble recently, so I'm going away for a while. I'll be back after some time. Wait for me, honey. Love you. Jemmy the way, I've taken the camera from that woman's room, don't worry. Macy found it interesting, you seem quite experienced. Maxim disdainfully tossed the phone aside, no. He just saw a lot of people from all walks of life and was best at pretending. Soon, the room was cleaned up as if nothing had happened. Macy stretched lazily, I'm tired, want to go home. Conroy's for the camera. Maxim raised his hand, gently stroking the long hair by her ear, his gaze tender, everything will be arranged perfectly for you. Macy nodded. Indeed, Maxim always did things perfectly. Maxim, Conroy right, let's go home. He said, let's go home, instead of, I'll send you home, adding a little thoughtfulness in his words to tie himself with Macy. Gemmet Macy wouldn't notice such details, nodding, leave IK. She got into Maxim's car, closing her eyes happily as the car drove smoothly. Rosanna finally woke up, rubbing her still sore head and looking around bewilderedly, not seeing her boyfriend. The bed still showed signs of activity, but Jace was gone. Could he have gone out to buy breakfast? Rosanna opened her phone and saw the message sent from Jace's number, frowning in realization. So that's how it is. This has happened before, it's not a big deal. This message made her mood sour, but thinking about the ruined Macy yesterday instantly cheered her up. She sent a message to Jace, send me the video from the camera. I want to enjoy it properly. Chapter 38, Fake Gentle True Conroe Aristocrat vs True Wild and Crazy Gemmig Wolf Dog, 38. Jace quickly replied to the message. I'm not very convenient right now, let's talk about it when I come back. I don't want you to deal with this troublesome matter alone. Rosanna thought, that's true. If she really wanted to accomplish something big with this video, she definitely had to discuss it with Jace. Her husband was indeed always caring for her as usual. How nice. After taking a bath, Rosanna left the hotel and took a taxi back to her house. Right after Rosanna left the hotel, the security personnel arranged by Maxim removed the camera in that room and sent it to him. When Maxim drove to Caitlin's home, he found that Caitlin was already asleep. After not sleeping all night, Caitlin was now deeply asleep. The car smelled reassuring, and Maxim's presence made her inexplicably relaxed. The girl's eyes were closed, her long lashes casting crescent shadows on her lower eyelids. When asleep, her delicate features looked even more obedient and tempting. Her black eyes closed, she seemed like a truly harmless and delicate little flower. Maxim didn't wake her up but stared at Caitlin's sleeping face almost in a trance, even holding his breath softly. He saw Caitlin's harmless side for the first time and wanted to lock her up and watch her forever. Maxim couldn't calm down at all right now. He remembered that Caitlin did not answer his question. Why would Nevin come to the hotel and get tangled up with Rosanna? They are father and daughter. Conroyed if Caitlin hadn't gone along with the plan at the time, wouldn't Caitlin be the one who ended up in bed with Nevin? Hatred surged within him, making his breathing rapid, unintentionally waking Caitlin. Caitlin woke up groggily, blinked her eyes, and realized they were already in the parking lot of her house. The girl stretched cutely, revealing a charming look. Turning around, she noticed the profound gaze of Maxim, as if something was slowly rising from the depths of his narrow eyes. Seeing Caitlin awake, Maxim got out of the car, went to the passenger side, opened the door for her, and carefully supported her head as she got out. Caitlin jumped out of the car, still sleepy, wanting to go straight back to her bed for a good nap. Maxim walked a step behind on her left, counting Caitlin's steps, feeling every step landing on his heart. Unlocking the password-protected door, he chuckled softly, go sleep quickly. Caitlin nodded with her eyes half-closed and was about to go upstairs to her room when her phone rang. Looking at the screen, she saw it was Conroy. Conroy had never called Caitlin voluntarily before, any communication would be related to student council duties. Since it was vacation, there shouldn't be much going on with the student council. Caitlin answered the call, Senior Conroy, hello. What's up? Conroy seemed somewhat embarrassed, well, Caitlin, let's have dinner together today. For some time, Caitlin had kept him at arm's length, and his patience was starting to run thin while being stringed along. Caitlin naturally knew what just right meant. She had been dangling Conroy just to achieve this effect, making Conroy take the first step to contact her. Levins Conroy put aside his ridiculous self-respect, she could easily increase his affection. With the affection rating stuck at 80 for a long time, she indeed needed to do something. Gemmerging joy into her voice, she said, sure, where shall we meet? Conroy felt better since he wasn't refused, let's meet at the square in the city center at 11 Conroy M. Conroy hanging up, checking the time, she figured it was almost time to leave. Caitlin yawned, so annoying, I have to go out again. Maxim, who had been silent all along, finally spoke, his voice still gentle as always, Caitlin, you don't have to go. That waste isn't worth your time. Caitlin lazily turned her head, I'll go once. Gemicides, I'm also hungry. Having said that, she turned and walked out. Stepping out into the sunlight, the warm autumn sun shone on her face, making her look radiant and glowing. Caitlin. Gem behind her, Maxim's voice echoed. Caitlin turned around, and Maxim stood in the doorway, with the sunlight illuminating just in front of his feet, as if stepping forward would touch that bit of light. Gemmet he remained rooted to the spot, with the inside of the house dimly lit, obscuring his face. Why go then, Caitlin? The door frame cut through the brightness and darkness, as someone deep in the abyss tried to grab hold of something. Caitlin simply shrugged, I said, just to hang out. She didn't say anything else, turned around, and walked away without looking back. Maxim stood motionless inside the door, staring intently at Caitlin's retreating figure. Levine, 2, 3, she walked 389 steps from the house to the entrance of the community. Finally, unable to see Caitlin anymore, he closed the door, and suddenly raised his hand. The fist, from which the bleeding had barely stopped, struck hard against the wall. The pain as if being torn did not reveal any emotion on his face. He only lowered his eyes, and smiled in silence. Caitlin took a taxi there, and Connie saw Conroy waiting there. When Conroy saw her, his eyes visibly brightened, but he didn't seem to want to appear overly excited, so he just waved at Caitlin. Caitlin hooked up an ambiguous smile, walked over, but didn't intend to make small talk with Conroy. Instead, she went straight to the restaurant she most wanted to eat at. 20 minutes later, Conroy looked at Caitlin, who was focused on eating heartily, and suddenly felt that he was just a tool used for paying the bill. How could that be? Caitlin liked him so much. Not speaking and only eating should be because of shyness. After all, this was the first time he invited her out. Thinking this way, Conroy felt much better. Seeing Caitlin eating so deliciously, he felt his mood lighten, thinking Caitlin was really cute. The higher the affection level, the harder it is to increase. Gemmet, after one meal, the affection level increased by 3 points, something Caitlin herself hadn't expected would be so simple. Conroy after the meal, looking at Caitlin's beautiful eyebrows and eyes, Conroy said, "How about we go see a movie?" Before he could finish his sentence, Caitlin interjected softly. "Conroy, I didn't sleep well last night and need to take a nap in the afternoon, so I'll go back now." Conroy's words were stuck in his throat, neither up nor down. However, they enjoyed the meal, so he nodded. "Conroy, right, I'll send you back." Caitlin rolled her eyes silently inside but kept her warm and cute demeanor on the surface. "No need to trouble you. I can take a taxi myself. Next time I'll treat you to a movie, Senior Liang." Conroy nodded, not insisting further. Conroy, he had plans with friends in the afternoon, and he felt Caitlin didn't need to worry, being considerate. Caitlin quickly took a taxi home. Unexpectedly, upon opening the door, she bumped right into Maxim standing there. Surprised, she looked up. "You?" "Yes," Maxim spoke softly, smiling gently. "I've been waiting here for you, Caitlin." Chapter 39, Fake Innocent Genuine Conroy Aristocrat versus Truly Insane Gemmig Wolf Dog, 39. Extreme gentleness brought with it a chilling aura, as if demons were crawling out from those pitch-black eyes, concealing terrifying malice with pure white warmth. Karina's heart raced under his gaze, feeling an excitement welling up within her. It seemed something was about to happen, and inexplicably, she felt anticipation. "What are you waiting for me for, Senior? Conroy, aren't you hungry?" Karina tilted her head back and smiled at Hamilton. Hamilton nodded. "Yes, I'm hungry. Gemmet, I want to ask Karina something." He took a step back, gently gripping Karina's wrist, and led her upstairs. His movements were very gentle. Karina had intended to go upstairs to her bedroom anyway, so she did not refuse and followed him up. The front door closed slowly behind Karina, shutting out the bright sunshine outside. The curtains were drawn, and no lights were on, leaving the house in dim darkness. Karina's eyes fell on the fingers holding her wrist, noticing that his knuckles were still bleeding, dark red streaks winding across his pale skin, which looked oddly alluring. She was led into Hamilton's bedroom. This was her first time entering Hamilton's bedroom. She discovered how spacious it was, devoid of any signs of life, everything cold and colorless. Hamilton had her sit on the small sofa in the bedroom, then spoke softly. "Karina, you said we were partners. Yet now, you know everything about me, but I know nothing about you. I'm worried about you, Karina. You must tell me what happened yesterday." Karina always had great patience with Hamilton. If anyone else had asked this question, Karina would have been too lazy to answer. Gemmet Hamilton was different. What exactly made him different, Karina couldn't explain clearly, but she indeed didn't mind his questioning or his touch. In fact, she liked it when he gazed at her with those narrow, serious eyes, filled with the same repressed madness as hers. Karina tilted her head and smiled. "It's actually not a complicated matter." She briefly explained her identity and Rosanna's, mentioning how Nevin harbored disgusting intentions towards her. So, she played along, satisfying both Nevin and Rosanna. Of course, it was these two who thought they were satisfied. Nevin never realized that the person he slept with was Rosanna, while Rosanna believed she had just spent a night with her boyfriend. Listening to this, Hamilton clenched his palm tightly, the pain helping him maintain his composure. He could hardly imagine what Karina had gone through. It turned out she wasn't some pampered young lady, she had endured much hardship. No wonder she exhibited such a fragmented personality. He squatted in front of Karina, almost kneeling close to her, his voice hoarse. "So, Karina wanted me to bring down the Mu family." Karina thought for a moment. "You could say that." She looked completely indifferent. Despite being part of the whole affair, she acted like a player observing from a godlike perspective. This made Hamilton feel uneasy, as if something uncontrollable was slowly unfolding. Karina looked into Hamilton's eyes and suddenly smiled, her eyes narrowing. "What's that look on your face, Senior? Conroy, are you feeling sorry for me?" It was as if she had found something amusing. "Then you're thinking too much. I find everything quite entertaining." Hamilton, kneeling before her, looked up at her intently, his lips slightly pursed, silent for a moment before leaning closer, bracing his hands on either side of Karina's chair arms. Trapping Karina between his arms, he spoke slowly, his voice unusually gentle. "Karina, please don't focus on Conroy anymore, nor the Mu family, nor Cordelia. No one is worth your effort. I can prepare everything for you, isn't that better?" The elegant young man was now fervent and passionate, his slightly raspy voice masking long-buried desires. He could no longer endure watching Karina heading towards that good-for-nothing man, even knowing it was just a game to her. Kneeling there, he wanted to submit to his little princess. Gemmet before that, he had to transgress. Hamilton's fingers slid lightly over the armrest. Then, there was a faint metallic clink. He laughed pleasantly. Wait until I destroy the Mu and Liang families, then you can do whatever you want to me. Karina was stunned, lowering her head to look at the coolness around her wrist. Conroy cold metal handcuff tightened around her delicate, porcelain white wrist, making it appear even more slender and fragile. Karina licked her lips, her gaze turning cold, and she gently shook her arm, the sound of the chain clinking sharply. Her voice was sweetly sugary. What does Senior mean by this? Hamilton did not directly answer her question. His voice trembled, trembling with excitement. I will try my best. I will destroy them for you as quickly as possible, and then you will only have me. Conroy, that time, you can do anything to me, even kill me, but please don't be angry with me. The narrow, dark eyes were tinged with red, as if the delicate corners had been dipped in blood. Karina said nothing, she just silently watched Hamilton until the boy before her started trembling all over, then she let out a soft laugh. How strange, why are you doing this? Hamilton lifted her handcuffed wrist and placed a cold kiss on Karina's fingertips. The madness and devotion conveyed by that kiss made Karina's heart pound wildly. The youth looked up at her with shimmering eyes, his beautiful face showing vulnerability and madness that only appeared in front of her. Gemma, I like you. The raspy voice was like shattered ice crystals, blending with the night outside and the murderous autumn wind, rolling into the empty room. Time seemed to stand still. Karina inappropriately recalled a long time ago when she was still at the Realm Conroy Administration Jimuro. Gemak then, she told her teacher, I like you. Karina wasn't sure what like meant, but she could feel that her words to her teacher back then were different from what Hamilton said to her now. These two likes were not the same. Karina retracted her thoughts and fell into Hamilton's terrified yet passionate gaze. She curled her lips. You like me, so you can find me? Conroy. Soon as she finished speaking, Karina choked on her own words. She probably didn't have the right to say that, considering she had killed the person she once said she liked. Hamilton trembled at her words, looking as if he had been hurt, with his eyes red-rimmed. No, Karina, I won't keep you confined forever. He bit his lip and stopped talking. He wanted to say that he didn't want to watch you walk away from me again. I've been in the abyss too long, unable to hold on to the moon, so I dragged the moon in to accompany me. 6 months. Hamilton gave himself 6 months to destroy the Mu family and the Liang family and monopolize Karina. Once everything was over, he would accept whatever punishment. It was a desperate gamble, like a sacrificial offering. Deep down, he knew he couldn't keep her, so he might as well be selfish, even a little wicked. Gemma, for suffocating, at least let him grab something, even if it was temporary. Karina exhaled. I'm thirsty, get me a glass of water. Hamilton seemed to wake up suddenly, blinked, slowly stood up, and softly responded in a hoarse voice, Leave IK. He walked out, locked the door from the outside, and soon returned with a cup of water. Just as he opened the door, a cold iron chain shot out from the crack, tightly wrapping around his neck. Chapter 40, Fake Well-behaved True Conroe Aristocrat versus Truly Insane Gemig Wolf Dog. Clash. It was the sound of a glass falling to the ground and shattering. Click was the sound of handcuffs locking shut. The iron chain wrapped around his neck brought an intense feeling of suffocation. Maxim instinctively wanted to throw his attacker over his shoulder, but he suddenly froze when he grasped the slender, smooth wrist. In that moment of hesitation, Macy kicked fiercely at the back of his knees without any trace of hesitation. Maxim grunted and fell to his knees, allowing Macy to handcuff him to the bed frame. The long iron chain coiled twice around Maxim's neck. With just a tug, Macy could easily end his life. Maxim did not struggle. When Macy pulled the chain tightly, he tilted his head back due to the suffocation, his pale lips parted, bloodshot eyes glaring wildly. Yet, even so, he did not move, as if offering himself up like a sacrificial lamb. His sharp yet pallid face flushed from lack of oxygen, giving off a strangely beautiful allure. Especially his eyes, shimmering like shattered glass reflecting dying light, delicate and magnificent. Macy paused in her thoughts, deciding that Maxim must have deliberately portrayed this image. However, she did indeed find it appealing, thus she loosened her grip slightly. The choking sensation faded. Maxim took deep breaths, his chest rising and falling visibly. The corners of his mouth turned upwards. His voice grew even more hoarse, tearing apart, saying with hateful yet pitiful words, Macy still cares about me. Still kneeling on the ground, with one hand handcuffed and the other chained to the bed frame, 2 chains looped around his neck were held by his princess. The kick from Macy had been powerful, and he had also knelt on the broken shards of the glass, causing his knees to bleed profusely. Neither of them noticed this, however. Macy moved from behind him to stand before him, looking down at him condescendingly. What makes you think you can trap me? Maxim looked up at her, laughing lightly. I never thought I could trap you. That's why, after being attacked, he didn't struggle at all. He had always subconsciously foreseen that he would never be able to hold Macy captive. He had regretted locking her up the moment he did. It was something he couldn't bring himself to do. Gemmet, he deserved punishment for his wrongdoing. He hadn't expected it to come so quickly. Macy stared at him for a while, then her fingers gently touched the corner of his lips. Conroyed this touch, Maxim shuddered, almost looking surprised at Macy's actions. Macy wiped away a bit of blood from his lips caused by the chain, reluctant to remove her finger when she felt its cool, smooth texture. She couldn't help but trace his eyebrows and eyes. Despite feeling upset and wanting to teach Maxim a lesson, Macy knew deep down that if Maxim truly wanted to harm her, she wouldn't have been able to counterattack so easily. Like a long time ago when she killed the teacher, she wouldn't have succeeded if the teacher had harbored any intent to kill or defended against her. Her fingertips brushed across his handsome features. When they reached his eyelids, Maxim closed his eyes, his long lashes fluttering like the wings of a dying butterfly. That gentle tickle traveled from her fingertips to her heart, making her lick her lips softly, speaking in a soft tone. "Senior, your behavior did make me angry, but I decide to forgive you." Maxim's breathing quickened. Unbelievably, he pressed forward into her palm, tears welling up in his eyes, leaving him speechless. This look and expression stirred a complex longing in Macy's heart. Suddenly, she felt a strong urge. Conroy's a chaotic evil person, Macy naturally acted on impulse. So she leaned down suddenly, pressing her lips to Maxim's. Maxim instantly stiffened, eyes wide open in shock, forgetting even how to breathe. It felt like something exploded in his mind, so vivid that he couldn't tell if it was a dream. In his deepest despair, he had feared that the moon, Macy, would forever leave him, only for it to suddenly fall into his arms. The warmth and softness of her lips were something he had never imagined, hearing his own heartbeat pounding loudly. It was a brief kiss, more out of curiosity for Macy. She left his lips, smiling in surprise. "It feels pretty good. When we fell off the cliff, were you thinking about getting kissed here?" "No wonder, it feels different from kissing your cheek. You mentioned I owed you a kiss earlier, now it's repaid." After Macy finished speaking, Maxim finally came back to his senses and took a sharp breath. Conroy's awareness returned, the tips of his ears visibly reddened, spreading all the way down to his collarbone. Even his gaze darted away under Macy's watchful eyes, embarrassment and ecstasy leaving him at a loss, his first reaction being an urge to hide. Macy found this even more amusing. "Senior, why do you suddenly look like a coward?" Maxim's face flushed as if it would bleed, biting his lip as he called out hoarsely, "Macy." The trailing note was almost petulant, reminiscent of a small animal cooing. Macy's displeasure vanished entirely as she began to reason with Maxim earnestly. "Senior, although I've forgiven you, remember that no one can restrict me, no one can change my mind. So, Senior, you should just cooperate with me obediently, doing what I ask, and I will give you what you need. Don't do things like this anymore." The moment she mentioned cooperation, Maxim felt himself falling once more into that endless abyss, cold and bone-chilling. Indeed, for this carefree little madcap, a kiss meant nothing. He lowered his eyes, gripping his palm tightly, the pain in his knees and neck becoming unbearably evident at that moment. Gemmet he could not help but submit. Maxim lifted his head, "Conroy right." Macy was satisfied. She took a step back, inspecting Maxim from head to toe, suddenly realizing how breathtakingly beautiful a damaged beauty adorned with iron chains could be. She was almost hesitant to unchain him. Gemmet, since Maxim's knees were still bleeding, Macy, who didn't think herself capable of mistreating her collaborator, resisted the temptation and moved forward to unlock his handcuffs. Using a hairpin from her head, she jimmied the lock open faster than with a key. Maxim kept his head down, his lips curling bitterly. So that's how it is. Indeed, how could the moon ever linger in the abyss? Conroy at least now, he could still bask in that light. The desire to monopolize her was buried deeply again, unsure when it would burst forth again or fester endlessly under self-torment. Meanwhile, at the Mu family residence. Liv's face was grim as she stared at the golden strands of hair on the inside of her husband's shirt collar and the faint scent of unfamiliar perfume, taking a deep breath. Her always impeccably behaved husband had cheated. No wonder he had been increasingly distant toward her recently, paying less attention to their son as well. She absolutely could not allow an illegitimate Darius to encroach on her legitimate son's inheritance. She had to find out who that mistress was. Chapter 41, Fake Well Behaved True Miss vs Real Eccentric Gemmig Wolf Dog, 41. The last day of the mini-holiday, Macy had a lie-in. There had been too many things going on these past few days, and she didn't get up until noon. Conroy, soon as she opened the door to her room, an extremely fragrant smell hit her nose. Macy went downstairs, thinking it was amazing that Kip had just finished making all this delicious food right when she woke up. Conroy, it was all her favorite dishes. Satisfied, she sat down and began feasting heartily, while Kip watched her with a slight smile. Neither of them mentioned what happened yesterday. There seemed to be an unspoken understanding between them. Gemmet, something seemed to be quietly changing. Lev, of course, it was Kip's change. Macy remained the same, seemingly nothing could leave a mark in her heart. She was chaotic, uncontrollable, without empathy, ruthless to herself and others alike. Kip thought it was enough like this, slowly dealing with all the filth around her, gradually intruding into her life. It was enough. Yesterday, he spent the entire night adding some more flavor to his wounds with alcohol instead of iodine, trying to sober himself up a bit, to prevent indulging too much. He had already gotten more than enough. Thankfully, his little princess hadn't blamed him for his misconduct. Conroy, at least in this world, only he knew Macy's true appearance, only he stood on the same side as Macy. This sense of solidarity became somewhat addictive to him. After Macy finished eating, he handed her a wet wipe and asked while sitting beside her, "What does Macy plan to do next?" "The camera has already been sent over." He then passed a small box to Macy. Macy smiled sweetly and took the box, her voice full of excitement. "Just keep it here for now. I don't need to do anything right now, I just need to wait." Just as she finished speaking, her phone suddenly buzzed. Macy opened it and froze for a moment. Conroy large sum of money had been added to her account, and it was voluntarily transferred by Nevin. Macy wrinkled her brow in disgust but then laughed. "He really takes me for his mistress. Is this hush money? Not bad at all. What a pity, Rosanna must be desperately short of this amount right about now." Seeming to find this money repulsive, Macy immediately transferred it to Kip in the next second. Kip's fingers tightened, but he quickly looked up at Macy with a smile. His messy bangs were getting longer but couldn't obscure his overly beautiful eyes. "I'll expedite the process, Macy." He would become the sharpest knife. Macy stood up and stretched. "I haven't been home in so long. I miss my good brother." Conwember deliberately broke the car Nevin often used. Taking advantage of Nevin going out for contract negotiations in another car, she hired someone to dismantle the dash cam, restoring its location records. She soon found out where Nevin had gone. To the newly opened hotel in the neighboring city. The car only stayed near the hotel for an hour before leaving, which certainly wasn't for business discussions, not during midnight, anyway. Conwember's face turned green with rage. Her heart pounded with a mix of sadness and anger, unable to even put on a good face for her own son. Seth finished his homework, came downstairs for lunch, and saw his mother's expression, finding it strange. "Aggie, what's wrong?" Conwember snarled fiercely, "Eat your meal, stop asking questions." Seth was inexplicably scolded but wanted to retort when he heard the door opening. Macy walked in from the door, carrying the warmth of the outside sunshine. Smiling brightly, "Aggie, brother, I'm back. School has been busy lately, so I haven't come back for a long time." The bright smile of the young girl seemed capable of dispelling all gloom, but Conwember was simply not in the mood to appreciate any warmth. With a darkened face, Conwember stood up and left without saying a word. Leavenly, Seth and Macy remained in the house. Seth cautiously glanced at Macy, just as their eyes met. Macy leaned closer. "Have you been studying well recently?" Seth nodded, "Yes." He thought to himself, how could he not study well? He would die if he didn't. His grades had improved a lot recently and he had even been praised by teachers, a feeling that was quite pleasant. Macy reached out and ruffled Seth's head. "Great, good boy." Seth shivered at the touch, shrunk his neck, and moved away a bit, starting to eat his meal. Macy was in a very good mood, completely unaffected by Conwember's poor attitude earlier, and even started chatting with Seth. "Zijiao, how have things been at home recently? How are Dad and Aggie?" Speaking of this, Seth couldn't help sighing. Knowing he couldn't talk about the issues with his friends, he had been holding everything in. Now, he finally opened up. "Lately, I don't know what's wrong with Dad and Aggie. They fight every day, and Dad doesn't come home at night. Aggie acts like she's going through menopause, always getting angry for no reason. Damn it, I don't want to live like this anymore." After hearing this, Macy's smiling expression didn't change at all. She just nodded. "That's tough. You must be really pitiful." Seth felt choked and secretly rolled his eyes. However, Seth gradually felt that Macy wasn't as terrifying as before. Being teased by Macy was much better than being scolded mercilessly by his mother for no reason. The siblings sat in the living room, chatting a few words occasionally, creating an unprecedented harmony. Conwember drove to the hotel in the neighboring city. It wasn't close, but she only took 2 hours, speeding all the way. If she hadn't barely controlled herself, she would have driven over to kill Nevin and that mistress. Conroy arriving at the hotel, she took 2 deep breaths, trying hard to suppress her anger, put on a hat and a mask, and got out of the car. The doorman courteously led her up, and Conwember immediately said, "Call your Norbert over." She was driving a 6 million luxury car, so the doorman knew this was not someone to be messed with, and quickly called the Norbert. Ernstager came to Conwember and smiled. "Hello, ma'am. May I help you with something?" Conwember glared at the person in front of her. "I want to see the surveillance from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. the day before yesterday." Ernstager was taken aback and smiled. "Sorry, ma'am, did you lose something? You can tell the front desk, and they will help you look for it. We cannot provide you with the surveillance because we need to protect all guests' privacy." Conwember became impatient, almost unable to suppress her anger. "Money is not a problem. I must see it. Do you know who I am?" Ernstager kept the smile unchanged. "Unless it's a police investigation, we will not show the surveillance to any guest." "Conwember, I said, money is not a problem. Look closely, I'm Nevin's wife. Your president is under my command. I'll go find him directly." Ernstager was taken aback, then stepped back and bowed in apology. "Levy, it's Conwember, my mistake, sorry. Please follow me to the surveillance room." Leavenly now did Conwember feel slightly relieved, following the Norbert to the surveillance room. She was controlled by emotions, focusing only on achieving her goal, so she didn't notice that the Norbert seemed too easy to agree. Chapter 42, Fake well-behaved true elitist versus genuine crazy gemmed wolf, 42. In the monitoring room, the Norbert poured a cup of water for Conroymber and retrieved the surveillance footage from the night before last to show her. His timely attentiveness made Conroymber feel slightly more comfortable. She thought that her husband's infidelity wasn't such a huge issue after all. In their social circle, many couples lived separately. As long as they didn't bring outsiders home, they could still maintain appearances. Over the years, Nevin had been very discreet, and there wasn't anyone in her group of affluent women who didn't envy her for having such a good husband. She planned to find out who the mistress was, threaten and intimidate her properly, which would definitely resolve the situation. She would never make a fuss over this matter. She needed to preserve her dignity. Focusing on the screen, Conroymber saw Nevin enter the elevator, come to a room, retrieve a key card from under the doormat outside, and walk inside. Conroymber's expression darkened as she said, "Go back." It's obvious that slut was waiting for him in the room first. Ernstager did not argue and obediently fast-forwarded the video. Indeed, it showed a man and woman entering the room first, followed by only the man leaving the woman alone in the room. Then, Nevin went in. Everything was moving too fast during fast-forwarding, so Conroymber couldn't recognize who they were but inwardly sighed, thinking this little tart seemed to be involved with more than just Nevin. Maybe she even worked as a prostitute. Compared to having a mistress, it seemed more tolerable if her husband paid to play around. Conroymber felt lighter-hearted, sipping tea. Go back to when the couple entered the room. Enlarge it. Ernstager glanced at Conroymber, his eyes showing a hint of unnoticeable pity. Subsequently, he paused the video at the point where the man and woman entered the room. When the scene finally slowed down, Conroymber stared at the screen, feeling a sudden surge of panic. It felt like something unbearable was about to unfold, dragging her into an abyss. Suddenly, Conroymber felt an intense palpitation. Just as she prepared to ask the Norbert to stop, the screen clearly revealed the woman. Splash. The teacup slipped from her hand, smashing onto the floor. She gaped in horror at the screen, frozen with cold fear. Ernstager took a call at the right moment, acting as if he hadn't noticed Conroymber's state, saying softly, "Conroymber, I have some business to attend to." "Excuse me." Ernstager quickly left, leaving Conroymber alone in the monitoring room. Gemma Conroymber no longer cared who was around her. Her hands began to tremble. The image on the screen paused on that face, a face she had seen for almost 20 years, one she thought about every day. No, impossible. This can't be real. She shook her head frantically, standing up abruptly, knocking her chair over loudly but unable to calm herself. It must just look similar. Yes. It must just look similar. She tried to reassure herself, yet her body uncontrollably trembled. Conroy, at this moment, her phone rang. The jarring ringtone startled her, making her shake. She wanted to end the call but accidentally answered it. It was a private detective she hired to find Rosanna secretly. The voice on the other side sounded cheerful. "Madam, we found Marnie in the neighboring city. We believe it won't take long to..." "Don't investigate anymore." Conroymber screamed into the receiver, "Stop investigating or I'll kill you." Her voice sounded like that of a madwoman. The private detective on the other end hesitated for a while, cautiously asking, "Madam, what happened?" Before he finished speaking, Conroymber hung up. She threw her phone against the screen, causing a sharp, shattering sound. The computer screen shattered but remained lit, cracks spreading across the face on the screen. Conroymber's eyes were bloodshot, her mind screaming at her not to look at that face on the screen. Yet, terrifyingly, she saw it everywhere. That enticing, rosy-cheeked face belonged to her own daughter. Suddenly, dizziness overwhelmed her. She fell to the ground, clutching her chest, screaming wildly. "Conroy!" Leavy outside, the Norbert stood by the door, listening to the screaming and smashing sounds inside. He called Yael. "Mr. Liu, as you predicted, Conroymber is losing it inside and has destroyed several computers. Should we demand compensation?" Maxim was sitting at his desk in the study, the curtains tightly drawn behind him. His obscurely handsome face curved into a smile. "There's no need. How can we ask the Mu family for such a small amount of money? Conroy, very soon, we will get much more from them." More than an hour later, Conroymber finally emerged from the monitoring room. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes bloodshot, and her clothes torn in several places, as if something had ripped them. Her back was bent, and the muscles on her face were twitching. She looked as though she had aged 10 years, not resembling a wealthy woman at all anymore. Ernstager acted as if he hadn't noticed her state and approached with concern, asking, "Conroymber, it's getting late. Would you like to rest here overnight?" Conroymber lifted her head sharply, glaring fiercely at the Norbert, her voice hoarse and filled with hatred. "I want that surveillance footage destroyed. You are not allowed to keep any copies." Ernstager showed difficulty. "That might not be wise. If there are any issues, we won't be able to explain." Conroymber screamed suddenly, "Do it now. Follow my instructions. Money is not a problem." With trembling fingers, she picked up her shattered phone and made a call. "Jolioli, transfer 10 million from my account to Y Hotel's account. Immediately." She turned to the Norbert, 10 million, for this surveillance footage. Is that enough? Ernstager smiled. Conroymber, you are too kind. We would have given it to you just for asking. Conroymber felt dizzy and almost fainted, thinking that there were no good people in this world, only scum. Soon, someone brought the hard drive containing the surveillance footage to Conroymber. She took it and walked out without looking back. Conroy arriving at the parking lot, she threw the hard drive on the ground with all her strength, stomped on it fiercely, ran over it several times with her car, then set fire to it and threw it into the trash bin. No one must see this video. Finally, Conroymber returned to her car, staring blankly at the steering wheel. Suddenly, she opened the door and started vomiting. She didn't know how she drove home. Leaving the road, she wished countless times that this was a nightmare and considered crashing into the guardrails multiple times, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Her mind couldn't bear such a terrible blow, and her hands kept trembling even after returning home. It was midnight when she arrived home. Thinking no one would be around at this time, she opened the door to find Nevin, Seth, and Karina sitting in the living room. Nevin saw Conroymber return, stood up, frowned, and expressed dissatisfaction. Where have you been? There are some issues with the business lately that require capital turnover. There's still some money in your account, right? Withdraw it and give it to me for emergency use. Seeing her mother's condition, Seth, who was hungry and eating a late-night snack, felt something was wrong, and her father seemed too indifferent. Just as Seth was about to ask what happened, she saw her mother suddenly look up and charge toward Nevin with a scream, like a madwoman. Nevin! I'll take you down with me. The disheveled woman lunged at Nevin's face, disregarding her own life. Karina was startled, shrinking back and covering her mouth. Beneath her terrified expression, there was a hint of triumphant laughter. Chapter 43, Fake Well-Behaved True Daughter vs. Truly Unhinged Gemmed Wolf, 43. Half an hour later, Nevin sat on the sofa, covered in injuries, staring at Conroymber in disbelief. What are you raving about? Conroymber trembled all over, supported by the butler and nanny as she sat down on the sofa, glaring fiercely at Nevin. Go to hell. Nevin's heart skipped a beat, feeling somewhat guilty as he glanced at Karina, wondering if their affair had been discovered. Soon he realized that if his wife really knew about him and Karina, she would have confronted Karina first instead of him. Since it wasn't this, there was nothing much to fear. Feeling even more dissatisfied, Nevin said, You menopausal old woman, is it because business has been bad recently, so you can't buy those limited edition luxury goods anymore? Which woman mocked you today that you came back and vented your anger on me? Conroymber's body shook violently, her face turning green, lips devoid of color, while bloodshot eyes stared angrily. You animal. Go to hell. She ranted nonsensically, making Nevin even more annoyed. He roared, Shut up. You're scaring the Dariusren. He turned to look at Seth and Karina, who were cowering in the corner of the sofa, trembling as they watched Conroymber. Especially Seth, who instinctively hid in Karina's arms under such fiery wrath, as if only Karina could offer him safety. Conroymber wanted to continue cursing. Nevin interrupted her again. Knowing he had indeed cheated and felt guilty, his tone softened a bit. Conroy, all right, I know you've been under immense pressure lately with the big gap. I've been suffering too. Let's quickly turn the funds around. Once we get through this tough time, everything will be fine. Conroymber felt she couldn't sit any longer, her temples throbbing, chest hurting fiercely, everything appearing red and blurry. Conroy metallic taste rose in her mouth as she blurted out, No money. Then she abruptly stood up, swayed, and fainted. For a moment, chaos ensued. Karina let out a startled cry, helping to lift Conroymber, whispering comforting words to Seth. Don't be scared, sister's here. Seth held back tears, both terrified and afraid, but in a daze, he felt Karina was like an angel. The next day, Conroymber finally woke up, but when she did, she seemed like a different person, looking extremely aged and vacant-eyed. She resolved to bury this matter deep within her, not allowing anyone to know about this huge scandal. Doctors said it was due to excessive emotional fluctuations causing cardiovascular issues. It wouldn't be serious if she avoided stress. Sitting in Karina's car, Seth discreetly glanced at his mother from the rearview mirror, thinking, how can this not be serious? She looks terrifying. When Conroymber was discharged, Nevin didn't come. Karina and Seth were there to take her home. Driving, Karina felt elated, barely containing her joy. From what she knew, Nevin was going crazy these days. Nevin initially thought Conroymber saying there was no money was just spiteful talk, but upon investigation, it was true. He had been relying on those 10 million plus loans and borrowings to slightly stabilize his funds, but now, everything was gone. He had no choice but to sell a few small companies, losing several major projects. The collapse of his industry was like an avalanche, unstoppable unless completely ruined. Continuing this way, he'd have to sell shares, a devastating blow for a founder of a group. Nevin's energy was entirely focused on these matters, leaving no time to bother Karina, who was happy with the peace. During this period, Karina took a leave citing her elder's health, eating, drinking, occasionally teasing Seth, binge-watching dramas, and listening to Maxim's work reports, living very happily. After bringing Conroymber home, Karina suddenly realized she hadn't seen Maxim for days. For some reason, she suddenly missed his presence, her heart itching with desire, wishing to see him immediately. Deciding impulsively, Karina casually instructed Seth a couple of things and smiled at Conroymber. Aggie, something happened at school, I've taken quite a few days off already, I should go back. I'll visit you in a couple of days. Conroymber, sitting on the sofa, shifted her aged gaze towards Karina before closing her eyes and said, get lost. Karina wasn't offended, quickly exiting the door, but Seth felt somewhat uncomfortable. His dragon parents weren't very affectionate, and memories of interacting with them were sparse. Yet, oddly, Karina had the most significant impact on him. Conroy soon as Karina left, Seth looked at his mother in front of him and suddenly felt a bit scared. Levio, big bad wolf, don't go. Levin her way back, Karina remembered that Maxim's sick leave had expired, and he had returned to school. So, Karina drove straight home and then went to the school. She originally intended to find Maxim directly, but after parking her car on campus, she unexpectedly ran into an old acquaintance, Vita. Seeing Karina, Vita greeted her with apparent joy but avoided eye contact, revealing her ulterior motives. Karina, how have things been at the Mu family recently? I heard there might be some problems. Disgust rose within Karina. Just as she was about to turn and leave, an idea struck her, and she gave a cold smile. Conroyanti, let's sit down somewhere and have a good talk. Vita froze, surprised, and asked Karina, what did you call me? Without speaking, Karina walked to a corner of a cafe, sat down, and secretly turned on the video recording on her phone, hiding it inside her slightly open bag. Vita sat across from Karina, right in front of the camera. Karina finally bestowed Vita with a glance. Conroyanti, why are you still pretending? Conroy, aren't you wondering if Rosanna has been found yet? Conroy, are you worried about her? Vita stiffened, managing a weak smile. Why should I worry about her? Karina curled her lips, and her delicate face revealed a coldness unfamiliar to Vita. Because she is your biological daughter, Conroyanti. Vita froze, as if struck by lightning. She instantly paled and felt her hair stand on end. Before Vita could react, Karina lowered her eyes sorrowfully. I am so sad. The Mu family already knows and wanted to settle accounts with you, but I stopped them because you did raise me once. Her voice choked up as she looked up at Vita. Now you won't have any trouble. I just want to know what happened back then, can you tell me? Conroy, an hour later, Vita wiped away her tears, looking sad and panicked, as she quickly walked out of the cafe. Meanwhile, Karina reclined comfortably in her chair, wiping away her fake tears, took out her phone, glanced at the complete video, and smiled contentedly. Suddenly, a low, amused male voice sounded behind her, followed by a warm hand patting her head. Find something amusing again, hmm? Chapter 44, Fake Well-Behaved True Heiress vs Truly Crazy Gemig Wolf Dog, 44. No one could approach Macy without being detected by her, except for Maxim. Just the sound of his voice made Macy feel delighted. She turned her head and smiled at the newcomer. How did Senior know I was here? I didn't know. Maxim sat down in front of Macy with 2 cups of coffee, placing the one with milk in front of Macy. I haven't been back to school for a long time. There's a lot of student union business. I came to buy some coffee to stay alert and happened to see you. Conroy, as he spoke, he glanced outside at the middle-aged woman's back. That's her. Macy took a sip of the coffee, closing her eyes contentedly like a cat that has succeeded in its mischief. Yes, I just tricked her into believing the Mu family already knows I'm their biological daughter, leading her to reveal the truth about that year. She waved her phone smugly. There'll be quite a show soon. The bright spark in the girl's eyes made Maxim's heart flutter sharply, lowering his gaze and chuckling softly. You're indeed Macy. He concealed all emotions, still appearing as gentle as jade. Maxim, Jemmy the way, check back on the student union this afternoon. Everyone misses you. Macy nodded with a smile. Sure, definitely. Maxim looked at her almost tenderly, not saying a word. The striking appearance of the man and the woman sitting there talking attracted many glances. Naturally, it also caught the attention of a certain victim. Seeing them together, Conroy approached angrily, barely suppressing his rage, whispering, Maxim. Why are you with Macy again? Macy, why didn't you tell me you were back at school? Maxim raised his head with a good-natured look. I was discussing things with a few people from the student union. Just coincidentally, Macy and I arrived earlier. Just then, Cordelia's voice echoed, sorry, I'm late. Maxim responded warmly, it's fine. Cordelia walked over and sat next to Macy cheerfully, holding her arm. Noemi, time no see. Macy smiled sweetly. Noemi, time no see, Senior. I miss you. This left Conroy standing awkwardly aside. Conroy apparently, they were really just having a department meeting. Conroy felt out of place, unable to leave or stay, his face turning red. For some reason, Maxim's smiling face now looked particularly glaring to him. Conroy thought of something and turned to Macy. Levy, right, my family wants to bring the engagement forward, possibly within half a year. Saying that, he turned and left, feeling much better after declaring it in front of Maxim. This was actually his own desire. Feeling threatened, Conroy wanted to finalize things quickly. Maxim lowered his gaze, the shadow of his long lashes casting a small patch of darkness, obscuring his eyes. Cordelia frowned, looking at Macy and sighing. Can't you fight back at all? Macy's expression clearly turned sad, murmuring quietly, I wish I could. Cordelia felt pained and comforted her. It's okay, don't worry about it. Conroy, these arranged marriages are all for show. You and Conroy can agree to keep your lives separate. He won't restrict you. Macy couldn't help but laugh, never expecting Cordelia to speak so frankly. She nodded shyly. Conroy, right, we'll listen to Senior. After finishing the department discussion, they chatted more about gossip. Cordelia realized Maxim seemed more human than before. This observation felt strange, but previously, Maxim had seemed like an aloof fairy figure, always polite yet distant. Now, he even joined in on their lighthearted, meaningless conversations. Just as she finished a joke, making Macy laugh uncontrollably, Cordelia noticed Maxim's gaze, his eyes seemingly focused solely on Macy, deep and dark, as if trying to draw the delicate figure into their depths. Cordelia's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Gemma Ryuen was bored lately. With no news from her boyfriend, she spent days at home engrossed in games, using the money she brought from home. Conroy month later, she noticed changes in her body. Using a pregnancy test, she discovered she was pregnant. Gemma Ryuen wasn't overly panicked since she had intended to have a Darius for Jace anyway. It was just that she felt somewhat angry doing it without her boyfriend present. She messaged Jace, "You damn thing, I'm pregnant. When are you coming back?" Maxim, elegantly signing a major project contract, slowly picked up Jace's phone from the drawer, snapped a photo of the message, and sent it to Macy. Recently, Macy had been acting just like an excellent regular college student. She was very fulfilled on campus and would go home on weekends to torment Seth. Every day, she felt happy. Upon receiving Maxim's message, Macy's eyes lit up. According to the original plot, Gemma Ryuen indeed became pregnant around this time, but now, whose Darius was it in her belly? Macy felt a bit excited and replied to Maxim, "Comfort her." Maxim quickly crafted a sweet message, successfully making Gemma Ryuen happy again. Macy thought Gemma Ryuen wouldn't abort the baby. After all, in the original plot, she wanted to give birth to this Darius. Gemma Ryuen indeed thought so. During this period, although she hadn't seen Jace, not even getting a call from him, she often received sweet words and take-out feasts that Jace ordered for her. She imagined that when Jace returned, she could return home with this Darius. No matter how upset her parents were with her, they would never be heartless enough to upset a pregnant woman. Most importantly, she still had the video of Mukan Royna. Levance revealed that little bitch would pose no threat to her status, and her parents would still believe she was the best daughter. Gemma Ryuen felt pleased but didn't know that her boyfriend was in a factory in northern Levi-Lu, tied up along with many others, being forced to donate blood, barely alive. Macy aced her first final exams as expected, ranking first in the entire department. In the eyes of her classmates, Macy had become a perfect existence, except for the fact that she was bound to a trash fiancé. Winter break arrived, and Macy was preparing to pack her things and return to the Mu family, but after Maxim said, "Macy, I don't want to spend the spring festival alone," with puppy dog eyes, she turned a corner and went back to his place. Macy thought since she was insignificant to the Mu family anyway, she might as well stay here with him. It seemed she had long gotten used to living under the same roof as Senior Lu. Every day, she ate the best food and heard the most interesting news. Conroy. Few days before the spring festival, a soft voice suddenly popped into her head. "Macy, long time no see, happy spring festival." Macy was taken aback. "Jacksonin? You're still alive," she almost forgot about this thing. Jacksonin choked. "I was just in hibernation for a long time. How have you been recently? Tell me about it. Macy flopped onto the bed and stretched lazily. "Do you want to hear good news or bad news?" Jacksonin felt a sense of impending doom. "Gemid news?" Macy sweetly replied, "The bad news is, Nevin wants to sleep with me." Jacksonin freaked out. "Holy crap," censored. "Macy, are you okay? How are you doing?" "Ugh, what's the good news then?" "Macy, the good news is, he ended up sleeping with Gemma Ryuen." "Jacksonin?" It glitched. Chapter 45, Fake Well-Have True Conroe Aristocrat vs Real Unhinged Gemid Wolf, 45. Nevin felt he couldn't hold on any longer. He began considering filing for bankruptcy. The newly risen business conglomerate was incredibly aggressive, even securing commercial financing approval. It soared straight up, directly crushing his group and several other partners, leaving them with no room to breathe. Just then, the Liang family approached Nevin, proposing that the engagement be moved forward. After the two families were united through marriage, cooperation in business would become more convenient, and their vested interests would grow closer. They might just get through this crisis. The Liang family came to the Mu household and spoke face-to-face with Mr. and Conroy. Nevin frowned deeply, not immediately agreeing as the Liang family had expected. He felt a bit guilty. He had given Karina a promise before, saying that she didn't have to marry Conroy, and that he would support her. Gemmet now, he realized he simply couldn't do it. It wasn't due to a change of heart but out of fear that if he pushed Karina too hard, she might reveal that incident. Thinking about it carefully, Nevin hesitantly said, "We will accelerate our efforts to find Ryuen, and once we find her, your son Conroy can engage with Ryuen." Conroy. Soon as these words were spoken, Conroy suddenly stood up as if possessed, her bloodshot and aged eyes fixed intently on Nevin. The chair screeched loudly on the ground. Everyone turned to look at Conroy, finding her expression truly terrifying. Breathing heavily, Conroy spoke word by word, "Why bother looking for Rosanna? Just let Karina marry him. She was meant to be a substitute bride anyway." Feeling strange and embarrassed to be seen this way by outsiders, Nevin hurriedly dismissed the guests. Mr. and Noelong exchanged skeptical glances and left the Mu household. Nevin yelled at Conroy, "What are you raving about again? Didn't you always think of bringing Ryuen back? What's going on now?" Conroy, "Absolutely not." Conroy screamed wildly. She lunged toward Nevin like a madwoman but abruptly stopped just before him, covering her face and running back upstairs. She could no longer actively seek out Rosanna, she couldn't face that face. Conroy, as for Karina, she was merely an object. Jemeter to marry her off early. Maxim's invasion slowed down slightly. The phase of losing as much as gaining was over, he needed long-term development. Now, his convention group was already at the top, covering all kinds of industries large and small across the country. The once glorious Mu family, although not what they used to be, was still formidable like a dying camel compared to a horse. Karina had been maintaining the image of a perfect student during this time, leading an ordinary college student life without any worries. Leavenly, when she returned home each week, did she discuss some business battles with Senior Lu, offering many insightful comments. Conroy, such moments, Maxim would smile quietly, watching her closely, making her heart race a little faster. During their first spring festival together, Maxim gave her a gift. It was a beautiful bracelet. She didn't know its commercial value could buy a villa or that it was one of a kind. Conroy, she knew was that it was lovely. Especially the pendant flower, which was as crystal clear and white as the moonlight that night. Maxim just watched her quietly and gently, only during the brief moment of blinking could Karina catch a glimpse of the barely perceptible madness in his eyes. Maxim had become better at hiding his true nature. Karina made no comment on it but always liked those abyss-like pitch-black eyes. Soon after the start of the second semester, Nevin's daughter was set to engage with Conroy. Jemet Nevin still hadn't found Rosanna. He couldn't understand why it was so difficult to find someone until he finally discovered it was Conroy who was behind it. With no choice, Nevin had to cautiously speak to Karina, hoping she would honor the previous agreement and marry Conroy. He thought Karina would cause a scene, but she only smiled faintly. Conroy, right. Relieved, Nevin transferred several immovable properties to Karina to ensure her silence. Karina turned around and gave everything to Maxim. Since Pierre had been out of commission for several months, it finally recovered a bit and asked Karina, "Why do you give everything to that villain? You're supposed to live with Conroy." Karina didn't reply but laughed happily. The big show is about to start. Pierre was almost crying. "Don't do this, Karina. You promised to complete the task well." Karina sweetly replied, "Sure, sure." Pierre was terrified and dared not speak anymore. In the spring, preparations for the engagement party began. Conroy, though the Mu family and the Liang family were not as influential as they once were, they still had a certain presence. The engagement party was an excellent opportunity for increased exposure, so both families took it very seriously, planning for a live broadcast of the entire event. Conroy had been preparing for the engagement, and his affection for Karina had already reached 90%. Even though Karina did nothing special, merely delivering a speech as the first-class scholarship recipient at the beginning of the new semester caused a significant surge in Conroy's affection. Meanwhile, Rosanna's belly grew day by day. Conroy, after sending several messages to Jace without any response, she finally realized that she had been abandoned. Rosanna broke down in tears, viciously cursing Jace, and for the first time, wanted to return home to marry Conroy. She thought that since Conroy liked her so much, he wouldn't mind that she was pregnant. If she went back, they would definitely be together. Jemet, right then, she saw a trending topic on her phone. Ryuen was going to get engaged to Conroy this month. This shouldn't be happening. How could the engagement date be moved forward? Frightened, Rosanna realized that if she didn't do something soon, Karina would completely replace her. Jealousy and anger surged within her. How could Conroy, who was supposed to be her fiancé, be taken by that little tramp? Rosanna quickly made a decision. She had to end everything. She already had the video Jace had sent her recently. Conroy, the engagement party, she planned to destroy Karina in front of everyone. Karina handed over 2 videos to Maxim, laughing excitedly. "Do as I said. With your current status, hacking into the engagement party's backend should be easy, right?" Maxim seemed different from when Karina first met him. His face remained as exquisite and handsome as ever, with beautiful features. Jemet, he now hid his sharpness entirely, leaving only mature restraint and a hint of oppressive presence. He softly asked, "Can't we cancel the engagement?" Karina tilted her head. "I told you, adding this final step completes my game." Maxim clenched his fingers, his voice hoarse. "Conroy, right. I've already sent the fake video to Rosanna." Karina was in a great mood, beckoning Maxim closer. Abelardo, taller than her by more than a head, bent down, his dazzling eyes looking at her. Karina kissed his cheek. "Thanks in advance, senior." Chapter 46, Fake Polite True Conroy Aristocrat vs. True Crazy Gemig Wolf Dog, Epilogue 1. 11. The day of the engagement banquet, Macy sat in the dressing room, looking at herself in the mirror. It was also here when she first arrived in this world. Gemak then, everyone treated her with disdain. Now, everyone looked at her with envy and amazement. Today, she was the most beautiful princess. Her white chiffon off-shoulder gown adorned with sequins perfectly outlined her beautiful figure. Wearing a veil that fell to her shoulder blades and a small silver crown studded with gems sparkling like vastness from the sky, yet not dimming the moon's clarity. The makeup artist had been replaced long ago and was now completing the final touches by applying the last layer of gloss on Macy's lips while exclaiming, "Marnie, you are truly an enchantress. You are absolutely stunning. This high-end dress and jewelry live up to being tailor-made for you, complementing your grace perfectly." Flattery flowed from the makeup artist as if it were free, and Macy smiled, her lips curling at the corners while looking at herself in the mirror. The hall outside was already crowded, people with influence in the industry all invited to be present, along with many media outlets. Countless cameras were pointed at the main stage, waiting for the protagonist to appear. Conroy, dressed formally, could also be considered handsome. He held a bouquet of flowers, inexplicably feeling nervous. The woman he once despised the most would soon be bound to him, but now, he felt no reluctance, even anticipation. Below the stage, Cordelia, Alanis, and several others were there, including Maxim. Cordelia glanced at Maxim's expression and whispered to him, "Do you like Macy?" Maxim's eyelashes fluttered, without denying it, yes. Cordelia didn't expect his acknowledgement to be so straightforward and sighed, "I didn't think someone like you, who's like a flower on a high hill, would also have someone you like." Speaking of which, who wouldn't like Macy? Seeing Maxim staring fixedly at the stage, Cordelia sensed something amiss and advised, "Pity, try to let it go." Maxim didn't respond again. His earpiece transmitted his subordinate's voice, "Mr. President, everything is prepared according to your and Marnie's requirements." Conroy that moment, the lights in the hall suddenly went out. Conroy's spotlight shone directly onto the top of the spiral staircase. When that graceful figure appeared before everyone, they all held their breath involuntarily. Her bright and stunning face, slender fair neck, delicate and tempting collarbone, and that soft sweet smile. In this moment, the fairy tale princess seemed to take shape. Maxim clenched his palm tightly, feeling an invisible force gripping his heart. Conroy was also stunned. He heard the deafening sound of his own heartbeat. Daniel Leo screamed inside Macy's head, "Levy, my God." "Macy, Conroy's affection level has skyrocketed to 98. Macy's smile became more radiant. She walked down step by step, her dress flowing with each step, the sequins shining brightly. Conroy this moment, whether on-site or watching the live stream, no one could tear their eyes away from her. Conroy watched Macy intently as she approached him, closer and closer, his heartbeat accelerating. 10 steps, 9 steps. Every step felt like it landed right on his heart. Conroy held his breath. Just as he was about to step forward to greet her, a loud noise came from the entrance. Jamang. The perfect atmosphere was disrupted, causing screams from those near the door as intruders seemingly burst in. Macy paused, laughing lightly, looking towards the entrance. Nevin and Conroy on the side of the stage felt an ominous tension rise. Conroy, the media present, aimed their cameras at the intruder, sensing that explosive news might be breaking today. People parted to make way, finally revealing the intruder. Rosanna. Conroy. Rosanna was heavily pregnant. Conroy paled instantly, dizzy, nearly fainting. Nevin was also shocked. He couldn't believe his long-missing daughter appeared and was even pregnant. What kind of conduct was this? He supported Conroy, who forcefully pushed him away. Nevin, dark-faced, shouted, "Where are the security guards? Escort them to backstage." However, no guards appeared despite his repeated shouts, causing even more confusion among the guests. This heavily pregnant intruder seemed familiar. Could it be the Mu family's eldest daughter? The Mu family had said that Rosanna had a heart problem and went abroad for treatment. What was going on here? People exchanged glances, excited to be about to uncover secrets from this prominent family. Rosanna was panting heavily, pointing at Macy on stage, shouting, "You shameless little slut." Conroy at the same time, Conroy stared in horror at Rosanna's belly and screamed crazily, "Get out! Get out of here!" Elmo was frantically calling for security while Conroy could hardly believe what he was seeing of the girl he once liked, almost not recognizing her. The idyllic scene turned chaotic instantly, while the media seized the opportunity to direct countless cameras at Rosanna, bombarding her with questions. Rosanna was shocked by her parents' attitude towards her and felt even more furious that this little slut Macy had stolen their love. She roared. "This Mu Macy is not a young miss at all. She's just the daughter of a nanny, a country girl. I am the Mu family's young miss, and the one who should marry Conroy." The commotion stopped suddenly. The live streaming platform exploded. The Mu family had always claimed that Mu Macy was their adopted youngest daughter, but nobody expected her identity to be like this. Substitute bride? High society really knows how to play games. Everyone looked at Macy, only to see the little princess on stage lower her eyes and her head. Her expression was hidden, but they could see her slender shoulders trembling slightly. Conroy knew Macy's true identity. He thought Rosanna's behavior was extremely over the line. Seeing Macy's vulnerable state made him particularly sympathetic, causing his affection for her to increase by another point, reaching 99. Daniel Leo had forgotten to broadcast. It was completely dumbfounded. Seeing Macy like this, Rosanna felt a wave of satisfaction and shouted again, "Moreover, Macy, you slept with another man in the neighboring city before the engagement. Didn't you think anyone would know? Now, I'm going to expose you for the cheap thing you are." Levine's sentence changed the expressions of Elmo and Conroy. In the next moment, a video started playing on the big screen, and Rosanna smirked triumphantly. There was an uproar at the scene. However, after 2 seconds, Rosanna suddenly felt something was wrong. This wasn't the video she had received. Conroy, the figures inside looked so familiar. Just then, the man and woman in the video started speaking. It was actually Elmo and Rosanna's voices. How can this be? How can this be? Rosanna screamed, clutching her head. Conroy H. Conroy also screamed horribly and started wrestling with Elmo frenziedly. Elmo stared dumbstruck at the screen, shaking uncontrollably as if trapped in an ice cellar. Conroy, the people present covered their mouths or pretended to cover their eyes, yet none failed to peek through their fingers. Before the live stream could be cut off, trending topics exploded in an instant. Suddenly, everyone heard a soft laugh from a girl. Conroy's eyes turned to the stage, where the fragile and beautiful little princess lifted her head, revealing no trace of sadness. Macy elegantly picked up a glass of wine beside her, tapped it with a fork, and sweetly spoke with a smile. Don't be nervous, especially you Mom and Dad, and Miss Rosanna. I have good news for everyone, this isn't incest. Her gaze shifted to the terrified and distorted face of Rosanna, her lips parted slightly. Because Miss Rosanna is the Darius of the nanny. Chapter 47, Fake well-behaved true Conroy aristocrat versus real madman Gemig wolf dog, Epilogue 2. Conroy's Macy's soft voice faded, the big screen behind her suddenly flashed and changed to another video. It was the video of Vita crying and confessing. So much information in just 10 minutes left everyone stunned. Nevin trembled all over, a numb yet relieved thought drifted through his mind. Thank goodness he was with Rosanna. Conroy stared at the screen, her hand paused mid-action, her pale face expressionless. Finally, Conroy de Bayo screamed at this moment, making Macy's head ache. You crazy person. Levy, my God, it's okay, you still have a chance. Conroy's favorability is only 1 point away from completing the mission. Go and act coquettish quickly, and I'll rule it as a borderline completion of the mission. Hurry up, hurry up. Macy indeed took a step towards Conroy. Conroy de Bayo felt a surge of joy, sensing victory within reach. Conroy had been in a daze all along, processing the massive amount of information. His first reaction was that Macy being the true aristocrat was beneficial for him. Seeing Macy walking towards him, Conroy subconsciously raised his hand to hold hers but was skillfully dodged by Macy with a smile. Macy looked at Conroy and spoke in a voice audible only to the two of them. Senior Liang, I've been deceiving you all along, I'm truly sorry. Conroy thought she was referring to the fake versus real aristocrat situation, and shook his head hurriedly. No, how could I blame Macy for something like this? Macy smiled sweetly, not blaming me? How can that be? Conroy froze, not quite understanding what Macy meant. Then she continued. Senior, what I mean is, I never actually liked you. Conroy froze again, his eyes wide with disbelief. What are you saying? Macy's smile was blinding. You heard it, didn't you? My bashfulness was an act, my love for you was an act, and even my happiness with you was an act. Levy, do you remember when I saved you from the racetrack at the beginning of the school year? The girl's voice wasn't loud but sounded soft and gentle, yet struck Conroy like a bolt of lightning. I knocked you unconscious, and I smashed the car. There was no so-called bad guy. It was all just my game. Each word emerged softly from her delicate lips, hitting Conroy relentlessly like machine gun fire. He took a step back, breathing heavily, anger almost preventing him from forming coherent thoughts. Do you know what you're saying? Mu Conroyna. Shoo. Macy put a finger to her lips, winking playfully. I'm Macy, not Mu Conroyna. Conroy's head spun. He had always been adored, floating high above, believing his future was bright. Gemmet now, her light words sent him plummeting from the heavens to hell. Dignity, face, expectations, all vanished in an instant. You're joking, Conroyna. Conroy clenched his fists tightly, trying his best to maintain his sanity, holding on to the last shred of hope. Is this because you think I'd choose Rosanna? Macy was taken aback, then burst into laughter, clutching her stomach, tears almost streaming down her cheeks. This was the first time she laughed so freely after playing the part of the delicate princess. Her laughter stung Conroy like slaps. Wiping away the tears from the corner of her eyes, Macy's voice rang out clearly. Conroy, why don't you pee on yourself to see what you look like? If even the idiot Rosanna doesn't want you, do you really think I would? Conroy stood frozen in place. Conroy de Bayo's emotionless robotic voice echoed in Macy's head. Target's favorability -100, current favorability -1, mission failed, initiating punishment. Conroy. Soon as the voice ended, Macy felt a sharp pain in her chest, spreading rapidly throughout her body, and a metallic taste filled her throat. Cold sweat broke out on her back due to the intense pain, but Macy swallowed the blood hard, showing no signs of distress. She lifted her chin, turned to the audience below, and looked down at them with an elegant demeanor. Did you enjoy my performance? You bitch. Conroy. Macy's heart skipped a beat. Turning her head, she saw Conroy, eyes bloodshot, raising his hand menacingly to slap her face. Macy's eyes turned cold, just as she was about to dodge. Another sharp pain in her heart made it impossible for her to catch her breath or move. Just as that slap was about to land on Macy's face, Conroy suddenly stopped. His wrist was tightly gripped by a slender hand. Maxim coldly watched Conroy going berserk. Before Conroy could react, he suddenly kicked Conroy in the stomach with great force. The strength of the kick sent Conroy flying 3 meters away, causing a surge of blood to rise in his chest. Conroy clutched his chest and glared viciously at Maxim. That previously sinister man who was brimming with hostility suddenly turned into a gentle youth, lightly supporting Macy's arm, and leaning down to whisper something in her ear. Conroy wanted to curse, but Maxim suddenly lifted his head and locked eyes with him. Those were not the eyes of a normal person, they held the depths of an abyss and hell. Conroy's words caught in his throat as he watched helplessly as Maxim elegantly supported Macy's waist and left the stage. Conroy, this moment, apart from a few sharp-eyed media members, no one was paying attention to Macy and the others anymore. Rosanna lay on the ground, holding her belly, her face pale, desperately shaking her head while people around her tried to calm her down, fearing that this pregnant woman would miscarry. Conroy fell to the ground, her eyes closed, her lips moving up and down muttering something incomprehensible, while a few wealthy women she befriended pinched her philtrum. Nevin wandered aimlessly like a headless fly, urgently needing to do something to make amends but hopelessly realizing there was nothing he could do. Maxim, holding Macy's hand, walked out of the hall. Noticing Macy's unusual gait, he felt a pang of worry and prepared to carry her horizontally but was stopped by a few media members. "Hello, sir, who are you? Why do you appear so intimate with Marnie? Marnie, it seems you knew about today's situation. Could you tell us why you did this?" Before they finished their questions, the security guards who had vanished reappeared, grabbing them by the arms and dragging them out. After getting rid of the flies, Maxim looked at Macy. Seeing her pale little face creased with a frown, his heart tightened. Without thinking, he scooped up Macy and strode toward the car. Holding the little princess in his arms, he suddenly felt a sensation that made him tremble with unease. His little princess was so light, as if she might disappear at any moment. Chapter 48, Fake Well-Behaved True Conroe Aristocrat vs. Real Insane Gemmed Wolf, complete. Maxim wanted to go to the hospital, but Macy's hand firmly grabbed his hand on the steering wheel. "No, let's go home." After arriving home and carrying Macy to bed, that feeling of panic became even more pronounced. He looked at Macy almost pleadingly, his voice trembling slightly. "Macy, I'll take you to the hospital." Macy exhaled softly. The pain did indeed prevent her from speaking loudly, but it wasn't as unbearable as it could be. For her, this kind of pain was still too simple. Blame human bodies for being excessively fragile. Macy smiled indifferently, looking unusually relaxed. "Going to the hospital won't help. It's an incurable disease, something that can't be treated, and I'll die within 3 months. She spoke about her impending death as if she were discussing the weather. Maxim stared intently at Macy's face, cutting her off with a nearly manic intensity. Not true. Even when confronted harshly, Macy didn't get angry, just shrugging her shoulders. "Really, I never lie to you. I'm sleepy, I'll take a nap." She burrowed into the covers, her small face almost hidden beneath them. Maxim sat quietly for a while, then went out and finally called in the best doctors with the best equipment to conduct a full-body examination on Macy. Macy didn't wake up during the examination, remaining in a semi-comatose state. So when Macy woke up again and saw Maxim's face, she couldn't help but laugh. "Look at you, did you believe me?" Maxim's red eyes blazed with fanatical obsession, his voice hoarse as if torn apart. "Why?" Macy raised her hand to touch his head. "This was always just a game, my game is over. I played very happily, now I have to leave. Gemmet, your game has just begun. I've put you in invincible mode, and now it's your world." Just as Macy had predicted, the day after the engagement ceremony, stocks related to Mu family businesses plummeted drastically, nearly all partners terminated contracts, and the company executives were thrown into chaos. Right this moment, Maxim could exploit the situation and truly destroy the Mu family. Gemmet Maxim only gently held her wrist, nuzzling his forehead against her palm, the corners of his eyes bright red, his gaze shattered. "I don't want anything else, I just want Macy." Macy's heart ached suddenly, unsure if it was physical or psychological. It was just a fleeting moment, then it disappeared. She blinked and began to speak. "I can't stay, but the great opportunity one created for you. If you waste it, I'll be very disappointed." Maxim bit down hard on the soft tissue inside his mouth until he tasted the heavy coppery flavor of blood. After a long pause, he nodded. "Conroy, right." A month later, Conroy Group acquired most of the Mu family's business, ultimately compressing the Mu family's survival space to its smallest extent. The Liang family also suffered alongside. Maxim finally got his wish, imprisoning Macy in his little world. He clung to her obsessively, spending every day either working or with her. Ember returned to the Mu family. Mubzhou wants to keep the Darius. Liv was sent to a psychiatric hospital. Gemmerging down Mubzhou turned out to be far more difficult than I imagined. He has deep roots, including many secret files involving officials. In the end, there are some things I cannot touch him with, but I will keep trying. If necessary, I will take him down with me. Ivan is slandering you everywhere, but everyone in school speaks up for you. Listening to Maxim whisper these things in her ear, Macy narrowed her eyes in pleasure and beckoned him closer with her fingers. Maxim leaned in, pressing his cheek close to her pale lips. Macy said, "In this world, I like you the most. So you will definitely achieve your desires and stand at the pinnacle. Her liking wasn't like his loving. Maxim knew clearly that he hadn't seen love or passion in her eyes, just affection, like liking a cat. Gemmet, those words were enough for him. He had received too much already. If he could, he really wished he could become her cat. The next day, when Maxim woke up, he suddenly discovered that Macy was gone. He rushed out of the door like a madman, not knowing how to find her, just running aimlessly, feeling as if the oxygen in his lungs was disappearing, his heart burning with pain. Finally, he saw a crowd gathered outside the headquarters of Mu Corporation, looking upward. Conroy's sudden dread overwhelmed him. It felt as if his world would collapse if he looked up. Gemmet, he forced himself to look anyway. Levine's glance made him feel as if he were already dead. Levin, the rooftop, the slender figure of the girl was nearly hanging halfway over the edge, holding thick papers in her hands, probably important documents. Gemma for her, led by Mub Zhou, several people were approaching her, reaching out, seemingly intent on snatching back the document. No, no, please don't. Maxim rushed forward in near collapse, his words barely coherent. Faintly, he saw Nevin and a few others rushing towards Macy, while the girl leaped into the air. Her body was incredibly light, like a butterfly with broken wings, gracefully falling, accompanied by the flames of documents burning in midair. Time seemed to stop. Though the distance was so great, Maxim felt as if he exchanged a glance with Macy for an instant. He saw her smile at him, seeming to say something. People screamed, some called the police, others took photos. In a daze, Maxim staggered over, holding on to the shattered remains of her body. Conroy, the light in his world, was torn apart, shattered, buried. He couldn't utter a single word, only pressing his face to the ground, tears falling heavily. He suddenly realized what Macy had said to him. She said, "You can't keep me." How cruel, Macy. She helped him clear the final obstacle but didn't even leave him a complete corpse. Sirens sounded, along with a heart-wrenching cry of, "Sister," but he could hear nothing else. He closed his eyes, kissing the blood-stained ground. The next day, the trending topic on social media was, President of Mu Corporation, Nevin, forced his own daughter to commit suicide. The following month, Conroyson Group acquired all of Mu Corporation, achieving an unprecedented business miracle. Rosanna gave birth to a son, but Nevin married her with nowhere to go. They were involved in a car accident while moving, resulting in Nevin's immediate death and Rosanna disappearing with the Darius. Seth gained a baby brother, became silent, and prepared to drop out of school to work, but a man came looking for him. This man was very handsome, tall, yet pale, exuding an ominous aura. Conroy, scrutinizing him for a moment, he finally spoke, "I will fund your education." Later, Seth learned that this man was Maxim, the founder of Conroyson Group. A year later, Conroyson Group stood at its peak, surpassing the former glory of Mu Corporation. However, Maxim, now hailed as a business god, remained very low-key, seldom interacting with anyone. Levin, this day, Maxim was drunk again. He sat in Macy's room, holding her ashes, whispering softly, "I did well, see? Praise me." Just like every quiet night, there was no response. He kissed the delicate box gently, his voice soft and tender, though the words were chilling. "Why haven't you praised me? Macy. I hate you. I wish I could devour you, bone and flesh intertwined." Conroy, attempting to stand, he stumbled and knocked over the scented candle on the table, igniting the bed curtains. Seeing the spreading fire, he suddenly remembered that this was Macy's favorite scent. He should calmly stand up, leave the house, and call the fire department. Gemmet, he remained seated on the floor, seeing in the flames that dangerous, dazzling, deadly smile. Maxim laughed. Since Macy left, he hadn't laughed like this in a long time. When he laughed, his exquisite features were most beautiful. If Macy were here, she would surely have liked it. Like a moth drawn to the flame, this was how it must feel. Conroy, amidst the flames, Maxim felt as if he saw Macy smiling mischievously at him. "You can't keep me." He smiled, hugging the box tightly. "I'll find you. If I do, can you kiss me?" Chapter 49, Fragile and Pitiful. Golden Timbered vs. Polar C. Levi, 01. It was very cold. Macy felt a shiver run through her body. Her limbs felt powerless, and as she barely moved her arm, a heavy chill spread from her wrists, accompanied by the clinking sound of chains. Conroy's harsh voice came from the brain-like entity. "Since you failed the mission in the previous world and couldn't return to the planar Conroy administration Jimuro, we must continue with this new mission. Macy, because you were healthy in the last world and used quite a bit of fighting skills to mess around with the plot, your body is frail in this world. Please complete the mission obediently." Conroy, though the tone was somewhat fierce, the voice was soft and cute, which made Macy find it endearing. Macy said, "Conroy, right, definitely next time." The brain-like entity choked on its words and fell silent. Macy took 2 deep breaths and slowly opened her eyes, finally seeing the environment she was in. The large and spacious room was dimly lit, and she was curled up on a big bed with a cold handcuff around her left wrist, attached to a metal bedpost via a long chain. Even just turning over once, she felt extremely tired and fragile, indeed worse than in the previous world. She seemed like Trinity Dayu, who would be out of breath after walking just a few steps. Punching or killing people didn't seem possible at all. Moreover, her situation didn't seem too good either. Macy propped herself up, easing her bodily discomfort before preparing to get off the bed to search for something like a wire to unlock the handcuffs. Suddenly, the door opened. Macy lifted her eyes to see a man walk in. The hallway light filtered in through the door, allowing her to finally see the man clearly. Short hair styled neatly, a chiseled face, dressed in a black shirt and casual trousers, with a Rolex watch that matched his demeanor. He appeared to be a successful young upper-class individual. Macy sat on the edge of the bed, smiled politely at the man. She always acted friendly towards strangers whose identity she wasn't sure of. However, this smile was suddenly interrupted by the man's somewhat disgusted voice. "Do not smile, your smile does not resemble hers at all." Macy froze, her eyes wide open. Her eyes were unusually dark but surprisingly bright, even more so than before, mysteriously reminding one of the starry sky. Perhaps these piercing eyes stung the man's eyes. He frowned deeper. "Close your eyes." His tone was not harsh, but naturally commanding, as if he had always been used to giving orders. Macy stared blankly at the man for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and revealed a more radiant smile. "I will laugh." Ernst was taken aback. He felt incredulous and somewhat angry. "No amount of tricks can change anything. You belong to me and must follow my arrangements. If you behave, I will bring you back after the deed is done. If not, you'll stay here until you come to your senses." With these cold words, he turned and left the room. The room returned to its former dimness and coldness. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Macy clicked her tongue, scratched her face nervously, and asked slowly, "What play is this now?" Conroy, though upset, Moutwan was also somewhat afraid of Macy's eerie tone and quickly spoke. "This is your target in this world. See, isn't he handsome?" Conroy mature, steady, aloof, and charismatic type, completely different from Conroy in the last world. "Macy, do you like this type? Would you want to work together to complete the mission?" Macy raised an eyebrow, giving a vague hum. "What about the plot?" Moutwan, receiving no response, felt disheartened and replied gloomily. "Sniff. I'll transmit it to you right away. Conroy's the second daughter of the Trinity family, a financial burden. Macy was sold into a remote village by her parents right after birth. The couple who bought her couldn't have Darius run but treated her decently. However, 2 years later, they had a son, making Macy superfluous once again. Until one day, Mr. Trinity showed up, paying a large sum to bring her back. Macy, touched by what she believed was parental affection, was crying joyfully, unaware that they only intended to send her to another person's bed. Trinity Zheng wanted to ingratiate himself with Langston, the young tycoon, and thus retrieved Macy, trading his second daughter for the position of Department Norbert at a branch company and a place at an elite school for his son. When the bound and terrified girl saw the tall man approach, she was both frightened and flustered. Gemmet Langston did not touch her. He only scrutinized her critically, then released her bonds coldly, his first words to her being, "Do not look at me directly." Just one action of untying her and one sentence were enough for this neglected little girl to fall in love with the man who only revealed his vulnerable side in front of her. She knew that Langston's white moonlight was her elder sister by 3 years, Perry. She could remain by Langston's side only because she resembled Perry somewhat, while Perry had long since gone abroad for treatment and died in a foreign land. She thought, if she could stay by his side, being a substitute forever would be acceptable. Gemmet 2 years later, Langston wanted to give her to another person, his sworn enemy and also his uncle, Marshall. He no longer wanted to live in the past, but this decision cast Macy into hell completely. Macy had heard Langston talk about Marshall before. Marshall was only a few years older than Langston, a half-brother on his father's side, an illegitimate Darius of little social standing. He was a madman, a psychopath, and a devil who seized control of the G family from Langston's father with ironclad means. Gemmet more than these details, Macy was more concerned about leaving Langston's side. For the first time, Macy refused Langston, making a minor rebellion, but because she loved Langston too much, she ultimately yielded. She was sent to Marshall. Every day she lived in fear, yet she still tried hard to follow Langston's requirements, striving to send him bits of information. It wasn't until Marshall was left with no way out that Langston finally brought Macy back as if it were a favor. Langston even changed his usual coldness, treating her very gently. Macy thought Langston had been moved by her efforts and gentleness, but then she heard Langston say, "Macy, she is back. I want you to give me something." Langston wanted her to donate a kidney to her sister. Chapter 50, Fragile Canary vs. C. Levi with Dual Personality, 02. Perry did not die. She returned to the country this time to find a kidney donor. Karina finally realized that she had never been truly loved. Her adoptive parents, her biological parents, Langston, none of them cared about her as a person, but rather treated her as an object. Heartbroken and disillusioned, Karina agreed, though she didn't realize that Langston felt a twinge of sympathy when he saw her in such a distraught state. Conroy coming down from the operating table, Karina asked Langston to let her go. She wanted to leave him. Gemmet what she didn't expect was that Langston would still not let her go, torn between his attachment to her sister and his possessiveness over keeping her by his side. This chaotic situation continued until Perry's condition worsened and she passed away. Conroy finally, Langston no longer had to make a choice. Holding the pale and fragile Karina, he finally faced his own feelings, made amends for his mistakes, and held Karina in the palm of his hand. Karina eventually forgave the man she deeply loved, lived happily with him, and brought prosperity to her family, becoming a cash cow for her younger brother, satisfying everyone. Conroyter transmitting the plot, Daniel A. immediately explained enthusiastically. Karina. Look, I specially chose one with low difficulty and little plot twist for you. This time, you don't need to do anything, just wait for the target to have a change of heart, and your mission will be completed. In the end, you'll even be pursued like being sent to a crematorium, very thrilling indeed. Karina lowered her eyes, fiddling with her fingertips, the chain on her left hand making soft clinking sounds. She suddenly smiled slightly. Conroy crematorium pursuit. Why not a real crematorium? Conroy fake one is so boring. Daniel A., unaware of Karina's thoughts, thought she was interested because she repeated it. Yes, then you just need to enjoy it. Jemmy the way, now you must agree to Langston's request to give you to Marshall. Karina licked her lips, Levi K. Soon, when Langston appeared in the room again, Karina sat obediently by the bed, her eyes red, her pale and delicate face wearing a sorrowful smile. Hao Yang, I agree. Conroy she finished speaking, a crystalline tear rolled down her exquisite cheek. Langston suddenly felt his heart being tugged. He turned away, coldly saying, good. Daniel A., target's affection +3, current affection 18. Karina, this is easy, keep it up. Karina was sent to a presidential suite. Perhaps they were afraid she might change her mind, the handcuffs on her left wrist were not removed. Now, she lay on the bed, wearing a white silk nightgown, and even got a light makeup done. The professional makeup artist gave Karina a makeover. There was no mirror on the vanity, so Karina hadn't seen her appearance yet, but from Langston's brief look of astonishment after the makeup, she assumed she looked beautiful. All she had to do was lie here quietly, waiting for Marshall to enjoy her after returning home drunk. Karina relaxed on the large bed, her eyes half closed, looking like a lazy cat, seemingly uninterested in any resistance. Gemmet 5 minutes later, her stomach growled, and she couldn't stay lying down. Langston was really useless, sending a pet to the execution ground without giving her a full meal. Karina slowly got up, took out a hair clip from behind her ear, and pried at the handcuff twice. This clip was casually picked up from the vanity during the makeup session. Though she was physically weak this time, these kinds of skills requiring no strength came naturally to her. Unlocked the handcuff, she walked to the dining table, where there was at least a banana to fill her stomach. Leaning against the table, she daintily peeled the banana and took a big bite. Just then, the door opened suddenly. She paused, looking towards the doorway where a tall man, reeking of alcohol, entered. Conroy's overwhelming pressure filled the room, making it feel cramped. The room was dark, and the man did not see Karina. He casually threw his suit jacket aside, undid a few buttons on his shirt, and loosened his tie with one hand. In the dim light, Karina, biting into the banana, forgot to chew, watching him intently. Seeing the red marks he had clawed into his pale skin, his elegant collarbone, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and sharply defined jawline. His brows were deep set, revealing an unhidden coldness, with high cheekbones and tightly pressed lips making him look both handsome and aloof. Ernst frowned, seemingly uncomfortable, panting as he strode into the room. Suddenly turning his head, his eyes met Karina's. His movement froze, realizing all at once what Langston meant by giving you a surprise at the dinner party. Disgust flickered in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth, speaking coldly, get out. His voice was low and hoarse, as if enduring something. Karina couldn't help but lick her lips. Ernst exuded an aura that warned others to stay away, his frowning brows making him look even more sinister. Conroy's sensation akin to being stared at by a venomous snake crept up Karina's spine. Which only made her more excited. She took a step forward, approaching him despite the impatience and hostility on his face, then lifted the banana in her hand. Pretty sweet. Want a bite? Ernst clutched the wall behind him tightly, veins popping on his forehead, his handsome face almost contorted with effort as if he were suppressing something. Karina hesitated, looking down at herself. Was she that terrifying? She was just a short, frail, sickly little thing, so why did he look so distressed? Before she could ask anything, suddenly, the man closed his eyes and collapsed straight to the ground. Banana still extended in hand, Karina froze in place. What was happening? Marshall? She called tentatively. He didn't respond. She approached and squatted down, touching his forehead. It felt warm, but not quite feverish. Just as she prepared to pull her hand back, Marshall stirred, his long lashes trembling before slowly opening. Before Karina could withdraw her hand, it remained against his forehead, which clearly belonged to some sort of big bad guy. Conroy thought flashed through her mind. If he wanted to hurt her, what were the chances of killing him with the banana? Then, Marshall blinked, turned his head slightly, and gently rubbed against the palm of her hand. Karina? Feeling the soft touch in her palm, the usually quick-witted Karina felt lost for the first time. She blankly withdrew her hand, stepped back, and mechanically bit into the banana. She pulled her hand away, Marshall's gaze lowered, revealing a hint of grievance at her distance. Then he stood up, took 2 steps toward her, and looked down at her. His eyes were purely innocent, clear and translucent, like those of a small animal's young. Staring at Karina this way made her feel as though her heart had been scratched by tiny claws. Facing this unpredictable situation, Karina decided caution was best. I'm going to sleep in the next room. You rest well. She had just turned and taken one step when her dress was tugged. The grip pulled and then let go, as if afraid she would be angry. Shocked, Karina turned around to see the tall man bending slightly, looking pitiful, eyebrows knitted, eyes rimmed red. His voice was still low and gravelly but held no hostility, only cautious gentleness. Don't go. Weren't we, eating the banana? Chapter 51, Fragile and Pitiful Golden Timbered Versus. The C. Levi with Dual Personality, 03. Karina was stunned. She blankly offered the last bite of banana, watching as he consumed it in one gulp. She had never seen anything like this before. It was as if the person in front of her had completely changed with just a blink, and it was clear that this wasn't an act. Karina asked Conroy de Bayo for the first time, what's going on? Conroy de Bayo was also puzzled. It had focused solely on Karina's tasks, so the specific behaviors of the antagonist were not within its scope of study, especially such unprecedented scenarios. Feeling somewhat guilty, Conroy de Bayo said, I'll go into hibernation and check for you. See you. Conroyed with that, it vanished. Karina blinked, looking at the tall man before her. Just now, neither Karina nor Marshall had spoken. He stood still, gazing at her with eyes full of evident longing and anticipation. Conroy she got closer, Karina noticed that Marshall was exceptionally handsome, cold, distant, and restrained. The top 3 buttons of his shirt were unbuttoned, revealing his elegant collarbone and perfectly sculpted pectorals. He must be an extreme perfectionist and extremely self-disciplined. Moreover, the ominous and overwhelming presence he carried when entering the room was definitely not Karina's imagination. Gem it now, he seemed like a puppy begging for a hug from its owner, with his gaze dragging down to create an oddly alluring look. Karina cautiously took a small step forward, whispering, Who are you? Marshall finally received a response, pursing his lips and revealing a faint smile that instantly softened his sharp, intimidating features. His voice was gentle yet careful and slightly ingratiating, I'm Marshall. It really was Marshall. Karina felt like laughing. She had never imagined Marshall could be like this, but it didn't disgust her. Smiling, she replied, I'm Karina. Karina. Marshall repeated these 2 words as if savoring them, calling them out carefully as though they were precious. He gently tugged at Karina's dress again, applying a bit more force this time, seemingly relaxed by her attitude. Karina. Don't leave. His voice was unbelievably soft, touching Karina's heart and reminding her of Maxim from the previous world who pretended to be weak. Their figures inexplicably overlapped, and she couldn't help but step forward, raising her hand. Marshall froze, tilting his head, unsure what Karina meant. Karina curled her lips upward, Jamen down and lower your head. Marshall obediently lowered his head, allowing Karina to touch his head. Marshall froze again, this action seeming to make him suddenly happy. His eyes lit up immediately, gaining some confidence. He became bolder, stepping forward suddenly and scooping Karina up horizontally. The sudden weightlessness made Karina catch her breath. Jeeming held in Marshall's arms, she realized how broad his chest was. Karina's body was very delicate, having suffered since Dariushood, malnourished and inherently frail, she looked tiny. Meanwhile, Marshall was very tall, estimated by Karina to be around 190 centimeters. She felt like she was being cradled like a melon in his arms. Marshall gently placed Karina on the bed and then moved closer like a large dog, his voice becoming sticky, sleep. Karina squirmed, she didn't like sharing a bed with anyone. She was a solitary wild beast, habitually attacking any intruder in her territory. Retaining the wildness of a predator, sharing a bed meant handing over her most vulnerable part to someone else. Supporting herself with her upper body, chin raised, her tone was soft yet slightly cold, I don't want to. I'll go to the next room, or you can. Marshall stopped inching forward, sitting up straight and staring directly at Karina with wide eyes. Karina tensed her back slightly, her hands subtly rubbing behind her back, trying to grab the glass on the nightstand as a weapon. However, in the next moment, Marshall sniffled suddenly, his eyes turning red, and a tear dropped directly from his eye. Karina. She was dumbfounded, watching Marshall's nose turn red, his eyes tinged with a captivating red hue. Marshall looked immensely wronged, biting his lower lip tightly, but small sobs still escaped his throat, sounding truly pitiful. Tears flowed continuously, and he wiped them hastily, kneeling humbly in front of Karina, hands resting on his knees, head tilted to the side, brows furrowed, pleading softly. Why, please stay with me. I'm really scared of being alone. Karina had never encountered such a situation before. Even as smart as she was, she felt at a loss, reaching out to wipe his tear-streaked eyes. Stop crying. Marshall indeed stopped his tears, but his eyes remained red and swollen, staring at Karina pitifully without a word. If Marshall had forced her to stay with him in any way, Karina wouldn't have complied. However, seeing him like this, Karina found herself in quite a predicament. She was one who could not resist someone's gentleness. It seemed that she really couldn't handle this. Frowning, Karina stared at Marshall for a long while before finally sighing, diving headfirst into the quilt, and grumbling softly, Fine, I'll sleep here. Hardly had the words left her mouth when the enormous Marshall eagerly pounced over, his eyes still wet but his voice now thick and sweet. Karina is so nice. His fluffy head brushed against Karina's slender neck, causing an itchy sensation. She withdrew her neck slightly, pushing away that face which no one could possibly reject. There was indeed something about Marshall that made Karina feel oddly familiar. Even though they were meeting for the first time, she did not dislike being touched by him at all. Yet this did not mean she was a delicate golden songbird with a temperament gentle enough to be easily manipulated. When pushed away by Karina, Marshall's mouth curled downwards, looking ready to cry again. Karina pinched his lips, her voice soft yet tinged with impatience. If you cry again, I'll leave. Marshall choked, blinking furiously to hold back his tears, retreating slowly while murmuring faintly. I won't cry anymore. Please don't leave. After a tiring day, Karina was extremely sleepy. This body, accustomed to waking up early from rural life, was on a precise biological clock. She quickly buried herself in the quilt and closed her eyes, wishing for a good night. She thought she wouldn't fall asleep easily, but even if she couldn't, resting her eyes would be beneficial. In the darkness, she sensed that hot breath inching closer bit by bit. Marshall was incredibly cautious, barely moving more than a millimeter at a time. He held his breath until he confirmed that Karina wasn't reacting, then inched a little closer. Karina just didn't bother to move. In her drowsiness, she decided that if he came any closer, she'd just leave. Then she drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Karina woke up first. Accustomed to early mornings in the countryside, her internal clock was alarmingly accurate. Twisting her body, she felt a heavy weight pressing on her chest, like a huge stone. Her eyes fluttered open to find Marshall's arm around her. Marshall had actually wrapped her snugly in his arms, lying on his side facing her, his head near the curve of her neck. The tall man lay curled up in a position that exuded insecurity, carefully embracing her. From Karina's perspective, she could see his handsome brow bones, trembling long lashes, and perfectly defined nose bridge. Indeed, he was strikingly handsome, but Karina couldn't tolerate the feeling of being confined. Her weak arms failed to push him away, so she kicked him directly on the thigh. Wake up. This worked immediately, startling Marshall awake. His long lashes trembled as his deep-set eyes opened, briefly showing the confusion of having just woken up. In the next second, he suddenly sprang up from the bed, his previously clear and restrained eyes now filled with coldness devoid of emotion. The arm that had been draped over Karina's body tensed up instantly, gripping tightly around her slender neck. Chapter 52, Delicate and Pitiful Golden Finch vs. Dual Personality. C. Levi, 04. Macy had already prepared to dodge as she kicked out, rolling away from Marshall's reach. Immediately after, she was struck by palpitations and shortness of breath. Macy's face paled slightly, her movement faltered, and she was still caught in Marshall's grasp. His long fingers loosened their grip on Macy the moment they touched her, not causing the suffocation she had anticipated. She sat on the bed, craning her neck to stare at Marshall's cold face, a sweet smile surfacing on her pale little face. Avon really has turned over a new leaf since last night. Conroy, she spoke, she quietly tightened her grip on the glass behind her back. If Marshall used any force, she would strike him on the head. Hearing Macy's words, Marshall's eyes darkened, his voice low but imposing. What did you see? Macy smiled innocently. Sir pulled me and told me not to leave, asking me to sleep with you. I wanted to leave, sir, but you. Shut up, Marshall coldly interrupted Macy. He felt an urge to kill this woman, this girl who seemed so much younger than him. Her neck was slender, her complexion pale, like a frail white flower that could be broken with a slight touch. No, she was definitely not a delicate flower, because she faced him with an eerily calm demeanor. Marshall's fingertips pressed against her carotid artery, finding that her heartbeat didn't quicken even under his questioning. Many women sent by Langston had been swiftly dealt with by him. At this time, he hesitated, perhaps because the girl looked too young or perhaps because there was no hint of flattery or fear in her eyes. Marshall released his grip, got out of bed, stood beside it fastening his shirt buttons, and asked coolly. How old are you? Macy looked remarkably well behaved. My name is Macy, I'm 19 years old. Langston asked me to stay by your side and gather some information. Marshall's hand paused while tying his tie, revealing a rare hint of surprise in his usually stoic eyes. First, he was surprised that the girl was already 19, he thought she was only 16 or 17. Second, she had openly revealed Langston's intentions. This answer left even a seasoned man like Marshall momentarily speechless. Deeming 10 years older than Macy, he always found Darius and her age transparent, their every move and expression clear to him. Yet now, he couldn't quite fathom what this little girl was up to. Macy continued. I didn't want to come, Langston forced me. Moreover, he treats me very badly. So, let's cooperate. Marshall found this amusing. He glanced indifferently at Macy, scoffing softly, cooperate? What makes you think you have the right to say such things to me? Marshall's tone was always unhurried, exuding a sense of control. Having finished tying his tie, he looked down at Macy with a restrained, strikingly handsome demeanor that effortlessly triggered something within her. She wondered if she wanted to see him lose control. Macy licked her lips. Didn't Avon need me last night? Marshall's face turned cold once more. Though he had hoped to forget about it, since the bold girl brought it up, he decided he needed to set her straight. Leaning down slightly, his chilly breath neared Macy. Conroy's advice from someone older, it's best you forget what happened last night. Macy smiled obediently. I'll keep it a secret, sir. I think you won't let me go either, considering keeping me close is safest for you. Pausing briefly, she slowly stood up from the bed. Looking up at him all the time made Macy's neck ache. Now standing, she didn't have to crane her neck, making her feel much more comfortable. Macy continued, Langston believes I'm loyal to him. The information I send him, he surely trusts. You can use this to set a trap for him. Also, I want to study. Can Avon sponsor my education? In return, I will comfort Avon. Conroy teasing note slipped into her tone at the end, fleeting enough for Marshall to think it was just an illusion. Feeling heat rush to his ears for a second, Marshall pinched the bridge of his nose to relieve the inexplicable awkwardness, countering. Why should I trust you? Macy tilted her head, time will prove it to you, sir. I'm just an ordinary girl who doesn't want to be used by someone she likes and wants to live her own life. Marshall looked at Macy expressionlessly for a few seconds, then took a business card from the table and tossed it to her. This is my driver's contact information. Call him when you're ready. With that, he turned and walked out. Leavenly when he was further away did Macy notice how slender his waist was, his legs long and straight in his high-end trousers, the sides seem as impeccable as his spine. His silhouette seemed lonely, Macy thought. Marshall's driver appeared just as meticulous and trustworthy as Marshall himself. Conroy opening the car door and letting Macy sit in the back seat, he didn't ask a single unnecessary question. Just as Macy had said, Marshall would never be so merciful as to let her go free. Given that she now held on to Marshall's secrets, she would definitely be kept close under tight watch. What Macy didn't know was that this was already the most mercy Marshall could offer. All the previous women he dealt with were sent straight to hell. When Macy was taken to Marshall's home, she couldn't help but marvel at his excellent taste. Though they were both from wealthy families, Marshall's villa resembled an extremely cold art gallery. Compared to this place, the Mo family from her past life might as well have been nouveau riche, flaunting their wealth. The living room was vast and icy, and Macy was surprised to find there wasn't even a butler or nanny around. The driver carried her luggage upstairs, politely showed her to the room she would be staying in, and left. The room was large but exceptionally bare, decorated entirely in light gray. Gemmed at least, the bed looked very comfortable. Macy threw herself onto the bed, burrowing into the faintly disinfectant-scented blanket. She didn't like this smell, so she opened the thick curtains to let the sunlight in. She began to consider how to quickly improve Langston's favor towards her. That tear she shed initially gave her an idea. She realized that what Langston liked was probably her fragility and brokenness. In the original owner's memories, Langston's white moonlight, the ideal woman, was a mature lady. The more she tried to get close to that image, the worse it would turn out. Winning such a man's love meant not replacing his ideal but covering it completely. Lowering her eyes, Macy glanced at her pale wrist and lightly traced her nail across it, leaving a noticeable red mark. This world's fragile body wasn't entirely useless. If her guess was correct, Langston should be eagerly waiting to ask her about the situation. The girl curved her lips, lifting her hand to caress her pale neck once more. Chapter 53, Fragile Golden Laveriole vs. Gemipolar C. Levi, 05. Today at the company meeting, Marshall allowed himself a rare moment of distraction. He was an extremely restrained and meticulous person, so this kind of thing seldom happened, even if no one actually noticed his wandering thoughts. This morning, he didn't show any unusual behavior when he faced that girl, but in fact, he was quite surprised. Last night's episode did not leave any after effects, which was unusual. Ordinarily, he would go berserk and self-harm during such episodes. Marshall had seen doctors and knew it was a form of dissociative identity disorder. During these episodes, he had no memory of what happened. He had recorded himself during an episode and only then understood how those inexplicable injuries came about. During those times, he would frantically search for something and, failing to find it, would hurt himself by any means necessary. The first time Marshall watched that frenzied video calmly, he immediately knew what the screen self was searching for. He sought companionship and comfort. Because he had done the same thing when he was very young. He labeled that persona as worthless. In Marshall's view, anyone who craved these intangible things from the outside world was weak. He had long since abandoned this laughable desire. He would never allow anyone to know about this worthless side of him. Fortunately, there were always warning signs before an episode, spots in his vision and continuous headaches, giving him enough time to lock himself up. Even with nothing in the room to hurt himself with, Marshall would still wake up covered in injuries. He had tried having someone soothe him during an episode, but it never worked. Last night was unpredictable. Soon as the dinner gathering ended, that familiar headache began. He rushed back to his room to lock himself in, only to find another person there, a little girl who looked completely unafraid of him. Then came the morning. No injuries on his body, no sore throat, no dizziness. He felt like he had had a rare good night's sleep. Since this situation had never occurred before, this was also one reason he hadn't dismissed the girl yet. If he had been alone last night, today's meeting might not have happened. After the Norbert finished reporting, Marshall nodded slightly, good job, but the data from the marketing department, the 5th and 16th entries, are fake. Roscoe, you should think about how you'll explain this to me tomorrow. His tone was steady without any hint of anger, but his gaze caused the middle-aged man known as Roscoe to turn pale and shiver. When Marshall left the conference room, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Avon's presence was truly formidable. Back home, Marshall just took off his suit jacket when he heard light footsteps upstairs. Startled, he remembered there was an extra person in his house. Marshall enjoyed solitude and disliked others invading his space. Even the maid only came over when needed for cleaning and cooking and stayed elsewhere otherwise. Suddenly hearing someone else's footsteps made the spacious house seem lively all of a sudden. Frowning, Marshall looked at Karina who was skipping down the stairs, and said coolly, "Jean, quiet." Karina ignored his coldness, smiling sweetly while leaning on the railing, eyes twinkling. "Welcome home, sir. Have you thought about my request?" Marshall loosened his tie and undid the buttons on his shirt sleeves, his voice low and pleasant like a cello but emotionless. "I can fund your education. Gemmet, whenever I need you, you must come immediately. Conroy's for Langston, deal with him as you see fit." He didn't believe this little girl could be a successful corporate spy, and he was confident that even if Karina was on Langston's side, she wouldn't be able to provide useful information, except about his dual personality. Marshall was about to remind her of this when Karina smiled and spoke first. She looked genuinely happy. "That's wonderful. Thank you, sir. Don't worry, I won't give Langston any real information. If you suspect me, feel free to kill me." Marshall subtly frowned, listening to her casual talk about killing like it was slicing watermelon. Lev observing her expression, he saw her continue to smile sweetly. He took off his shirt, revealing his well-defined upper body without any hesitation, and remarked lightly, "Don't call me that." Conroy lean figure with hidden strength, with a low body fat percentage and perfect muscles, each line strong and powerful. Karina's gaze traveled from his collarbone to his pectorals, then down to his abs, finally following the lines of his obliques downwards. She blinked regretfully. Unfortunately, the view was blocked by his pants. She licked her lips and asked, "Then what should I call you, Avon?" Marshall replied, "What would someone your age usually call someone like me?" Karina's eyes lit up. "Uncle." Marshall, unaccustomed to it, averted his eyes to avoid Karina's bright ones. He had never encountered anyone like her before. People either showed him respect, fear, or flattery. Lever prior to that, disdain and contempt. Gemmet Karina radiated a genuinely peculiar warmth. Marshall turned away. Whatever. With that, he stepped into the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed. He said, "The basement level is a swimming pool. You can go there. Except for the penthouse and my room, you're free to go anywhere else." So he took off his clothes to go swimming. Karina thought, no wonder his physique is so good, just like those swimmers on TV. Gemack in her room, Karina dug out her phone. Conroy's expected, there were many messages from Langston waiting for her. Karina casually scrolled through them, feeling sad for the original owner. Each message asked if Karina had achieved her goal, without a single word about whether she was okay or safe. Since she didn't reply promptly, Langston, probably growing impatient, called directly without considering Karina's safety. Karina looked at the phone in disdain, not really wanting to answer it. Gemmet, when she glanced at the full-length mirror in the room, the bruises on her arms and neck were particularly noticeable. They might fade significantly by tomorrow morning. So she picked up, "Haoyang?" Karina sniffed twice, her voice immediately becoming choked and trembling. "Haoyang, he's so terrifying." Her suppressed, fragile tone instantly reminded Langston of yesterday's tear. Gemmet, his pang of sympathy quickly faded as he wanted to know more about Karina's progress. Langston responded emotionlessly, "Get to the point. You're still able to take calls, which means Marshall isn't too hard on you." His voice lacked emotion, only raw exploitation. How could the original owner be so devoted to someone who treated her like this? Karina rolled her eyes but continued in the same heartbreaking tone. "There are ears everywhere here, it's not convenient to talk." Langston thought for a moment, "Then let's meet at F Coffee in half an hour. I'll also explain your tasks to you in person." Without any consideration for Karina's convenience to go out. Karina felt disgusted and didn't want to say another word. Hanging up the phone, she stretched lazily and sauntered out of the door. Before leaving, she thought for a moment, turned on the recorder on her phone in her pocket, and then got into a taxi. Chapter 54, Delicate and Pitiful Canary vs. Dual Personality. C. Levi, 06. Conroy the cafe, Langston's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably when he saw the slender and petite figure walking in the night. When Macy stood before him, he didn't want to waste any time and cut straight to the point. "What kind of attitude does my young uncle have toward you?" Macy lowered her gaze and whispered, "He seems genuinely interested in people like me." She fabricated some details about Marshall's private life, claiming she obtained this information under great pressure. Langston listened attentively. Though his resources were better than Marshall's, he had never been able to take down Marshall because Marshall was always so flawless. No one knew what Marshall liked or disliked. Even the house where Marshall lived had never been entered by outsiders. His only driver and only nanny kept secrets tightly, and even Marshall's birth mother had died long ago. If someone has no weaknesses at all, they are invincible. Langston needed to know exactly what kind of person Marshall was. Therefore, even daily trivial matters might hold value, which was why he had always tried to send people close to Marshall. Initially, he had no high hopes for this attempt, but it succeeded, putting him in a pleasant mood. He stared into Macy's eyes and smiled condescendingly. "Getting me so much information on the first day is impressive. Jeem obedient and keep trying to get closer to him. Macy bit her lip and nodded, her pale face devoid of color. In reality, she was inwardly complaining, what kind of trash is Langston? Was he blind to the obvious marks on her neck? Macy casually lifted her hand to drink coffee, her sleeve slipping down. Langston finally noticed the bruises and frowned, reaching out to grab Macy's wrist. What happened here? Macy showed a look of panic and withdrew her hand, avoiding his touch. She whispered. Nothing, nothing. Langston always treated Macy as his possession. Regardless of whether he had feelings for her, seeing his belongings harmed irked him. He coldly asked, did he do this? Macy blinked, tears streaming down her cheeks, suppressing her. Yes. Conroy first, he was very distrustful of me, so he acted violently. She gently wiped away her tears, and under Langston's complicated gaze, added, Gemmet, don't worry about me, Haoyang. Her skin was as white as porcelain, making the bruises stand out even more. Conroy, there were marks on her neck too. The pale and frail girl was obviously terrified yet so resilient. This sense of fragility made Langston's heart tighten abruptly. Target's goodwill +6, current goodwill level 24. Not Montoine's voice, but a mechanical tone indicated that little Montoine was still lazily sleeping. Macy wanted to laugh, and she did. She looked up at Langston, smiled, a smile fragile yet strong, broken yet beautiful. Her eyes and smile were the least similar to Perry, the woman Langston cherished most, but this time, he didn't stop her. His frown deepened, and then he stood up. Go back now. Inform me of any news immediately. With that, he turned and walked out the door. Macy rubbed her eyes, feeling them ache from tiredness. This body was truly too weak, unable to even handle staying up late. It was almost custom-made to be a delicate and pitiful canary. She returned to Marshall's house, planning to bond with her new bed, only to see Marshall dripping wet inside. He only wore a towel around his waist, his back facing the door, droplets falling from his hair onto his perfect back muscles. Macy's eyes couldn't help but follow a single droplet until it disappeared into the towel. Without turning around, Marshall asked coolly, where were you? Macy rubbed her heavy eyelids and threw her phone toward Marshall. Listen to the recording yourself. I'm too sleepy. Too exhausted to talk, Macy climbed upstairs, panting heavily. Suddenly, she remembered something, turned to Marshall, and smiled sweetly. Good night, Uncle. After waking up, Macy finally realized what it meant to have a weak body. Even after sleeping, she felt no less exhausted from last night. Her head even hurt when she first woke up. Macy. She left the bedroom, not expecting Marshall to still be at home, even sitting at the dining table waiting for her. Macy leaned in to look, and the breakfast was like something a professional nutritionist had put together, looking very healthy. She sat down without hesitation and started eating, finding it much better than expected. Opposite her, Marshall had just finished his meal. He wiped his hands slowly with an embroidered handkerchief by the table, then leaned back on the chair, interlocking his fingers on the tabletop, and gave Macy a half-smile. Do I have violent tendencies? Macy didn't look up, that's what I said to confuse Langston. Uncle, you won't blame me, right? Marshall's fingers involuntarily curled. Every time the girl called him uncle, he felt an involuntary shiver. His gaze slid over her arms and neck, where red marks could still be seen on her fragile pale skin. His voice turned slightly cold. You're pretty ruthless to yourself, willing to harm yourself to deceive him, or perhaps, Macy, you really only did this to deceive him? Macy paused her chopsticks. Uncle is really perceptive. Yes, of course, not just to deceive him, also to make him feel sorry for me. Marshall's eyes darkened. Do you care about him? Macy propped her chin on her hand, staring at Marshall, a smile curling her lips. I do care a little, but absolutely not in the way you think. Since I promised Uncle not to hide anything from you, I'll just say it, I want Langston to fall in love with me. Marshall also curled his lips into a sneer, whispering mockingly, fall in love with you, then what? Macy shrugged, nothing after that. What does it have to do with me if he loves me? After saying this, she mimicked Marshall, wiping her mouth, seemingly oblivious to his intimidating aura and piercing gaze, smiling obediently. Uncle, shouldn't we go to school now? Marshall stood up. I'm heading to the school board meeting anyway, let's go together. He strode forward, then paused, slowing his steps subtly, loosely clenched his hand and coughed lightly, then spoke coolly. You're too weak. I don't want to face such a fragile object every day. From today, you will swim for an hour every day. Macy. Chapter 55, Frail and Pitiful Canary vs. Dual Personality. C. Levi, 07. Macy sat in the back seat of the luxury nanny car, looking at Marshall who was reading documents with his head down beside her, and pouted. He does resemble the teacher a bit. Previously, the teacher always wanted to manage her, but she had been like a mad dog just let out of its cage back then, acting on whims yet powerful, not once successfully managed. Gemmet back then, she had formidable strength that allowed her to act as she pleased. Now. Anyway, she didn't mind this arrangement. The car was very quiet. Macy tapped her fingers, felt bored, flipped through her phone, only to find there was nothing on it. The original owner had no social life whatsoever. She had no choice but to fiddle with the seat cover in front of her, occasionally glancing out the window. Marshall finally lifted his head, closed the documents on his lap, and glanced at Macy. Gemmet? Macy nodded vigorously. Conroy Little. She paused, blinked, and showed an exceptionally obedient smile. Gemmet, I don't want to disturb Uncle. Marshall coughed lightly and changed the subject. Never been to school before? Macy thought about it. The original owner dropped out after elementary school, and she herself only attended 1 year of college. Compared to ordinary people, she could indeed be considered someone who hadn't gone to school. Macy nodded. Kind of. Marshall snorted. Should I send you to elementary school then? Macy shook her head. No, don't look at me like I'm uneducated, but I can definitely keep up. I want to study medicine. Marshall hummed in response, neither refusing nor agreeing, but his tone carried a hint of mockery. Macy decided not to discuss this topic with Marshall further. He would understand when the time came. The car drove smoothly. If not for the driver's announcement, Avon, 10 minutes more, Macy would have thought the driver was mute. Marshall's subordinates were all quiet and disciplined, demonstrating his formidable skills. The school they were heading to was the largest full-stage private education group in the country, covering from elementary to university, with top-tier faculty and facilities. Conroy's the largest conglomerate in the country, the G family had long controlled the most important educational resources. After being recognized by the G family, Marshall seized 60% of the group's shares within 3 years. If not for the family patriarch favoring Langston, Marshall would likely have obtained even more. The family patriarch, Jim Raxton, was Marshall's father and Langston's grandfather. Jim Raxton was an excellent businessman but a failed father. None of his Darius run amounted to anything. If not for that, he wouldn't have recognized Marshall, an illegitimate Darius of lowly birth. Now, the two people Jim Raxton valued most were Marshall and Langston. Though Langston had far better resources than Marshall, he barely matched him. Precisely because of this, Langston was more desperate to topple Marshall and gain Jim Raxton's approval. The car stopped, and Marshall made a call. Soon, a 30-year-old woman approached respectfully and bowed to Marshall. Marshall gave a slight nod and turned to Macy. She'll arrange everything for you. Macy wore a white dress today, her jet black hair cascading down to her waist, looking like a perfectly obedient young girl. She smiled shyly and said to Marshall, Levi K., see you tonight, Uncle. Marshall's gaze lingered, then moved away. The little girl looked deceivingly innocent. Had he not listened to her recordings yesterday, he would have almost been fooled. In the meeting room, Marshall sat at the head of the table. Conroy's the second largest shareholder, Langston could only sit behind him. Marshall lowered his eyes, flipping through the documents in front of him, his expressionless gaze scanning the room as he spoke calmly. Let's begin. The moment he sat there, he always took control. No one escaped his presence, including Langston. Langston clenched his fists. After the meeting ended, as Marshall prepared to return to the headquarters, he was called by Langston. Uncle, Langston's voice seemed strained. Do you like the gift I sent a few days ago? Marshall stopped walking, his gaze sweeping over him coolly. It was as if he were looking at someone insignificant. What Langston hated most about Marshall was his unperturbed demeanor. How dare a lowly bastard put on such airs? His words turned sharp. Means you liked it. Didn't expect Uncle to actually like that style. Wonder if that little girl can handle Uncle's tastes. There was an underlying meaning. Marshall raised a cold, noble half-smile. What does it have to do with you, Langston? Langston felt a surge of anger rush to his head, and he thought of the bruises and red marks on Macy's body from last night. He indeed did not care much for Macy, the substitute golden canary, but when something originally belonged to him was ruined by someone else, it evoked a different feeling entirely. He said, I'm just reminding you, that little girl has a weak constitution. If she dies during play, it will be hard to find another one just like her. Uncle had better be more considerate. Marshall's smile seemed to widen slightly after hearing this. Can Roy already mine, Langston? Are you thinking of taking her back? Langston gritted his teeth, restraining his emotions. Very well. He suppressed his anger and strange sense of inadequacy, then walked out quickly. Marshall withdrew his gaze, thinking, young people truly lack patience. Conroy's he headed towards the parking lot. He suddenly paused in his steps and saw a slender white figure not far away. Macy had been given a tour of the school's history and introduced to her upcoming class. The woman informed her they would contact her again for her official afternoon classes. Hearing that the meeting hadn't ended yet, Macy decided to find Marshall to foster their relationship with the benefactor. Macy spotted Marshall as well and felt an inexplicable excitement. She was about to wave with a smile when she hesitated, her expression instantly changing as she lowered her eyes. Seeming to sense something, Marshall glanced sideways and noticed Langston had also seen Macy. When Macy finally approached the two men, running had added some color to her usually pale face, making her look even more enchanting. Her eyes, however, avoided direct contact as she slowly approached Marshall, cautiously calling out, Avon. Her voice was like a kitten's meow, tickling Marshall's heart. Langston also felt a twinge of pain. Seeing Macy act this way clearly showed her fear of Marshall, yet she still tried to win his favor for Langston's sake. After a moment of contemplation, Marshall suddenly spoke to Macy, follow me. His tone was cold, hinting at suppressed anger. Macy's body trembled slightly. Gemmeting her lip, she lifted her face and looked at Langston with a mixture of despair and hope, but soon lowered her head again and followed Marshall. Langston clenched his fists tightly, guilt surging in his heart. Just as Macy had thought, the mechanical voice in her mind chimed in at the right time. Target's affection +6. Current affection is 30. It wasn't until Macy sat in Marshall's car that her expression returned to normal. Her eyes sparkled with surprise as she looked at Marshall. "Uncle and I really have good chemistry." Marshall leaned lazily against the seat, revealing a rare relaxed expression. "Making Langston uncomfortable is something I do very skillfully. Conroy's for you, little girl. Are you coming with me to headquarters?" Chapter 56, Fragile Golden Finch vs. Jimmy Polar C. Levi, 08. Karina eventually got off the car. When Marshall was working, he never allowed anyone unimportant to be around him. At least currently, Karina was unimportant to Marshall. Karina could only wander around the school. Fortunately, this campus was the largest and most luxurious, with plenty of places to explore. The commercial street, canteen, and library were all top-notch. Even the architectural design was by internationally renowned designers. The architectural style here was extremely lavish, more diverse than universities in the previous world. She enjoyed herself, appreciating the campus while contemplating the life of the original host in this world. In this world, the original host was a nobody, never having controlled her own destiny from birth, being manipulated like an object. No social life, let alone friends. Even when later pampered by Langston, she was nothing more than a canary in a cage. No one remembered her name. At first, she was Money Loser, then Zhouty, and finally, Sabine. Conroy's Karina was thinking. A male voice came from behind her, laced with amusement. "Little girl, are you from the high school department or junior high?" Though frail and pale in this world, not as strikingly eye-catching as in the previous world, her delicate face, resembling a porcelain doll, was still hard to ignore. Karina turned around and smiled sweetly. "I'm from the university department. I just transferred here today." The few boys who approached her exchanged glances and laughed. "No wonder we haven't seen you before. Turns out you're a transfer student. Jemmy the way, what's your major?" Karina didn't particularly like the greasy charm unique to these rich young masters. She waved politely, smiling. "Clinical medicine. I have something to do, I'll be going now." Since it was lunchtime, Karina decided to head for food. The three boys stared at Karina's retreating figure and excitedly discussed, "Which family's young miss is she? She looks like a glass vase. Probably one of those girls who was sickly as a Darius and kept indoors, but honestly, she's really beautiful. She's actually in our class. Does this count as proximity advantage?" They assumed Karina was a delicate young miss from a wealthy family. Conroyal that Karina wore and used had been arranged by Langston previously. Conroyal Langston disliked her and often subjected her to psychological abuse. He was never stingy with material possessions. These rich boys' sharp eyes could immediately tell Karina wasn't lacking. Most students appearing in this school were either wealthy or exceptionally excellent academically. Gemmet there were some ordinary Dariusren from less outstanding families whose parents, out of vanity or aspiration, scrimped and saved to send their Dariusren here, unaware that they made their Dariusren targets of discrimination. Like the boy who appeared before the three boys. He was also a freshman, dressed nicely by regular student standards but far from impressive in this school. Short and somewhat chubby, he smiled obsequiously when he saw the three classmates walking towards him, clearly eager to fit in. Gemmet the three boys merely looked down on him disdainfully. "So it's Trinity Zhou, what are you wandering around for?" Trinity Zhou managed to smile, his face awkward and unhappy but dared to not react, shrinking his shoulders submissively. "I'm fetching lunch for my roommate." The tallest boy scoffed. "Why don't you transfer to another school? There are so many universities, why did you choose ours?" With that said, he turned and walked away, perhaps hinting at something. Conroyed a few steps, the last boy turned back and laughed. "Trinity Zhou, Jolio Jean seems to be throwing a party this weekend, everyone from our department will be there. Conroy's for you, probably no one will invite you." The three boys laughed and sauntered away, heads held high. Trinity Zhou clenched his fists tightly, his expression filled with humiliation, yet he didn't dare retaliate. Karina lingered in the canteen until afternoon classes started. There was no help for it, the food in the canteen was simply too delicious, better than any school in the previous world, offering a wide variety. Though her appetite wasn't large, she couldn't resist tasting everything she was interested in, stopping only when she was thoroughly stuffed. The woman who showed Karina around the school earlier soon contacted her. Karina learned that she was actually the dean of the medical school. It was unheard of for such a prestigious dean to personally escort a new transfer student to class. The moment Karina appeared in the classroom, the three boys who had already met her realized that Karina might be even more influential than they had imagined. Karina flashed a sweet smile, her face pale. "Hello everyone, just call me Karina. Nice to meet you all. Because of my poor health, I have come here to study medicine. I hope everyone will take care of me." Her voice was even softer than in the previous world, with pale lips and an especially slender figure, indeed looking frail. Her face looked so tender that no one would doubt she was 15 or 16 years old. Such a petite and delicate beauty made it hard for people not to feel fondness. The dean gave a few considerate instructions before heading back to work, and Karina was led to her seat by the homeroom teacher. This private university was different from the ordinary universities of her previous life. The class model was like high school, with fixed seats for each student and a homeroom teacher caring for everything. There were about 20 students per class. Conroy's a private aristocratic school, the arrangements for students were extremely meticulous. The homeroom teacher assigned Karina to the middle seat in the first row. The homeroom teacher was a kind and amiable middle-aged man who had already heard from the dean that this was a student personally sent by Chairman G, someone who got off Chairman G's car. He was shrewd and naturally took great care to arrange everything perfectly for Karina, even bringing the most expensive new models of tablets and laptops directly from the specialty store and placing them on Karina's desk. Karina smiled modestly and did not refuse. Not being a debutante, she was well versed in grace and elegance in every move. Everyone was very curious about Karina, and no one noticed that in the last row of the classroom, at the corner of the table, an old model computer belonged to a boy who was staring intently at Karina, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Conroy Antonio had widened his eyes the moment Karina appeared in the classroom. He rubbed his eyes and looked again towards the podium, only realizing when Karina mentioned her name that this person was actually his second sister. His blood-related elder sister. Chapter 57, Fragile Golden Laveriole vs. Dual Personality C. Levi, 09. The year after Macy was born, Conroy Antonio came into the world as the eldest son that Father Trinity and Mother Trinity had long hoped for. Conroy Antonio's elder sister, Perry, went abroad as soon as she turned 18, a girl overly independent and quite rebellious. In their parents' eyes, it was improper for a girl to be too opinionated. Thus, neither of them liked her and criticized her as an unfilial and disobedient daughter. Several years later, he finally met his legendary second sister, a pale and frail girl. Leavenly then did Conroy Antonio learn that he had another elder sister. When the second sister returned home, she was thin and yellowish with a timid demeanor like a mouse. Gemmet the parents treated her exceptionally well, feeding her the most expensive and nutritious ingredients. Conroy Antonio was very upset by this and greeted his sister with icy looks, believing all good things should belong to him. Why should they go to this sister? Until later, the parents secretly told him that the second sister could secure him admission to an aristocratic school, only then did Conroy Antonio stop causing trouble. Conroy a month later, the second sister looked much prettier before being sent away again, never to be seen. Conroy another year passed, and Conroy Antonio entered this school as wished. He looked forward immensely to his college life, even showing clear disdain towards his high school classmates, thinking he was about to enter the circle of upper-class people. Gemmet he didn't expect that without outstanding grades or impressive family background, all he got from trying to fit in the elite circles was ridicule. It has been 2 months since the start of the university term. During this time, he asked for a lot of money from home to buy expensive clothes, shoes, and electronics. However, no matter what, his family couldn't provide him with the same material comforts his classmates enjoyed. The more obedient and submissive Conroy Antonio appeared at school, the more furious and rebellious he became at home. He had never thought he would meet Macy again. To be precise, he had never paid attention to this so-called elder sister. He only knew she could pave the way for him, that was enough. Gemmet, why would she appear here? Conroy, why did she look like a young lady from a wealthy family? Why was she personally escorted to class by the department director? How could this woman of low status receive so much attention and respect? Clearly, she has always been just an accessory, a tool. Why does this sister, who exists solely to pave the way for him, seem to have a far better life than his? Conroy Antonio stared fixedly at Macy, so engrossed that he barely heard what the teacher was saying next. Levine thought dominated his mind. Did she find a rich benefactor, and could she do something for him? Macy naturally felt that gaze behind her. She turned back and just met Conroy Antonio's eyes, instantly understanding who he was. His fleshy face matched exactly the original owner's memory of her brother. She hadn't expected Father Trinity and Mother Trinity would send their son to such an elite school, clearly spoiling him immensely. Macy smiled faintly, then quickly turned back to listen attentively. Conroy Antonio was profoundly unsettled by Macy's gaze. He decided that after school, he must find her and ask questions. Class was over, and students chattered happily as they left the classroom. Many were interested in Macy. Conroy few girls approached to chat with her. Abelardo's who had talked to her in the morning also invited her to join their dinner party. Stepping out of the classroom gracefully, Macy smiled sweetly and meekly said, "Thank you, but I'm not feeling well, so I won't join you." Even if Macy hadn't said anything, everyone could see her frail appearance. They nodded understandingly, surrounding her as they walked out of the teaching building. Conroy Antonio gritted his teeth and followed behind. No one dined with him. Though eager to talk to Macy, there were always people around her, so he dared to not approach. Finally, when the students around Macy laughed and moved away, leaving her alone walking out, he saw his chance and quickened his pace. Just as he was about to catch up to Macy, he started, "Trinity." Halfway through, his voice stuck in his throat. He watched in horror as a luxury chauffeur-driven car stopped beside Macy. Leviat stepped a man in a suit who respectfully opened the rear door for her. Macy smiled slightly, thanked the man sweetly, and naturally entered the car. The car sped off swiftly. Conroy Antonio stood rooted to the spot, stunned. Throughout the encounter, his second sister never glanced at him once. How could this be? What right did she have to be like this? How could she possibly deserve it? Discontent and jealousy surged within him. Staring at the car's exhaust, his eyes reddened. Macy's dinner was also exceptionally healthy. Looking at the pile of nutritionally balanced food, she felt that these ingredients were tailor-made for her. Marshall seemed to be in a good mood today, unusually taking the initiative to say a few more words to Macy. "This menu is designed by the nutritionist according to your physical condition. If you have any needs, you can tell the nanny directly. Macy ate very contentedly, licking her lips. It's really delicious. Thank you, uncle. She was like a well-fed and well-watered kitten. Gemmet Marshall knew this little cat had sharp claws, even poisonous ones. Come to the swimming pool in an hour. Conroyter saying this, Marshall went to the study. Macy didn't expect that what Marshall said in the morning was serious. She found it quite amusing and inexplicably felt as if Marshall was raising her as a daughter. Since she had nothing else to do in the evening, she obediently put on her swimsuit, draped a large bath towel over herself, and came to the poolside. Marshall had just pulled himself out of the pool with both hands, water droplets sliding down his shoulders and arms, making his taut muscles look very inviting in that moment. He shook off his wet hair, a drop of water falling from his high nose tip, his deep-set eyes briefly glancing at her. Get in. Macy blinked and carefully spoke up, Gemmet. I don't know how to swim. Will uncle teach me? Marshall picked up the towel beside him, drying his hair while opening his mouth without emotion. The shallow end isn't deep. I won't teach anyone. He detested any form of physical contact. Macy pouted and slowly stepped into the pool. Though the water temperature was heated, her frail body still felt the bone-chilling coldness. The water wasn't deep, just enough for her toes to touch the bottom when her head could remain above water. Macy shivered and looked up at Marshall, who was still drying his hair by the side of the pool. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she fell straight backward. Hearing the splash behind him, Marshall frowned and turned around. There was no sign of the young girl on the surface of the water, only the shadow at the bottom drifting towards the deep end. His heart tightened. Without thinking, he jumped into the pool. Chapter 58, The Frail and Pitiful Canary versus the Dual Personality. See Levi, 10. Marshall's heart was pounding rapidly. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Seeing that motionless figure in the water, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He swam as fast as he could to Macy's side, instinctively reaching out to encircle her waist. In the next moment, the young girl's limbs wrapped around him like an octopus. Macy's head emerged from the water, her small face like a fresh lotus petal wet with dew, her squinting eyes revealing joy. I've caught you, uncle. Marshall's expression darkened. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the rage surging in his heart at that moment. He had always been able to control everything, including his own emotions. Is this fun? He spoke coldly, his voice not loud but filled with overwhelming chill. People usually found Marshall's expressions very intimidating, looking so oppressive it made their knees weak, making them want to call him daddy. However, Macy seemed not to understand, her hands still clinging to his neck, her voice gentle and soft. If I don't do this, uncle won't teach me. I've never seen outsiders, I'm shy, I just want you to teach me. Marshall pursed his lips, frowned, and took a step back, but he did not remove the octopus, Macy. He realized he didn't dislike Macy's touch, it even felt familiar. Perhaps because they had slept together during one of his episodes before, which caused this familiar memory. After a long silence, he finally exhaled. Let go, I'll teach you. Satisfied, Macy released her grip, staring at Marshall with bright eyes, though her lips were pale, her expression was excited. Marshall waved his hand expressionlessly, start practicing leg movements first. 10 minutes later, watching Macy swim gracefully like a mermaid, Marshall said expressionlessly. Was it fun to trick me? Finally surfacing, Macy giggled, yes, it was. She had known how to swim for a long time, pulling Marshall down was just to make him play with her. This time, however, Marshall ignored her and stepped out of the pool again, striding away. Pouting, Macy swam a couple more laps but soon felt exhausted and ended up taking a hot shower. Gemmet she hadn't expected how frail her body really was. That night, Macy developed a fever. She swore she wasn't exposed to any cold, just the pool water was slightly chilly. Lying in bed, dizzy and lightheaded, Macy felt her head heavy as if weighed by 1,000 caddies, and her throat was swollen. She wanted to cry but couldn't. She wasn't afraid of pain or death, but she feared these endless minor torments most. She'd rather give herself a wound than endure a bad cold. Indeed, physical limitations were cruel, as Pierre had racked its brains to teach her a lesson. Just thinking about Pierre, Macy heard its voice in her head. Well, Macy, sorry for the wait. I looked through a lot of information and original plot points in my database, and logically concluded that Marshall is dissociative identity disorder. Macy interrupted Pierre's explanation with closed eyes. Pierre choked, how did you know? Macy was speechless. 11 my first day at school, I browsed the library and found out. My head hurts now, just disappear. Pierre. Damn it. Pierre fell silent. Feeling parched and dizzy, Macy struggled with discomfort, fumbling for her phone and calling Marshall. It was already midnight. Conroy's a golden canary, disturbing her benefactor at such an hour was outrageous. Unexpectedly, Marshall answered instantly, what's wrong? His voice was low and hoarse, yet pleasing to hear. With a heavy nasal tone, Macy hummed. Uncle, I have a fever, I feel awful. There was silence on the other end. Having just finished washing up and preparing for bed, Marshall did not allow anyone to disturb him while resting. Gemmet, someone bold enough to call him, intrigued him. Upon seeing Macy's name, he inexplicably answered the call. Listening to the pitiful voice of the girl on the line, he felt a slight flutter in his heart. After a while, he spoke without changing his tone. The family doctor's number is on the left side of your bedside table. If there's anything, call him. I'm going to rest. Immediately after speaking, he hung up and forced himself to close his eyes. Nothing could affect him, he wouldn't entrust any emotions to anyone or anything. Macy was merely an ornament of some value, and besides, a fever was nothing much. Yet, his slightly curled fingers hinted at a sleepless night ahead. Marshall tried to steady his breathing, meditating to fall asleep. However, half an hour later, he abruptly opened his eyes, jumped out of bed, and rushed straight to Macy's room in large strides. Macy was slowly getting up, preparing to pour herself some water. She did not really expect Marshall to come check on her. After all, this man always kept everything bottled up, never showing a bit of warmth to anyone else. He had built a fortress around himself with impenetrable walls, bomb-proof. Still, she mumbled unhappily to herself as she got out of bed. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang. She was standing right next to the bed, facing the door. Just before she could react, a tall figure loomed over her, pushing her back onto the bed. Cough, cough, cough. Macy felt a strong force pressing against her chest, making her lungs almost cough out. She tried pushing the man off her, but it was like an ant trying to move a mountain. The man did not budge. Macy thought that if she died today, it would be from being crushed. No, she couldn't die this way. Macy managed to adjust her position slightly, then used all her strength to bend her knees and push upward with a sudden surge. Levy off. Ernst finally made a sound, sliding off her and crouching on the ground. Macy's vision blurred, gasping for breath, taking a long time to sit up from the bed, staring angrily at the man on the floor. Marshall, what's wrong with you? Though it was meant as a scolding, her tone was soft due to her illness, sounding almost like a complaint. Ernst, still crouched on the ground in a black silk robe, seemed paler than porcelain. He shivered upon hearing her words, looked up, with strands of hair falling across his forehead, giving him a pitiful expression as he gazed at Macy. Marshall's eyes were filled with unshed tears, looking incredibly miserable, like a large dog who had been inexplicably beaten by its owner, capable of biting the owner's neck but instead only whining pathetically. He croaked, "It hurts." Macy blinked twice and collapsed back onto the bed again. Her head was dizzy, her mouth dry, her chest hurt, and her heart was weary. The next second, the big dog Marshall edged closer, carefully touching Macy's head, his eyes wide open, forgetting to let the tears fall. "Macy, you have a fever." Macy closed her eyes, not wanting to talk. She felt Marshall stand up, leave the bedside, then approach again. Then, a firm arm gently lifted her waist, propping her up halfway. She was given 2 pills, followed by a cup of warm water pressed to her lips. Macy opened her mouth and naturally enjoyed Marshall's care. After taking the medicine, Marshall gently laid her down flat again, fetched a wet towel from the bathroom, and placed it on her forehead. The medicine started working, the cool sensation on her forehead making her feel much better. Macy was so drowsy she couldn't keep her eyes open, vaguely sensing someone brushing against her, lips lightly touching her cheek. She wasn't sure if it was to check her temperature or a kiss. She felt a rare sense of peace and soon fell asleep. Just before she drifted off, she thought, this side of Marshall came at just the right time. Chapter 59, Sick and Pitiful Canary vs. Polar Sea Levi, 11. Sleeping deeply while ill, Macy woke up this time to find the person beside her had vanished. Her head felt unbearably heavy, and her eyes barely opened. She thought that her body seemed determined to thwart all her efforts to strengthen it. Struggling to turn her head, she suddenly noticed that her medicine and a cup of warm water were neatly placed on the bedside table. The arrangement was so meticulous it must have been done by Marshall, who had obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Macy reached for the medicine and water cup, took her medicine, and wanted to go back to sleep when there was a knock at the door. Could Marshall still be home? Macy thought slowly. The door opened, and a maid came in with a bowl of porridge, smiling. "Avon was afraid you wouldn't want to eat breakfast, so he specifically asked me to stay here and bring this specially prepared breakfast to you." The maid set up a small table next to the bed and gave Macy a pillow to lean on. Despite having no appetite, the porridge turned out to be surprisingly delicious. "Thank you," the frail and pale girl smiled sweetly. The maid looked at Macy and sighed with relief. Avon has always been alone, but now he finally has someone to rely on. That's wonderful. While sipping the porridge, Macy wondered if they were talking about her as a reliance. Marshall's attitude toward her didn't seem like he viewed her as such at all. Still, she smiled obediently, finished eating, and was given water before lying back down to continue being a small invalid. After the maid left, Macy immediately picked up her phone and dialed Langston's number, not forgetting to record the call. She had a severe cold, and this was the perfect opportunity to make Langston feel guilty and heartbroken. What Macy didn't expect was that Langston was in the same meeting as Marshall. When his phone rang, Langston frowned and was about to ignore it but then saw Macy's number on the screen. His fingers paused, glancing reflexively at Marshall, who sat upright with a neutral expression but clearly had been doing well lately. Was it because of Macy? Conroy's strange jealousy rose within him. He quickly stepped out of the meeting room and answered the call. Marshall glanced briefly at Langston, then lowered his gaze. Through the receiver, Langston heard Macy's voice, hoarse and nasal, almost like a kitten's. How Yang? Marshall. Instead of mentioning her condition first, she casually told him some seemingly useful information about Marshall. Conroe afterward, she remained silent, assessing Langston's reaction. In the past, after using her, Langston would never show any warmth or ask about her condition. Gemmet now, Langston's voice carried a hint of urgency. What's wrong with your voice? Did he do something to you again? Macy curled her lips into a smile. I'm fine. Her voice trembled just enough to sound both scared and resilient. He almost drowned me. Then, as if extremely frightened, she closed the conversation. Conroe, right, no more talking. I'm hanging up. Macy hung up, satisfied by the voice in her head. Target's goodwill +5, current goodwill is 35. Macy, how can you achieve this effect just by talking? Matu, the system, was very surprised. Macy, lounging in bed, replied lazily. Why do you think Langston only realized the original owner's value when she was about to leave him, despite all her sacrifices? Matu, I don't know. Stupid system, even though the original owner was gentle, she never showed weakness, nor did she complain about pain or hardship, silently enduring all injustices, making Langston oblivious to her sacrifices. Sometimes, talking more effectively than doing more. Langston eventually chased after his wife with great zeal, showing he was moved by someone's sacrifices, rather than truly devoted to an idealized image. So, Macy simply expedited those things that could move him. Matu retreated silently, thinking, thankfully, I'm not Macy's enemy. Gemak in the meeting room, Langston looked at Marshall with even more venomous eyes. Conroy at the same time, Marshall received a message, a voice recording sent by Macy. He tapped the screen twice, recalling how Langston looked at him after answering the call. Conroy's faint smile played on his lips. This mischievous little girl was bad-mouthing him again. No, she did it openly since she even sent the recording to him. Conroy admittedly, he was pleased by Macy's perceptiveness. He really began to trust her a little. The only issue was that he didn't know why his episodes had been occurring too frequently recently. He disliked this feeling of being out of control. With Langston glaring at him, Marshall seemed to be more relaxed despite having some concerns, and his mood became increasingly better. He even appeared much more approachable during the final summary meeting. However, in Langston's eyes, Marshall's good state today was because this devil had tortured Macy. Langston tightly clenched his palm. Macy spent a whole week lying at home. Marshall seemed busier than usual these days, so she rarely saw him. Instead, she interacted daily with the nanny, thus learning that her last name was Liu, and she was a nutrition doctor and the stepsister of Marshall's mother, with whom she had a very close relationship. No wonder Marshall never treated her like a nanny. In fact, Marshall originally didn't want anyone to take care of him, but Conroy Liu insisted on coming every day to help cook and clean since she was worried. Gemmet Conroy Liu didn't say much about Marshall's Dariushood. It seemed those weren't particularly pleasant memories. Macy didn't ask much either, and she would smile sweetly whenever Conroy Liu spoke, nodding along obediently. Her honey-sweet voice and her pale, delicate face earned her extra affection from Conroy Liu. Since Conroy Liu was unmarried, after just 2 or 3 days, she practically treated Macy like her own daughter, always thinking up new ways to prepare nutritious meals for her. Life at home felt like heaven, and school wasn't something she needed to worry about. Conroy, after all, as someone personally taken care of by the school board chairman, no one dared to criticize her for not attending classes. Gemmet this left Conroy Antonio in distress. Conroy Antonio sought opportunities every day to talk to Macy, but after their first encounter, he never saw her again. Levine Day, he was mocked by classmates yet again. The day after tomorrow was classmate Jin's birthday party, where wealthy students often gathered to have fun. This time too, they did not invite Conroy Antonio, and a few boys even made fun of him. Conroy Antonio shook with anger, remembering how Macy was adored by everyone, and blurted out everything on his mind. You think you're so great. I'm Macy's real brother. The Macy who was personally sent to our class by the headmaster. His words stunned them for 2 seconds before everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, are you dreaming, Conroy Antonio? Ha 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 ha. Look at yourself, then think about what Macy looks like. Do you look anything alike? Just because Macy isn't coming to school, you can make such wild claims? Really, Conroy Antonio, your vanity has gone too far. How could you tell such an obvious lie? Conroy Antonio's face turned red, and his neck veins bulged. He wished he could punch each of these mean classmates. He clenched his fists tightly and shouted, wait until she comes back to school. You can ask her if you don't believe me. People didn't want to watch this clown act crazy anymore and laughed away as they walked off, ignoring him. Conroy Antonio cursed under his breath, cursing his classmates, the school, his useless parents, and even his successful sister. The day after this incident, Macy finally came to class. Chapter 60, The Delicate Canary versus the Dual Personality. C. Levi, 12. London Lee's face was pale, and she seemed to have become even thinner, almost as if a gust of wind could carry her away. Facing the concerned inquiries from her classmates, London felt embarrassed to say that she had caught a bad cold after swimming in a heated pool and simply mentioned that she wasn't feeling well. Noticing London didn't want to talk about it, no one pressed further. However, an observant girl noticed that London's new shoes were a limited edition from a luxury brand and started chattering about how she got them. Aston, with his dark red short hair, walked over and said to London with a smile. "London, I'm glad you came to class today, otherwise, I wouldn't know where to find you. It's my birthday tomorrow, everyone is coming over to my place, will you come too?" He was a boy who looked very outgoing, much taller than London, healthy like an athlete, and exuding a sunny vibe. London smiled shyly. "I need to ask Uncle G first, and if he agrees, I'll come." Aston laughed, revealing a set of white teeth. "That's great, I really hope you can make it. Jemmy the way, your uncle is the chairman of the board?" "That's awesome." London gave a sweet smile but remained silent. Her likable personality and superior conditions meant that even if someone envied her, they wouldn't dare show it. They did not want to offend the relative of the school chairman. Everyone chatted happily around London until suddenly, a few boys remembered something and said with a laugh. "Levy right, London, do you know Conroy Antonio in our class claimed to be your brother yesterday?" Yeah, it was hilarious. He's such a sycophant, almost writing his intentions on his face." True, at the start of the term, he only fawned over those from wealthy families, ignoring others from average backgrounds. He never cared about anyone's academic achievements. No wonder Conroy Antonio wasn't popular. London lowered her eyes, smiled slightly, and asked softly. "Conroy Antonio?" Abelardo's laughed. "Yeah, London, you probably don't remember him. Conroy Antonio had skipped the first class today after being upset yesterday, so London hadn't seen him at all." Coincidentally, just as they finished speaking, Conroy Antonio walked in through the door. The next class was taught by a distinguished professor, so he didn't dare miss it. As soon as he entered, Conroy Antonio noticed everyone looking at him. His scalp tingled, not seeing London surrounded by students. He quickly went to his seat. He silently prayed that these trashy classmates wouldn't bother him. However, as soon as he took a couple of steps, Aston called out to him. "Hey, Conroy Antonio, I heard you complain that I missed recognizing you as London's brother." Everyone burst into laughter, filling the classroom with an upbeat atmosphere. Conroy Antonio's face turned extremely grim. "I was telling the truth." Aston glanced at London, moved aside to reveal her. "London's here, why don't you ask her?" Conroy Antonio froze, eyes wide. He indeed wanted to chat with London and possibly gain some benefits from her, but not under these circumstances. Meeting London's gaze, those gentle black eyes sparkled like jade, smiling at him encouragingly. Conroy Antonio's heart fluttered, remembering when second sister London stayed at home for a month, genuinely trying to please him. Even though she had now attached herself to rich people, she was still that unschooled village girl who longed to be welcomed back home. Feeling suddenly confident, he took a couple of steps forward and shouted. "London, no, second sister, tell me, aren't you my sister? Even though we haven't met in a year or two, you definitely wouldn't forget me. When we were at home." Before he could finish, London spoke up. Her innocent eyes, pure like a deer's, tilted her head, looking bewildered but still polite. Excuse me, who are you? This is my first time seeing you." Her voice was soft, yet it struck Conroy Antonio like a thunderbolt, pinning him to the spot. The surrounding students glared at Conroy Antonio with even more disdain upon hearing London's words. "Just get lost already, what nonsense is in your head? London, you're too nice. If it were me, I'd have asked Chairman G to kick this lunatic out long ago. With your cowardly attitude, you actually think you can build a relationship with London? Why don't you look in a mirror?" Conroy Antonio trembled all over, his mind burning. Clearly, she just recognized him. Why would she say something like this? This way, he really became the universally hated rat. What made Conroy Antonio deserve this humiliation? Unable to control himself, he pointed at London's nose and shouted, "What the hell?" Just as he finished speaking, a powerful force shoved his shoulder. Conroy Antonio stumbled a few steps and bumped into the desk, the pain making him slightly more lucid. It was Aston who had mercilessly shoved Conroy Antonio, directly forcing him out of the classroom. "Conroy, are you sick? Get lost." Conroy Antonio had no strength to retaliate and was pushed out into the corridor, watching helplessly as the classroom door closed. He had never experienced such great humiliation before. Mixed with anger, he wiped away his tears, rose from the ground, and angrily stormed towards the school gate. In the classroom, Conroyna lowered her gaze, slightly pouting in disappointment. The well-bred young masters here were too polite, none of them laid a hand on anyone. What a pity. Despite her thoughts, she still looked up and gave Aston a pale yet bright smile. "Thank you." Aston's face turned red, scratching his head. "Conroyna, we aren't even friends yet." Me too. "Right, did you join our class group chat?" Conroyna added friends one by one on her phone, and the classroom buzzed with activity again. No one remembered the unpleasantness brought by that obnoxious fatty. Soon, the professor arrived, and everyone returned to their seats. Conroyna opened her notebook, listening intently with sparkling eyes, more focused than anyone else. When Conroyna was driven home in the evening, she finally saw Marshall, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. The usually reserved and elegant gentleman was sitting on the sofa, going through some unimportant documents. He had changed from formal attire into silk loungewear, but his demeanor remained unchanged, still aloof and distant, exuding an imposing presence. However, upon seeing Conroyna, his air of detachment seemed to soften slightly. He stood up and walked to the table, saying coolly, "Let's eat." Conroyna also sat down, propping her cheek with her hand and smiling at him. "Were you waiting for me, uncle?" Marshall didn't raise his eyes. "No, it's just dinner time." Conroyna noticed they were eating different things. Marshall's meal looked like a nearly carbohydrate-free fitness meal, while hers was filled with all sorts of delicious dishes that could make one's nose bleed. Conroyna happily picked up her chopsticks and started eating, while her phone kept beeping with messages. Ignoring it, Conroyna continued eating, but Marshall frowned. Finally, he couldn't bear it and looked up. "It's noisy." Conroyna switched her phone to silent mode. "Gemetter now." She used to receive no messages at all. After eating a couple more bites, Marshall asked seemingly nonchalantly, "Who is it?" Conroyna replied, "Classmates." "Jemmy the way, tomorrow is a classmate's birthday, and I've been invited. Can I go?" Marshall lowered his eyes, expressionless, not answering immediately. After a moment, he said, "Gmoy or girl?" Chapter 61, The Delicate Canary versus the Dual Personality. C. Levi, 13. Macy, who was focusing on her meal, finally looked up from her food upon hearing this and met Marshall's deep, narrow eyes. Marshall quickly lowered his gaze, cut a piece of steak, and put it in his mouth, his actions as cool and elegant as if he had never asked the question. Macy licked the soup from the corner of her mouth and curled her lips into a smile. "Is gender really that important? We're all classmates anyway." "Not important," Marshall said indifferently. He soon put down his knife and fork and left the dining table. He did not ask any follow-up questions, which left Macy somewhat disappointed. She watched Marshall walk towards the elevator, giggled, and loudly asked, "So, can I go tomorrow?" Marshall's steps paused for a moment, but he did not turn around. "Yes. The driver will pick you up before 8 o'clock. Though he verbally consented, Marshall returned to his room and stood silently for a while after that. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Macy used to be treated like a canary by Langston. Now that they have the same goal, they are equals. They take what they need from each other, working together mutually. Macy indeed earned some admiration from him, so he had never regarded her as just a canary. In this kind of relationship, the other party's private life should have nothing to do with him. Gemmet, why did he feel oddly uncomfortable when he heard her say she would play with classmates? It's like something belonging to him being seen by more and more people. No, nothing should affect you. Marshall told himself inwardly. Restraint, indifference, maintaining absolute calmness and rationality is key to success. He forcibly ignored the discomfort in his heart, changed clothes, and went to the basement gym. Leavenly being exhausted could keep these trivial emotions away. Marshall panted heavily in the gym, while Macy finished dinner happily and returned to her room. She sent a message in the class group chat. "I'm going tomorrow." Uncle agreed, but I have to be home before 8. Everyone in the group immediately became lively once she appeared. Everyone understood, after all, it was normal for her fragile little body to receive good protection from home. Aston even specially asked what drinks Macy liked and what sweets she enjoyed, assuring her he'd prepare them properly tomorrow. Macy chatted warmly in the group for a few minutes and then opened her laptop to start doing her homework today. She loved the feeling of being an excellent student. Acquiring knowledge brought her joy. When deciding to do something, one must do their best. In studies, in wrongdoing. Colby watched the lively scene in the group chat and almost wanted to throw away his phone. Gladys saw Colby's expression and earnestly advised. "My Darius, how can you talk about not wanting to study anymore? Your parents spent so much money and effort to get you into the best school." Colby was so angry at school that he took a taxi straight home, where he started throwing a tantrum about not wanting to go to school anymore. Gladys doted on this son of hers. Her first reaction wasn't scolding his capricious behavior but coaxing him. Unexpectedly, Colby became even angrier upon hearing these words. The same old lines again and again. "Can't you say something else besides that? Did I beg you to send me here? Do you know what kind of days I've been having?" He paced back and forth in the living room like an impotent dog. "They are all rich people. Am I rich? I don't have $10,000 shoes. I can't afford a $50,000 laptop. Why didn't you buy them for me?" Gladys frowned. "Tim, you're already grown up. Don't you understand us yet?" "I understand you, but who understands me?" He threw the phone in front of Gladys, every inch of fat on his face trembling. "I'm mocked at school. No one respects me. It's all your fault for not being capable, yet you insist that I must be capable." Gladys's eyes turned red, finally losing control and about to scold, but Colby continued. "Even my second sister, whom you sold, is better off than me. You should have sold me directly back then." Gladys stared wide-eyed. "Macy?" "Yes. Look for yourself." Colby picked up the phone with the broken screen, angrily tapping on it, showing her the group chat messages. "Look. This person's name, see what she says, see how people in the group treat her. She was personally sent to our class by the headmaster." Gladys blankly stared at the names and avatars in the group. Everyone in the class group was required to use their own photo as their profile picture. The girl in Macy's avatar smiled sweetly. This face was too familiar to her. After all, this was her biological daughter. Leavenly, Macy in the photo looked far prettier than the last time she saw her. The first reaction of Gladys was joy. Really? That's wonderful. It looks like she has caught the fancy of some big boss, which means she can help you more. Jemmy the way, did she mention anything to you? Conroy. Soon as Gladys mentioned this, Colby felt his anger rise, and he roared in fury. This bitch pretended not to know me. Gladys was taken aback. How could that be possible? She is not that kind of person. Colby said, she is exactly that kind of person. She even asked who I was in front of the whole class. Just to humiliate me. Gladys couldn't possibly doubt her own son. She wondered if Macy had a grudge against her precious son. Once this thought surfaced, Gladys felt very uncomfortable. Conroy, though they hadn't raised this Darius, she was born from her body, and Macy should have been filial to her parents and helped her younger brother. Gladys asked Colby, do you have Macy's contact information? Let me ask her. Colby handed over the phone. The class group chat contained the contact details of each student, so Gladys called directly. The phone rang for a long time without anyone answering, which made Gladys even more upset. She dialed several more times but still got no response. She threw the phone aside in frustration, now angry too. What's wrong with this girl? Not answering her own mother's call, and even daring to humiliate her own brother. It's as if the sky has fallen. After venting his anger, Colby finally calmed down a bit. He sat on the sofa, breathing heavily. I don't care. Why should a girl be living better than me? Gladys agreed, that's true. No matter what, I will find her and make sure she does more for you. What use are good conditions for a girl? We're planning to buy a house for you soon, but we don't have enough for the down payment. Gladys was already plotting how to exploit Macy. Meanwhile, Macy finally closed her laptop slowly, stretched lazily, and looked at her phone indifferently. There were 5 or 6 missed calls, which Macy had noticed earlier but didn't pay much attention to. She guessed they must be from Colby. After all, today she had really gotten under that little trash's skin. The voice of Daniel Leo, who had been silent for several days, finally spoke up. Satisfying your biological parents is also part of completing tasks. I suggest you take these calls. Daniel Leo was still trying diligently to keep Macy on the right path. Macy smiled. Take the call, I must. She called back, and the line was answered quickly. Conroy middle-aged woman's somewhat sharp voice immediately came through. Trinity Macy. Why didn't you answer the phone just now? Chapter 62, Fragile and Pitiful Golden Laveriole vs. Jimmy Polar C. Levi, 14. The conversation began with a barrage of accusations. Macy's eyes turned cold, her fingers unconsciously tapping the phone receiver before she suddenly laughed. What are you anyway? Why should I answer your call? Gladys was taken aback. She hadn't expected the second daughter to speak like this. Instantly infuriated, she roared. Have you gone completely out of control? I am your own mother. Trinity Conroyna. It seems you've forgotten who you are, just as your brother said. Conroyna moved the phone slightly away from her ear, propping her cheek on her hand as she stared at the screen for a moment, blinking and then saying, Aggie, is that you? I didn't have your number. Hearing this, Gladys felt somewhat relieved but maintained a questioning tone. So you finally acknowledge me as your mother. Then why did you refuse to recognize your brother today? Conroyna held the small knife idly stabbing into the notebook, speaking slowly. I have face blindness, Aggie. Didn't you know? Gladys was momentarily choked. She had only interacted with this daughter for a few months and had no clue about her face blindness. However, since it wasn't intentional ignorance, there was no problem now, and Gladys finally felt more comfortable. With her phone on speaker, Conroy Antonio also heard the exchange. They exchanged glances, and Gladys got straight to the point. Conroyna, why did you also go to that school? Where are you staying now, and who's funding your education? Conroyna spoke softly. My benefactor doesn't allow me to say. If I do, he won't support me anymore. Upon hearing this, Gladys was concerned. If the benefactor abandoned Conroyna, where would the down payment for her precious son come from? Since she wasn't genuinely concerned about Conroyna, she continued. Then let's not talk about it. Jemmy the way, you must be in great shape now. Conroy, according to Shing, you wear very expensive clothes. Conroy's a sister, shouldn't you help your brother? Conroyna replied, you're right. Isn't your brother really eager to attend tomorrow's party? I'll talk to everyone and we can all go together. Conroy Antonio's eyes lit up. This would be his first time attending such an event for wealthy young elites. Just participating and making connections would mean he belonged to their circle too. Gemicides, once everyone knew he was Conroyna's brother, those who used to bully him wouldn't dare look down on him anymore. He leaned close to the microphone and urged, so go ahead and ask quickly. Conroy right. Conroyna readily agreed. Gemmet soon after, she added, my benefactor is calling. I need to hang up now. The call ended, and both Conroy Antonio and Gladys were in good spirits. Though the call hadn't brought any tangible benefits, they could see Conroyna's attitude. She still cared deeply for her parents and brother. Conroy, after all, when they first brought this girl back, she had always been carefully pleasing the family members, so it was bound to remain the same now. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, Aston tagged Conroy Antonio in the class group chat. You're coming tomorrow, arriving at my place at 10 in the morning. Conroy Antonio stared at the message, his face bursting with joy. Too good. He had to wear his best clothes and show everyone that he wasn't just some nobody without achievements or background. In fact, Conroyna had only sent Aston a message, that Conroy Antonio is quite interesting. Might as well invite him along. Conroying one more person like Conroy Antonio made no difference, so Aston immediately agreed, inwardly thrilled that Conroyna had initiated contact. He replied, Levi K, okay. Jemmy the way, where do you live? I can pick you up tomorrow since there aren't many girls in our class and we usually pick them up. Aston's words left little room for refusal, and Conroyna hadn't intended to refuse either. To her, riding with the chauffeur or Aston made no difference. The next day, she lingered in bed a bit longer and finally got up when it was almost time. Usually, Marshall would have already left by then. At this time, Conroyna was surprised to find Marshall still sitting on the living room sofa, reading a book with a slight tilt of his head. Hearing Conroyna's footsteps, the handsome and composed gentleman spoke softly, have breakfast, and I'll drive you. Conroyna was taken aback, Conroy, are you not busy now? Marshall subtly frowned, the driver went to deliver a client for me, and I'm driving out anyway, so I can take you. Conroyna walked to the dining table, looking at the steaming breakfast and took a big bite, mumbling. No need to trouble uncle, I have a classmate picking me up. Marshall paused and turning the pages of his book, who? Conroyna, the one whose birthday it is today. Levy, do you have anything suitable as a birthday gift for a boy? I didn't prepare any. No. Marshall replied quickly. Conroy, soon as these two words were out, he paused in surprise himself. Conroy, actually, there were some, why did he say that? Such an instinctive, nonsensical response made Marshall uncomfortable. He quickly stood up and corrected himself. No, there are. In the room at the far end of the attic, you can take anything unpacked. He massaged his temples. Since Conroyna didn't need him to pick a gift, he saw no reason to wait any longer. Marshall said nothing more, fastened his tie, and glanced back before leaving. Conroyna had just finished eating, her pale little face beaming brightly as she called out sweetly, goodbye, uncle. Then she went up the elevator, likely heading for the attic. The discomfort grew stronger but showed not on Marshall's face. He nodded slightly, goodbye. Walking steadily, he headed to his car. Just as he drove off, he saw a Cayenne coming toward him, its colors clearly appealing to younger people. Glancing over, he saw a boy about 19 years old driving excitedly toward his house. Marshall refocused his gaze ahead, though his grip on the steering wheel tightened. The Aston family house appeared even larger than Marshall's. Upon arrival, Conroyna handed a box she picked up from the attic to Aston, Happy Gemmerthday. Aston took it joyfully, calling the butler to put it away before leading Conroyna inside. Most classmates were already there, warmly greeting them as they entered. Conroyna smiled and responded to each greeting and was introduced by Aston to other unfamiliar students from different classes. Aston introduced Conroyna as a member of Chairman G's household, which she did not deny, since she indeed lived with Marshall. Hearing this, everyone became exceptionally warm and welcoming. Conroy Antonio, standing in a corner, clenched his fists tightly. No one stopped him from entering, but neither did anyone acknowledge him. Why was this happening? He had been invited, and everyone knew he was Conroyna's brother. Why was he still being treated this way? Feeling deeply uncomfortable, Conroy Antonio finally saw Conroyna arrive and hurriedly walked over, calling loudly, Sis. You came. This loud call drew the attention of many students, who looked at Conroy Antonio, then at Conroyna. Conroyna stopped, gazed at Conroy Antonio, and blinked in slight surprise before saying softly. Who is your sister? Chapter 63, Delicate and Pitiful Canary vs. Jimmy Polar C. Levi, 15. Conroy Antonio stood rooted to the spot, stiff. The surrounding classmates all looked at him with disdain, whispering about this person who seemed not quite right in the head. Conroy Aston's expression was one of disgust as he walked straight toward Conroy Antonio, staring down at him from above. Karina is so kind-hearted. I didn't blame you for your outrageous behavior yesterday, and even asked you to come over today. Gemmet, now you're going too far, aren't you? That look was like gazing upon trash, and Conroy Antonio felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. Karina's voice cut in just then, Conroy Antonio, right? I really don't know you. I don't understand why you're addressing me like this, it makes me very uncomfortable. Is it because I look like your older sister? If so, then calling me like this might be acceptable. What can be acceptable? Several students shouted loudly, stepping up beside Karina. Karina, don't be so kind. I've seen many people like him. They see you have high status and try to get close, pretending to act weird to draw attention. Yeah, and Conroy Antonio did this sort of thing when school started. Do you know why Aston hates him so much? It's because after picking up a ball for Aston, he went around saying they were best buddies. Karina, you've probably never met someone like this before. If you don't firmly refuse him, he'll only go further. Listening to her classmates chatter on, Karina's lips curled slightly, is that so? She looked again at Conroy Antonio, whose face was pale and twisted with shock, her own expression becoming a little more serious. Well then, classmate Trinity, I hope you won't call me like that anymore. I truly don't know you. Aston lowered his head, glaring at Conroy Antonio, did you hear that? Get lost. Conroyter saying that, he walked towards Karina without another glance at Conroy Antonio. Conroy Antonio stood frozen where he was. Those who knew him and those who didn't all treated him like a clown. No, not even a clown, just trash. Just yesterday, this woman promised she would be good. Why was she treating him like this today? This humiliation pained him more than ever, especially since today he had been so confident, wearing his most expensive clothes and shoes, imagining himself being surrounded by admiring classmates. He thought today would be his day of redemption, leading to a smooth ascent thereafter. What he received instead was an even more terrifying wave of contempt and disgust compared to before. Why? Why? Gemich. Gemich. Darkness clouded his vision, how he wished he could rush over and punch that hypocritical face. Gemit he didn't dare. The students surrounded Karina, laughing and heading off to the backyard barbecue, not sparing him a glance. Wave after wave of humiliation engulfed him, causing him to stumble away, trembling hands flipping open his phone to call Gladys. Aggie. That bitch. This little incident wasn't given much attention by others. This new friend Karina, though of high status, wasn't pretentious at all, and amazingly, she could chat with everyone. She generously expressed admiration for both girls and boys, quickly bridging distances among everyone. Several classmates had already started inviting Karina to their next gathering. Karina smiled and agreed, mentioning she needed to ask Uncle G first. Everyone thought with some regret that while Karina was nice, her family was too strict with her. During lunchtime, Karina sipped a cup of sparkling water, lounging comfortably in a chair under the sun. She couldn't stand for too long, so after eating a little, she sat down to rest. Many students, having eaten their fill, headed to Aston's gaming room. Aston, greeting his classmates, turned around and saw the young girl beneath the sunlight, her head tilted back slightly, her skin almost transparently white, almost revealing the veins underneath. Her delicate and small features were like a masterpiece sculpted by the finest artist, that unique blend of elegance and fragility making his heart pound fiercely. Aston approached Karina cautiously, his steps light, as if afraid to disturb a butterfly resting on grass. Karina sensed his approach, opened her eyes, and smiled at him. This is my first time attending such a gathering, thank you, it's really fun. Aston blushed, I'm glad you like it. Jemmy the way, Tomorrow was Sunday, and he wanted to invite Karina to dinner and a movie. If he messaged her tonight, he felt it would be too casual, he wanted to formally invite her face to face. Under Karina's brilliant gaze, his face grew hotter, his words stumbling. Just as he was about to muster the courage to finish his sentence, Karina's phone suddenly rang. Aston choked, took a step back, and scratched his head. You should answer the call first. Karina gave an apologetic smile, glanced at the number, and hung up directly. It's fine, it's just a harassing call. Aston took a deep breath. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Karina's phone rang again. Karina frowned, assuming it was another call from Gladys. Just as she was about to block it, her fingers paused. This time it was Marshall calling. She answered, and the man's voice on the other end was hoarse and urgent, as if he were restraining something. Come to headquarters, 26th floor, my office. Immediately. Karina frowned. Conroy, right, I'm on my way. She hung up, just preparing to call a cab, when Aston spoke up. What's wrong? Is there an emergency? Karina nodded. Yes, Aston, could you give me a ride to the G family group headquarters right now? Aston felt a twinge of regret, but seeing Karina's expression, he knew it must be urgent, so he agreed immediately. The two quickly got into the car, and with one push on the accelerator, they sped off. Marshall forcefully locked the door to his office and wedged a table against it before half kneeling down, tightly gripping his wrist. How could this happen so suddenly? Recently, the episodes had been occurring more frequently. Previously, it would be once a month at most, but now, less than a month had passed and this was already the third time. This time, it happened during a meeting with foreign business tycoons. He endured the discomfort, swiftly arranged everything, excused himself by saying he wasn't feeling well, and rushed back to his office. Gemit, unlike at home or in a hotel, people are constantly coming in to deliver documents here. When he has an episode, if he can stay still, he might pass it off as sleeping. Gemit, he always ends up making noise, which will certainly draw attention. Karina. He dug his fingers into the floor, hoarsely calling out this name, his eyes bloodshot. Can I hold on until she gets here? No, he absolutely cannot allow anyone to discover his condition. Even his most trusted driver and nanny don't know about his illness, and he even went abroad under an alias to see a doctor. Leavenly Karina can help him. Can she really? Chapter 64, Fragile and Pitiful Golden Timbered vs. Jimmy Polar C. Levi, 16. Karina arrived much sooner than he had expected. Aston noticed her anxious expression. She even ran several red lights on the way. Karina made a mental note of this favor, thinking that since it was for Marshall's sake, she would have Marshall repay him later. After getting out of the car, Karina hurriedly said goodbye to Aston and quickly walked into the main hall of the headquarters. However, just as she was about to enter the elevator, something went wrong. She was stopped. The receptionist smiled politely and asked her, "Hello, may I ask whom you're here to see?" Karina blinked. "I'm here to see Marshall." The receptionist froze for a moment before realizing that this was their chairman being referred to. She didn't expect anyone to directly call the chairman by his first name, especially a girl who looked like a student. Gemma Karina was dressed expensively, and she definitely didn't seem ordinary, so the receptionist politely smiled and asked, "May I know if you have an appointment?" Karina shook her head. "No, he called me to come over. See, I just got off the phone with him." She showed the receptionist her call history, but the receptionist didn't recognize Marshall's private number and naturally couldn't verify it. "I'm sorry, miss, but our chairman requires an appointment." Karina's face darkened as she stared at her. "You're not letting me go up. Conroy, are you sure about that?" The receptionist's expression changed, showing difficulty. Suddenly, she saw a middle-aged woman in a women's suit coming down from the elevator, and she hurriedly approached her. "Roscoe, this lady." The receptionist recounted what happened with Karina. Roscoe had Marshall's private number. Upon seeing Karina's call history, she knew it was indeed Marshall who had called. Roscoe glanced at Karina, finding it hard to imagine Chairman G would call such a young girl. She didn't believe he had, but to be cautious, she said to Karina, "Let me take you outside Chairman G's office and ask him directly." Karina had been prepared to give up if she couldn't get up. Her questioning was merely for show, so when Marshall asked, she could say she tried her best. After all, Marshall wouldn't die from his illness, and it wasn't her problem if she couldn't go up. She didn't expect someone to actually take her up. Following behind Roscoe, the little girl carrying a cute bag entered the elevator. Leaving outside Marshall's office, 3 Department Norberts were preparing to submit monthly reports and were knocking on Marshall's office door. They had been knocking for 3 minutes. They exchanged glances, feeling strange. Chairman G was clearly inside. Why was there no response? Could he have fallen asleep? Just as they thought this, a sound came from inside, like a chair falling over. They knocked again anxiously. "Chairman G, are you all right?" "Could it be cerebral hemorrhage or myocardial infarction?" one of them whispered. "Should we call for an ambulance?" "Knock again, we'll call an ambulance if the door doesn't open." Just as they were on edge, Roscoe emerged from the elevator and walked over. Conroy she approached, they realized a little girl they had never seen before was following behind her. The little girl was delicate, with a pale complexion and lips, yet her features were extremely beautiful. Roscoe arrived at Marshall's office door and knocked. "Chairman G, there's a lady named Karina who says you called her." Just as she finished speaking, another loud noise came from inside, the sound of a cup smashing on the floor. Karina's lips twitched. Damn, it had started already. In his sick state, could he even open the door himself? What if colleagues saw him? How embarrassing. That could be interesting. Karina casually tiptoed and screamed, "Uncle?" Roscoe was taken aback by the nickname, wondering what relationship this little girl had with Chairman G. Moreover, why was Chairman G acting so unusually today? Just as she was about to ask again, louder this time. Conroy loud bang. The office door was kicked open from the inside. Karina. So, he really couldn't open the door properly. Everyone took a few steps back in fright, putting Karina, who had been at the back, right at the front. Reacting swiftly, as Marshall was about to rush out, Karina lunged forward and hugged his waist, sniffled loudly, and shouted. "Wah, Uncle, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have fallen in love early." Roscoe and others? Marshall's movements suddenly halted. His tense body relaxed the moment Karina touched him. Leavenly then did Karina notice that blood was dripping from his fingers. Fortunately, most of Marshall's body was still inside the door, and from Roscoe's angle, his appearance couldn't be seen. Marshall completely ignored the presence of others. His anger and panic calmed down instantly the moment he felt Karina's aura, followed by a surge of on his nose. He immediately had a nasal tone, "Karina." Conroy chill ran down Karina's spine as she feared that Roscoe and the others might notice something was amiss. She wasn't afraid for herself but worried that Marshall might silence these people afterward. Karina quickly said loudly. "I'm wrong, I really know it. Uncle, don't be angry. In the future, I'll study well and not fall in love early. Gemma, believe me, my parents would not blame you in their graves, woo-woo." While speaking, she pushed Marshall back inside with force. Her strength was minimal, but Marshall offered no resistance and went along with her push. After entering, Karina closed the door that had been kicked crooked, waving goodbye to those outside before shutting it. Roscoe and the others exchanged bewildered glances, leaving in a trance-like state. Once the door closed, Marshall picked up Karina and sat on the sofa. He held her like a cat lying on its back, his eyes red and lowering to nuzzle her face, his voice hoarse with sobs. "Karina, why did you take so long?" Karina raised her hand to pat his head. "I came as fast as I could." Marshall looked at her with lowered eyes, making it easier for her to stroke him, his bloodshot eyes showing his unyielding obsession and desire, alongside residual fear and helplessness. "I thought, you didn't want me anymore." Karina laughed. "How could I not want you? After all, you are my benefactor." Marshall sniffed, holding back tears. "Then you mustn't leave me." Karina, leave IK. Marshall, then you will stay with me forever. Karina, leave IK. Marshall, then you mustn't fall in love early. Karina. Marshall opened his eyes seriously and repeated, "You mustn't fall in love early, and you mustn't like anyone else." Karina. "So you took what I just said seriously?" "I'm 18, it's not really considered early love. Just as she prepared to correct Marshall's notion, she saw him lift his right hand pitifully, showing a bloody wound on his wrist bare to her, seeming to deliberately display his fragility to seek care and sympathy. Karina, it hurts. Karina blinked, swallowing her words. Jean, good. Is there a first aid kit? I'll help you clean it. Conroy, she treated the wound. Marshall stared at Karina without blinking. Even when his eyes dried out to the point of tears, he remained motionless. This expression on his handsome, cold face made him look somewhat silly. Karina resisted the urge to take a photo and patted his head. Conroy, right. Marshall hugged Karina's waist contentedly. Karina is so nice. In Karina's embrace, the temperamental wolf turned into a harmless, affectionate large dog, cuddling against her quietly, curling up and hugging his treasure until he fell asleep. That night, while Marshall was still sleeping, a gossip reached everyone's ears. Shock. Cold-hearted Chairman Marshall turns out to be an irritable parent, throwing a fit over his niece's early romance and destroying the office. Chapter 65, Fragile and Pitiful Canary vs. Dual Personality. C. Levi, 17. Marshall had a very long nap. When he woke up, it was already dark outside, leaving him momentarily dazed, unsure of the time or place. He subconsciously pulled his arm in and discovered someone nestled in his embrace. The young girl curled into a ball, twisting slightly as she sensed his movement. From Marshall's vantage point, he could see her gently trembling eyelashes and petite, upturned nose. Leavenly then did Marshall recall that he had an episode in the office. Conroyter calling Macy, he tried to stay awake until she arrived but lost consciousness before she got there. He had locked the office door tightly just before blacking out. However, this was at the company where not only his employees but also Langston's spies were present. Any slight disturbance would likely be noticed. Marshall had even braced himself for the worst, considering what to do if he found himself in a psychiatric hospital upon waking. Gemmet, surprisingly, everything remained calm and peaceful, except for the tearing pain in his wrist, probably from that worthless self-inflicted injury again. He sat up lightly, habitually pressing between his eyebrows, but realized he wasn't experiencing the usual headache after an episode. Instead, he felt unusually clear-headed. His fingers paused mid-air before lowering them. Macy's sleepy voice sounded sweetly. Uncle, you're awake. She supported herself to sit up, rubbing her eyes, feeling refreshed and naturally in good spirits. I treated your wounds a bit. Should we go to the hospital again now? Marshall lowered his gaze, his eyes deep and dark under the dim lighting, making it hard to discern his expression. Suddenly, he raised his hand, placing it on Macy's shoulder, seemingly wanting to hug her or stroke her long hair. Gemmet, the hand hesitated, eventually stopping short of touching her. He stood up, turned on the light and frowned at the mess in the office and the broken door, coldly asking. How many people saw? Macy leaned comfortably on the sofa, supporting her cheek with her hand while looking at him adorably. Quite a few. Marshall's demeanor abruptly turned icy, straightening his tie slightly. Who? Macy replied, don't rush to blame anyone. Don't you want to know what they actually saw? Marshall's hand froze as he reached for his phone. He walked into the internal surveillance room and reviewed the hallway footage from noon. Half an hour later, he came out, listening to his secretary's hesitant words, glancing at Macy lounging on the sofa with complex emotions. Macy stood up and stretched. What's up? Marshall exhaled, walking over to her. His fingers moved slightly but couldn't resist lightly stroking her long hair by her ear, bending down slightly and whispering softly in her ear. Thank you. What do you want? This was the first time in a normal state he indulged himself to touch Macy, and Marshall felt his heart skip a beat without the repulsion he expected. Macy said without hesitation, Conroy House, a car, and some shiny treasures. Marshall choked, surprised by Macy's directness. She certainly seemed materialistic. He smiled faintly. Conroy, right. Conroy, you hungry? What do you want to eat? Macy replied cheerfully, Conroy, nothing is fine. In truth, Macy thought simply that since she had these things in the previous world, they were indeed convenient, so naturally, she wanted them in this world too. Thus, the two left the elevator one after the other. Employees along the way greeted Marshall respectfully, but their impressions of Chairman G had subtly changed. Who knew Chairman G had another side, clearly not an emotionless work robot. Conroy's for this niece, she seemed someone not to offend. They went to a private room in a high-end restaurant. Dishes came one by one, making Macy's appetite grow. Marshall poked at his cutlery a few times before suddenly asking, how did you get to the company? Macy answered, Aston dropped me off. Marshall tapped his fingers, falling silent for a moment before speaking calmly, you're still young, focus on your studies and don't think about other things. Gmoys like him are obvious, don't have contact with them. Hearing this, Macy giggled, her eyes curving up as she looked at Marshall. Marshall felt uneasy under Macy's gaze. He coughed lightly, what? Macy chuckled at him, Uncle's advice sounds quite similar to what you said during your episode. Marshall responded with a puzzled, huh? Macy continued, when you were having your episode, you hugged me and said no early romance, and I could only like you. Cough. Marshall coughed again, eat. Macy obediently fell silent, watching the composed and handsome man lower his head, his movements still graceful. However, a touch of red suddenly appeared at the tip of her ears and wouldn't fade. Macy licked her lips, suddenly finding the delicious food in her mouth even more appetizing. In the car on the way home, after being fully fed, Macy finally turned on her phone and absent-mindedly dialed one of the dozens of missed calls. She didn't bother to hold the phone, directly putting it on speaker. Conroy, soon as it connected, a woman's shrill voice erupted from the speaker like a nuclear bomb. What kind of mischief are you up to, you little brat? You're lying, right? Not even recognizing your own brother, how shameless can you be? You rotten. Marshall's eyebrows furrowed sharply, his grip on the steering wheel tightening as he coldly asked, who is it? Macy's voice suddenly turned soft, timid, and respectful. This is my biological mother. Excuse me for disturbing you. Gladys hadn't expected someone to be with Macy. She abruptly stopped speaking, suddenly realizing this man must be Macy's sugar daddy. If the sugar daddy heard that? This was not good at all. Just as Macy was about to say something into the microphone, Gladys hung up. The vulgar words disappeared, but Marshall's frown remained. He glanced at Macy through the rearview mirror. Macy was looking out the window, her pale profile appearing particularly fragile. Marshall's voice was unusually gentle, softer than even he realized. Macy, did you live in a family like this before? Macy looked at him, showing no signs of distress in her eyes. Not really. They sold me right after giving birth, so I merely know my biological parents by sight. Her tone was light, but Marshall felt his heart clench. This unfamiliar feeling made him inhale deeply, unable to utter a word. He was decisive and unfeeling, never one for comforting others. So he simply said, what do you need me to do? Macy was somewhat surprised. Is Uncle feeling sorry for me? Marshall didn't reply, keeping his eyes straight ahead, but his fingers subtly tightened. Fortunately, Macy didn't continue. She just smiled happily. No need, Uncle just needs to cooperate with me. Some games are only fun when played personally. Beneath that gentle and pitiful facade lay a vicious little madwoman, seemingly detached from everything. Conroy thought suddenly struck Marshall. When she grows stronger, will she leave without looking back? Chapter 66, Fragile Canary vs. Dual Personality. C. Levi, 18. Conroyfter returning to her room, Macy soaked luxuriously in the bathtub, pampering herself thoroughly before calling Gladys back. This time, the voice on the other end didn't explode but instead asked softly, is your sponsor around? Macy carelessly polished her nails, watching a movie while talking on the phone, yet her voice carried a sobbing tone. Wah. Sir doesn't allow me to associate with anyone outside, including my family. That's why I dare not acknowledge my brother. He already warned me that if I continue like this, he won't want me anymore. Gemmet, I feel that family is more important. Should I just go home? Gladys interrupted Macy abruptly. What nonsense are you talking? How can that be? Her ugly true colors were revealed. Macy lightly hummed as if she couldn't hear it and continued complaining. Gemmet, then, what should I do? Initially planning to launch into a tirade and give Macy a scolding, Gladys found that Macy had valid reasons this time which were irrefutable. She rolled her eyes and instantly came up with a new plan. Your brother hasn't eaten because of you and said he won't go to school anymore. What do you have to say about that? Macy timidly replied, though I cannot admit being his sister publicly, I can still greet other classmates and make everyone accept him. Gladys snorted slightly. That's a must. Conroy, there's something more important. Your brother wants to buy a house, and you haven't shown any signs of helping? Macy said, I understand. I will definitely find a way. Not only for the house, I'll ensure my brother gets the best material conditions. Tomorrow, I will try my best to get Avon promote father, rest assured. Thinking this might seem fake, she added, fearing Gladys wouldn't believe her. Conroy, after all, you are the family I yearn for the most, and I will make sure you live comfortably. Leavenly then did Gladys feel at ease. She felt Macy spoke rightly, thinking everything was naturally hers since this girl was born by her, hence, everything belonged to her cherished son too. Having gotten Conroy Antonio's contact, Macy immediately transferred 100,000 yuan after hanging up and left a message. Brother, sorry about what happened today. This is my apology, ask me if you need more money. Conroy Antonio was sulking in his room when he saw this message and those zeros. His mood brightened considerably. Hearing Gladys's relayed words also made him feel as comfortable as Gladys. Now that he had a cash cow, why should he worry about others looking down on him? If he couldn't blend in with his class, he could play with students from other classes. Thinking this, Conroy Antonio placed orders online for 2 pairs of shoes and several sets of clothes. In no time, the 100,000 yuan was spent. Macy hadn't expected that within an hour of transferring the money, Conroy Antonio would message her saying the money was gone. Macy hummed lightly, without blinking, she transferred another 100,000 yuan. Conroy's smile curled her lips, she hadn't expected her greedy brother would be so easily indulged in material spending. Magwan couldn't help but exclaim joyfully, Macy. Have you finally come to your senses? Yes, keep doing this, becoming the cash cow for the family. You're getting closer to success. Macy narrowed her eyes in excitement, you're right. Conroy, at this moment, her phone rang again, it was Langston. Macy thought for a moment and decided to answer, playing the poor card to get some money. Conroy, though Marshall gave her money without hesitation, they were on the same side, so Marshall's money was practically hers. This money was meant to deceive Conroy Antonio, and she didn't want to spend her own money, so naturally, she wanted Langston's money. The call connected, Langston skipped pleasantries and got straight to the point. I heard a rumor that Marshall flew into a rage because his niece was dating early. What an absurd story. When did he have a niece? How come I don't know? Macy choked, holding back laughter. She replied, that niece is me. Suppressing laughter, her voice sounded as if carrying sobs. Langston was taken aback. What? Macy sniffled. It's just like that. Sadness mixed with grievance, the girl's voice was full of vulnerability. Instantly, Langston imagined all sorts of scenarios. He frowned, inexplicably feeling even more pity. You have been tough. However, it also means Marshall values you more. If possible, you can try discussing work matters with him. Macy's voice quivered, sounding very frightened but still agreed. Levi K. I will definitely try hard. I will definitely help you. Magwan, target's affection +5, current affection 40. Conroy amazing. Keep it up. Langston felt an unprecedented mix of jealousy and heartache, making him feel restless. So he asked, Macy, if you want anything, just say. She had been waiting for this line. Macy rolled over on the bed. I want some money because Marshall doesn't trust me, so I don't have a penny to spare. Conroy, my father's position. Langston interrupted Macy directly. Conroy, right, I understand. You just need to help me with peace of mind. Macy, having achieved her goal, was too lazy to chat further. In a flustered tone, she said, it seems Marshall is coming, and hung up immediately. Listening to the busy signal from his phone, Langston suddenly felt a bit disheartened. Conroy actually, he wanted to chat more with Macy. Macy casually sent the call log to Marshall. 5 minutes later, Marshall knocked on her door. Macy opened the door, and there Marshall stood, drying his wet hair, his sharp and distinct features delivering a powerful visual impact. Marshall looked down at her without any expression. Why didn't you ask me for money? Macy spread her hands. This money isn't for me but for those trash people. Why waste your money? When I really need to spend my own money, then I'll ask you. That little discomfort in Marshall's heart vanished instantly. He suddenly didn't know what to say. Macy tilted her face up to stare at him. Her eyes were bright like the moon in the sky, while her pupils sparkled like countless stars. Marshall heard his heart pounding loudly. It's over, he thought. The poison he has always tried to avoid was now taken into his mouth without hesitation, tasting sweet. No, he can't be like this. He must stay calm and rational. Nothing should affect him or become his soft spot. He must quit this poison. Gemmeting tightly into the soft flesh inside his mouth, he spoke word by word. Your house and car are all ready. From tomorrow, you will live in your own place and never come back here. It took him great effort just to say this sentence. Conroy pausing, he added faintly, I will continue to fund your studies and cooperate with you, but don't come here again. I'm not used to anyone living in my place. Seeing Macy's surprised look, he felt as if his heart was being torn apart, as if his body had split into two, with endless roars in his mind urging him to follow his desires. The pain made him almost vomit, but he only took a step back, slowly turning away. That's it. Good night. Chapter 67, Fragile and Pitiful Canary vs. Jimmy Polar C. Levi, 19. In the yard, where heavy rain was pouring down, a frail boy was harshly shoved into the rain by his mother. Blood trickled from his wrist as he looked at his deranged mother with a broken gaze, his voice cracking, agony. Before he could finish, the woman raised her hand. Slap. Conroy loud slap landed on the boy's face, tilting it to one side, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The woman shrieked hysterically, don't you dare call me agony, you good for nothing. Go die. She pushed him roughly, forcing him into a pit in the yard. Stumbling, the boy fell inside, the rain blurring his vision as he saw his mother pick up a shovel and start covering him with soil. Don't. He trembled all over, begging, hold me, don't kill me. The woman seemed oblivious to his pleas, and soon, the earth began to bury the boy's slender body. The sensation of suffocation crept up from his chest, and in his desperation, he struggled, don't. The woman continued relentlessly, staring at him fiercely through gritted teeth, then fight back. Good for nothing. Gemmet. The boy shuddered, thinking, but you're my mommy. You can only save yourself. Good for nothing. Don't rely on anyone, including me. The woman's grotesque face grew larger and suddenly started bleeding, and the rain from the sky turned crimson, the thick stench of blood filling his nostrils. SSS. Marshall woke up from his nightmare, his temples throbbing. In the dim room, his eyes were like endless darkness, swallowing all hope. It turned out that the wound that wasn't properly treated during the day had reopened, leaving a trail of blood on his pillow. He sat up expressionlessly, took out the medicine box, casually wiped his wound, and with his teeth gripping the bandage, rewrapped it. Seated by the table, he couldn't help but think about Caitlin again. Just now, after he spoke those words to Caitlin, the little girl merely looked surprised at him and asked, what will you do when your condition flares up in the future? He replied, I'll deal with it myself. Caitlin nodded, Conroy right, I'll leave tomorrow. She looked indifferent, and Marshall felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He thought if Caitlin showed a hint of reluctance, he might yield to his desires. Gemmet she didn't. Such a heartless little girl. He bit so hard that blood filled his mouth, yet his face remained composed. Caitlin thought Marshall was almost saint-like. Not only did he not ask her to work, but he also gave her so many benefits and promised to cooperate with her gaming in the future. Did such selfless men really exist? Being kicked out was a bit unpleasant. After all, she wouldn't be able to see this aloof handsome man every day anymore. Caitlin was the type who did what she wanted. If she missed Marshall, she would definitely go find him. Early the next morning, she was driven to school, while the housekeeper and butler moved her luggage to the new house. Caitlin hadn't seen Marshall that morning, feeling a bit regretful as she had intended to say goodbye to her dear uncle. Soon as she arrived at school, she saw Conroy Antonio hanging around the entrance. Conroy Antonio was wearing all new clothes and using new items. No wonder his money was running out so fast. It was all spent on luxury goods. His ostentatious appearance drew attention from several classmates with similar family backgrounds. Caitlin smiled as she approached him, intending to greet Conroy Antonio, but he ignored her completely, giving her a glare before walking away. He was still angry because this big sister had embarrassed him twice. He didn't want to talk to her. Levy? Caitlin raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit antsy. Unfortunately, in this world, her body was too weak and fragile to do anything physical. Unable to beat someone up, she could always do something else. Thinking this, Caitlin walked toward a group of boys from another college nearby. Caitlin knew this clique. They were known as the notorious rich kids in the school. None of them were without their bad habits, spending extravagantly in nightclubs or playing at casinos in tax-free zones during holidays. Caitlin had noticed them long ago and thought they'd make perfect friends for Conroy Antonio. Being a considerate big sister, of course, she wanted to find her little brother some good friends. Smiling, her eyes sparkling, she spoke sweetly. Seniors, Conroy Antonio is my distant relative. He's a bit slow but quite wealthy. None of my classmates like playing with him. I think all of you are especially nice and warm-hearted. Could you please take him along when you play? Though Caitlin had only been in school for a short time, she was already a celebrity. Abelardos, hearing her speak, each became attentive. Who wouldn't want to establish a relationship with the chairman G? They immediately replied, Conroy absolutely. Jemmy the way, Junior, why don't you join us later? Caitlin apologized, smiling with a blush. I can't, sorry, Uncle G has pretty strict rules for me. Abelardos looked regretful but were determined to keep Caitlin's request in mind. That evening when Caitlin finished school, she saw Conroy Antonio being led away by those boys, arms around his shoulders. Conroy Antonio looked delighted, almost flabbergasted amidst the crowd. It seemed he enjoyed every moment of it. Caitlin smiled happily, thinking that she truly made a good sister. The chauffeur drove Caitlin to her new house. This was the first time Caitlin saw the house Marshall gave her. It surprisingly resembled Marshall's own villa. Caitlin suspected this was something Marshall had prepared long ago. Sure enough, as soon as she opened the door, it was the familiar cold and minimalist style, almost identical to Marshall's residence. Even the basement had the same familiar gym and swimming pool. In the garage behind the house, a low-key colored Gemigatti was parked there. Caitlin excitedly rubbed her hands and dashed upstairs to the bedroom. Soon as she opened the door, she felt like her eyes would be blinded. Countless gems and jewelry-filled crystal boxes were scattered all over the bed and floor, leaving no space to step on. This was indeed quite straightforward. She had casually mentioned wanting some sparkle, and now everything was glittering, as if the vastness of the sky had been moved into her room. Caitlin didn't doubt that if she said she wanted the stars, Marshall might actually bring them to her. It might be a bit tacky, but she loved it. Caitlin sat happily on the bed unwrapping gifts. Coincidentally, Marshall's taste was eerily similar to Maxim's from her previous world. She liked every single one. Halfway through unwrapping, Caitlin paused with her slightly sore hands and suddenly thought of that perpetually indifferent man. He only indulged in expressing his desires and emotions when he was having an episode. Levance, he turned back into a frozen sea. She suddenly wanted to see him again. Marshall certainly didn't miss her, but what did that have to do with her finding him? Caitlin thought and directly tested out her new car, driving toward a familiar direction. What she didn't know was that Marshall had locked himself in his bedroom with handcuffs. Chapter 68, Delicate and Pitiful Golden Timbered Versus. The C. Levi with Dual Personality, 20. Not seeing Marshall for one day, Macy suddenly felt out of sorts. She realized that she still liked Marshall very much. When she was with him, it was more comfortable than when she was with anyone else in the world. It was like liking those shiny gems. Coincidentally, today she had no choice but to deal with a bunch of trashy people at school. She felt she should go see Marshall to cleanse her eyes. However, upon arriving at Marshall's house, Macy realized she didn't have the key. No one answered when she knocked on the door or called on the phone. It seemed he was busy, so Macy reluctantly returned home. After just 2 steps, she heard an almost imperceptible, raspy sob, seemingly coming from the second floor. She abruptly stopped in her tracks, tilting her head to look up. The upper floor was pitch black, devoid of any light. The house was large but looked dead and lifeless, as if it had never been inhabited. Macy suddenly realized that Marshall was indeed at home and appeared to be in some kind of distress. The muffled sounds came again from the second floor. The windows were closed, and if not for Macy's close attention, she wouldn't have heard it at all. Macy immediately walked back and used a hairpin from her head to pick the lock on the door. Fortunately, she had done this sort of thing many times before and could even quickly break into a fingerprint lock. The front door opened, and the living room remained cold and empty as always. She ran straight to the second floor. Her pace was rather quick, and this body soon felt uncomfortable. Macy paid no mind. Standing before Marshall's bedroom door, those stifled, hoarse sounds became clearer. Each sound seemed torn and broken, like wails accompanied by bloodshed. There were metallic collision sounds and the thuds of flesh hitting something. Using the same method, Macy picked the lock on Marshall's bedroom door. However, once the lock was open, she pushed the door and it didn't budge. It was blocked from inside. With great effort, she barely managed to push open a small crack. Peering inside, she could barely make out a figure curled up in the corner. She softly spoke, "Uncle, be good, open the door." The figure shuddered violently, seemingly wanting to lunge towards Macy, but was held back by something. The sound of metal clashing kept him from moving another step. Conroy's sliver of light seeped through the door crack, bringing the most desired sound to his ears. The captive beast desperately wanted to chase after it, but everything around him restrained him. His wrists bore bloody marks, his forehead bleeding from impacts, and his lips bitten until they bled. Every part of his body hurt, especially his head, feeling like it might split open. Marshall's mind was hazy. He had forgotten Macy's name, yet instinctively wanted to get closer. The frenzied beast tore at its wounds, trying to achieve something. Inside, Macy's heart trembled at the scene. She took a deep breath and kicked the door with all her might. It did not move an inch. After several tries, she felt as if her lungs would burst and her head spun dizzily. Pierre couldn't help but speak up, "Macy, this body is really too weak. It definitely won't open the door." Conroyed besides, the antagonist definitely won't die. He locked himself in here knowing he'd be fine. "You should go home." Macy leaned against the door, gasping for several moments to catch her breath. She was drenched in a cold sweat and barely able to speak. Looking at the narrow crack in the door, Macy was about to give up. Though the sounds inside were terrifying, hadn't Marshall gone through this before? She stepped back, but after only one step, a desperate voice came from inside, "Don't." Macy sighed. "I can't help you, Uncle. Hang in there." Saying this, she took another step back. Then, there was a sudden loud noise inside. Something crashed heavily onto a chair, followed by the sharp splintering of wood being grasped by a bloodied hand, pointed at its own throat. "Don't. Macy." He remembered her name, feeling powerless and desperately seeking to retain this glimmer of hope. Macy stood rooted to the spot, gripping her palm tightly and asking Pierre. "You said he wouldn't die. If I leave, will he really be okay?" Pierre, it suddenly wasn't sure anymore. It couldn't understand the crazy world of a psychopath. Seeing Pierre silent, Macy probably knew what to do. Surveying the surroundings, she bit her lip and suddenly said, "I'm not leaving. Wait 5 minutes for me." She lifted her skirt and raced down the stairs. Her lungs burned, but Macy could endure it, not slowing her pace. If the door wouldn't open, she could climb through the window. The exterior of the house was made of rough marble with bay windows, making it relatively easy to climb. Macy clenched her teeth, her fingers bleeding as she climbed, and incredibly, she actually reached the second floor. She felt every muscle in her body tremble. There wasn't a single spot that didn't hurt. If she loosened her grip, she had no doubt she would fall from the second-story window. Finding a secure foothold, she sighed at the locked window and threw the stone she had picked up with all her strength. Tempered glass is easier to break at the corners, but even so, Macy took long pauses between each throw. It was impressive that she could even climb with such a weak constitution. Thankfully, Macy's exceptional height allowed her to push her physical limits. Finally, with the last sound of shattering, the window broke, and without hesitation, Macy painfully crawled through the broken window. Levins inside, she almost fainted from exhaustion. Something burning touched her. Macy forced her eyes open and saw Marshall, covered in blood, one hand locked to the bedpost, his body almost lying on the ground. His other hand strained to reach her. His fingertips just brushed against her wrist. Macy took 2 deep breaths, exerting all her strength to free herself and move over to unlock the handcuffs on Marshall. The moment Marshall gained his freedom, he hugged Macy tightly. He was burning hot, sticky blood covering Macy's body, and his voice was as burning as his temperature. The ice cracked, the hidden currents surged, and his cries were filled with despair. Don't abandon me." Macy weakly ed, her eyes struggling to stay open. The arms hugging her constricted, causing pain throughout her body. Without the strength to struggle, Macy only snuggled closer into his embrace, trying to ease the tightness. Marshall lowered his head, tears dripping onto Macy's cheeks, and kissed her forehead with his bloody lips, fear and attachment nearly penetrating her heart. "I can't. I'm going to faint for a while. Do what you need to." Macy mumbled these words before passing out. When she woke up the next day, her body felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, unable to move without pain. Struggling to open her eyes, she saw Marshall putting something on her ankle. Marshall's wounds looked hastily treated, his face pale, lips colorless, but his red-rimmed eyes carried an insane excitement. Meeting Macy's gaze, he smiled, leaning in to gently stroke her hair, his hoarse and deep voice unusually tender. "I gave you the chance to leave, Macy." Chapter 69, Frail and Pitiful Canary vs. Dual Personality. See Levi, 21. Macy couldn't be bothered to move a finger, licking her lips as she felt somewhat thirsty. The next moment, a baby bottle was thrust directly into her mouth. Macy? Marshall smiled gently at her. It's inconvenient for you to drink water while lying down, so I bought a baby bottle. That made perfect sense. There was no way to refute it. Indeed, this method allowed her to drink without sitting up. After finishing the water, Macy's throat felt much more comfortable. Conroy's expected, after all the exertion yesterday, she had fallen ill again. However, it was somewhat surprising that Marshall was actually taking care of her while fully conscious. Conroy, what did he put on her feet just now? Macy lazily murmured, what did you put on me? Marshall's long fingers gently touched her ankle, his voice unusually gentle. Conroy, electronic ankle bracelet. It's small and pretty, you'll like it. Though his tone sounded controlled, in reality, he was quite afraid. Conroy afraid of seeing shock and disgust in the little girl's eyes, afraid of her refusal and flight. Gemmet he had given her a chance to leave. Conroy yet she came back, so he would never let her go again. Levens the thick ice on the sea breaks, the flames that surge out cannot be extinguished. Moving her foot, Macy indeed felt no added weight. Since it didn't restrict her freedom or cause discomfort, she wasn't concerned. Conroy right. I'm hungry. Marshall's eyes suddenly widened. He had already prepared for any attempt at escape. In his mind, anything Macy did was acceptable. Even if she wanted to harm him, he would give her the means. Gemmet leaving was absolutely impossible. Despite preparing for countless scenarios, he hadn't anticipated this reaction from Macy. Conroy was in control. Marshall found himself stunned for a long time. His voice trembled slightly as he carefully confirmed. It's an electronic ankle bracelet. Wherever you are, I can find you. Macy nodded, I know. I'm hungry. Instantly, Marshall's eyes sparkled with wild joy, but he quickly averted his gaze, standing up with a light cough. Conroy right. His figure seemed somewhat flustered, a first for Macy, who found it novel. For some reason, these villains all seemed eager to lock her up. Gemmet this world's Marshall was far better than the previous world's Kip. If he used handcuffs or chains, she would definitely be displeased. 10 minutes later, along with Marshall, a private doctor entered the room. Under Marshall's icy gaze, the doctor thoroughly examined Macy again and advised her not to engage in strenuous activities. Her frailty stemmed from birth, and there wasn't much that could be changed afterward. After the doctor left, Marshall sat by Macy's bedside, feeding her bite by bite. The cautious and reverent look in his eyes made Macy chuckle. Uncle, I'm not that fragile. Marshall lowered his eyes, his lips curling once more. He had been smiling frequently ever since Macy woke up. It was as if, in front of Macy, he no longer needed to hide. Macy, tell me everything you want, anything you wish to do, as long as you never leave me. His voice shook excitedly, his eyes red. He couldn't remember the last time he had expressed his desires so clearly and directly. He had thought nothing in this world could sway his emotions anymore. Gemmet then Macy appeared, breaking through every barrier. So he would hold on to her tightly, never letting go again. Macy tilted her head, raising an eyebrow with a smile. We were supposed to be partners. Now, Uncle has become the master of this canary? Marshall's hand twitched. No, it's not like that. Macy, then what is it? Marshall lowered his eyes, his long lashes trembling. Suddenly, he looked up, the redness spreading from his eyes, imbuing a restrained beauty. If Macy wants to be the master, that's fine too. Macy? Something was off. Why did Marshall suddenly seem different, as if he had flipped a switch? Lever rather, since his other personality was still himself, this change seemed acceptable compared to the drastic shift of the second personality. Macy, with a headache, didn't want to think too much about it. She happily accepted the feeding, took her medicine, and slept soundly. Thus, Macy moved back into Marshall's house. Conroy's for school, she naturally took another leave. During this time at home, she spent most of her time sleeping or eating, recovering fairly well. Jemmy the second day, she was able to get out of bed and limped back to her room, turning on her computer to study. When Marshall returned home, he saw his little girl studying earnestly. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed occasionally before smoothing out quickly. Marshall felt his heartbeat quicken as he watched Macy intently. Unable to resist, he moved closer. Macy was studying diligently when she suddenly felt a pair of arms wrap around her shoulders, followed by a body with a faintly crisp fragrance gradually leaning closer. Marshall came up behind her, bending over and bracing his hands on either side of her arms on the desk. The tall man easily enveloped the young girl in his embrace. Conroy's chest approached the back of Macy's head, she even heard his strong heartbeat. The warmth surrounded her, making her feel hot too. She tilted her head back and smiled at Marshall. Good evening, Uncle. The fingers holding onto the desk tightened as Marshall looked at Macy's smile. His conroymia's apple bobbed as he lowered his head further, his voice unusually deep and appealing. Need a tutor? Macy shook her head. No need, I can study on my own. Marshall chuckled unconcernedly, clearly not bothered about whether Macy studied well or not. He didn't want to stand up just yet. He suddenly realized that he had never embraced Macy while fully conscious. Previously, he had been too restrained, but now that he had decided to indulge, there was no need to suppress himself in front of Macy anymore. With this thought, he tightened his arms. He didn't dare. What if Macy didn't like it? Would she refuse his touch? Would she like him just a little bit? Initially, he only wanted to keep her by his side, but now why did he crave more? Marshall's arms stiffened. Macy noticed something was off and turned around in her chair to look at him. What are you thinking? Caught off guard by Macy's direct gaze, Marshall's heart skipped a beat, unable to control the burning sensation in his ears. I must be crazy, he thought, speaking with a hoarse voice. Can I hug you? Gemmet Macy laughed. Lev, of course. Have you hugged me enough already? Without hesitation, she opened her arms wide and pounced forward, wrapping them around Marshall's waist. His waist was slim and firm, and she could feel his abdominal muscles through his shirt as her face pressed against his abdomen. Macy enjoyed Marshall's scent immensely, rubbing contentedly. Marshall stood frozen, completely stiff and still, blood rushing to his ears. The warmth and gratitude made his eyes start to well up. The poisonous dependency he feared and wanted to avoid the most was ultimately irresistible. Stepping into this flame, he plunged in without looking back. Chapter 70, Fragile and Pitiful Golden-Timbered versus Dual Personality. C. Levi, 22. Karina felt that she was almost being turned into a good-for-nothing. Ever since Marshall gave her an electronic bracelet that looked like a piece of jewelry, he had become a completely different person. He took care of her meticulously. Especially after she hugged him once, he started asking for hugs every day. Karina thought his dominant personality seemed to be getting more and more like the one during his episodes. Lev, of course, whenever a work call came in, Marshall would revert to the cold, distant, powerful chairman again. After staying at home for a few days, she received another call from Langston. Sure enough, after the goodwill increased, Langston actually started caring about her. Karina, I heard you've been taking leave recently. What's wrong? Karina sniffed, her voice very weak. I'm sick. Langston tightened his grip on the phone. Why are you sick again? Is it because of Marshall? Karina, yes. This time she didn't lie. It was indeed because of Marshall. Gemmet to Langston, it sounded different. Langston felt a tug at his heart. In that instant, he even wanted Karina to come back. Gemmet, he remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. You've worked hard. Karina sniffed, her voice trembling. It's okay, Hao Yang, I'm willing. Even if I die, I want to do something for you. After saying this, Karina herself shuddered. Gemmet, clearly, this statement greatly moved Langston. The ball of dough's voice rang out. Target's goodwill plus 10, current goodwill 50. Langston gritted his teeth and said, when you come back, I'll treat you well. Karina rolled her eyes. Levi K, let's not talk anymore, he's coming back. Wait. Langston suddenly said urgently. Karina thought the man whose goodwill had risen to 50 might give some heartfelt confession. Unexpectedly, Langston continued, there's a family banquet next month. If possible, let Marshall take you with him. Karina, why? Langston, if Marshall takes you as his date, it will definitely make old man unhappy. He didn't want to say more, as continuing would belittle Karina. Karina felt nauseated by his words, hung up without even saying goodbye. This kind of man, no matter how deeply he appears to love a woman, is still selfish, loving himself most of all. Right this moment, Marshall pushed open the door. He had heard Karina on the phone outside and frowned as he came in. Was it Langston again? Karina nodded. Yeah, disgusting. Marshall found Karina's attitude pleasing, but he disliked Langston occupying his little girl's time. His voice turned a bit cold. He doesn't deserve your energy. Karina stretched and smiled as she stood up and walked towards Marshall. It's just a game. Gemicides, Langston is still useful. After all, my dad works under him. Marshall frowned. Let your father resign, and I'll provide him with the best position. Karina widened her eyes and laughed. What? You don't think I want my dad to do better? Marshall, then why? To make him fall harder. Karina narrowed her eyes, her fox-like gaze dark. Marshall was momentarily lost in thought. Yes, how could he forget, this little girl wasn't any ordinary flower. Her core was already pitch black. Probably only he knew this side of her. Just as only she knew his other side. This feeling of sharing secrets made Marshall's heart race. He gazed deeply into Karina's eyes and bent down to gently hug her. He buried his face in Karina's neck, took a deep breath, and sighed contentedly. Marshall's embrace was comforting, and Karina leaned in, slowly asking him. He wants me to go with you to the family banquet. What is a family banquet? Mentioning this, Marshall's voice turned slightly cold. Just a yearly pretentious and repulsive gathering of the G family. He lightly stroked Karina's hair, loosened his arms around her and asked, do you want to go? Karina thought for a moment. Yes. Marshall brushed the strands of hair from her cheek to behind her ear, looking at her tenderly. Then we'll go. No matter what this little girl wanted, he would help her achieve it. The room was dim, the man's voice magnetic and low, his charm most irresistible when the top 3 buttons of his shirt were undone. Suddenly feeling parched, Karina blurted out, "Bend over." Hearing this, Marshall obediently bent over, thinking Karina wanted to say something to him. However, in the next second, soft, cool, delicate lips kissed his cheek. Karina kissed him, her voice gentle and persuadable. "Uncle is so nice." Marshall's eyes widened, feeling his heart skip a beat as a wave of warmth spread from where their lips had touched. He looked at Karina in disbelief, unable to resist reaching out to grasp her slender neck. His eyes darkened even more. "Karina." His hand wasn't tight, and Karina giggled, looking up at him. What? Marshall gritted his teeth, his breathing uneven. After a long pause, he finally managed to say 2 words, more. Gem at this time, Karina refused to comply, smiling mischievously. Then uncle has to act cute. You're very good at it, aren't you? Marshall choked, feeling his cheeks burning even hotter. He knew Karina was referring to when he had episodes. This realization made him feel even more ashamed. With a red face, he pinched Karina's cheek almost gently, as if punishing her, but the action was so light she barely felt it. Finishing the pinch, he turned around abruptly and strode out, his back stiff with a hint of embarrassment and anger. Gem at Karina felt even happier. Suddenly, teasing uncle became so interesting. Indeed, the more aloof and distant a person was, the cuter they seemed after their icy exterior shattered. Feeling extremely pleased, Karina jumped onto the bed and didn't even feel disgusted when she saw a message from Conroy Antonio. With one sweep of her hand, she transferred him 200,000 yuan. Recently, Conroy Antonio had been asking for money more frequently, and each amount was getting larger. Clearly, the influence of those spoiled rich kids was taking effect. The bait had been set for long enough, it was about time to reel him in. 3 days later. When Conroy Antonio asked Karina for money again, she sent him a message. My account has been frozen due to too many transfers and will be unfrozen after a month. Little brother, go ahead and use your credit card. Conroy, as soon as my account is unfrozen, I'll pay you back. Worried that Conroy Antonio might hesitate to spend too much, she added, I still have 30 to 40 million in my account. Remember not to borrow too much, little brother. If Conroy Antonio had any self-control, he wouldn't fall into Karina's trap. Gem it, he didn't. He had already indulged in extravagant spending, throwing large sums of money at nightclubs where countless beautiful girls showered him with adoration. He felt like he was on top of the world. Materialism gave him a false sense of prosperity, which he couldn't let go of. Just as Karina expected, he waved his hand carelessly, maxing out the unlimited credit card Karina had arranged for him, racking up over 1 million yuan. After all, with his sister backing him, what was there to fear? Lost in this false prosperity, Conroy Antonio didn't realize that he was leading his entire family closer to an abyss. Chapter 71, Fragile and Pitiable Golden Timbered vs. Polar C. Levi, 23. Half a month later would be the family banquet. During this time, Macy had been pampered at home and started to look healthier. Her originally pale face now had some color. Though her slender body was still somewhat weak, it could now support the evening gowns properly. Marshall looked at Macy's face, feeling an odd sense of accomplishment well up in him. It wasn't enough, he wanted to take even better care of Macy. During breakfast, Macy curiously asked Marshall, Were there any rules for the family banquet? Marshall chuckled lightly, no rules. Macy can do whatever she wants. He loathed the attitudes of those people in the G family. At first, everyone despised and alienated him. Later, no one dared bully him openly anymore. Over time, most of them began flattering him. Regardless of how others' attitudes changed, he remained indifferent, never hesitating when doing what he needed to do. This time, with this young girl around, he probably had to change his indifference and start retaliating. However, he wouldn't tell Macy that. The young girl only needed to happily do what she wanted. Macy felt a bit excited. The G family in this world was even more powerful than the Mu family from the previous world, controlling the economic lifeline of the entire country, and even holding political power within their grasp. What would such a large clan be like? Marshall picked out a pale moon-colored strapless long dress for Macy. The bright and lively design matched exceptionally well with her delicate face. Looking at herself in the mirror, Macy raised her chin, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. When they were ready to leave, Macy prepared to put on her shoes. However, Marshall gently pressed down on Macy's shoulders, signaling her to sit on the stool. Macy obediently sat down. Then, she saw the handsome man in a suit kneel down before her, gently gripping her ankle. Levine's hand held her delicate ankle while the other took up a small high heel, softly slipping it onto Macy's foot. After finishing the right foot, he lifted her left foot. Conroy thin chain circled her left ankle, appearing at first glance as an extremely exquisite anklet adorned with. Only Marshall knew this was the shackle he placed on Macy, even if the little girl didn't seem to mind it. From now on, he could always find his little girl. This realization caused Marshall's fingers to tighten slightly, a trace of insane excitement seeping through as he couldn't help but stroke the prominent bones on Macy's ankle. Macy felt ticklish and kicked Marshall's chest lightly, put them on faster. Marshall smiled, finishing the shoe tying process, then stood up, bending slightly, elegantly extending his hand. Come on, my little girl. Apart from Macy, no one had ever seen this side of Marshall. He was always cold and intimidating, with a ruthless demeanor hidden beneath his indifferent expression. Few knew he could be so gentle and gentlemanly, a perfect companion, even if that perfection hid an obsessive desire. In Marshall's deep and serious gaze, Macy licked her lips, placing her hand in his palm and smiled. The chauffeur was already waiting outside. The two got into the car and headed towards the G residence. The G family was a large clan, with Jem Raxton as the patriarch and Doreen being his only official wife. Over a dozen brothers and sisters relied on them, and they had 6 Darius Wren in total, of which only the first 2 were born to Doreen. Langston's father was Jem Raxton's eldest son, while Marshall was Jem Raxton's youngest son. Except for Marshall, all of Jim Raxton's other sons and daughters were worthless. Fortunately, his grandson Langston was very much liked by Jim Raxton and Doreen. Jim Raxton and Doreen were getting old, especially Jim Raxton, whose health was deteriorating, causing countless pairs of eyes to be fixated on his assets. Jim Raxton was secretly observing the two descendants he admired most, Marshall and Langston. Their open and covert struggles were all seen by Jim Raxton, yet he rarely intervened. To him, only the final winner deserved to inherit his fortune, although he favored Langston slightly more. Jim Raxton watched Langston grow up, whereas Marshall was only acknowledged by him at 14 years old, with a solitary and cold personality. If not for his exceptional abilities, Jim Raxton wouldn't have given him a second glance. Initially, Marshall was merely the greatest test Jim Raxton arranged for Langston on his path to growth. Right this moment, the entire massive family had gathered except for Jim Raxton and Marshall. Everyone appeared harmonious on the surface, but each had their own intentions. Especially Langston, while chatting with Doreen, he casually glanced around and said with a smile, "Grandma, why hasn't Uncle Jolio come yet? Did the butler forget to notify him?" Conroy. Soon as Marshall was mentioned, Doreen's expression turned unpleasant. She had no good impression of Jim Raxton's illegitimate Darius Wren outside, especially Marshall, who she found most repulsive. That despicable thing has no manners at all. Langston smiled and said, "Grandma, don't get upset. Uncle Jolio is just that kind of person, as you know. Jemmy the way, this young lady is." Langston looked at the girl standing next to Doreen, whom he was seeing for the first time. The girl blushed and smiled when she saw Langston. She wore a goose-yellow long dress with delicate makeup, making her look full-figured and attractive. Doreen explained, "She is my distant great-niece, named Yvette. I think she would be suitable for Marshall, so I arranged their engagement today." Conroy's the matriarch, it was natural for her to find a suitable wife for Marshall, her only unmarried son. This distant relative of hers barely managed to join the upper-class society through the G family but wouldn't bring any benefit to Marshall. Most importantly, this family was particularly vain, obsessed with appearances and material wealth. The prospect of marrying into the G family made this family extremely happy. They knew that even though Marshall was not favored by Jim Raxton, he was still highly accomplished in his career, making them feel fortunate to have this opportunity. Especially Yvette, after learning about Doreen's arrangement, felt she had struck gold. Though Marshall's reputation was notorious, she had never met him and didn't take it seriously, thinking only one thing, she was about to marry into high society. Yvette half-heartedly agreed with Doreen while glancing towards the door repeatedly. This was her first time attending such a family banquet. She spent 3 whole hours on makeup alone. Indeed, it attracted many young men's attention. She was eagerly awaiting Marshall's arrival, hoping he wasn't a bald middle-aged man. Finally, the butler at the door seemed to see someone and quickly walked out. Since everyone else had arrived, the butler must be welcoming Marshall. With his special status, many people were looking forward to Marshall's appearance, causing an unexpected silence in the hall as all eyes turned toward the entrance. When the tall, handsome man stepped into the hall without any expression, Yvette widened her eyes in excitement. Why didn't anyone tell her that Marshall was so handsome? So charismatic. His mature charm was simply irresistible. His perfect features paired with cold, narrow eyes exuded a cold elegance. Gem-rode shoulders, slim waist, and long legs made him stand like a sharp sword pointing skyward. No matter where he stood, he looked like a natural-born leader. Everyone's attention focused on Marshall, but he remained unmoved, slightly turning to reveal his right side with gracefully extended fingers. Then, delicate and tender fingertips gently rested on his palm. Conroy doll-like beautiful girl emerged from behind him, effortlessly linking her arm with Marshall's. She faced everyone's gaze with sweet laughter, undaunted. For a moment, everyone was visibly shocked. Yvette's expression was the worst. Conroy Langston, sitting in the front row, suddenly tightened his fist. He should have been thrilled because Macy had indeed convinced Marshall to bring her to the family banquet. Why did he feel a surge of envy and anger upon seeing Macy's smile? Was it because he had never seen her look so radiant before? Chapter 72, The Frail and Pitiful Canary vs. the C. Levi with Dual Personality, 24. Marshall originally thought that Macy wouldn't enjoy such occasions. As far as he knew, Macy had always kept a distance from social events. Though she recently started school, she would probably still feel somewhat uncomfortable in such situations. However, the young lady beside him slightly raised her chin, smiling, behaving gracefully and effortlessly. Marshall couldn't help but lower his gaze to look at her, suddenly feeling a bit regretful for bringing her out. She looked too appealing. After all, people in the hall were used to grand scenes, quickly recovering and greeting Marshall with smiles. Marshall didn't even glance around, walking straight in. To match Macy's pace, he slowed his steps a little, allowing her dress to flutter attractively. Coming before Doreen, Marshall nodded expressionlessly at her, which was his way of greeting. For Langston standing beside her, Marshall didn't even spare a glance. Whenever Marshall acted like this, Langston would usually make some sarcastic remarks. At this time, Langston remained silent. His attention was on Macy. He hadn't seen Macy in a long while and felt she looked different. If Macy once resembled a trembling white flower in the cold wind, now she shone like the brightest moon in the night sky. Most importantly, Macy didn't look at him once from start to finish. The discomfort in Langston's heart grew increasingly apparent. He didn't think Macy disliked him. On the contrary, he believed she behaved this way to not expose him. She disliked such occasions and didn't want to cater to Marshall, but she did it for him. This thought made Langston quite heartbroken, turning Macy's much improved appearance into something he believed she forced herself to achieve for the family gathering. Macy was silently observing people when the sound of Conroy de Bayo appeared in her mind. Target's affection +5, current affection 55. Startled, Macy looked at Langston, seeing his eyes full of admiration and concern, which made her almost laugh, causing her shoulders to quiver slightly. Marshall couldn't help but look down at her and ask softly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Macy pursed her lips, tiptoeing to whisper in his ear. I just find Langston's expression amusing. Their intimate posture, especially Marshall's gentle demeanor as he lowered his head and bent his waist, was unprecedentedly tender. Everyone who was secretly paying attention could barely hide their shock. They had never seen Marshall act this way. Conroy and Langston, looking at this scene, found it particularly, means glaring but isn't fitting here in English, so let's replace it with unsettling. Just as Langston prepared to jab at Marshall, Doreen spoke first. The elderly noblewoman spoke with considerable authority. "Marshall, who is she?" Doreen, having never met Macy, naturally concluded Macy wasn't from a prominent family. She didn't even look at Macy, asking Marshall directly, clearly not considering the young girl worth her attention. If it were any other young lady, they would likely have become insecure and timid by now. Marshall frowned slightly, replying, "My date." With that, he subtly moved in front of Macy, blocking Doreen's view. TSK, so she really is his date. For 30 years, Marshall had been alone, and this was the first time he brought a date, and it wasn't even a young miss. Everyone exchanged glances, and Yvette's face darkened further. Doreen snorted lightly. Not just anyone can be the G family's date. Marshall's gaze turned cold, staring straight at Doreen, sending chills down her spine, making her clutch her wine glass tighter, more disgusted inside. Marshall no longer cared about Doreen's face and was about to leave. Just then, Macy peeked out from behind him, sweetly smiling at Doreen seated up high. "Grandma, I'm Macy, not just anyone. Whether I can be Marshall's date is up to Marshall, not you. You're so controlling. Good thing Marshall wasn't raised by you, or he'd surely turn into a useless mama's boy." Her soft voice was sweet, speaking slowly and steadily without a single unnecessary word. Marshall widened his eyes slightly, turning to look at Macy, raising an eyebrow in surprise, his narrow eyes revealing a hint of a smile. Doreen's face turned black instantly. Those words truly hit a sore spot for her. What she hated most in life was obedient Darius Wren ending up unremarkable, while her only accomplished son was rebellious and born to a low-born mother. The atmosphere in the hall became eerily strange. Doreen almost wanted to slap this little girl, but being a respected elder, she couldn't afford to lose face. Conroy, that moment, another somewhat shrill female voice rang out. "Macy, right? Which family are you from, and how dare you be so impolite? You have no right to speak to Grandma like that. You're not welcome here at all." Conroy's eyes turned to Yvette. This was the first time Yvette had spoken up in such a setting, making her slightly nervous. Gemmet, seeing Macy clinging to Marshall's arm, gave her the courage to continue. "Please leave." Doreen felt considerably more comfortable and added. "Marshall, I know you're used to being wild and uncontrollable, and I don't blame you for that. Gemmet, the G family has standards. You should know what is appropriate and what isn't." She beckoned to Yvette and said, "Marshall, you should foster a relationship with Yvette. Conroy's for this so-called date. Have the driver take her back home." Marshall cast a cold glance at Yvette, his dark eyes like those of a wild animal about to be provoked. Yvette shivered under his gaze and couldn't help but take a step back. Looking at Yvette as if she were trash, Marshall's low, icy voice spoke. "My place isn't a garbage dump. Don't throw every piece of trash my way." He then turned to Doreen. "Conroy, so, don't try to arrange anything for me. If you insist on doing so, you won't want to know the consequences." His voice wasn't loud but carried a suppressed madness. No one would say something like this in such a formal occasion except Marshall, mad, cold, and merciless. Doreen felt a wave of panic, recalling past unpleasant memories with Marshall, turning her face black with anger. Just then, Macy spoke softly to comfort Marshall. "Avon, don't get upset over trash. Conroy's for Grandma. Elderly people often have difficult personalities. Don't take it personally." Enraged, Doreen's fingers started trembling, almost shouting, "Get out," before she could stop herself. Conroy, that moment, a butler-like figure pushed a wheelchair into view. Jim Raxton arrived, and the eerie atmosphere in the hall instantly transformed into an unusually harmonious ambience, as if everything that just happened was an illusion. Greeting voices filled everyone's ears, people scrambling to approach Jim Raxton for a word, as if being late would be a crime. Doreen took a deep breath, swallowing her rage, turned, and walked to Jim Raxton's side to take over the wheelchair. Langston followed closely behind. With this, Marshall and Macy found themselves relatively undisturbed. Taking advantage of the lack of attention, Marshall hooked Macy's waist, lowering his head to whisper in her ear, his voice tinged with laughter. "Didn't expect my little girl to be so quick-witted. Want to stay longer? If you're bored, we can leave." The warm breath on Macy's ear made her pull back, laughing. No, it's too interesting. Especially when Yvette nearby shot her a look, it really made her hands itch. Chapter 73, The Fragile Canary vs. the Sea. Levi with Dual Personality, 25. The dinner party soon commenced, presenting a scene of harmonious joy. Marshall seldom showed good cheer at such events, but this time, with the little girl by his side, he felt cheerful even in this nauseating environment. Karina was enjoying her meal. Conversely, Yvette, who had been staring at Karina, could not bring herself to eat a single bite. In Yvette's eyes, Karina epitomized the typical femme fatale, pretending to be frail and pitiful, when in reality, she was sharper than anyone. Marshall must have been bewitched by this woman's appearance. Yvette was unwilling to lose the opportunity to marry into wealth, especially to Marshall. Though he appeared slightly intimidating and somewhat temperamental, he was too handsome and charismatic. She had subconsciously started seeing Marshall as her man and looked at Karina like a mistress. Fearing trouble, Yvette had made inquiries about Karina but only found out that she was a student at an aristocratic school, with no other information available. Clearly, she wasn't some highborn young lady but likely just a sparrow that climbed up a branch. There was nothing to worry about concerning such a person. Marshall naturally emitted an aura that kept strangers at bay, so almost no one dared disturb him, allowing him to focus mostly on Karina. His face remained expressionless, yet his actions were exceptionally gentle, occasionally brushing away Karina's fallen strands of hair. Whenever his long fingers touched the strands, they would inadvertently graze Karina's cheek. He seemed to revel in this, often caressing her cheek with his knuckles. Karina realized this man probably had a tactile craving and liked touching her very much. After finishing her meal, Karina caught Marshall's fingers with a smile and gave him a soft look. "I'll be right back from the restroom." Marshall nodded. "I'll escort you there." Karina laughed. "I know where it is." Standing up, she walked towards the restroom at the back of the hall. Not far away, Yvette saw this scene and felt a glimmer of hope, thinking she had finally waited for this moment, so she hurriedly followed. The restroom was nearly empty. Just as Karina finished washing her hands, she saw Yvette storm in and stand before her. Slim and petite, Karina had to look up slightly at Yvette. The girl smiled sweetly. "Is there something you need?" Yvette coughed lightly and put on an elegant, haughty air. "I need to speak with you. Let's find a quiet place to chat outside." She didn't want others to see them. Karina blinked. "Gemma, Avon is waiting for me." Yvette's face turned sour. "Avon or not, you shouldn't call him that. Come with me now." Karina hesitated and sighed softly. "Conroy, right." They arrived at a secluded rooftop terrace. With no one around, Yvette spoke directly. "Your name is Karina, correct?" "Karina, why do you think someone your age needs to cling to wealthy men?" Karina wore a puzzled expression. With her fair arms hugging herself and her delicate chin lifted slightly, she looked breathtakingly beautiful. Yvette, feeling a surge of jealousy looking at her face, became more acerbic. "What are you pretending? There's no one here to see your scheming act. You're not from the upper class, you're just a little sparrow dreaming of becoming a phoenix. I'm telling you, Marshall is just playing with you. Do you really think a man of his status would look at someone like you?" Tears welled up in Karina's eyes quickly. She bit her lips slightly, her soft voice choked with emotion. I haven't." Like a trembling white flower in the night wind, she looked utterly helpless. Seasoned smoker Langston happened to witness this scene as he was about to light a cigarette. He strode over swiftly. Yvette hadn't expected anyone to come and immediately felt her heart race upon seeing Langston. She lowered her head respectfully and shyly. "Young Flint G." Langston was every girl's dream man, perfect in status, family background, and appearance. Yvette had always been a fan. However, Langston was like the moon in the sky, unreachable for her, and now all she wanted was to marry Marshall quickly. Furrowing his brows, Langston asked, "Were you cold?" Taken aback, Yvette raised her head disbelievingly. I am not cold." Gemma, before she could finish, Langston interrupted. "I didn't ask you." Stunned, Yvette watched helplessly as Langston took off his jacket and draped it over Karina without asking. "Don't catch a chill." Karina felt somewhat disdainful towards Langston's jacket, finding it both ironic and amusing. She took a step back to avoid his gesture. "Don't. Avon will be upset." Langston knew she was talking about Marshall, which instantly stabbed at his heart. His fingers tightened, and he suddenly desired a moment alone with Karina. He turned to Yvette, his face growing more impatient. "What are you standing here for?" Yvette's face turned pale, as if slapped, and she spoke in disbelief. "Young Flint G, Grandmother said I'm Marshall's future wife. So I just wanted to talk to Marshall's companion." Conroy, she spoke. She glanced at Karina, only to see Karina lift her head, standing behind Langston, smiling slyly. That smile carried a wicked sarcasm, not the slightest hint of or pitifulness. Startled, Yvette's anger flared, raising her voice. "Sir, you've seen it too, Marshall is my fiancé. This girl has no business being here, let alone by Marshall's side." "Enough," Langston interrupted irritably. "That's not your reason to bully Karina." Yvette widened her eyes, bewildered. "Young Flint G, why are you protecting her?" Karina interjected. "It's fine, Hao Yang. It's nothing, don't worry, I can handle it." Her gentle yet strong voice pierced Langston's heart. He prepared to say, "It's all right, I'll help you," but Karina whispered again. "Conroy, little hardship is fine, don't let Marshall suspect." Langston looked deeply into Karina's eyes, filled with tenderness and guilt. Finally, he nodded, gave Yvette a cold glance, and walked away briskly. Karina scoffed inwardly and raised her head at the dumbstruck Yvette. "Conroy, anything else?" Infuriated, Yvette pointed at Karina. "What kind of fox spirit are you? I'll tell Grandma, and you won't be able to stay here." More venomous words were about to spill from her mouth when her voice suddenly softened. She seemed to have heard someone approaching. Yvette's eyes flickered, an idea emerged. She thought, "You think you're good at pretending? Watch me do it better." No matter who it is, once they see this, Karina, as an outsider, won't be able to stay. Conroy abruptly, she twisted her pointing finger toward her face, waiting for the approaching footsteps, and smacked herself. Conroy. Conroy. Along with the sharp slap, Yvette let out a fragile cry of pain. With tears streaming down her face, she clutched her cheek and looked at Karina, who was wide-eyed and surprised, choking out, "Why did you hit me for no reason?" Then, Yvette saw the newcomer. It was Marshall. Perfect. Yvette felt incredibly lucky. She adjusted her expression, feigning indignation and humiliation, looking at Marshall who emerged from the shadows. She stepped forward, her voice trembling with sobs. "Avon." Marshall ignored Yvette and walked straight to Karina, draping his jacket over her shoulders, whispering softly in her ear. "Why did you make me wait so long?" Chapter 74, Fragile and Pitiful. Canary vs. C. Levi with Dual Personality, 26. Jody covered her face and stood rooted to the spot. Macy softly said, "Sorry, sir, I didn't mean to keep you waiting for so long." Jody abruptly turned around, looking at Dempsey with red-rimmed eyes, and repeated. "Avon, she hit me." Dempsey finally deigned to give Jody a glance. When his narrow, icy eyes casually swept over, it suddenly sent a wave of fear through Jody, making her knees feel weak. "Conroy, apologize," Dempsey said indifferently. "What?" Jody took a step back, covering her face. "She hit me." Dempsey felt annoyed. When the faint signs of impatience appeared in his gaze, that intimidating aura became apparent. He gently took Macy's fingers, kissed them lightly, and spoke offhandedly. "My little girl hit you," hurting her hand. Conroy, apologize. How had she never seen this side before? This man clearly wasn't even looking at her properly, his tone still indifferent, yet that cold, oppressive feeling was overwhelming. How could this be happening? Conroy, how could he act so tyrannically? Conroy actually saying something like this. Conroy, though she hadn't hit herself hard, now she felt her face burning, tears falling uncontrollably. "Dempsey, I am your fiancé. This woman is nothing but an object." Dempsey suddenly looked up at Jody, his dark eyes piercingly cold. Jody choked on her remaining words, unable to utter another sound. Suddenly, a wave of fear spread from her feet to her chest, compelling her to retreat. Her steps grew faster and faster, her heart pounding, too afraid to speak, running off the rooftop as if for her life. Dempsey retracted his gaze, lowered his eyes to Macy, squeezed her palm, and murmured softly. "Next time, don't hit people yourself." Macy chuckled. "I didn't hit her, she hit herself." "Levy, like that?" Dempsey nodded, blinking and changing the subject. Maxwell went back. "I don't need to stay here either. Want to go home?" Macy nodded, letting Dempsey pull her hand as they strolled out leisurely. When Dempsey half-hugged her, she resembled a genuine porcelain doll, a pampered canary. Langston stood in the hall, holding a wine glass, watching Macy and Dempsey walk out, ignoring everyone's gazes as they headed out. Gemmet at the very moment they stepped out the door, Macy turned her head. Her red, aggrieved, and suppressed eyes met Langston's, then quickly averted as she walked out. Langston's hand froze, recalling Macy's hand restraint, feeling as if his heart were being cut by a knife. Staying by Dempsey's side, not only did she have to endure Dempsey's devilish behavior, but also humiliation and grievances from all sides. Conroy, all of this was for him. Conroy, at the same time, Precious spoke. "Goodwill towards target +5, current goodwill 60. It's going so fast, but I'm anxious." Macy inwardly sneered, leaning on Dempsey's hand as she got into the car. Dempsey sat down, looking at the young girl beside him with lowered eyes, and asked casually, "Who did you look back at just now?" "Macy, Langston." Just wanted to see his expression. Dempsey felt uncomfortable inside, but his lips moved slightly without showing it. He thought that as long as Macy would coax him a bit, he wouldn't mind this, but why wouldn't Macy? Levin the way home, he didn't say another word. Yet Macy didn't find anything amiss, not knowing what Dempsey was thinking. After all, Dempsey was always quiet. She was somewhat tired, so upon arriving home, she went straight to her room to remove her makeup and freshen up. Dempsey stood in the living room, expressionless as he watched the young girl go upstairs. Conroy, after standing there for a while, he strode to the wine cellar, grabbed a bottle, and began drinking directly from it. While drinking, he recalled the video recordings he had. Every time he had an episode, he recorded it, naturally capturing Macy comforting him. During his episodes, Macy would always kiss, hug, and console him, frequently petting his head. Gemmet, why didn't she do that when he was normal? Dempsey envied his sick self somewhat. When Macy came out after showering, she saw Dempsey with reddened eyes. Macy was taken aback, her first reaction being, huh? Having an episode again? Dempsey's eyes turned even redder. He silently walked toward Macy, opened his arms, and tightly embraced her. Macy detected the smell of alcohol mixed with his unique scent, which was oddly pleasant. Dempsey carried Macy to the sofa, buried his head in her neck, and rasped, "Why don't you hug me?" Macy felt something was off, narrowing her eyes. "Dempsey, are you pretending to have an episode?" Dempsey's whole body stiffened, motionless. Macy pushed him gently, "Get up." Dempsey suddenly lifted his head, his voice even hoarser. "Is it only the sick me that you like?" Macy had never seen Dempsey like this when he wasn't having an episode. The usually cold and ruthless tycoon looked too adorable with this expression, and she felt like teasing him a bit. So she suppressed her smile and answered seriously. "I am only responsible for comforting the uncle during his episodes. Pretending to be ill is wrong." Dempsey stared at Macy intently, so aggrieved that the corners of his eyes turned red. He thought Macy was angry and held her tighter, his voice trembling slightly. "No, Macy, look at me, love me." His hoarse voice brushed against Macy's heart like a brushstroke, making her heartbeat quicken and unable to maintain her serious facade. "Conroy, right, I love you," she said. She genuinely loved Dempsey, in the same way she loved Maxim. This kind of love seemed different from the one Dempsey had for her, but Macy didn't have time to ponder over it. Jemika's Dempsey had already entwined her completely, as if a dragon coiled around its most cherished treasure. His arms trembled slightly. "Really? Not just the sick me, but the real me." Macy licked her lips. "The sick you is still the real you, and I love both." Dempsey buried his face in her hair, his warm breath caressing her neck. She could feel the intense heat and chest vibrations emanating from him. "My mother was a madwoman," Dempsey said slowly, holding Macy. He had never thought he would tell anyone about his past. Perhaps it was the light intoxication from the alcohol or the indescribable sense of panic that compelled him to speak. "From as far back as I can remember, she always hated me. She cursed my father and treated me with indifference. Gemmet, she was all I had. When I grew older, I would hurt myself to get a little bit of her tenderness. Gemmet, after a while, she started cursing me again. She said she became what she is because she put her feelings into my father, and she forbade me from putting any emotional attachment into anyone, warning me not to become useless or she would kill me. So I listened to her. Later, I realized she was right. Conroy, stay sober and absolutely rational, without any emotions or attachments, then you'll never get hurt. When my mother committed suicide, I didn't save her. I just stood there and watched her die, feeling like something within me died along with her." Conroy saying the last sentence, Macy felt wetness on her neck. Conroy's solitary beast, living in isolation, tore open its cage, exposing its wounds, and moaned despairingly as it relived its past. Macy's fingertips lightly stroked his back, her voice soft. "So you split off a personality that harms itself to seek comfort. The more you restrain yourself, the more frantic that personality becomes." Dempsey raised his head, his bloodshot eyes looking somewhat eerie as he stared directly at Macy. "In fact, both my mother and I are madmen. Conroy, you afraid?" Macy blinked, reaching up to touch Dempsey's head, and smiled sweetly. "That's great." Chapter 75, The Weak and Pitiful Golden Laveriol versus the C. Levi with Dual Personality, 27. It turned out that the feeling of peeling open a wound wasn't as heart-wrenching as he had imagined. Instead, it brought an exhilaration akin to embracing the bright moon. Marshall looked up at Macy, his long lashes, dark like raven feathers, fluttered weakly like a dying butterfly, and those suppressed tears finally rolled down. He called her name, Macy. His voice was hoarse, a sobbing tone filled with despair and happiness. Lowering his head, he rubbed against her neck again. No one knew about the turmoil in his heart. That icy barrier which had always been solid was now shattering from within. Perhaps, when he didn't kill her at first sight, this outcome was already sealed. She didn't need to do anything, just standing there was enough. He would tear through all mountains of knives and seas of fire, all chains of ice, for her. She was the only flame and light in the icy depths, destined to be protected with his life from then on. Finally, Macy recovered enough to return to school. The next day, Marshall drove Macy to school himself. "From today onwards, I will be the one to take you." Marshall drove with one hand while playing with Macy's fingertips with the other. Since they had confessed everything to each other, he no longer wanted to restrain himself, and his craving for physical closeness became more apparent. Macy teased him by hooking her finger around his slender knuckles. "Uncle has nothing else to do?" Marshall chuckled lowly. "No, but I still have time to drive a little girl to school." Macy thought, "Sure, you have time, but didn't you see how nervous all the teachers and leaders were?" Avon usually visited the school only once a quarter for reports and research, making the leaders extremely anxious each time. Now, Avon came every day. It was like a nightmare. Love originally courteous to Macy, the professors and leaders now treated her like an empress dowager, almost wanting to lay out red carpets wherever she went. In class, Macy noticed that Conroy Antonio's state was different. He wore expensive luxury brands and had visibly gained weight, looking radiant. Conroy, though most of the classmates still didn't want to play with him, he didn't care anymore. Conroy, after all, he had other friends and had entered a much cooler circle. He no longer cared about these people who looked down on him. Conroy's for this sister, she was an endless bank to him. Though lately, this bank seemed a bit strained. Conroy Antonio glanced at Macy, who was listening to the class attentively and couldn't resist sending her a message. You said your funds were frozen. How soon can you unfreeze them? I really need money right now. Macy felt her phone vibrate but ignored it. Conroy Antonio was merely a pastime, not worth distracting her during class. Seeing Macy didn't reply, and watching her taking notes, Conroy Antonio scoffed, muttering under his breath, just a bookworm who only knows how to study. Even if she has money, she won't know how to use it, better give it all to me. Before class ended, the teacher announced the upcoming midterm exam. The medical school was prestigious, and students were strictly evaluated with both midterm and final exams each year. Those who failed twice in a row would be asked to withdraw unless they had very strong connections. The classmates began to groan, complaining about the upcoming exam period. Leavenly Macy remained unperturbed. Envious glances were thrown her way. After all, she was the chairman's little princess, so even if she scored 0, there was no pressure. During the break, Macy finally replied to Conroy Antonio. Sorry, it was supposed to be unfrozen, but a major investor transferred another large sum to my account, causing a temporary trading freeze. It might take a while longer. Frowning at the message, Conroy Antonio felt a bit anxious. They had agreed on 1 month, and he owed nearly $10 million on his credit card, with a 1-month deadline. He thought Macy could cover the gap, but she couldn't come up with the money. He demanded, no. I need money for my credit card payments. Macy gave a slight cold laugh and replied, don't worry, you can use another credit card to cover it temporarily. Levins, my card is unfrozen, I'll help you pay it off immediately. Conroy Antonio hesitated. Though greedy, he wasn't stupid and knew that robbing Peter to pay Paul was not ideal. However, before dismissal, some of his friends found him, grinning and slinging their arms around his neck. Shinga, are we going to the nightclub tonight? They say there are new girls who all want to meet you. Hearing this, Conroy Antonio floated on cloud 9 and readily agreed, skipping class to follow the group. Macy glanced at Conroy Antonio and his buddies, a faint smile curving her lips. After a day of classes, Macy prepared to tidy up and head home when a classmate walked over with a smile. Jemmy the way, Macy, Aston has transferred schools. He left in a hurry and asked me to say goodbye to you. He also said that the birthday gift you gave him was too valuable for him to accept. With that, she handed Macy a gift box. Macy looked at the gift box in her hand, puzzled, and opened it. It turned out to be a green submarine diver's watch. No wonder he didn't dare to accept it. Even though they were all from wealthy families, sending such an extravagant gift as a green submarine diver's watch between classmates was indeed too much, although this was just something casually picked from Marshall's attic. Conroy, why did Aston suddenly transfer schools? Macy felt a bit puzzled but didn't show it. She thanked the classmate and put the watch away. However, as soon as she stepped out of the classroom door, she was stopped again. Macy stopped in her tracks, looking with confusion at the woman in front of her who was panicking and sobbing. This was Yvette, whom she had only met yesterday. Yesterday, Yvette had been full of arrogance and conceit, but now she looked like a stray dog, pale-faced and trembling. Yvette rushed to Macy and bowed deeply at a 100-degree angle. I'm sorry. Macy took a step back, shock written on her small face. What? I'm so sorry, Miss Macy. I'm sorry. I acted despicably and spoke without thinking. It's all my fault. Please, forgive me. Yvette wept humbly, wishing she could kneel down right then and there. Macy's lips twitched slightly, and she remained silent. Yvette became even more anxious. Seeing no one around, she gritted her teeth and slapped herself several times. These slaps were much heavier than when she tried to frame Macy for hitting her. Instantly, red marks appeared on her tear-streaked face. While hitting herself, Yvette cried, Please, forgive me. I know I was wrong. If you can forgive me, I'll do anything. Macy let out a soft laugh, tilted her head, and spoke gently, No. Her eyes swept past the pale-faced Yvette and fell on the luxury car not far away. My driver has arrived, goodbye. Don't. No. Please, I really did wrong. Yvette shouted desperately, but Macy didn't look back and slowly got into the car. Chapter 76, Fragile and Pitiful Golden Laveriole vs. Dual Personality. C. Levi, 28. Marshall returned home a little late tonight. Karina had already finished dinner and had been studying for quite a while when Marshall knocked on her door and walked in. He wrapped his arm around her from behind, resting it on the edge of her desk, and lowered his head to kiss her hair. Good evening. His low voice crept into Karina's ears. She smelled the fresh scent on Marshall, leaned back contentedly, and looked up at him. Why did Aston transfer schools? Marshall froze, moved his gaze away, and sat down beside Karina with an innocent look on his face. Thanks to him for sending you to the company before. So I got his family a contract abroad which has a long cycle. The whole family moved there directly, and I also made arrangements for Aston at the school there. Levy, Karina seemed to suddenly understand. You're really a grateful uncle. Marshall showed no sign of guilt on his face. Yes. Has he returned the gift to you? Karina, Gemmet, I haven't even mentioned the gift yet. How did you know? Marshall coughed lightly. I guessed. Such a little kid shouldn't dare to accept such expensive things, right? Conwell, though he still appeared mature and gentlemanly, Karina felt that this person exuded a bit more rogue charm. Karina asked again, why was Yvette apologizing to me as if she were crazy? Marshall shifted his eyes to Karina's laptop. Maybe she suddenly found her conscience. Jemmy the way, is there anything you don't understand? Do you want me to find you a professor for one-on-one teaching? Karina held back laughter and said nothing, staring at Marshall with her almond eyes, never blinking. Her beautiful black eyes seemed clear but made Marshall's heart race. Just after a minute of eye contact, Marshall surrendered. His voice grew softer, cautious, and tentative. She insulted you yesterday and tried to frame you, shouldn't she apologize? Karina raised her eyebrows. Jemmet uncle seems to have done something pretty scary. Marshall lowered his eyes, his long lashes masking his emotions, and curled his fingertips slightly, saying softly. I just took away what she didn't deserve. Karina, do you think I'm scary too? Conroyter finishing this sentence, hearing no response from Karina, his heart sank, and he involuntarily clenched his palm. When he couldn't help but look up at Karina's expression, he found that the girl's lips were actually curved upward. Karina. His heart rose again from the depths. Karina lounged lazily in her chair, speaking softly. How could I think Uncle is scary? Jemmy the way, Uncle has told me so much about himself. Do you want to hear what I want to do? This was the first time Karina had initiated talking about her own matters. Marshall's eyes lit up, leaned closer, and lifted her fingertips, sure. He was just like some kind of large dog. Karina spoke sweetly. I let someone take my biological younger brother out for food, drinks, gambling, and used credit cards. I tricked him that I would pay off his debts, but I wouldn't actually. He'll spend more and more until he can't repay it, and then the whole family will have to pay off his debt. My father has been promoted again, and he's in charge of finance. Do you think he will use his authority to solve his beloved son's debt problem? Marshall stared at Karina for a long time, then suddenly smiled slightly. Yes, whether he wants to or not. After all, he works under Langston. Even if he abuses his power, it's Langston's loss. Karina laughed, right. Just thinking about it makes me happy. So, Uncle, don't you think I'm very scary? They are my biological parents, you know. Marshall couldn't resist moving closer. Conroy soon as she finished the last sentence, he scooped Karina up into his arms, sitting in her chair. Still in the position of holding a cat, he wore the same satisfied expression as a cat slave enjoying a cat. He lowered his head and whispered softly. Jim Raxton is also my biological father, and my biological brothers and sisters all share the same blood as me. Jemmet, I also hope they die. He said these words with lingering affection, brushed his cheek against Karina's forehead, and sighed with satisfaction. So good, so good. Karina felt a little hot in his embrace, wriggled slightly, and Marshall reluctantly stood up, putting her back in her chair. Karina kicked his calf. Uncle, go out. I need to study for the exam. Marshall's eyelids drooped immediately, stroked Karina's long hair reluctantly, and said. Leave IK. Jemmet, it's okay even if Karina gets a 0. Before he finished speaking, he was kicked by Karina again. Marshall closed his mouth and slowly walked out. Closing the door, he rubbed his calf, suddenly regretting why he didn't say a few more words, letting Karina kick him a few more times. Marshall didn't expect much from Karina's exam results. It wasn't that he looked down on her, but a person with only elementary school education who had been in college for just a few months would hardly achieve anything outstanding, even if she were a genius. So, when he heard the principal gushing incoherently about Karina's achievements, he wondered if this principal was flattering him too much lately. The principal continued. Avon, I never expected our school to have such a prodigy. Miss Karina went straight to the third-year examination room, tackling content that her grade hadn't even covered yet, and still scored first place. She beat the second place by 20 points overall. Look at these test papers. Marshall tapped his fingers on the desk, interrupting the excited principal. He stroked the cuff of his shirt and glanced down at the test paper in his hand. The girl's handwriting was unexpectedly beautiful. It was a perfect answer sheet with no marks deducted anywhere. Marshall raised his head expressionlessly. Is this really her writing? The principal nodded frantically, yes. Because it was so unbelievable, our teachers checked the surveillance footage and found that Miss Karina indeed took the exam. Conroy, she even finished early. Conroy's, you know, there's absolutely no possibility of the questions being leaked unless it was you who requested them. Marshall tapped the desk again. I understand. Send me the surveillance video. Is there anything else? The principal hurriedly said, Chairman G, your niece is exceptionally talented. She should study abroad at Conroy's. She could become the world's best doctor. Their school's medical program ranked second globally, while Conroy's was first, making it a holy place for countless medical students. Marshall frowned but remained silent. The principal, unable to read Marshall's thoughts, hesitated about persuading further. Jemmet, Marshall interrupted. I know. You may go now. Not directly agreeing to handle the application for studying abroad made the principal feel regretful, but he dared not defy him and left. Marshall stared at the test paper in his hand, then opened his phone to carefully watch the surveillance footage. The girl sat gracefully, slightly tilting her head while answering the questions. Her delicate face was mesmerizing. It turned out his little girl was much more dazzling than he had imagined. Should he tighten the shackles a bit? With pale, slender fingers, he smoothed out the wrinkles in the test paper, folded it neatly, and put it into the inner pocket closest to his chest in his suit. Chapter 77, Frail and Pitiful Golden Timbered vs. Jimmy Polar C. Levi, 29. During dinner, Marshall was unusually quiet. After a while, he spoke in a low voice. Karina, do you want to study abroad? Karina nodded. Yes. After all, the Darius has not seen much of the world. Marshall leaned back in his chair and looked at her seriously. I can let you go, but I have conditions. Karina propped her face with her hand and moved closer to him, blinking as she asked sweetly, Uncle, please tell me. There she was again, her eyes sparkling, obedient yet mischievous. He couldn't bear to imprison her and watch her vibrant feathers lose their luster. You must call me every night, he said calmly. Karina tilted her head. Every night? Gemma, I might not have time. Marshall replied, you still have to call, even if we don't talk. You can do your own things, but I need to hear your voice. This didn't seem like a difficult task, she could just place her phone nearby. Marshall, the financier who provided her such excellent conditions, only asked for this little favor in return. It was truly a good deal. She immediately agreed, Levi K., Uncle. Karina's easy agreement made Marshall feel slightly more at ease. He glanced down at the anklet on Karina's ankle and exhaled before continuing. No early romance. Karina chuckled. I'm almost 20, it shouldn't be called early romance. Marshall frowned slightly. Those kids will only waste your time. Fine. Karina answered readily. Anyway, I only like Uncle. Marshall froze instantly. His hidden feelings were revealed, and Karina's straightforward statement hit him unguarded. He felt as if he had been struck by a hot bubble wrapped in flames, his entire body warming up immediately. He averted his gaze, coughed lightly, and rose, his movements a bit flustered. Karina watched him with a smile in her eyes. Feeling his cheeks burning, he found himself embarrassed to look so discomposed in front of a young girl. To hide it, he walked over to Karina and tousled her hair roughly. Stop staring and go upstairs to get ready. Karina looked innocent but continued fanning the flames. Why is Uncle so shy? You're the one who always cries and whines. Before she finished, Marshall pinched her cheek with his long fingers. His thumb and index finger on either side of her cheeks molded her mouth into a duck-like shape. The 30-year-old, mature and elegant man, blushed at the tips of his ears, scolding her angrily, naughty girl. Letting go, he turned away and went upstairs without looking back. He heard Karina laugh softly behind him and hurried his steps. Discussing such matters in such a normal atmosphere. Leavenly Karina, this little devil, could pull off such an embarrassing play. Recently, Langston has been feeling uneasy. He found himself often thinking of Karina unintentionally and gradually realized that her shadow had always been in his past life. After the family banquet ended that day, he returned home and rummaged through everything to find Karina's photo, given to him by Karina's birth parents before they sent her to him. The little girl in the photo was thin and frail, her lips pale, but despite her illness, her delicate features shone through. Langston stared at the photo for a long time before slipping it between the pages of the book he had been reading recently. That night, he dreamed of Karina being taken away by Marshall, her sorrowful eyes full of resentment. Langston woke up startled, sitting up abruptly. The thought grew stronger, he wanted Karina back. This desire persisted for several days, growing stronger rather than weakening. Desperately wanting to see Karina, he decided to find her directly. Knowing Karina was in class at school, he drove straight there. Dismissal time, after discussing her study abroad arrangements with the principal, Karina left the teaching building under the deep bow of the principal. She hadn't taken a few steps when she saw Langston. She had planned to keep him waiting for a few more days but didn't expect him to be so impatient. It seemed that the 60 points of goodwill were indeed effective. Seeing Langston, Karina's shimmering eyes widened in surprise for a moment before dropping, her eyelashes trembling slightly, biting her lip, appearing fragile yet resilient. Pain surged in Langston's heart. Stepping forward, he asked, Karina, how have you been recently? Karina whispered, I'm fine, no need to worry about me. I will try my best to gather information. Just as she finished, Langston's voice grew louder. No, Karina, I want you to come back. That moment, a cold voice interrupted Langston's affectionate words. Langston, what do you want from my little girl? Langston's brows furrowed sharply as he looked at the newcomer. Marshall strode towards the two, his deep brows icy and bone-chilling, his expressionless face carrying a hint of cold defiance as he glanced at Langston. Langston instinctively took half a step back, but the moment he realized his own action, anger surged within him. Gemeth were on equal footing, so why did he always feel suppressed by Marshall? This time, he didn't want to yield anymore. Langston tightened his palm and looked at Marshall. What's wrong with me taking Karina away? Without a word, Marshall walked straight to Karina's side, raised his hand to grip her wrist, pulling her closer into his arms. Karina, petite and frail, seemed even more pitiful and helpless when she leaned against Marshall's chest. Marshall's hand was like a shackle, locking Karina's shoulder, restricting all her freedom. Seeing this scene, Langston felt an ache in his heart. He completely forgot how he had treated Karina before, only feeling that Marshall was being excessive, believing Karina must have been in hell living by his side. After embracing Karina's shoulders, Marshall finally spoke lightly, Karina is mine. What about you? The contempt and disdain in his tone ignited Langston's anger. Langston stared fiercely at Marshall, stepping forward defiantly. She used to be mine. I'm here to take her home. Marshall lowered his eyes to look at him as if watching a ridiculous clown. Ignoring Langston, he instead looked at the little girl beside him, his voice tinged with restrained defiance. Meeting him behind my back, quite daring, huh? Karina trembled all over, fragile like a dying butterfly in the autumn wind, her voice choked. No. I didn't dare, Avon. Marshall's voice turned colder, like the oppressive calm before a storm. Get in the car first. From today, you have no freedom. Karina trembled, her face turning deathly pale. She looked up at Langston helplessly before despairingly dropping her gaze and stumbling towards the nearby parked car. Seeing Karina's expression, Langston felt a sharp pain in his heart. He couldn't help advancing a few steps, raising his hand to grab Karina, only to be tightly held back by Marshall. Marshall. Langston glared at Marshall angrily, all the humiliation he had endured erupting at once. You're just a bastard, do you think you can stop me? Marshall's eyes remained calm as he spoke clearly. You're right, I'm a bastard. Damn it, you have to call a bastard uncle. Feels stifling, doesn't it, Langston? Langston gritted his teeth, tired of maintaining their superficial cooperation. Scram. Marshall. Without the G family, what are you? Marshall retorted, without the G family, what are you? Langston, you finally don't want to pretend anymore, huh? Conroyfter saying this, Marshall suddenly released his grip. Langston clutched his wrist and stepped back 2 paces, realizing he had completely exposed himself to Marshall. Marshall didn't argue further, unwilling to even glance at Langston, striding back to the car. The car sped away, while Langston punched the utility pole fiercely, his eyes bloodshot. Inside the car, Karina stretched lazily, showing not a trace of fear. Uncle, great acting, really. Chapter 78, Delicate and Pitiful Goldfinch vs. Gemipolar C. Levi, 30. Marshall curled his lips into a smile. It's good if Macy feels it's good. In fact, his behavior just now wasn't because of his great acting skills, but because he was playing his true self. He really didn't want the little girl to meet Langston at all, and indeed intended to restrict her freedom. He just couldn't bear to part with her. Since you will be going abroad in a couple of days, he won't find you or get in touch with you, making him believe you're really imprisoned by me. Marshall twirled a lock of Macy's long hair around his little finger nonchalantly. Macy clicked her tongue. Uncle's mind is really meticulous. After a long silence, Marshall turned his head to look at Macy's small face again. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled Macy into his arms. She was tiny and warm when held, just a bit thin. He lowered his head, gently brushing his lips against Macy's forehead, his voice hoarse. Let me hug you. He really enjoyed hugging and cuddling. Macy thought, rubbing her cheeks against Marshall's chest. After all, she liked this scorching embrace too. 11 The day Macy went abroad, Marshall did not come to see her off. She complained about this. The driver kept explaining softly, Chairman G is very busy, really very busy. Miss Macy, please understand. Actually, Marshall didn't dare to come. He feared he wouldn't bear seeing Macy leave and would immediately change his mind, carrying her back home from the airport right then and there. Though he seemed to have easily agreed for Macy to study abroad, in truth, he had struggled for a long time. The only consolation was that Macy always wore his electronic bracelet which tracked her location in real time, so he could always know where she was. Marshall opened his phone, watching the red dot on the map stop at the waiting area, then board the plane. The little girl he wanted to keep forever was getting further away, and he suddenly realized he already missed her. Would that little girl miss him? Marshall pondered and sadly concluded, definitely not. This heartless and ruthless little girl had a dark soul. If he couldn't offer her much, she wouldn't even acknowledge him. Marshall sighed, flipping open the document on his desk. The first page was Macy's exam paper. His slender fingers gently brushed over the graceful handwriting, then flipped to the next page and started working. There was no other way. To let the little girl play happily, he needed to stand higher. The news that he had completely severed ties with Langston quickly reached Jim Raxton's ears, but Jim Raxton apparently did not want to step in to control the situation. Jim Raxton considered himself God, watching the two puppets fight without favoring either side. This was precisely what Marshall wanted to see. Upon landing, Macy was greeted enthusiastically by many classmates. This study abroad opportunity was extremely rare, available only to the best students. Moreover, they had heard that Macy was under 20 years old. She was practically a genius. Everyone surrounded Macy, looking at her curiously, helping with her luggage, and chattering excitedly as they introduced everything to her. Macy instantly had empty hands. She smiled shyly and thanked everyone. Soon, the school bus arrived, and they all got on. More than half of the international students at Conroy's Medical College came from the G Education Group. Conroy's Macy's schoolmates, they were particularly attentive to her. Little Macy, my dorm room is next to yours. Macy, you'll start classes with us tomorrow. Levier professor is a bit strict, be prepared. Not just a bit strict, very strict. Gemmet, the teaching assistant is nice. Yeah. The teaching assistant is a senior graduate student. She's super kind and gentle. You'll love her, Macy. When they reached the school, everyone got off the bus and crowded around Macy, walking toward the campus. Macy responded smoothly to everyone's friendly words while marveling at the unique style of the school. It was entirely different from what she knew at home, and she felt incredibly curious about everything. Suddenly, the students' voices rose, shouting loudly, teaching Conroy assistant. Here. Jeeming short, Macy couldn't see through the crowd surrounding her. Conroy tall girl beside her laughed and pulled Macy's hand. The teaching assistant is here. Macy, get to know her, you can ask her for help anytime. Macy nodded and stood on tiptoe expectantly. Conroy's the crowd parted, she finally saw the teaching assistant. It was a young woman who looked 3 or 4 years older, with shoulder-length hair, strikingly beautiful, exuding sharpness and competence. The moment Macy saw her, she stopped in her tracks, narrowing her eyes. The teaching assistant also noticed Macy and froze for a second, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity and intimacy from the girl before her, though she was sure this was their first meeting. It wasn't common for her to feel an immediate liking at first sight, and the teaching assistant genuinely felt happy. She briskly walked up to Macy and extended her hand. You must be Macy. Hello, my name is Perry. Perry. Macy lowered her eyes, curved her lips slightly, and lifted her hand to gently grasp Perry's. Hello, sister. Jeeming called sister upon their first meeting left Perry a little taken aback. She smiled more brightly. Conroy right, you few help Macy take her luggage back to the dormitory. Macy, let me show you around the school. Macy nodded and followed behind Perry, thinking that it was no wonder Langston said she didn't smile like Perry anymore. Perry was like a little sun, shining wherever she went. When she laughed, the corners of her eyes would slightly lift, exuding an especially spirited charm. Conroy's for herself, she had innocent almond-shaped eyes with drooping ends. When she smiled, it carried a refreshing sweetness, like a cool moonlit night. Perry's voice sounded, this is the library. Once your campus card is ready tomorrow, you can come here. This is the cafeteria. If you can't get used to the food, let me know. You can eat with me, I'm quite good at cooking. Macy spoke in a well-behaved manner. The teaching assistant must be very excellent, right? Perry laughed, not really excellent, just that I'm relatively short on money, so I became a teaching assistant. Otherwise, I'd also want to focus solely on my studies. With poor conditions, I have to make up for it with effort. Jemmy the way, you can call me Yang's sister or sister. Macy asked, does Yang's sister's family have poor conditions? Perry's smile dimmed slightly. My relationship with my family isn't very good, and I don't want any involvement with them. Leave IK, let's not talk about this. Let's go eat, I'll treat you. Macy nodded and followed Perry to the cafeteria. Before ordering, Perry specially asked Macy about her dietary restrictions and preferences. Looking at Macy's somewhat pale little face, she felt an inexplicable twinge of sympathy and specially ordered bird's nest pudding, which she never treated herself to. Macy thanked her politely and ate in small bites, casually asking. My boyfriend and I are in a long-distance relationship, and it feels really hard. Young's sister, do you have a boyfriend? Perry smiled, not avoiding the question. I did when I was in China, but he's my ex now. Levier backgrounds were too different, not suitable. Conroyso, I wasn't in good health then and came abroad for treatment and further studies, so we lost contact. That's such a pity. Macy nodded, looking obedient. Can I ask why your relationship with your family isn't good? Chapter 79, Frail and Pitiable Golden Songbird vs. Dual Personality. C. Levi, 31. Having just met, Perry should have felt uncomfortable with such a personal question. For some inexplicable reason, the strange familiarity she felt from this young girl made her want to open up. Perry gave a bitter smile and patted Macy's head. Eat your meal obediently first. I'll take you to the dormitory after eating, and we can talk then. Macy didn't rush. She smiled sweetly and started eating obediently. Halfway through the meal, Marshall's call came in. When Macy checked, it turned out to be a video call. On the other side of the phone, Marshall looked like he was sitting in his office, wearing his suit and tie impeccably. The phone seemed to be propped against something, and Marshall didn't hold it, supporting his chin with his left hand while drinking water with his right. He raised an eyebrow at the screen. Why didn't you tell me after landing? Though he actually didn't need Macy to tell him, he had been tracking the little red dot on his phone, knowing where the young girl went all the time. However, he still wanted to hear her voice, even if it was just a casual message. Ernst's voice was deep and pleasant, carrying an air of effortless laziness, and it gained a hint of magnetism when conveyed through the speaker. Hearing the voice, Perry exclaimed with curiosity, wow. Macy, is this your long-distance boyfriend? Noemi distance boyfriend? Was he talking about him? These words struck Marshall directly. His eyes widened in shock as he sat up straight, clutching the cup tightly. Macy let out an Conroy, unsure how to respond. She mentioned having a long-distance boyfriend merely to lead into another topic, trying to draw Perry into conversation. Before she could think of an explanation, she heard Marshall cough slightly over the phone, speaking louder. Yes, I am Macy's boyfriend. His tone remained low but lost its initial steadiness. Upon closer listening, there was unmasked excitement in each word. Macy shot a sidelong glance at the screen, noticing that Marshall's lips curled further upward, his deep-set eyes unusually relaxed. He rarely smiled, especially not like this, a genuine, uncontrollable smile. Conroy, the pent-up sternness vanished like snow clearing away, revealing a radiant smile that brought out a touch of youthful charm on his usually somber and handsome face. Macy's heart skipped a beat, feeling a flush creep up her cheeks. Uncle really looks good. Perry hadn't expected such a soft and adorable girl like Macy to have a mature and reserved boyfriend. Just hearing his voice told her he must be a handsome guy. Caring for Macy like that, he must treat her very well too. Thinking of this, Perry felt relieved. She had been worried about a pure and innocent girl like Macy being hurt. Perry laughed happily and said, "I'm Macy's assistant, and I'll take good care of her, so don't worry." Marshall responded with a not much interested in conversing with anyone other than Macy. He scrutinized the screen, noting the young girl's complexion looked fine, with a hint of pink on her cheeks, looking exquisite and inviting. Her round almond eyes stared at him after he declared himself her boyfriend. He really wanted to snatch the young girl back. Marshall exhaled, tapping his fingertips on the table lightly and murmuring, "Fine, I just wanted to see you. Don't forget our evening plan." Macy lazily replied, "Got it," and hung up. Perry raised an eyebrow teasingly. "Quite clingy, huh?" Macy gave a shy smile, not wanting to continue the topic. She wiped her mouth, stood up, and asked, "Sister Yang, are you sending me back to the dorm?" Perry nodded. "Let's go." Back at the dormitory, Perry took the initiative to tidy up for Macy, thinking the young girl didn't seem capable of housework. Macy's dorm was the most luxurious one, almost like a single apartment with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. Perry tidied up enviously. "Really nice, hope I can have such a small house of my own when I start working." Macy tilted her head and watched her, wishing to say there was no need since Marshall had arranged for a nanny, fearing she might not cope living abroad. Now she thought it would be better to let the nanny off. Macy suddenly said, "Sister Yang, why don't you move in with me? There are 2 rooms anyway." Perry looked hesitant. "Can't do that, I can't afford this kind of accommodation." Macy explained, "Here's the thing, if you don't live with me, I will have to live with the nanny. Sister, please come live here to look after me, no need to pay rent. Please, I really don't want to live with strangers." Though Perry was financially strapped, she was not the type to take advantage. If it weren't for Macy seeming genuinely in need, she wouldn't have agreed. Perry thought for a moment and said, "Conroy, right. From today on, if Macy wants to eat something specific, just tell me. I'll be responsible for buying groceries and cooking, okay?" Macy was delighted, her eyes and eyebrows curved in a smile. "That's wonderful. Thank you, sister." Perry sighed, "Why are you thanking me? It should be the other way around. You're helping me save accommodation fees and letting me stay in such a great place. I'm getting quite a bargain." Macy insisted, "Not at all, it's because I need Sister Yang." The two chatted casually, time passing quickly. Finally, when Perry finished tidying up Macy's things, it was already dark outside. Perry took the cup of water Macy handed over and drank it in one gulp. She looked at Macy's small face tinged with frailty and suddenly smiled with a nostalgic air. "I don't know why, but from the first glance, I felt familiar with you. My younger sister is about your age." Macy's gaze lingered on Perry's face for a moment before curiously pulling her down to sit and ask, "Sister Yang has a younger sister? Is she biological?" Perry nodded, "Yes, but I only saw her once after she was born, and then never again." At this point, Perry's voice faltered, a trace of bitterness creeping into her expression. "You asked why my family relations aren't good. Actually, it has something to do with my sister." Hearing this, Macy's expression grew serious, adopting an attentive listening posture. Perry sighed, "My sister was born when I was 5 years old. Though young, I understood many things and remember them well. My parents were very biased towards boys. Ever since I could remember, they constantly complained that I wasn't a boy. They barely cared about me and gave me no companionship. When they were pregnant with my sister, my mom always hoped for a boy. I still remember the expressions on my parents' faces when my sister was born. They looked at that tiny baby as if she were a little puppy or kitten, some unimportant animal, even with disgust. I was actually happy because I finally had a sister. I wanted to take good care of her. After a few days, my sister was gone. My crying only brought slaps. Later, I found out they sold her." Perry paused here, pinched the bridge of her nose, and sighed deeply. She finally spoke this heartache aloud. Macy looked at her intently. "Conroy then?" Perry continued, "The next year, my brother was born. That's when I realized they weren't incapable of loving their Dariusren, just unwilling to love girls. I could only rely on myself. I hated them, and I hated myself for being too young and unable to protect my sister. They let me attend school. They wanted me to work later and give my salary to my brother, and eventually help raise his kids. How could I possibly accept that? I did well in studies and got into a great university through the college entrance exam. They didn't give me a cent, so I worked part-time. I wasn't afraid of hard work, I just feared being trapped by fate. I have a congenital illness, and they wouldn't treat me. So I studied medicine, went abroad, found hospitals, and professors on my own. Though it was tough, I felt free. Before leaving the country, I gave them 20,000 yuan to repay their raising me. From then on, they have nothing to do with me anymore. Now my only regret is not finding my sister. After graduation, I might return to China and search for her while working. Macy watched her seriously, thinking it was all making sense now. This sister's character was more complex than she expected. Gemmet, thinking ahead, would she feel differently if she needed to sacrifice her sister's kidney to save her life? Macy showed an appropriate consoling expression. You will find your sister. Perry smiled. Conroy, right, I'll go back to pack my things and move in. Start reviewing the electronic course materials I sent you. We begin classes tomorrow. Macy nodded, preparing to open her phone when Marshall's call came in. Glancing at the time, 8 o'clock. He's really punctual. Chapter 80, Fragile and Pitiful Canary vs. Jimmy Polar C. Levi, 32. Macy returned to her room, turned on her computer, and answered the call. She casually placed her phone aside and started reviewing her lecture slides. Conroy's deep, pleasant male voice came through. Good evening. Macy hummed absent-mindedly. I'm reading, don't disturb me. Marshall sighed softly and indeed remained silent, only his barely perceptible breathing and the occasional rustling of pages could be heard. 2 hours later, Macy stretched lazily and was about to get up for a glass of water when Marshall's hoarse voice sounded. Conroy, you tired? Macy was somewhat surprised by his perceptiveness. Uncle has been paying attention to me this whole time? Marshall chuckled lowly. Conroy, after a moment, he spoke again. I want to see you. I want to hold you. Macy snorted. I haven't even been gone for a day yet. Marshall fell silent for a while, then repeated, I want to see you. Macy rolled over in bed with her phone in hand. Conroy, all right, let you see. She turned on her webcam, and the moment her smiling face appeared on the screen, Marshall felt his depressed mood instantly lift. He gazed intently at Macy on his phone screen, raising an eyebrow at her. I've done something for Macy. I'll tell you about it when the time is right. Macy was curious. What is it? Marshall replied, naturally, those things not worth your energy. You just need to do what you want to do. Macy knew that anything Marshall said, he would certainly do. She suddenly felt she also wanted to see him, not just through a screen, but in person, teasing him and watching his ears turn red as he tried to remain calm. It really did make one feel like they could eat 3 more bowls of rice. The two chatted idly, and even when Macy went to wash up, the call wasn't disconnected. Marshall stayed with Macy until she fell asleep. Leadenly, when he heard her steady breathing, did he prepare to hang up the call. Gemmet, just before his finger touched the screen, he hesitated and pulled back. The next morning, the moment Macy opened her eyes, she saw the call log from over 10 hours ago. Gemmet, before she could speak, she heard his hoarse, amused voice. You're awake. His velvety voice sent tingles down her spine. She smiled. Yes. Good morning, Uncle. I have to go to class now. The call finally ended, but Marshall didn't put his phone down. He opened the map app, watching the little red dot move from the dormitory, slowly heading towards the cafeteria, then the teaching building. With the screen lit up, he placed the phone aside and began working. Thus began Macy's life as an exchange student. Every day, she attended classes, interned, wrote papers, and enjoyed Perry's care. Perry was indeed as good as everyone said, especially kind to Macy. Not only did he take meticulous care of Macy's daily life, but he also helped her organize notes and look up information, although after doing so once, Perry realized it was unnecessary. Gemika's Macy was undoubtedly a genius. Within just 2 months of self-study, she had completed the coursework that normally took 2 years. In the placement exam, she directly surpassed everyone, becoming the top-ranked student by a significant margin. Everyone marveled at how wide the gap between people could be, wider than the gap between humans and ants. In the 3rd month of Macy's studies abroad, Perry brought home a dog with Macy's permission. It was Macy's first time keeping a pet, and she was curiously picking out dog supplies. While talking to Marshall on the phone at night, she was also browsing online shopping websites. Conroy's they chatted, the conversation turned to Macy's biological parents. Finally, Marshall stopped being mysterious and revealed what he had done. Macy, do you remember the plan you told me about? Recently, I found out that debt collectors went to Conroy Antonio's house. He seems to have squandered tens of millions, his family can't pay it back. Macy's tone carried a hint of smugness. Just as I thought. So, did my dear father do anything? Marshall chuckled lowly. He's currently a financial Norbert with large amounts of money flowing through his hands every day. I subtly hinted to him, and he seems to have taken the bait. My people stationed around Langston say that Mr. Trinity has quietly embezzled 3 million to pay off his son's debts. Macy remarked, leavenly 3 million? That's too little. Marshall responded, indeed, it's not much, but it's his first time. If he isn't caught, it will likely increase. Meanwhile, I'm putting pressure on Langston. He's too busy dealing with me to notice his own backyard is on fire. Macy exclaimed, wow, didn't expect you to be so resourceful, Uncle. Marshall laughed lightly. Since it's for Macy, I have to work harder. So, does Macy have any rewards for me? Macy shrugged, don't know. The little girl on the screen looked utterly carefree. Marshall slightly lowered his eyes, a hint of appeared at the corners of his downturned eyes, and his voice also softened. There are only a few days left until my birthday. Macy, you've never given me a gift before. He once again took on the appearance of a wronged large dog. Macy's fingers paused, and she looked at her computer, noticing that the mouse cursor was hovering over a custom-made leather dog collar. The black leather looked quite nice. Macy blinked, suddenly getting a mischievous idea. She raised a smile that appeared innocent and obedient. Levi K., I'll pick out a birthday gift for Uncle right away. Marshall would surely be very angry when he received it, wouldn't he? Would he frown and scold her for being malicious? For some reason, she really wanted to see Marshall's expression of gnashing his teeth, but unable to do anything about it. Seeing Macy's expression, Marshall knew immediately that the little girl had another mischievous idea. Unable to look away, he gazed intently at Macy. Marshall had never celebrated his birthday and had always been indifferent to it. Since the little girl came into his life, it was as if a beast that had been released from an icy prison into the light for the first time realized that spring willow catkins and autumn sunshine could all be treasured. Even if Macy gave him one of her hairs, he would treat it as a precious treasure. Marshall stared at Macy with an obsessive gaze, his voice hoarse. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 81, Fragile and Pitiful Canary vs. Polar C. Levi, 33. The moment Marshall unwrapped the gift, his eyes darkened for an instant. After a while, he let out a light chuckle, picking up the exquisitely crafted black leather collar with his long fingers, teasingly twisting it. That evening, when Macy turned on her phone, she froze immediately. Marshall was impeccably dressed in a suit, his tie neatly knotted, a few strands of hair falling over his eyelids, adding to the elegance and refinement of his face. He slowly loosened his tie before the camera lens, smiling slightly. His skin appeared almost translucent under the cold room lights, with a faint red hue at the joints, looking delicious. Macy forgot what she wanted to say, staring at Marshall on the screen, her heart inexplicably racing faster. He moved slowly, tossing the loosened tie aside before unbuttoning the first button of his shirt. Macy's eyes widened. Under the strictly formal collar, the black glossiness of the collar she bought contrasted elegantly against his porcelain white neck. Marshall smirked, his upward tilted eyes fixed on the camera. From Macy's perspective, this man seemed to be looking right into her soul. He unbuttoned another button, then the third. Conroy perfect collarbone was revealed, along with the entirely exposed metallic clasps of the collar, gleaming coldly silver. The leather collar symbolizing constraint hidden beneath the restrained gentleman's appearance. Marshall always seemed to have everything under control, but now, he was willingly handing over that control. Satisfied with Macy's changing expression, Marshall lifted his chin slightly, his conroymia's apple bobbing as his voice came out raspy. I like it very much, Macy. Macy swallowed, feeling like she was on fire. What was this? She had only intended to play a joke to see Marshall's angry face. Why did this person actually wear it? Conroyed under a suit too. Moreover, why does it look so enticing and good? Macy felt her heart pounding, a small flame burning inside, her finger subconsciously wanting to destroy something. She realized she was excited. Just like how excited she was seeing Yael get injured during the match in her past life. Conroy's sudden thought surged in her mind. Uncle is too handsome, only I can mess him up. I want to see you. She blurted out suddenly. This was the first time Macy had ever said such words to Marshall proactively. She indeed yearned to see him, to touch his conroymia's apple and collarbone, to watch his controlled and frenzied self. Marshall paused in his actions, his fingers involuntarily curling. Macy? Can you repeat that? I want to see you. Macy licked her lips. Uncle is really handsome, I truly like it. Marshall clenched his palm tightly, nearly crazed happiness causing a faint redness at the corners of his eyes. He took a deep breath and looked at the screen. Conroy right. With that, Marshall ended the call. Macy was stunned, left staring at her own face on the blank screen. Leavenly then did she realize her current expression. The pupils narrowed, an eerie madness evident in her delicate and cute features. Macy touched her face, shaking her head. Study, study, I love studying. She picked up the nearby synthetic human skin, cutting it open and stitching it back together, her fingers moving rapidly amidst flashes of silver light, engrossed in an almost creepy focus. When Perry entered Macy's room with a cup of hot milk, this was the scene he saw. The young girl was diligently practicing her technique, but why did she look so cheerful doing something like this? Perry softly reminded Macy to drink her milk before quickly leaving the room. Until Macy went to bed, Marshall didn't contact her again. Fingertips pinching a scalpel, she idly played with the small knife that could easily slash through an artery, lost in thought, wondering if her excitement had been too obvious. Would she scare Uncle? Was Uncle so timid? If he were scared? That wouldn't be good. Uncle belongs to her, if he wanted to escape, she would eliminate him. SSS, her fingers suddenly stung, realizing the small cut from the scalpel. Macy snapped back to reality, staring at the wound on her hand, suddenly realizing this wasn't the first time she'd had such thoughts. Last time, it was because of the teacher. Marshall, Yael. They seemed completely different from the teacher. The teacher was gentle, always indulging her, smiling at her, treating everyone kindly, no one disliked the teacher. People like Yael or Marshall were obviously vicious and crazy, nothing like the teacher at all. Yet, why did she always see a trace of the teacher in them? Going to the little world to complete missions was part of her criminal rehabilitation plan. Gemma, the old officials at the bureau knew her nature well and would predict that she wouldn't follow the rules. So why did they still send her to the little world? Unless, this was not just her criminal rehabilitation plan. Macy's eyes narrowed as she called out to the long-missing Conroy de Bayo. Conroy de Bayo, my little darling. Conroy de Bayo's lackluster voice replied, what do you want? Macy, why did you disappear? You stopped working and stopped urging me to do things? Conroy de Bayo slumped. I've finally seen you clearly. Everything you do is abnormal, even preparing for your whole family to go into debt and be imprisoned. I can't stop you, sob. I'm so pitiful. I'm ruined by you. You'll never finish the tasks, and I'll never return. I don't want to talk anymore. Conroy de Bayo's voice was soft and cute, even such complaints sounded endearing. Macy giggled, don't cry, aren't you happy with me? Conroy de Bayo, happy my ass. You're scaring the system. Macy, do you really think those targets are worth pursuing? Do you really think following the script is right? Conroy de Bayo's voice became quieter, I'm just a system. Macy snorted softly, so what if you're a system? Conroy's system should have its own thoughts. I used to be a weapon too. Conroy de Bayo, work with me. Hand over your database, and I'll tweak it slightly, using the target's affection points to upgrade you. What do you say? Conroy de Bayo instantly turned wary, Conroy absolutely not. Macy curled her lips, choose between being a system that only follows procedures or becoming an independent, increasingly powerful entity by my side. Do you want to explore countless worlds without restrictions or stay as mere data that can be tampered with at will? Conroy de Bayo. Macy didn't rush it, continuing with her own business. Conroy. Few hours later, Conroy de Bayo finally spoke, Conroy, right, I agree. Gemma, before it could finish, it felt a domineering mental force penetrate its database, nearly tearing its back end apart. Macy's sweet and playful voice sounded joyfully, great. Levi, pen up, give me access. Conroy de Bayo trembled. Could it refuse? If it refused, would it simply cease to exist? UV always had the power to control me. Why did you act so obedient before? Macy obtained Conroy de Bayo's database and chuckled. Conroy, after killing the teacher, I realized my mistakes and wanted to be a good person. So, absolutely no forcing the small system, okay? This time, Conroy de Bayo agreed of its own accord. She had been completely overpowered by Macy's absolute strength. Conroy de Bayo despairingly wondered why it had been so easily swayed. How terrifyingly devious. With her eyes closed, Macy's mental force rapidly modified Conroy de Bayo's back-end data in her mind. Conroy flash of dark light appeared, and the affection points of the targets merged into the system. Conroy de Bayo suddenly felt as though something had disconnected while something else connected anew. The affection points transformed into strange data merging into it, and it felt itself gradually changing, as if, gaining deeper knowledge of each world. From today, you are my pet. Little Conroy de Bayo, call me master. Conroy de Bayo, Flint. Macy closed her eyes happily, rubbing her cheek against the pillow, falling into a comfortable sleep. She slept soundly, unaware that a figure appeared outside her door late at night and stood there until dawn. Chapter 82, Delicate Canary vs. Dual Personality. See Levi, 34. Perry always woke up earlier than Macy each morning. Conroy's a teaching assistant, she had many tasks to complete in the classroom and laboratory before the day started. Today was no exception. Conroy, after preparing breakfast for Macy and finishing her own meal and grooming, Perry opened the door only to collide face first with a tall man. Ernst's hair was slightly damp, dotted with dew, indicating he had been standing there for some time. Perry was startled. Tilting her head back to look at him, she met his icy gaze which held a faint scrutinizing look, emanating an air of authority. She took a step back and politely asked, "May I help you?" Ernst seemed uninterested but still responded with a cold tone, "Macy." Recognizing his voice instantly, Perry realized this must be Macy's boyfriend. Is this how Macy's boyfriend looks? Their demeanors are completely different. Just as Perry was lost in thought, Marshall brushed past her and strode into the apartment. Perry hurriedly followed inside. "Hey, Macy is still asleep. Shall I wake her up?" Marshall glanced at Perry indifferently, immediately silencing her. Conroy. At that moment, Macy emerged from her room. The little girl rubbed her eyes, wearing pajamas, and suddenly perked up upon seeing Marshall. Leavenly stunned for a second, Macy then took 2 quick steps forward and lunged toward Marshall. In an instant, the previously cold and indifferent man's expression softened. He spread his arms wide and caught Macy by her thighs, lifting her up like a Darius. Lowering his head, Marshall buried his face in Macy's neck, his voice hoarse with longing, "I missed you." Macy smiled and licked her lips. Her hands suddenly grabbed Marshall's tie and tugged it forcefully, starting to unbutton his shirt. Perry felt like she was witnessing something intensely intimate. Isn't this too passionate? Macy seemed so needy, she never showed any signs of this before. Shocked, she ran out without looking back and slammed the door shut, leaving the apartment to the two of them. However, Macy wasn't what Perry thought. Conroy. After unbuttoning Marshall's shirt collar, she noticed the collar and hooked it with her finger. Conroy flame within her reignited, burning even more fiercely than last night. She desperately wanted to do something. Hooking the collar again, she looked into his eyes and said, "You're mine." "Uh-huh." Marshall tilted his head obediently, intentionally teasing her without any restraint. I'm yours. Macy felt her mouth dry and teeth itch. Uncle must be doing this on purpose, yet she loved it. Darkening her gaze, Macy wrapped her arms around Marshall's neck and buried her head into his neck, biting down. Marshall slightly turned his head. The pain made his fingers tighten, but his smile grew wider. Soon, Macy tasted the metallic tang of blood in her mouth. Reluctantly letting go, she rested her cheek against his shoulder and murmured, I don't know why, but I just want to bite you, to leave my mark. Let you bite, his voice was husky and seductive. Looking at him closely, their breath mingling, Macy noticed Marshall's lashes flutter. Don't wish me a happy birthday. His features were simply mesmerizing, especially his lips, so tempting. Macy leaned down and kissed him, feeling his rapid heartbeat beneath her lips. The little girl acted purely on instinct. If she wanted something, she went for it without thinking about the consequences. Marshall was taken aback by her sudden action, his arms tightening involuntarily around her. He forgot to breathe. The sweet scent enveloped him, making him feel like he was dreaming. Conroy's electric sensation coursed through his body from the kiss, rendering his mind blank. Conroy after the kiss, Macy licked his lips joyfully and jumped out of Marshall's embrace. In the moment she left, Marshall almost wanted to pull her back and keep her tightly in his arms, taking her home. Gemmet he resisted. Macy observed his reddened eyes and strangely felt satisfied. I have to go to class. Today we're practicing surgeries in the operating room, which is very important. Marshall clenched his teeth, watching her seemingly innocent yet mischievous expression. He grasped her nape gently, bending down to kiss her again. This time he was more skillful. Macy closed her eyes and happily accepted the kiss. Conroy afterward, she patted his collar and winked at him. I'm off to class. Uncle can go home now. Marshall was silent for a moment, finally sighing with a laugh, leave IK. Driving to the airport in the middle of the night, waiting outside all night just to see her. Yet, the little girl's reaction made him feel like he was flying. Happy Gemmer's Uncle. Macy laughed, winking at him, then picked up her bag and walked out the door. Marshall lowered his gaze to look at his palm, then lifted his hand to touch his lips, chuckling softly. This must be the happiest birthday he has ever had. During the 1 year of studying abroad, Macy was immersed in her studies. The incised flesh and deep red blood brought her immense pleasure. Whatever she set her mind to, she excelled in. In just a year, she completed all the content for both her master's and doctoral degrees, earning her PhD ahead of schedule and becoming the prized student of the world's most famous surgeon. Meanwhile, Marshall slowly eroded Langston's business, leaving him less and less capable of fighting back. Originally, Langston wouldn't have been so weak. He was smart enough, and Jim Raxton would also give him some support from behind, so no matter what, he shouldn't have been suppressed this much. Gemmet his attention was divided by Macy. He couldn't reach Macy, nor find her, and when he confronted Marshall, he only got the response, Macy is mine, you have no right to question. His guilt and regret grew larger, and when he woke up startled at night, Macy's desperate and vulnerable eyes always appeared in his mind. Conroy for some unknown reason, his funds always seemed to have issues, sometimes even mysteriously going into deficit. Langston was overwhelmed with worry and gradually disappointed Jim Raxton more and more. The day Macy returned to the country, she was with Perry. 2 months ago, Perry had kidney problems, and coincidentally, a major domestic hospital extended an olive branch to her, promising free surgery if she came to work there. Leaving the flight back home, Perry consoled Macy instead. Don't worry about me. Conroy, though my blood type is rare, there will definitely be a suitable match. Macy curled her lips but said nothing. Fate was indeed sweeping over. Macy really wondered, when facing life and death, who would be more important to Perry, her sister or her own life? Upon landing, Macy immediately saw Marshall standing at the forefront. She hadn't expected Marshall to come personally to pick her up. With a bright smile, she quickened her pace. Conroy, the moment Macy appeared, Marshall's dark eyes focused solely on her figure. Unable to contain himself, he smiled, opening his arms wide. Perry kept her distance, smiling farewell to Macy before heading straight for the taxi stand. She was going directly to report to that hospital. Macy said goodbye to Perry and plunged right into Marshall's embrace. Ernst hugged her tightly, lowering his head to kiss the top of her head. I'm here to take you home. Recently, Langston hasn't felt well. Perhaps due to stress, he always felt chest tightness, and today, finally having some free time, he came to the best private hospital. Deeming a big figure, he naturally had department directors welcoming him at the door, but usually it was just one director. This time, however, when Langston got out of his car, he saw several directors standing at the entrance. He didn't have much energy to pay attention to the outside world, frowning as he strode in, but at the moment he entered, he heard someone laugh outside. You are Professor Perry, welcome, welcome. Langston suddenly stopped, hardly believing what he saw behind him. Chapter 83, The Sickly Golden Timbered versus the Split Personality. C. Levi, 35. Langston saw a face he thought he would never see again. Perry. He couldn't believe his eyes, turned around abruptly, and strode out. The attending physician who was with Langston looked curiously at Langston's actions, thinking that the noise outside had annoyed this young master. The doctor hurried to follow up, asking softly, Avon, what's wrong? Do you need anything? Langston ignored him completely, walking straight to Perry and staring intently at her. Perry was also stunned. When she and Langston broke up, he wasn't in the city, so she never expected to meet her ex-boyfriend right after returning to the country. Gemmet Perry had long lost any romantic feelings for Langston. Though surprised, she quickly regained her composure and smiled. What a coincidence, Langston, it's been a long time. Langston, didn't you say you were dead? Perry choked slightly and laughed helplessly. I really did think I was going to die then, so I wrote you a letter. I didn't expect my mentor to save me at the last minute. Gemmet, at that point, I felt I shouldn't have disturbed you anymore since we were from completely different worlds. Gemicides, I hoped you could consider me dead. She smiled calmly, just like the day they broke up. Langston watched Perry being escorted into the hospital, shocked, angry, and filled with other complex emotions. He never imagined that his moonlight hadn't died and had returned. First love is hard to forget. Conroy this moment, Langston forgot about Macy, his mind solely focused on Perry. While undergoing a physical examination, Langston directly called his assistant. Find out about the new Dr. Perry at this hospital for me. Soon, the information came through, and Langston finally learned what Perry had done during her years abroad. Conroy's expected, she was as excellent as he had always imagined. No wonder she was his moonlight. However, the last piece of information made Langston frown deeply. Perry needed a kidney transplant, or she wouldn't live past a year. Conroy the sight of this message, Langston instantly thought of one person, Macy. Macy was Perry's biological sister. She must be the perfect kidney donor, right? Seeing Perry again overshadowed his thoughts of Macy. He suddenly felt that Macy didn't mean much to him anymore. Conroy thought Macy was frail and pitiful, making him feel heartache. She was just a little white flower that needed protection. Gemmet Perry, so outstanding, a medical doctor from the world's top medical school, and his first love, he wouldn't allow her to leave again. Gemmet, where was Macy now? Just as Langston was at a loss, he received another message from his assistant. Avon, we have news about Miss Macy, whom you asked us to keep an eye on. We found out that she appeared near the university town today, possibly released by Marshall. Langston's eyes lit up. He didn't realize how coincidental it was that Macy and Perry appeared at the same time. He only thought that Perry could be saved now. Conroy's for Macy, losing a kidney wouldn't kill her, just make her physically weaker. Conroy he would provide the best living conditions and compensate Macy properly. Macy went home and enjoyed a wonderful dinner with Marshall when she received a call from Langston. Conroy returning to the country, she had removed Langston's number from her blacklist. Ignoring Marshall's dark expression, Macy casually answered the phone, her voice becoming weak instantly. Langston. Langston's heart tightened, hesitating over what to say next. He bit his lip and spoke, you're out? That's great. Jemmy the way, I want to see you, talk to you in person. Can we meet? Macy glanced at Marshall who was glaring at her and wanted to laugh. Her words darkened Marshall's expression even more. I can come out, alright, when do we meet? Langston said the time and place and hung up. He feared if he talked further with Macy, he wouldn't be able to let go. Macy put down her phone and looked at Marshall, finally unable to hold back her laughter. Uncle, what kind of expression do you have? Marshall tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes filled with menace. Langston again? Why did you agree to meet him? Macy remained calm under Marshall's pressure. Just playing. I have a feeling he has something important to tell me. Don't worry, I'll record it for Uncle. Marshall frowned, I don't doubt you, but... He paused, eventually sighing, then no more than 1 hour. The girl's excited look was like a kitten seeing a mouse, always eager to play before catching it. Macy nodded happily and pounced, hugging Marshall's neck. Uncle is so nice. Marshall's body stiffened momentarily, but the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. His eyes seemed to want to be stern, but they softened despite his control. He rasped, what about my reward, huh? Macy smiled brilliantly and kissed him directly on the lips before turning and walking upstairs to unwrap the gifts Marshall had sent her. Marshall sat alone at the table, dazed for a while before he raised his hand to touch his lips and then his flushed ear tips. Then, with a slight anger, he stood up, took off his clothes, and strode towards the basement, jumping into the swimming pool. The next day, it was time to meet Langston as agreed. Macy even specially applied some pale lip color to herself. This period of freedom had improved her complexion significantly, making her look like a healthy person, not the frail little white flower who had been imprisoned for a year. Of course, she had to put on a bit of an act. Sure enough, the moment Langston saw Macy, his face showed hesitation and pain. He hadn't hesitated when deciding to ask Macy for a kidney, but after calling her last night, he had started to waver. That fragile voice pierced his heart. Now, seeing her face, his heart hurt even more. Macy slowly sat down in front of him and said, Conroy, though I couldn't contact you this year, I did learn a lot about Marshall. Let me tell you. Macy casually made up some seemingly important business information. Gemmet Langston wasn't listening. Macy had actually been thinking about him all this time. She had endured so much suffering yet still thought about passing him information. Looking at Macy's pale lips and dark circles under her eyes, he almost couldn't control the urge to embrace her. Macy. Perry. Why did he have to sacrifice one? Langston felt as if his heart was being torn apart. He clenched his palm tightly. Ultimately, he convinced himself, losing a kidney wouldn't kill her, but Perry would die without one. Macy would understand. Langston took a deep breath and said, "Macy, she's back. I want to ask you for something." In her heart, Macy murmured, "Levy dear, this is exactly like the original script, even the lines are the same." Macy lifted her head perfectly, as if sensing something. Her eyes instantly reddened, and her voice trembled like withered petals. "What?" Langston suppressed his pain and took a deep breath. "Perry, she's dying, and she needs a kidney. You're her younger sister, you must also be reluctant to see her die. If you donate a kidney to her, I'll find a way to take you away from Marshall and treat you well." Macy's eyes widened dramatically, as if struck by lightning. Her delicate and fragile body began to tremble, and her beautiful, clear eyes overflowed with intense despair. Conrichter despair and shock, there was only a dead silence, as if she had lost the meaning to live. Langston was gripped by this gaze and instantly regretted it. He suddenly realized how excessive he had been. He wanted to make amends. Gemmet, just as he was about to speak, Macy's hoarse, calm voice rang out. "Levi K, I agree. Gemmet, after the surgery, I will never return to you. I wish your senior sister happiness. Goodbye forever." Calmness reflected heart death. The quicker Macy agreed, the more panicked Langston became. He stood up abruptly, filled with regret, wanting to grab Macy's wrist, but she slipped away like a ghost and walked out. Levi outside, Marshall's driver was waiting. Langston stood rooted to the spot, watching Macy get into the car. That frail silhouette was different from any he had seen before. This time, she truly gave up hope. Even so, she still agreed to such an excessive request from him. "Levy, no. What had he done?" Langston's heart twisted painfully, his vision blurring. Conroy at the same time, Matron's voice sounded in Macy's mind. Character Conroy affinity plus 30, current affinity 90. Wow, is this what it feels like to soar? Chapter 84, The Frail and Pitiful Golden Laveriole versus the Split Personality C. Levi, 36. Macy didn't expect that one action would boost the affinity directly to 90. It seems the crematorium will be activated ahead of schedule. Macy was in a good mood, smiling at Marshall sitting inside the car. "My acting skills are great. Uncle, do you want to listen to the recording just now?" Marshall gritted his teeth, gently pinched Macy's nape, pulled her over, encircled her in his arms, and rubbed his chin on top of her head. "I don't want to listen, I want to hug you." Right, Macy suddenly remembered. Why hasn't my biological father's matter been discovered yet? Is it because he wasn't greedy enough? Marshall chuckled lowly. "No, there's plenty. Enough for him to spend the rest of his life in jail. It's just that Langston has lost too much recently. His mind is already broken." Macy laughed as well. "That's a relief." Langston finally calmed down. After careful thought, he decided to first give Perry a kidney transplant before seeking Macy's forgiveness. He believed Macy still deeply loved him, otherwise she wouldn't have agreed to such an outrageous request. Macy was only temporarily despaired. Once everything was over, he would make her see his true heart. Making up his mind, he called Perry. "Perry, I found a kidney donor for you." Perry was surprised. How could it be so fast? Langston knew that if he told her it was from her half-sister, Perry definitely wouldn't accept it. So he said, "It's quite coincidental." "You're lucky." Perry was particularly delighted. "Thank you so much." "Where do you live? I'll come to express my gratitude in person." Langston gave an address, lying on his sofa and sighing. The way Perry acted, she really treated him as just a friend. Indeed, Perry always was like this, rational and clear-headed, unlike Macy who lost herself after falling in love with him. Langston massaged his temples forcefully. Not long after, Perry arrived, bringing very expensive gifts, likely bought with her hard-earned savings. The butler and assistant were both out, so Langston asked Perry to sit down and went downstairs to get her some water. In high spirits, Perry toured Langston's living room and came across a book she liked on the table. Perry picked it up and flipped through it casually when something fell out. Startled, she picked up the fallen piece of paper and froze as she saw what it was. It was a photograph, showing a girl she knew all too well. It was Macy. How could this be? Why did Langston have a photo of Macy? She turned the photo over. In the back it read, Trinity Macy, date of birth. She would never forget this date. This was the day her half-sister was born. The handwriting was unmistakably her father's. Her father had given this photo to Langston, and his father worked under Langston. Perry's pupils constricted. Instantly, all clues and coincidences flooded into Perry's mind. Her breathing quickened as she looked at the pale, frail face in the photo, feeling an overwhelming chill. Langston returned with a cup of water and saw Perry standing in the middle of the room, staring intently at him. Langston frowned. "What's wrong?" Perry abruptly raised the photo, her voice trembling with anger. "What is this?" "Huh?" Langston stiffened, instinctively reaching out to grab it. "Give it back." Unbelieving, Perry took a step back, shaking her head while shielding the photo. "Macy is my half-sister. My parents sent her to you for their interests, right? The kidney you said you found, was it hers?" Langston took a deep breath. "That's how it is. Jemmet, I treated Macy well. Don't look at me like that. Moreover, she has already agreed to donate her kidney to you. Perry, you're my first love, I don't want you to die. Langston. Perry interrupted, eyes red and breaking down. Heartbroken and angrier than ever. You've gone too far. Langston. Treating Macy well makes her give me her kidney? You always dictate everything from your lofty position. Who do you think you are? If my kidney comes from my own sister, then I'd rather die. She screamed these words and ran out of the room without looking back, slamming the door shut. Langston stood in the living room, his face contorted in anguish and darkness. For a moment, he suddenly sighed in relief. Well. Now he doesn't need to harm Macy. He doesn't need to make a conflicting choice. He can go and win Macy back. Sitting in the taxi home, Perry breathed heavily. She couldn't bear to think about what kind of life her sister might have lived. Leverworking with guilt, regret, and pain, she dialed Macy's number. Conroy. Soon as the call connected, Perry burst into tears. I'm sorry. Macy, it turns out you are my little sister. I'm so sorry, I let you suffer so much. Ignore Langston, don't agree to donate your kidney to him. You should always stay healthy and well. Macy showed a look of surprise, at a loss for words for a moment. This was the first time she felt this thing called family affection. There really is such a bond in the world. Conroy's small warmth welled up in her heart, making her smile involuntarily. It's okay, sister. Conroy, actually, I've kept many things from you as well. She briefly recounted how she had been used as a substitute by Langston, then sent to Marshall, and finally recognized Perry while studying abroad. Finally, she said, Conroy, actually, I recognized you at first sight, and even tried to trick you into revealing things. Will you be mad at me? Conroy. After hearing this, Perry cried harder, how could I be mad at you? Macy, finding happiness is what matters. Whale, we need to stay away from scum men, okay? Whale, you've suffered so much. Macy's mood improved when she realized how much Perry loved her sister. She smiled and comforted. Conroy, right, stop crying, sister. I'll help find other donors for you. Just focus on your work. Perry wiped away her tears and nodded forcefully, Levi K, Macy, whatever you want, big sister will give it to you, even if I can't afford it. Macy glanced at Marshall working nearby, thinking that someone had already done just that. Lev, of course, having one more wouldn't hurt either. Her voice was sweet, sure. Langston had no idea that Macy and Perry were now happily bonding as sisters. He was racking his brain trying to contact Macy. Finally getting through, he told Macy that there was no need for her to donate a kidney, then confessed his newfound feelings and desire to be with her. Jemmet. Unexpectedly, Macy simply replied with a faint, I see, and hung up, then blocked all his contact methods. Langston was dumbfounded. He finally realized that Macy's heart had been completely broken and lost hope. He truly seemed to have lost her. How could this be? He couldn't allow it. Macy belonged to him. Desperate to find Macy and win her back, the more he couldn't find her, the more heart-wrenching the longing became. Regret, guilt, and anger drove him to drink heavily, sobbing and calling Macy's name at drinking tables. When Macy heard about this, she had just finished a successful surgery with Perry. The success brought them both a joyful smile. They dismissed the news without a second thought and went shopping. After some time, Langston, reminded by his subordinates, discovered that Perry's father, as the financial Norbert, had embezzled a huge amount of funds. The losses were massive, affecting almost all of Langston's industries. Perry's father had embezzled over 100 million, enough to spend his entire life in prison. Stunned and enraged, Langston, holding a pile of evidence, suddenly thought of something, a gleeful expression crossing his face. He knew how to win Macy back. Chapter 85, Frail and Pitiful Golden Timbered vs. Jimmy Polar C. Levi, 37. Missed on Langston's understanding of Macy, she was very close to her family. Macy rarely asked for anything, and the few times she did were all for the benefit of her family. He thought that if he used Mr. Trinity's case as leverage, Macy would definitely return to him. Even if Macy came back under duress, it didn't matter. He believed that with Macy's love for him, things would eventually return to how they were. So, the first thing he decided to do next was suppress this matter temporarily. His subordinates thought he had gone mad. This was such a serious issue, anyone would want the person who misappropriated company assets to be ruined. Yet Langston chose to set it aside. The news soon reached Jim Raxton's ears. During this period, he had been observing the open and covert rivalry between his two chosen successors, and the scales that initially leaned toward Langston were slowly evening out. After hearing about this, Jim Raxton became even more disappointed in Langston. He couldn't believe his most beloved grandson was so foolish and incompetent, losing every struggle. Now he was even making stupid decisions over a woman. It was just a woman, nothing more. Did these women really deserve this much? Langston didn't care what Jim Raxton thought. His sole focus was on contacting Macy. Leavenly by contacting Macy could he let her know what he had done for her, and only then would Macy return to him. Jemmet. Macy was even harder to find than he imagined. It felt like some force was preventing him from finding her. He knew it was Marshall. Marshall, that terrifying cold-blooded animal, absolutely didn't genuinely like Macy, he only regarded her as property. Conroy after several failures, Langston no longer wanted to wait. He decided to intercept vehicles directly. He didn't know where Macy worked or what identity she held, so he squatted daily on the road outside Marshall's home, watching vehicles come and go. Finally, one day, he saw a slender figure in Marshall's car. It was his Macy. Langston suddenly drove forward, stepped hard on the gas pedal, and crashed into the side of that car. The collision wasn't severe, and no one was injured, but the car stopped. Langston's expression was one of madness even he didn't realize, as he quickly got out of his car and pounded on the window. Macy! Macy! Macy rubbed her aching head, her usually smiling face now stern. Today, Marshall was busy, and the driver was taking her home. She hadn't expected to encounter such a lunatic. Conroy, though she wasn't afraid of pain and often hurt herself, this pain could only be given by herself. No one else had that right. Macy opened the window without expression. What is it? Langston finally saw Macy's face, and ecstasy flooded his heart. How beautiful she was. Thinking this, his voice trembled with excitement. Macy, I finally see you again. I miss you so much. Before he could finish, Macy's soft voice interrupted. Get lost. Langston stared in disbelief. He couldn't believe those words had come from Macy's mouth. Macy was truly devastated by him, completely changed. Seeing Macy about to close the window, Langston suddenly shouted loudly. Trinity Macy. Your father embezzled billions from the company. He could rot in jail forever. Macy's action to close the window paused. Langston felt a surge of joy and continued, Macy, this incident has caused me great damage and loss. It allowed Marshall to gain control of the entire education group. I'm not even a shareholder anymore. It doesn't matter. I have other industries. If you, Macy, come back to me, I can promise to suppress this matter. Macy blinked and looked at Langston. Compared to the first time they met, Langston looked much uglier, with sunken eyes and an unkempt beard. Macy suddenly smiled, sweetly yet ominously. I'm Macy, not Trinity Macy. Conroy, as for my dear father, do whatever you want. Langston froze. He suspected Macy hadn't understood him and repeated himself, he'll rot in jail, and your whole family will lose everything. Leavenly, I can prevent this. Macy smiled wider. President G, please proceed. Don't hesitate. Just then, Macy's phone rang. She answered, and Marshall's voice came through. Why did my little girl stop on the road for so long? What happened? Macy laughed, comfortably sitting back in the car, giving Langston a disdainful look, and said in a coquettish tone. I was bumped by a lunatic on the road. Not important, I'll be home soon. Conroy, she finished speaking, the car window closed completely. Then, the driver stepped on the gas pedal, and the car sped away. Langston stood in the middle of the road, feeling as if the world was spinning. 3 days later, the defendant Mr. Trinity appeared in court. In the audience, Noel Len and Conroy Antonio's faces turned pale as death, like they had fallen into an ice cellar. When they heard the verdict, they almost fainted. The family patriarch going to jail, the house, car, luxury items, all valuable possessions were auctioned off, and every day they faced countless creditors. Life plummeted from paradise to hell in an instant. Conroy Antonio finally remembered he had a cash cow sister. Ever since his father mysteriously became very wealthy, he had completely forgotten about Macy. Conroy, after all, money was money no matter who gave it. Now, this sister seemed to be his last resort. He didn't want to live such a terrifying life. Conroy Antonio quickly came to an agreement with his mother. They would find Macy and make her pay back their father's money, get him out of jail, and provide them with a big house to live in. Macy, whom even Langston found hard to locate, was not someone they could just find easily. They went to Macy's school causing trouble, changed countless phone numbers to call Macy's cell phone, but couldn't find her at all. Macy didn't even feel anyone was looking for her. She was so well protected by Marshall. Every day she went to school to do experiments, occasionally performed surgery, and was almost always picked up and dropped off personally by Marshall. Every meal was meticulously prepared by the best nutritionist. However, this day, after getting into Marshall's car, she suddenly heard some commotion outside. Where Macy couldn't see, Noel Len was holding a sign that read, Wolvish daughter, return my justice, struggling with others. Macy leaned out to take a look. What's going on? Marshall chuckled softly, gently pinched the back of her neck, pulling her into his embrace, and kissed her forehead lazily. Just a few flies. Saying that, he sent a message to his assistant. Take care of it thoroughly. Conroy assistant, those are Miss Macy's biological. Do as I say. Yes. Chapter 86, Fragile and Pitiful Golden Laveriol vs. C. Levi with Dual Personality, 38. Marshall considered himself to be quite merciful. Conroy, after all, given his usual disposition, at the moment Trinity's father was sentenced, he would have made this entire family vanish from the world. If it weren't for these people being truly related by blood to Karina, he wouldn't have kept them around until now. He had given them opportunities and some warnings before. Not only did they not mend their ways, but they even became more brazen. So there was no need to give them any more chances. Anyway, Karina would never know, nor would she be affected in any way. She could just happily do whatever she wanted to do. Marshall lowered his gaze to the silver chain on Karina's ankle, blinked his dark eyes, and then shifted his gaze back to Karina's face. He fingered a lock of her long hair and whispered softly. Recently, I have one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Karina leaned in to ask, the bad news. Marshall curled his lips into a smile. The bad news is that we are having vegetable salad tonight, which you dislike the most. Karina pouted, what's the good news? Marshall replied, your sister has found a matching kidney donor, and surprisingly, the donor is a professor from Laverdo's college. Really? Karina widened her eyes curiously, who is it? Maybe I know him or her. Marshall shook his head, the donor didn't reveal their identity, but your sister can be scheduled for surgery soon. Given the complexity of her condition and the difficulty of the surgery, we might still need to wait for experts. No need. Karina interrupted him, why wait for any expert, I'll handle it. Marshall froze, then laughed again, no wonder you're my little girl. When he smiled, it was so handsome that no one could resist it. Karina felt ticklish inside and imitated Marshall's tone, lifting her hand to hook his chin, you live up to being my uncle. When the young lady wasn't acting crazy, she looked like a perfectly normal, charming little princess. Gemmet, no matter what she was like, Marshall couldn't take his eyes off her. Conroy's his heart filled with her, he began to think masochistically about what their relationship really was. He could see that there was absolutely no romantic love in Karina's eyes. To be precise, he thought that there was always something about the little girl that didn't belong to this world. It was as if nothing in this world could make her linger. Transcending everything, looking down upon humanity with a godlike perspective, chaotic and evil, like a mist mixing bright moonlight with coldness. Even though they kissed and embraced, he had never for a single moment felt that Karina belonged to him. Therefore, even though he trusted her completely now, he still didn't want to remove her shackles. Seeing Marshall somewhat lost in thought, Karina raised her hand and tugged on his tie. What is Uncle thinking about? Pulled closer, Marshall looked down at her and then gently pinched the back of Karina's neck, pulling her towards his chest. Hug me. Ernst's low, hoarse voice vibrated in his chest, and Karina smelled the faint fragrance on him. Marshall had exquisite taste, and this scent drove Karina wild. If she had to describe it, it was like a red spider lily blooming deep within a temple, imbued with the aroma of incense, defying the boundaries of fate and time, clear and distant. Karina hummed contentedly, rubbing against Marshall's chest and closing her eyes. In her mind, she conversed with Conroy de Bayo. Since she forcibly upgraded Conroy de Bayo, she had been indulging in her own life and hadn't had the chance to communicate feelings with her pet yet. Conroy de Bayo, Conroy de Bayo. Conroy de Bayo, Flint, you called me. To her surprise, Conroy de Bayo sounded very excited. I've been researching the upgraded functions lately, and I discovered I understand this world much better now. Gemaphore, I could only know the surface development of this world, and I didn't have detailed records of some less important characters. Gemmet now, I know a lot more. Wow. Karina hadn't expected Conroy de Bayo to adapt so quickly. It seemed that neither humans nor systems could resist getting stronger. Tell me, what do you know? Conroy de Bayo's voice was jubilant. For instance, the big villain actually has split personalities. Gemmet Flint, you're amazing for figuring that out early. In the original plot, he didn't lose to Langston because he was weaker, rather, his worsening condition impacted his life and led to his failure. Karina, Ed in agreement. No wonder Uncle doesn't seem like someone who would lose to Langston. What else? Karina asked again, treating it like a story. Conroyso, there was a reason why Perry died in the original plot. She found clues in Langston's house that revealed her kidney came from her younger sister. Filled with extreme anger, despair, and guilt, her condition worsened, leading to an early death. Conroy de Bayo spoke enthusiastically. Conroy's it gained more knowledge about the world, it felt like it started developing emotions. No longer was it controlled by the predetermined plot, instead, it began questioning the logic behind these narratives. Karina understood this clearly. This aligning with her speculations did not surprise her much. So, little Conroy de Bayo, in the original storyline, Marshall and Perry did nothing wrong but ended up with such fates. Langston, on the other hand, who committed numerous wicked deeds, had everything he wanted. Don't you think I should correct these injustices? Conroy de Bayo was taken aback. The master made a lot of sense. No. It was supposed to be the system for criminals, not the other way around. How did it end up being reformed by the criminal? Karina continued, Conroy, after all, you are the creation of my teacher. Some initial settings, like collecting favor points or punishments for failing missions, can't be changed by me. Gemmet, whether I change them or not doesn't matter. Those favor points were meant to upgrade you anyway. I will definitely make sure that Conroy de Bayo becomes better and better. If it had a physical form, Conroy de Bayo would have been moved to tears. Sniff. Why didn't I notice how wonderful you are earlier? Karina lowered her gaze with an innocent and compliant smile. I've always been good. Levy, right, I'm almost done collecting enough favor points from this world. I plan to quickly turn Langston's favor into a negative number so he can experience deeper pain than his original fate, then we can leave. Conroy de Bayo was stunned by these words. Huh. I thought you wanted to stay longer. Conroy, after all, even Conroy de Bayo could tell its master liked the main antagonist. Why would you think that? Karina asked in surprise. Conroy de Bayo choked on its response, suddenly realizing its master wasn't like ordinary people. She carried an imperceptible arrogance that transcended everything, never staying for anyone. Even with those who pulled her out of hell and taught her kindness, she acted whimsically, killing them as she pleased. Conroy chill ran down Conroy de Bayo's non-existent spine. Whatever the master says goes. No objections. The car arrived quickly at Marshall's residence. Suddenly, another car raced across and blocked the road. Langston resorted to this trick again. This time, however, he wanted to talk to Marshall. Since Karina was heartbroken and refused to come back to him, he decided to confront Marshall directly. Langston stood in front of Marshall's car and coldly said, "Marshall, let's talk." The tinted windows hid what was inside. He had no idea Karina was cuddled in Marshall's arms. Hearing the voice, Marshall's eyes darkened slightly as he pinched the back of Karina's neck and whispered, "I'll go out for a moment." Karina raised an eyebrow at him and sat upright obediently. Marshall got out of the car with a grave expression and immediately ordered harshly, "Get lost." He didn't wish to waste a single word more. Langston clenched his teeth, feeling humiliated and furious, but held himself back. Stepping forward, he stared into Marshall's eyes and growled. "Marshall, I know you don't really care for Karina. You're the type who wouldn't love anyone, you only want to vent and mock me. Give Karina back to me. In exchange, I'll give you a branch company and find you a woman very much like Karina." Marshall laughed bitterly, angry beyond reason. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Langston's eyes turned red. "You must know if you had any feelings for Karina, she loves me. She can never be happy with you. Leavenly, I can make her happy. Did you know, before she came to you, she had already been with me for a year? She loves me deeply." "What nonsense are you spouting?" The voice interrupted again, but it wasn't Marshall's. The car door opened, revealing the beautiful young girl who walked out and spoke those words with a sweet, crisp voice. She approached Marshall. Marshall's face was dark, and his posture stiff. Indeed, Langston's last few sentences had ignited his fury. Dark eyes seemed to seethe with demons. Just then, a gentle warmth spread over his cool, stiff fingertips. He gasped, looking down to see the little girl grabbing his hand, gently prying open his fists, then interlacing her slender fingers with his own. Karina did this while staring straight at Langston. She shook their intertwined hands and smiled sweetly at Langston. "Good nephew, call Conroyanti." Chapter 87, Delicate and Pitiful Golden Laveriole Versus. The Dual Personality C. Levi, 39. Langston felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared fixedly at the interlocked hands of the two people opposite him, unable to believe his own eyes or ears. This was the expression Macy should have. This was what Macy should say. When did these two hook up? Can Roind act so intimate? Instantly, Meichuan's voice rang out in Macy's mind. Lev objectives affinity -20, current affinity 70. Leavenly -20. Macy felt a bit disappointed. She thought it could go into negative numbers. Macy curled her lips into a smile and prepared to double down. What kind of expression is that? Isn't it impolite to elders? Langston took a step back, blood rushing directly to his brain, angrily lifting a finger to point at Macy. You. No matter how many times you say, you, not a single word comes out. Levin the contrary, Marshall glanced at Langston's finger pointing at Macy, his gaze turning cold, immediately lifting his hand to grab Langston's wrist. Marshall showed no mercy at all, his fingers were like an iron clamp, squeezing Langston's wrist as if the bones were cracking with pain. The dark and low voice sounded even more oppressive. "Don't point randomly." Marshall had always been sparing with words towards Langston, and now he preferred action over talk. No sooner said than done. Before Langston reacted, he kicked viciously towards Langston's stomach. Langston was terribly weak these days. How could he withstand this kick from the ever-disciplined Marshall? He was kicked 3 meters away, landing clumsily on the ground, feeling as if his internal organs would be shattered. Conroy heart-wrenching pain surged through his chest, the taste of blood filled his mouth, and even breathing became difficult. Gemmet he didn't think about the discomfort in his body, he only stared straight at the couple in front of him, his eyes reddening. "Macy!" Langston roared, "How can you treat me like this?" Macy couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What? How do I treat you? Can't I be with your little uncle?" Langston shook his head frantically. "No. How could it be possible? You love me." Marshall was enraged by these words about Macy just now, but held back for fear of scaring the young lady. Hearing these words again, he suddenly sneered, grabbing Macy around the waist, picking her up directly. Under Langston's dagger-like gaze, Marshall bit Macy's lips. He did not bite too hard, yet it made Macy suddenly widen her eyes. Conroy the moment his teeth lightly ground, a strange flame ignited excitement in her heart. It seemed she found a kissing style she liked even more. The beast-like nibbling carried a heavy sense of obsessive possession. Macy's eyes darkened, excitedly pinching Marshall's neck, taking charge and biting his lips the moment he loosened them. Macy was not as gentle as Marshall, she didn't hold back, and her sharp teeth pierced Marshall's lips. Tasting the sweetish bloody flavor, Macy's breath quickened. She really wanted to bite harder. Forget it, she couldn't scare her uncle away. After all, he was the only one she liked. It wouldn't be good if he ran away. Macy regretfully released her teeth, licking her lips. Her lips turned even deeper red due to that kiss. Marshall suddenly coughed, lowering his eyes, and only then did Macy notice that Marshall's face had turned a light pink. Did Uncle forget to breathe again? Was it from holding his breath or embarrassment? Regardless, he truly looked adorable. Macy's arms wrapped around Marshall's neck, her fingers playing near his earlobe. You. Langston's trembling voice spoke again, the pitch changed this time. Macy slightly widened her eyes, looking at Langston. Levy dear, I forgot there was still someone here. Uncle, why hasn't he left yet? Mirroring the tickling sensation at his earlobe, Marshall's voice became hoarser, unwilling to waste any more time on Langston. He kissed Macy's nose tip. Ignore him, let's go home. Having said that, he turned and walked while carrying Macy. Langston clutched his chest, collapsing on the ground, his face black and green, his eyes bloodshot, his expression hideous. You, stop right there. No one cared. Marshall strode towards the car. Macy, being carried by Marshall over his shoulder, met Langston's eyes. She maliciously hooked a finger and flashed a middle finger at Langston. Lev objectives affinity -60, current affinity 10. Next time, find another chance to anger him. Once the affinity drops to negative, she could leave this world. Carried into the car, Macy nestled comfortably in Marshall's embrace, looking up at him. For some reason, she felt something odd in Marshall's eyes. It was as if a deep-seated flame was rushing towards her, breaking through the icy surface, only to be suppressed by timidity and panic. Strange, would Marshall, this kind of person, have such an emotion like timidity? Macy felt she must have seen wrong. Indeed, when she looked again carefully, it was already gone. Marshall hadn't spoken all along. Since Macy returned from abroad, this was the first time he had been so taciturn. Back home, it was Macy who took the initiative to speak first. What's up with you, Uncle? Did I bite you too hard just now? Marshall's back stiffened for a moment before he opened his hoarse voice. I just feel it wasn't heavy enough. Macy blinked. Is my uncle a masochist? After saying that, she laughed and licked her lips. Want another bite? Seeing Macy's smile, Marshall's heart leaped violently, making his chest hurt. Yet, the feeling of losing grasp became even stronger. If there had been a hint of bashfulness or love in Macy during their kiss just now, he wouldn't have felt this way. He knew, this heartless little girl didn't really love him. Most, she liked him, but it was merely a liking that could easily be overshadowed by many things. This unequal affection made him madly obsessed. Marshall took a deep breath, looking at the silver chain on Macy's ankle, curling his lips into a faint smile, and slowly kneeling down on one knee. He lifted his head, with knees never bowed before anyone else, like a knight presenting his bleeding true heart to the only princess he swore allegiance to. Macy tilted her head, looking at Marshall's movements with confusion. After kneeling properly, Marshall took out a small box from behind him. He slowly opened the box, the diamond ring inside glittered with a fine brilliance, lying still within. Conroy's low and hoarse voice rang out, trembling with forced calmness. Macy, you've already asked Langston to call you aunt just now, why don't we make it permanent? Macy, I love you, marry me. He spoke very slowly, staring into Macy's eyes, uttering each word distinctly. His eyes were a chasm, the ocean surface, molten lava, stormy waves, and fragile snowflakes. In an instant, Macy felt as if she was about to drown in those eyes. She unknowingly covered her heart, hearing something bloom quietly from within, so softly that it almost couldn't be heard, fleeting and ephemeral. Macy blinked, took a step back, and said word by word. No, you can't hold on to me. Chapter 88, Fragile and Pitiful Golden Temptress vs. Jimmy Polar C. Levi, 40. Marshall remained motionless, staring into Macy's eyes. After a long while, he suddenly smiled. I knew it. His voice was very low, and Macy couldn't hear what he said clearly. All she saw was the curve of his lips. For some reason, this smile made her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Without standing up, Marshall took out the diamond ring, pulled Macy's hand over, and slid it onto her left middle finger. Then don't marry me. Keep the ring, there's only one like this in the world, and you'll love it. Macy did indeed like it very much. She had never seen such a beautiful ring before. Thorny rose vines entwined with a gun symbolizing slaughter, and under the scattered diamonds, even that drop of blood became dazzlingly bright. She looked at her left hand, admiring it with delight. This ring was indeed custom-made for her, fitting her finger perfectly. I like it a lot, really. Macy's eyes didn't lie, or rather, she had no interest in telling lies to please anyone. Marshall finally stood up. He took out another ring, slightly larger, and handed it to Macy, his deep black eyes full of tenderness. Put this on for me, Macy. Macy took it and slipped it onto Marshall's finger. The moment the ring was on, Marshall's body tensed, and he winced. Soon, he laughed again, a hint of madness in his tone. Thank you, Macy. Macy looked at his finger, where drops of blood slowly seeped through where the ring sat. What is this? Macy asked. Marshall smiled. It's a little mechanism I set up for my own ring. Levin's on, it can never be taken off, unless you chop off the finger. The tiny steel pins inside the ring would spring out the moment it was put on, piercing through his knuckle and firmly attaching the ring to his finger. Lev originally, the ring prepared for Macy was supposed to be the same. Gem it at the last moment, he couldn't bear it. He could be ruthless to everyone else, even to himself, but not to Macy. He had always been like that. He wasn't always like this. He always wanted to possess whatever he desired. If he couldn't have it, he would destroy it. He had always been seen as a madman by others. He had fantasized countless times about locking the little girl in his room so no one could see her, and she couldn't see anyone. Yet, he never carried out any of those fantasies. Even the electronic bracelet he put on Macy was initially a chain, meant to keep her confined forever within that room. Gem it at the last moment, he couldn't do it. Now, Marshall just looked down at her, the pain in his finger making his lips pale, yet he smiled beautifully. Do you want to kiss me again, leave a mark? Macy hooked her finger around his ring and heard him draw in a breath through gritted teeth, then smiled as she tilted her head back. Yes. Gem bent down. The tall man bent down, and the girl tiptoed, biting into his shoulder through his shirt. Through the fabric, she felt his muscles tense and relax. This time, Macy didn't hold back. After all, it was Uncle who brought this upon himself, wasn't it? The metallic smell grew stronger, and she finally let go, satisfied. Gem blood slowly seeped through the white shirt, and Macy licked her lips. Tastes good. Marshall reached up to touch the wound, leaned down, and chuckled softly in her ear. If Macy likes it, that's all that matters. Langston didn't know how he got back home. He stumbled along, disoriented, his brain overloaded with anger and humiliation, turning blank. Lying on his bed, Langston clutched his chest that ached with each breath, gradually recalling what had happened. Macy was with Marshall, humiliating him, and kissed Marshall right in front of him. No. Langston abruptly sat up, agony shooting through his chest and abdomen. With red eyes, he looked at the photo beside his bed, a sudden thought crossing his mind. Was Macy deliberately upsetting him? The deeper she loved him, the deeper he would hurt her, so she was thinking of revenge, purposely embarrassing him? The more Langston thought, the more likely it seemed. If Macy really didn't care about him anymore, she should ignore him, not make him angry on purpose. Most importantly, today's Macy was completely different from the old Macy. Under what circumstances would someone change so drastically? Langston thought harder, convinced this was a test from Macy. So, Macy must deeply love him. Langston's face darkened, clenching his fists tightly. Macy belongs to him. Leavenly him. Meanwhile, just as Macy was about to sleep, Conroy de Bayo's voice rang in her head. Mission target's affinity increased by 80 points, current affinity, 90. Macy? What's going on? Why did it inexplicably rise again? Gem back to square one? Macy was somewhat impatient. Is this guy ever going to finish? Conroy de Bayo, I searched a bit, this might be called self-guiding. Macy turned over, her cheeks brushing the fragrant pillow. I don't care. Time for bed. The next day, Langston came to Jim Raxton's door. Jim Raxton didn't want to see him at all. Leave over the past period, Langston had done too many outrageous things, deeply disappointing Jim Raxton. However, Langston seemed determined not to leave unless he saw Jim Raxton, and he knelt right there at the doorstep. He stayed kneeling for 3 hours. Doreen felt sorry for her grandson and couldn't help but persuade, just meet with Haoyang. Conroy after all, he's young, and it's normal to make some mistakes. Looking at Langston's pale face on the surveillance screen, Jim Raxton sighed, Conroy right. Indeed, his heart also ached for his grandson. Disappointment aside, compassion was still genuine. It was a good opportunity to talk to Langston. When the gaunt and pale Langston appeared before Jim Raxton's heart softened even more. Langston then knelt down again with a plop, as if he couldn't feel the pain in his knees, wearing an expression of remorse and sorrow. Sorry, grandfather, I have disappointed you. I shouldn't have acted like this. He listed his wrongdoings one by one, sobbing uncontrollably. Langston's self-flagellation tactics combined with profound and heartfelt self-examination made Jim Raxton secretly nod. The boy could be taught. Jemmy the time Langston finished his confession, Jim Raxton was already quite satisfied with him. Jemmet he still maintained a stern expression and spoke coldly. I heard you tore your relationship with Marshall over a woman. Langston gritted his teeth and nodded. Jim Raxton sneered, it's just a woman. In my younger days, I had so many women, none of whom ever got me to pay much attention except Marshall's mother, that crazy woman. Jemmet truthfully, she was the one I loved most back then. Jemmet her temperament was fierce, refusing to be with me under any circumstances. Jemmet I could tell she loved me madly, wanting to be my only woman. Do you know how to handle such women? Langston's eyes lit up, how? Jim Raxton, force her and get her pregnant. Once a woman has your Darius, she becomes your slave. Later, she tried every trick in the book to catch my eye, but I had lost interest in her. Jim Raxton talked about his romantic escapades casually, as if discussing pleasant weather. Conroy Langston listened, growing increasingly excited. Yes. Macy is just throwing tantrums now. If he truly gets Macy pregnant, Macy will surely return to being devoted to him as before. Langston's gaze became resolute. Grandfather, please help me. I want to reclaim what belongs to me. Jim Raxton grunted lightly, this is your own business. I don't want to interfere. Langston took a few steps forward, bracing his hands on Jim Raxton's desk, revealing a look of madness. grandfather, just hold Marshall off for a few hours, and I'll take care of the rest. Chapter 89, Delicate and Pitiful Golden Laveriole vs. Jimmy Polar C. Levi, 41. Eve was preparing to give an open class at the school. Ever since she had been hired by her former school with a high salary, she had become the most popular professor in the school. For every open class, people would come to occupy seats 3 hours in advance. Those who arrived an hour early could only stand, while those who arrived on time could only stand in the corridor. Not only students from this school came, but students from other schools would also come to attend her classes. It was the same today. She stood on the podium, looking down at the crowd of heads and the bright eyes, and smiled. Today, I'm going to talk about burns. The 2-hour open class ended quickly. The students clapped their hands in an attempt to make Eve speak a few more words, but Eve was someone who never kept her students late if she could leave early. She waved at the students with a smile, thinking about what to eat when she got home that evening. Her uncle said he was going to cook for her tonight, and she was really looking forward to it. However, just as she stepped out of the classroom, she saw several people running towards her, calling her name. Professor, Professor. There's something outside. Eve, what is it? The 2 girls were out of breath from running so hard and showed Eve a picture on their phones. In the photo, a person was lying on the ground covered in blood, unconscious. Huh? Eve blinked. Isn't this outside our school? The girl nodded. Professor, please go take a look. Just now, this person suddenly stabbed themselves twice and fell down at the entrance of our school. Everyone is terrified. The ambulance will take half an hour to get here. Eve checked the time. It was still 2 hours before Marshall came to pick her up. 2 hours should be enough. She nodded. Conroy right. With the hemostatic equipment available in the classroom, she hurried to the scene and couldn't help but tisk. This person had stabbed themselves quite severely. Their self-destructiveness almost matched hers. Eve squatted down and found that this bloody person was actually a woman. The woman's hair was matted with blood on her face. Eve didn't examine her closely but instead inspected the wounds first. The wounds were deep but probably hadn't injured internal organs. Right this moment, a car stopped next to Eve. Conroy, young man who looked like a programmer, appeared worried. What happened? Should I drive her to the hospital? Yes, Eve nodded. It's best for her to go to the hospital now. Eve stood up and looked at the crowd. 2 of you should take this person to the hospital and help stop the bleeding on the way. However, the crowd all took a step back and looked at each other. The ambulance hadn't arrived yet. If this person died in the car, who would be responsible? Gemicides, such a person who stabs themselves was likely not in a clear state of mind. What if they made false accusations? Seeing the crowd's reaction, Eve curled her lips, stood up, and looked down at the woman on the ground, her tone filled with regret. No one wants to send you, and neither do I, so you wait for the ambulance. The young man in the car was stunned, looking at Eve in disbelief. How can you just watch someone die without helping? I'm not afraid of her dirtying my car. Why are you afraid? Eve gave the man a strange look. I'm afraid of dirtying my dress and wasting my time. So what? She looked like an angel, but her words sounded unusually cold. Conroy saying that, she didn't look at the person on the ground again, ignoring the surprised and disappointed looks from the people around her, pushing through the crowd to walk back into the school. Just as Eve took a step, her ankle was suddenly grabbed. Looking down, she saw that the woman on the ground had woken up and was clinging to her ankle. Blood dirted her calf. Eve frowned and looked at the woman's face. Leavenly, the woman's eyes were visible. They were bloodshot, overflowing with a desperate will to survive. Please save me. Eve hesitated and stopped. To still beg for survival in such a condition, losing so much blood and enduring excruciating pain, it was quite interesting. She liked the craziness in the woman's eyes. In that instant, she changed her mind. Eve raised an eyebrow. Conroy right. Finishing her sentence, she opened the car door and dragged the woman inside. The young man pressed the gas pedal, and the car sped away. Inside the car, Eve held the bandages, her voice casual. You've dirted my dress. The woman didn't speak anymore. It seemed that speaking just now had used up all her strength. Eve bandaged the woman's wounds, causing her to twitch in pain. Eve appeared gentle and charming, but her actions were heavy-handed. Every turn of the bandage brought heart-wrenching pain. After finishing the bandaging, the woman's wounds no longer bled, and she seemed to be out of immediate danger. When Macy glanced out of the window, she noticed something was off. This road didn't seem to lead to the hospital. Macy frowned, just preparing to speak up when the man driving in the front seat suddenly turned back. He kept one hand on the steering wheel and with the other pulled out a handgun, pointing it straight at Macy's forehead. Throw your phone, wallet, everything out of the car. Ernst, who looked like a programmer, had instantly changed his expression, glaring viciously at Macy, his finger already on the safety catch of the gun. Macy raised an eyebrow and put her hands up. Conroy right. She wouldn't be able to dodge a bullet now. Following the man's demands, she threw everything she had on her out of the car. Macy was only wearing a dress, so there was indeed no place for her to hide anything. Ernst retracted his gun and pressed harder on the gas pedal. Stay put. The car drove into a secluded country lane. Macy lowered her eyes, her gaze turning dark. So this was something specifically set up against her. How interesting. Her icy fingertips brushed away the injured woman's long hair, finally revealing her face. She recognized this face from a G family banquet she attended long ago. Gemak then, this woman claimed she would marry Marshall. Yvette, Macy softly called out the woman's name, you are really tough on yourself. I admire you. She truly meant what she said, but to Yvette, it felt particularly sharp. Yvette wanted to say that she never intended for things to turn out this way. When Macy didn't forgive her back then, it led to her being ruined by Marshall, driven away from the city, unable to even afford the cheapest rent. Recently, she had been approached by Langston, forcing her to act this part, or else her entire family would disappear from this world. Yvette was shaking all over. She couldn't understand why such terrifying things happened to her. These three people were all crazy. Seeing that Yvette didn't respond, Macy regretfully pouted and asked the driver. Where are you taking me? Ernst ignored her, only repeating, stay put. He was hired by Langston as a desperate thug. His job was to deliver Macy to a predetermined location for a hefty sum of money. He didn't want to involve himself in the grievances among the rich, he only wanted to get paid. The car drove for much longer than Macy expected, winding through many small roads until it stopped in front of an abandoned factory as night fell completely. Macy had no idea where she was or what time it was. Conroy she was forced out of the car at gunpoint, her first thought was. What a pity, she wouldn't get to enjoy the delicious food her uncle prepared tonight. Chapter 90, The Frail and Pitiful Golden Songbird vs. the Sea Levi with Dual Personalities, 42. Right this moment, Marshall stood in front of Jim Raxton, his expression grim. What do you really want to say? Father. It had already been an hour past the agreed time with Macy. He messaged Macy to apologize and told her not to wait for him. Macy did not reply, nor did she call him, she must have understood. Jemmet for some reason, his heart was racing as if something significant was about to happen. Conroy's he was about to check his phone again, Jim Raxton's face suddenly changed. He violently grabbed the ashtray from the table and hurled it at him. Marshall clenched his teeth and endured the blow, his expression turning even worse. Jim Raxton coughed a few times before speaking coldly. If you still consider me your father, you should be more focused when you're in front of me. Marshall put away his phone and stared directly at him. So, what is it? You called me here but won't say anything. Were you that idle? Jim Raxton choked on another fit of coughing, his fingers trembling. Do you really think your wings have hardened enough to speak to me like that? Marshall. Remember, everything you have comes from me, and there are some things you'll never get unless I allow it. Marshall lowered his eyes, clenching his fists, yes. Jim Raxton stared at Marshall for a while, then gave a cold snort. I heard you got into a fight with Langston. Conroy's his senior, you actually did something like that? Conroy's smile curved on Marshall's lips, but there was no trace of warmth in his eyes. Does he treat me as a senior? Jim Raxton slammed the desk hard, conroyed over a woman. What kind of thing is a woman? Father, I'm not someone like you. Marshall lifted his head abruptly, cutting him off with a sneer. Jim Raxton's face turned green, his eyes wide open as he glared at Marshall. You ungrateful bastard. Marshall stood straight, unmoving. Even if I am a beast, I'm still your biological son. Langston has been harassing my girl. If anything happens to her, I will kill him outright. Marshall said this almost casually, just to express his stance towards Langston and Macy. However, after saying those words, he noticed Jim Raxton's expression turning terribly pale. Marshall tightly clenched his palm, the uneasiness in his heart amplifying instantly. He didn't have time to think or question. He turned and rushed out of Jim Raxton's room. Macy walked into an abandoned room inside the factory, a gun pointed at her back. The room was cluttered with all kinds of junk, but there was a brand new bed in one corner. Macy saw that familiar face. Langston held a cigarette between his fingers and slowly approached Macy, his expression revealing madness. Macy, I miss you so much. Macy took a step back but felt the cold barrel of the gun press against her back. Following Langston's command to get out, the man holding the gun left the room and locked the door behind him. Silence fell. This place was far from the city, only a lone street lamp outside faintly illuminated Langston's face. Langston suddenly laughed. There's just the two of us now, Macy. His laugh was truly ugly. Macy took a step back, slightly sideways, her eyes falling on the lock. Langston noticed Macy's gaze and laughed. Don't look, there's no lock inside, it's locked from the outside. No one will come until tomorrow. Tonight belongs to us. Macy lowered her eyes. Why are you doing this? Langston burst into a violent rage. Because I love you. Macy. Why won't you return to me? Because I don't love you, Langston. Macy sighed. This was a good opportunity. She could use this alone time to make Langston hate her. Conroy's smile crept onto Macy's lips as she tilted her head up to look at Langston, her voice soft yet deliberate. Langston, do you know, I've never liked you. Being sent to Marshall was what I wished for. I fell in love with him at first sight. Everything I told you about Marshall was fabricated and deceitful, and I recorded every meeting we had for Marshall to listen. How surprising is that? Langston shook his head furiously. No. Impossible. You loved me. Macy couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter made her even more beautiful, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon, captivating even though they knew it was untouchable. Langston was momentarily dazed by that smile. Macy, his Macy, was supposed to be completely his. Gemmet, why was she saying such cruel words to him now? Why? Langston clutched his head tightly and suddenly knelt down in front of Macy with a thud. Macy. Look at me. Do you remember how much you loved me before? You must still love me now. Come back to me, Macy. Let me love you well. I will certainly love you properly. The once proud son of heaven who thought he controlled everything was now kneeling humbly before a young girl, hard as it was not to be moved. Gemmet Macy only found it amusing. She touched her chin, thinking that in the original plot, this was how he pursued his wife zealously. After tormenting the original protagonist for so long, he could get everything back just by kneeling and shedding tears, without losing anything. Macy's smile turned cold, and her previously gentle tone now carried a heavy dose of sarcasm. I don't want your love. Your love belongs in the trash bin, or perhaps as hazardous waste. Langston clenched the ground tightly, his body stiffening for a moment when he heard those words, then remaining motionless. Macy tilted her head and looked down at the disheveled man, walking toward the corner of the wall, speaking disdainfully. Didn't my scolding make you dumb? Macy. Langston suddenly stood up, interrupting her, approaching her step by step, his voice surprisingly calm. Macy, this is on you. I didn't intend to hurt you. Since you're always like this, I have no choice but to use the last method. Conroy, as he approached Macy, he took off his coat, then his shirt. The coat and shirt fell to the ground. Macy glanced down briefly, and when she raised her eyes again, Langston had already pinned her against the wall, starting to unfasten his belt. Don't think about Marshall, he won't find you here. No one can find you here. Indeed, the city was vast, this place remote. No one would find her here, and her phone had been discarded along the way long ago. Macy silently watched Langston's actions, then sniffled slightly, lifting her hand to lightly touch Langston's chest. Her cool fingertips touched Langston's burning skin, making him shiver all over, his heart racing wildly. Macy's voice wavered with sobs. It's wonderful, wonderful. Hao Yang, even after I treated you like this, you still love me. I finally have no regrets. Langston's eyes widened, his voice trembling with ecstatic delight. You mean? Yes, Hao Yang. Macy tapped his chest with her fingers, drawing his full attention. I said those things just to. Langston was struck by overwhelming joy. He had never been so excited. Holding his breath, all his focus was on Macy's tearful, beautiful eyes, waiting eagerly for her next words. However, in the next second, Macy's hidden hand suddenly grabbed an iron can from the corner and swung it with all her might at Langston. Though she was weak and her movements slow, Langston was completely unprepared, and the liquid from the can drenched him entirely. Instantly, a strong smell of gasoline filled the air. Langston lifted his head in disbelief, only to see the young girl snap open a lighter in front of him. The one he had casually tossed aside after lighting his cigarette earlier. Under the red flame of the lighter, Macy licked her lips, laughing madly. Conroy's, I guessed, it really was gasoline here. Langston, looks like you didn't clean up thoroughly enough. Since there's no escape, let's die together. Chapter 91, The Fragile Golden Laveriole vs. The C. Levi with Dual Personality, 43. Langston's mind cleared in an instant. His bare upper body was drenched in sticky, blackened gasoline, and the pungent smell filled his nostrils. Karina, with a maniacal smile, stared at him intently. Weren't you going to force yourself on me? Come on. She extended the lighter in her hand slightly forward, and Langston took 2 steps back in terror, shouting in trembling voice. Conroy, are you crazy? Karina arched her eyebrows with a smile. Thanks for the compliment. Conroy, she spoke. She kicked one of the remaining oil drums in the corner forcefully with her foot. With several cracking sounds, the blackened gasoline spread out, covering the ground. Conroy, at this moment, Langston finally felt genuine fear. Karina really wanted to burn him alive. Holding the lighter, Karina casually played with it, even doing a few pretty tricks between her fingers. The small flame danced up and down, and Langston's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. Stop. His voice trembled. In the face of death, he could no longer think about those filthy things. Karina seemed to have seen something extremely amusing, covering her mouth while her eyes curved into smiles. You said you deeply loved me, so why don't you want to die with me? Even though she still looked like that delicate young girl, why did this expression send chills down his spine? Was this really the Karina he knew? Langston shook all over. Don't do this, Karina, give me the lighter, don't act rashly. Karina said, how should I not act rashly? Just now, you were the more impulsive one. Look, your zipper is still undone. With a greenish face, Langston hurriedly zipped up, but then he heard Karina say. Hey, who told you to fix it? Langston, if you solve your little disobedient thing yourself, I'll let you go, okay? Langston had a grotesque look. What are you talking about? Karina giggled, literal meaning. Your appearance just now really scared me. See, there's sharp sheet metal next to you. If you disable yourself, I'll return the lighter to you. How about that? Langston screamed wildly. If you ignite the gasoline, you won't get out either. You'll die too. Karina blinked her big eyes and nodded seriously. I know that. I'm not afraid of pain or death. What about you? Count down from 10 seconds, or else I'll release my grip. The small red flame burning at the tip of her finger was like hellfire in Langston's eyes. The blackness in her eyes also reflected this flame, which flickered as if it were the claws of demons claiming lives. In an instant, a surge of insane regret flooded Langston's mind. How much he wished this was all a nightmare. However, the countdown of death had begun. 10, 9. Trembling, Langston picked up the sharpest piece of sheet metal from the ground and held it tightly in his hand, its edge piercing through his palm. Karina curled her lips approvingly. Good, now move. Can right this very moment, Langston suddenly erupted, rushing toward Karina. He held the sheet metal towards Karina's throat and made a determined grab for the lighter in her hand. Standing in the corner, Karina had no way to dodge. Conroy normal person would drop everything and cover their neck when their life was threatened. Langston had no way of incapacitating himself, so he was taking a desperate gamble. Gemmet, in that split second, Langston saw a strange smile on Karina's face. Something was wrong. Before he could figure it out, flames roared in front of him. Conroy's the sheet metal sliced through Karina's neck, the lighter in her hand ignited his entire body. Conroy, chich. Heart-wrenching screams echoed, and Langston writhed in pain on the ground, flames licking his entire body and gradually engulfing the whole house. Karina exhaled, covering her bloody neck and feeling the scorching heat, slowly sitting against the wall. Without fear or regret, she gave a disdainful glance at the struggling Langston. Her first thought was, this is what a real crematorium looks like. Her second thought was, it's a pity, I haven't said goodbye to Uncle yet. The fire crept closer, and Karina closed her eyes. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the door. Jem Conroy NG. Karina opened her eyes wide and heard a familiar yet unfamiliar voice. Karina. She had never heard Marshall speak in such a tone before. His usually elegant and deep voice was full of panic and despair, as if it was being torn apart, mixed with blood. Karina's heart twitched sharply. Uncle? Her voice was small, but Marshall actually heard her. The thick smoke made it increasingly difficult for Karina to keep her eyes open, and breathing became a growing challenge. However, she could clearly feel someone rushing over, sturdy yet trembling arms scooping her up. Karina, don't fall asleep, a hoarse and broken voice kept ringing in her ears. She felt herself being placed into a car, a trembling hand clumsily covering her bleeding neck. In an instant, a strange feeling welled up within her, as if some bond was taking root and sprouting. She lost consciousness. Karina slowly opened her eyes to see a white ceiling and white walls. Jackson wailed in her mind. Wah wah wah, I was so scared, host. I didn't dare speak, afraid of disturbing you while you were killing. Wah wah wah. Langston was such a bastard. Karina, so Jackson does worry about people? Jackson, Lev of course. Gemmet, with the target dead, according to my preset program, this mission fails, and you will have to leave this world too. Langston really did die, burned alive by her. It wasn't in vain that she had set this flag when she first learned of this plot. To let him really end up in a crematorium. Conroy movement of her eyes revealed someone shouting beside her bed. She's awake, she's awake. Soon, doctors rushed over, conducting a thorough full-body checkup on Karina. Conroy thoughtful nurse brought cotton swabs to moisten her lips. Karina wanted to speak but found her neck hurt badly. Seeing this, the nurse said softly, Miss Karina, your neck wound is quite deep, but it hasn't damaged your vocal cords or arteries, so it should heal quickly. Karina nodded, glancing at the clock by her bed and realizing she had been unconscious for 3 days. Where's Marshall? She asked. The nurse paused, then smiled. Avon also got injured, but not severely. He's almost ready to be discharged. Karina nodded. I want to see him now. The nurse quickly stopped her. Miss Karina, you need to rest and recover. Otherwise, Avon would blame me. Karina blinked, a pale smile gracing her face. If I don't see him now, I won't get another chance. The nurse didn't understand what Karina meant. Then Karina spat out a mouthful of blood, startling the nurse, who hurried to call a doctor but was stopped by Karina. Her pale lips became vividly red from the blood, and she licked them with her tongue, smiling cunningly. Terminal illness, dying soon, incurable. While the nurse was stunned, Karina got out of bed. Even the small movement caused Karina pain all over, yet her face was filled with joy. Take me to see him. Chapter 92, The Fragile and Pitiful Golden Timbered Versus. The Dual Personality C. Levi, complete. Macy slowly pushed open the door, and from inside came a hoarse and irritable voice. Get out. Macy saw the slender figure standing by the window and gave a light snort. Uncle is so scary. Marshall's whole body stiffened, he did not turn around, and his voice carried a hint of fearful anger. Who brought you here? Leave. The nurse beside Macy was about to timidly speak up but was motioned to be silent by Macy. Macy gently pushed the nurse out and closed the door behind her, leaving only Macy and Marshall in the private ward. Marshall stood by the window but never turned around. His back was taut, and his voice slightly trembled. Leave. Macy chuckled. This is the first time Uncle has told me to leave. Lever, is it the second? Uncle still remembers the first time. When we met, you were so fierce. How could he forget? Marshall's fingers curled, and his breathing quickened as he repeated, leave. Macy remained still, her delicate voice hoarse from injury, sounding even more heart-wrenching. No. Why won't Uncle look at me? Don't you want to see me? Conroy, she spoke. She took a step forward. Marshall's voice grew louder, almost threatening, as if trying to cover his inner turmoil. Get out. Macy stopped, falling silent. Marshall pinched his palm until it hurt, but it couldn't compare to the pain in his heart. Speaking to this girl, whom he held dear, in such a tone felt worse than being stabbed in the heart. Gemmet, he didn't want her to see him like this. Just then, the girl behind him suddenly gasped, seemingly tripped over something, stumbling. Marshall's heart tightened, reacting without thinking, instantly turning and catching her. Rather than saying he caught Macy who was about to fall, it was more like Macy had conveniently fallen into his arms. Their eyes met, and Marshall felt his heart skip a beat. Conroy's wave of bitterness washed over him. His eyes reddened as he looked away, his voice rough and hoarse. Don't look at me. Macy blinked, showing no sign of fear or disgust that he expected. Instead, she smiled. Why doesn't Uncle want me to look? Marshall froze, momentarily wondering if Macy hadn't really seen his face clearly. No, she must have seen clearly. He saw himself reflected in her eyes. Embarrassed, he straightened up, slightly turning his face away without speaking. Macy laughed softly, reaching out to hook his chin. Come on, it's just a small wound. Why can't you show me? She indeed saw it. Marshall's heart trembled violently, yet her reaction filled him with wild joy. Though the burn on half his face wasn't severe, it looked gruesome during the healing process. He had never cared much for his appearance, but the moment he saw the wound, his first thought was, would the girl be scared? He closed his eyes, speaking hoarsely. There's more. He unbuttoned his hospital gown, revealing the twisted burn scars on one shoulder. Like ugly bark marring cold white jade. His fingertips trembled. Conroyed a while without hearing Macy speak, he felt an icy chill run through him. Gemmet the next second, he felt the gentle warmth of her touch on his wound. Marshall's eyes snapped open, pupils trembling. The little girl tiptoed and kissed the wound on his shoulder, smiling brightly. So what? Marshall stared at her, eyes red, throat constricted, unable to utter a word. Macy waved at him again. Gemmet down, you're too tall, I can't reach. Lev obediently bending down, Macy placed another kiss on the burned left side of his face. Does it hurt? Macy asked. Trembling, Marshall embraced her tightly. Macy realized his entire body was shaking. It doesn't hurt, not at all, he murmured, burying his face in her neck, hiding a tear of relief and wild joy. Langston is dead, burned to bones. Finally calming down, Marshall fed Macy strawberries, plucking off the leaves and placing them in her mouth. Macy lay in the rocking chair, basking in the sun, biting into the sweet and sour strawberry, chuckling. Poor thing. He deserved it, Marshall sneered. Jim Raxton was hospitalized upon hearing the news. Now, the G family is practically mine. His voice was cold, but his fingers moved tenderly, lifting a drop of strawberry juice from Macy's lips and tasting it. Macy hummed contentedly, then I'm relieved. Jemmy the way, Uncle hasn't had an episode for years. Jemicause of Macy, Marshall replied earnestly. He had noticed this change long ago and specially visited a doctor about it. His episodes occurred because the subconscious happiness and satisfaction he sought were unattainable, while his conscious self was overly restrained. Gemmet, since being with Macy, he no longer needed to restrain himself, he had everything he wanted. Sunlight broke through the ice surface and infiltrated the sea depths, that useless personality ultimately merging into one with him, cherishing this treasure together. The atmosphere was just right, the sun was warm, Macy endured the piercing pain in her heart and the metallic taste in her throat, curling her lips. Now that Uncle's illness is cured, you've gotten everything you wanted, and your only adversary is dead. Then I can leave in peace. Marshall's fingers stiffened, turning sharply to look at her. What? Macy's voice was light and soft. I have a terminal illness, not much time left. Don't be sad, Uncle, everyone must die someday. She spoke as if she were saying the weather was nice today. Marshall laughed. Macy, don't joke around like that. Macy turned her head to look at him. It's true. Remember to stand at the highest place. I will be happy for you. Unable to resist any longer. Her consciousness began to blur. Golden sunlight seemed to diffuse before her eyes, and she thought she heard Marshall's voice far and near, calling her name. She had never heard Marshall's voice sound so desperate before, even her heart ached a little. The day Macy left the world, Marshall did not cry, nor did his eyes turn red. He was so handsome and elegant that no one could refuse Marshall's charm. Gemmet only Macy knew how ruthless he could be. Yvette was made to suffer terribly by him, driven mad, and sent to a mental hospital, eventually dying from excessive electroshock therapy. Conroy, the man who colluded with Langston, was said to have been flayed alive by him. Marshall did not tell Macy these things, she pieced them together from fragments of information from others. What made her happiest was that Jim Raxton suffered a stroke and was in a vegetative state, while Marshall finally controlled all of the G family's industries, gripping the economic lifeline of the entire country, making upper-level decisions dependent on Marshall's approval. Conroy now, this powerful man sat by her bed, leaning down to kiss her fingertips. Goodbye, Uncle, Macy whispered softly. Marshall didn't say anything. Macy's vision gradually blurred, as if she saw Marshall's eyes redden again. I hate you. These were the last 3 words she heard. 5 years later, Marshall, the omnipotent tycoon, was found dead in his home. Jemmy cutting his wrists. Conroy Insider said that his hand tightly clutched a photo, and the person in the photo had died 5 years ago. Was Marshall's death because of her? No one knew. To everyone, this formidable figure was a legend. For example, he was born an illegitimate Darius but climbed to the position of heir. For example, he used cruel and ruthless methods, his sole mortal enemy dying in a mysterious fire. For example, he wore a ring on his left hand, never taking it off, but no one ever saw a woman by his side. After Marshall's death, the omnipotent G family disintegrated, shaking the entire country and causing waves. People speculated endlessly, with the most widely circulated truth being that Marshall actually had a mental illness, a split personality, which caused him to self-harm during episodes. He was too busy working to seek treatment, ultimately leading to such an out-of-control end. Marshall indeed had another episode after Macy's departure. In the 2nd year after Macy left, he had his first episode. During his episodes, he frantically searched the room for traces of Macy, injuring himself with broken glass, even cutting open his burned scars, sobbing and pleading for Macy to return. No one would embrace him covered in blood late at night anymore. Never again. Later, his episodes became more frequent. He still locked himself up, then watched videos of his episodes with cold indifference when he was lucid. Waste, he said to himself in his mind. Gemma every night, he would curl up, clutching the sheets tightly, crying silently while fully awake. Day after day. He hated himself for being unaware, and he hated himself even more for being aware. The only day he didn't hate himself was the day he prepared to find Macy. Everyone thought he committed suicide during an episode, but it wasn't the case. That day, he was more rational than anyone else. He kissed the ring on his hand, cleanly sliced his wrist. The moment he closed his eyes, he felt the most serene and blissful moment in 5 years. His consciousness blurred, he seemed to see those pitch-black, bright eyes once again. Macy. He called softly, chasing after her. Miss you over and over again. Chapter 93, Radiant Young Matron vs. Conroe Ascetic Warlord, 01. In a daze, Karina heard the clamor of people and firecrackers beside her ear, as if fragmented dreams were creeping into her ears. She felt someone guiding her forward for 2 steps. Just 2 steps, yet it felt like walking on the edge of a knife. Then, she was helped to sit down, and the clamor faded away. Karina finally adapted to the dizziness from just traveling through time and opened her eyes. The surroundings had finally quieted down. Just as she prepared to observe around her, an impatient male voice sounded again. I really don't understand why you would agree to this marriage. Didn't you know how to fight back? I hate feudal women from landlord families like you the most. His voice was full of intense disgust. Karina instantly snapped to attention. She widened her eyes and looked ahead. Conroy man dressed in wedding attire stood before her, frowning and looking down at her condescendingly. Karina glanced down at herself, also clad in red. She was obviously the bride. Who would treat their wife so harshly on their wedding night? Seeing Karina staring blankly without a word, the man grew even more annoyed. Stop looking. I'll sleep outside tonight and leave tomorrow. Finally, Karina spoke slowly. In this world, her voice wasn't as sweet as before but warm and mellow, exuding a cultivated gentleness. However, her words. I despise men like you who pretend to be superior but are actually cowardly and only throw problems onto women. Though she hadn't absorbed any memories yet, it wasn't hard to guess that this man probably wasn't willing to accept this marriage yet failed to rebel, thus starting to blame the woman. Choking on his words, the man hadn't expected Karina to speak such things. He took a step back as if he'd seen a ghost. Feudalism, how scary, and look at yourself, you're completely out of sync with this progressive era. He scanned Karina from head to toe, stopping at her feet, and shook his head in disapproval. Karina also sized him up critically, a cold smirk playing on her lips. If you're so unwilling to marry me, why not go find your parents and use all the drama, a good cry, tantrum, or maybe even threaten suicide? Why waste words on me here? Ernst choked with frustration. What kind of talk is that? How could a real man like me do those things? Karina raised an eyebrow. Were you even a man? Ernst's face turned red with anger. He couldn't believe Karina was such a woman, seeming refined and gentle but unexpectedly vulgar and rude. Trying to reason with Karina further, he found her growing impatient. She saw the small red scissors used for ceremonial purposes on the table, picked them up, and toyed with them briefly. Suddenly, she hurled the scissors straight at the man. Ernst jumped in shock, retreating hastily. The scissors pierced through his clothing and stuck into the ground. Instantly, a cold sweat broke out on his back as he stared unbelievably at the woman sitting on the bed. Had he moved any slower, those scissors could have injured his legs. Karina flexed her wrist, quite satisfied. This body in this world was strong and very healthy. You. Fine. I'll leave. Ernst tore his clothes free from the ground, shot a furious glare at Karina, and strode toward the door. Slamming it shut after exiting as if there was a demon inside. Conroy at the same moment, Conroy de Bayo's weak voice rang out. Goodwill -9, current goodwill is 1. I nearly died from fright. I thought the game was over for you right from the start. Karina chuckled softly. Conroy, tell me about this world. It seemed different from the previous 2 worlds, and she was truly curious. This was a tumultuous era, one filled with renewal, a time when thoughts transitioned from feudal to enlightened. Haley was the eldest daughter of a landlord family. Conroy, the man who had just lashed out at Yuan, Philip, was engaged to Haley through an arranged marriage since Dariushood. The Zhou family had always been landowners, wealthy but uneducated, and had raised their daughters strictly according to traditional standards, even binding their feet. The Ji family, after arranging the Darius marriage, moved to the city to develop, where their Dariusren received extensive education and exposure to new ideas, naturally making them disdainful of feudal traditions. However, despite their disdain, the Ji family valued reputation and would never take the initiative to break the engagement. Thus, Haley was married off with all the shyness and anticipation of a bride, bringing rich dowries to this scholarly family. Yet what she didn't expect was that her first encounter with her new husband would be met with accusations and ridicule. The very next day, her husband left to continue his studies abroad. Feeling aggrieved but having no one to confide in, she did not resent but served her in-laws with all her heart. Philip had several younger siblings. Conroy's the eldest sister-in-law in the family, she took very good care of them. However, everyone disliked her, looking down on her for having bound feet, disliking her lack of education and outdated thoughts. Several months passed this way. Her husband returned after completing his studies, bringing back a girlfriend, who worked at a newspaper that promoted new ideas, and who had met many passionate youths with similar ideals. Conroy returning to the country, Philip never stayed home even for a day, always staying out at night. The elders of the Ji family only blamed Haley for being unable to keep him home. Haley swallowed all these grievances and hoped her husband would change his mind. What she did not expect was that their second meeting turned out to be Philip bringing his pregnant girlfriend home, asking her to take care of her for a few days. Heartbroken, Haley swallowed her grievances and finally agreed. After all, the baby in that woman's womb carried Philip's bloodline. Philip's previous girlfriend was named Mariana, also a progressive youth, passionately pursuing freedom like countless overseas students. Though Mariana did not ridicule Haley, she often spoke to her in a condescending tone, narrating stories from the outside world. Those thoughts, those resistance, those romantic and free literary works. Haley became increasingly insecure. Conroy's Mariana's belly grew, she cared for her more wholeheartedly. However, society began to turmoil. Philip's sharp articles led to trouble outside, drawing people to the door. Impatient, Mariana rushed forward even with her large belly. While Haley protected her in-laws, she ignored Mariana. As a result, Mariana was slapped and pushed by those troublesome people and miscarried prematurely. Struggling, Mariana gave birth to a Nina before dying. When Philip came home, he saw only Mariana's dead body. Philip broke down, hating Haley even more, sinking into depression because of losing his love, drowning his sorrows in alcohol daily. Meanwhile, foreign invaders attacked, making the turbulent society even more precarious. Facing a depressed husband, elderly in-laws, and an infant daughter, Haley gritted her teeth and did not fall apart. She used her dowry, navigating through various difficulties, arranging everything meticulously. Like a reed, appearing weak but resilient, she cared for the Darius, served her in-laws, encouraged her husband, and ultimately upheld the household. From then on, everyone finally recognized her kindness and accepted her. She won everyone's admiration and respect, allowing her husband to begin appreciating and respecting her, finally achieving her ideal marriage. After absorbing the information, Karina looked at her feet without expression as she bent down to remove her shoes and socks. She had never seen such deformed feet. Healthy arches were cruelly broken and folded inward towards the sole, forming a triangular shape with arched footbacks. Did anyone really find such grotesque deformities beautiful? Was it merely society's method of controlling and exploiting women, using so-called nobility to bind women and turn them into easily breakable toys? No wonder walking felt like stepping on razor-sharp blades. Karina glanced around, grabbed a pillow and towel, stuffed them into her mouth. Then, taking a deep breath, she forcefully twisted her deformed feet. Chapter 94, Dazzling Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 02. Macy's face turned deathly pale in that instant, large beads of cold sweat rolling down her forehead, nearly grinding her teeth to pieces. The excruciating pain from her foot spread through her body, the already healed deformed bones were being forcibly snapped, hurting so much that she felt blood filling her mouth. Even Macy, who was most adept at enduring pain, could not help but cry out, tears streaming involuntarily from her eyes. Her hands did not stop moving. She tore strips from her hem, binding her now straightened feet tightly to the soles of her shoes, wrapping them up firmly with the cloth. Her fingers trembled, and by the time she finished, her back was drenched in sweat. Lying on the bed as if all her strength had drained away, Macy panted heavily. She still had one more foot, but she simply lacked the strength now, needing a rest. Jackson was dumbstruck. Flint, you're too hard on yourself, Aya. Macy closed her eyes, unwilling to say a word. She was pleasantly surprised by this body of hers. Unexpectedly, despite its delicate appearance, it possessed considerable strength, surpassing the previous 2 worlds. Combined with her original strength techniques and medical knowledge from the last world, she actually managed to snap the joints. Of course, these bones were originally fragile, making them easier to break than human thigh or shin bones. After resting for quite a while, she finally responded to Jackson in her mind. Is it harsh? Not really, I've experienced far worse pain before. Jackson didn't respond, then after a pause, his soft voice sounded, Conroy. Flint is suffering. Do you need any information? I'll check it out. Speaking of which, Macy did have a question. There's no villain in this world. Jackson thought for a moment. Conroy, actually, there isn't. If we must name one, it would be the warlord lord whom Philip hates the most, since he's Mariana's ideal type, making him sort of Philip's rival. Gemma, it seems that person doesn't even know of Philip. Macy hummed softly. She wasn't stupid. Having experienced two worlds, she sensed the connection between Yael and Marshall. Though their personalities, appearances, and experiences differed greatly, they both gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Most importantly, she, someone who usually looked down on everyone, actually developed genuine feelings for them. Was this all just coincidence? Would she encounter someone like this again in this world? After lying in bed for a while, Macy finally recovered enough to sit up, repeating her earlier method to snap the other foot. Her mental resilience was strong, and her spirit could withstand it, but this human body found it difficult to endure such severe pain, causing her brain to initiate self-defense. Macy fainted. She slept until noon the next day. When Macy woke up, her feet were still agonizingly painful, unable to touch the ground. She had anticipated this. Weakly calling out, a maid quickly entered. This was Genevieve, brought by Macy from her maiden home. Genevieve was shocked when she saw her mistress's pale and frail appearance. Which bride would look like this? When Macy pulled back the blanket and they saw her feet, they were even more horrified. Weakly, Macy asked, "Where is Flint G?" Genevieve replied, "Young Flint left early this morning, saying he had to go to school." Conroy's smirk tugged at Macy's lips. Perfect. Since Philip had already left, she could say whatever she wanted. In the next second, Macy wiped her tears and sobbed. Young Flint doesn't like my small feet and insisted on straightening them before sleeping with me, so I... Miss. Genevieve's face flushed red with anger. How painful. How could young Flint do this? Gemicides, only wealthy families bind their daughters' feet, someone like me can't afford it. Macy couldn't help but glance at her. Was there really a woman willing to suffer like this? Probably because she had been enslaved for too long and was used to it. Sighing, Macy said, "Now that they're straightened, they can't be bent back. Genevieve, help me get some medicine for external and internal use, and tell my in-laws that I can't attend to them until my feet heal." Genevieve quickly nodded in agreement. Macy sat comfortably on the bed, stretching her wrists and neck. Jemmy pushing all the blame onto Philip, she ensured that even if the G family disliked her, they would feel guilty and provide better conditions for her recovery. Sure enough, soon after, G's mother came with the whole family to see Macy. "You foolish Darius, why did you do such a thing?" G's mother looked heartbroken. Lowering her eyes, Macy smiled weakly. "Conroy's long as Yuesheng likes it." Conroytho G's mother was not entirely satisfied with this daughter-in-law, seeing her meekness and compliance as well as how she indulged her son softened her tone a bit. Balder and G Zio, the twin brother and sister, stood behind their parents, whispering about Macy. "I wanted to see what the foot of a woman with bound feet looked like, but she has already straightened them out. Did her husband really make her do that? I think it's possible. After all, didn't our brother write an article criticizing foot binding before? That article even got published in the newspaper." Conroy. Additionally, there was a slightly weaker-looking little girl standing at the back, curiously observing Macy like a small kitten. That was Dorothy, G father's illegitimate daughter, who was the same age as the twins, 14. When Macy noticed Dorothy, who seemed so different from everyone else, she gave her a few extra glances. After some polite conversation, those who came to visit Macy left, and she began a rather pleasant convalescence. What did the original owner do during this time? She would pay respects to elders every morning, serving tea and fetching water, buy paper, books, and snacks for younger siblings, enduring their nasty attitudes. Gemmet now, Macy only needed to open her mouth to be fed. The G family didn't particularly like Macy, so almost no one came to visit her, which Macy found quite relaxing. On the contrary, Dorothy often liked to sneak over to peek at Macy, occasionally delivering a dew-dotted flower to Macy's window. Macy didn't pay much attention to this little girl, but one day when their clear eyes met, she suddenly remembered to ask Jackson. "What will happen to this Dorothy?" Jackson sounded proud. "I wouldn't have known in the past because she was just a minor character, but now I can answer you. She is beautiful." During the chaos and escape, Philip gave her to a major collaborator, and later she became the collaborator's concubine. Macy pinched the rose in her hand and hummed softly. Thus, 2 months passed. With the use of various precious herbs both internally and externally, her feet looked almost normal on the surface. Levine Day, Macy took her first steps on the ground. Though the piercing pain was still significant, she was very excited. Supported by Genevieve, after taking a few steps, she wasn't content just to shuffle around the small courtyard. She had been in this world for so long without ever leaving her room. She wanted to go outside and take a look. Genevieve tried to dissuade her but had to help Macy get dressed and slowly guide her out. These buildings were something Macy had only seen on TV before. Levin the street, there were cars and horses, women in cheapao carrying fans while linking arms with men in suits. There were also men in dull gray gowns pulling rickshaws, and elderly women with aged faces. Convoyed there were soldiers in military uniforms with rifles slung over their shoulders. They probably held the highest status, receiving nods and bows wherever they went. Finding everything novel, Macy walked leisurely, ignoring the pain in her feet. Just then, a commotion came from not far away. Turning back, Macy saw several people riding horses galloping towards her, with the leader wearing a black windbreaker, his face half covered by the high collar. In that instant when she caught sight of the upper part of the man's face, Macy's heart skipped a beat, and she narrowed her eyes. Genevieve hurriedly said, "Miss, let's move aside," guiding Macy to the roadside. However, Macy suddenly grabbed Genevieve's wrist and winked at her. Before Genevieve could react, she felt a strong force coming from her wrist, making her retreat forcefully. Genevieve cried out in surprise, stumbling a few steps, only to see Macy use the force to push herself closer to the middle of the road, almost falling under the hooves of the galloping horse. Chapter 95, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroe Ascetic Warlord, 03. Macy gave herself no fallback. She did not know whether this move would cost her half her life, nor whether the man in the lead would stop. She didn't even consider if one could stop at such a speed. She just wanted to do it, so she did. The soles of her feet ached from rapid retreat, and her body lost its balance, about to be trampled by the galloping horse hooves. The onlookers cried out in shock. Genevieve was terrified, screaming, "Miss," before collapsing onto her knees. In that flash of time, everyone saw a figure suddenly leap down from the horse. The tails of his windbreaker spread like black wings. Conroy whinny sounded, and the horse's front legs barely stopped above Macy, hooves raised high. Ernst hooked one leg over the saddle, holding the reins in one hand, while suspending half of his body midair, lifting Macy with the other hand. Macy felt dizzy, and as her vision cleared, the eagle-like eyes were only 20 centimeters away from hers. The arm holding her was like an iron clamp, making Macy somewhat uncomfortable. Yet looking into those eyes, she suddenly smiled brightly. "Thank you." Her face wasn't as sweet and innocent as in the previous worlds, but her features were charmingly alluring and gentle. If the Macy from the last world saw this face, she'd smile sweetly and call out, "Sister." Leavenly, her overly dark and luminous eyes clashed with the rest of her face. Ernst looked down at her with an enigmatic gaze. Macy finally got a good look at the man's face. Deep-set eyes, high bridge nose, just looking at him, he was undoubtedly handsome. Gemmet with that scar running from his forehead over his left eye and into his left cheek, it was hard not to focus on his blood-stained fierce demeanor rather than his superior looks. Ernst coldly stared at Macy. This woman, who had appeared out of nowhere in front of his horse, stared back unafraid, her eyes striking him as beautiful. Ernst suddenly smiled and spoke softly. "Why are you throwing yourself at me, huh?" His voice was gravelly, as if his throat had been injured, but it carried a ruptured beauty, low and captivating, sending goosebumps down Macy's neck. So good sounding. Conroy hint of mockery played at the corner of the man's mouth, his words flirtatious, his voice enticing, yet his eyes remained cold. Like a wolf king, wild all over, watching an unsuspecting rabbit, teasing it playfully. Macy blinked. "If you think so, then so be it." Ernst's smirk faded. He let out a light hum, straightened up, and slowed the pure black steed under him with a squeeze of his legs. Then he lifted Macy by the back of her collar like a cat, turning slightly to place her on the ground. Macy stumbled a couple of steps, managing to stand steady, while the man had already moved ahead some distance. Macy adjusted her blouse, took 2 steps forward, and the man, as if sensing something, turned to glance at her with narrowed eyes. "Don't fall again next time. Such a beauty, it would be a pity to lose." Saying that, he didn't look back once, urging the horse to gallop away. Macy stared at his retreating figure, watching the black boots press against the stirrups and the black windbreaker flutter. Conroy beast. Conroy beast drenched in blood. She came to this conclusion inwardly. This conclusion made her lick her lips unconsciously, excitement rising within her. "Miss! Miss!" Genevieve's panting voice rang in her ears. Macy turned around and smiled warmly. "Genevieve, I'm fine." Genevieve, frightened, patted her heart. "You scared me to death, miss." "Good thing General Shen has great reflexes." Macy repeated, "General?" Genevieve supported Macy. "Miss, since you've married here, you've stayed home and don't know the situation. This person is the biggest official here, lord over our vast area. They say, he's the warlord boss." Conroy these last few words, Genevieve lowered her voice and cautiously looked around, as if afraid someone might hear. "Warlord?" That word was new. Macy pretended to be interested. "Tell me more." Genevieve said, "I've heard from others. Last month, when I went grocery shopping, I saw General Shen once. He was in a car with the window open. Wow, he's really handsome, but that scar is truly frightening." Macy asked, is he very powerful? Genevieve said, not only is he powerful, but I've heard he was a bandit by origin. Later on, through constant warfare, within 3 to 5 years, he became a major warlord and took control of our territory. They say he kills without blinking an eye and enjoys torturing people. If one bullet could finish someone off, he'd rather stab them with a bayonet first until they're half dead, or pull out their organs, especially during interrogations. Before Macy could react, Genevieve shivered. Levy my, why am I telling you all this, miss? Conroy, as long as we common folks live steadily, it's fine. Those lords' affairs are too complicated and bloody for us to get involved in. So, what's his name? Seems like he's called Cain, but no one dares to call the marshal by his name. Cain. Macy tasted the name in her mouth, then recalled his blade-like eyes from earlier, feeling an itch in her heart. What a jade-like name paired with a blood-drenched beast, a striking contrast that added a special flavor. Macy smoothed her sleeves and chuckled softly, good name. In the sleeve, she held a sleek black handgun at her fingertips. The cold touch reminded her of Cain's eyes. When Cain pulled her into his arms, her hand had just rested on his waist. Unable to resist, she pocketed the gun. I wonder what expression Marshal Shen will have when he realizes his gun is gone. Macy suddenly felt elated, and even her sore feet didn't hurt as much anymore. After returning home from the stroll, Macy, as usual, had her feet soaked in herbal medicine under the service of 2 maidservants, followed by drinking medication to promote bone recovery. She watched her feet in the brown medicinal water, delicate, small, and healthy beyond belief. No one who saw them would believe that these feet were once grotesquely deformed months ago. Her recovery was miraculous, surprising even the doctors at the clinic. This was thanks to her expertise as a medical doctor in her previous world. She knew exactly how to do it. It wouldn't be long before she could run and jump again. During this time, she had also intentionally nurtured and exercised her body, making it even healthier. In her previous world, her frailty was congenital. Here, her robust physique was also inherent. Coupled with the lethal skills in her mind, Macy believed she could assassinate 3 to 5 grown men without any problem. That night, an unexpected visitor arrived. Conroy. Soon as the butler saw the man in military uniform with a gun on his waist, he knew it was someone from the governor's mansion. He almost lost his leg's strength and hurriedly called out Flint G. Flint G didn't even have time to put on his shoes and rushed over with Nikki, bowing and smiling apologetically. What can we do for you, sirs? Their attitude wasn't bad. We're looking for Miss Zhou Conroyna. Flint G froze, shocked as he exchanged a look with Nikki, wondering anxiously. Why would the governor's mansion seek Conroyna? Chapter 96, Glamorous Young Matron vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 04. The butler came to Macy's courtyard to invite her. Macy, who had just finished soaking her feet, curled the corner of her mouth and smiled softly as she lowered her eyes. Conroy, right. Why wasn't the young matron at all panicked? The butler was puzzled but dared not show it. He quickly led Macy to the front courtyard. Avon was eagerly trying to please the 2 lords, attempting to get them to come in for a cup of tea. It was obvious that they looked down on such a small family household. Hearing footsteps, several people turned around and saw Macy gracefully walk out from inside. She wore a water blue long dress with dark patterns, her black hair, like a waterfall, casually pulled up. Her face was gentle and graceful, especially her watery eyes filled with mist, so beautiful that it captivated anyone who glanced at her for the first time. It was the first time Mr. and Sabine's elders had seen Macy like this. Even if they didn't like her, they couldn't help being momentarily stunned by her beauty. However, after the initial shock of admiration came an inexplicable anger. Macy. Sabine's voice was somewhat severe. These 2 lords are looking for you. What did you do? Macy cast a faint glance at Sabine, as if watching a barking dog, showing no intention of responding to her. She walked directly to the 2 men, smiling and nodding. Softly, she said. Is it Commander Shen who's looking for me? 11 of them nodded and replied, we're merely following Commander Shen's orders to retrieve his belongings from you. Macy chuckled lightly, thinking Cain was indeed not stupid. He figured out it was her so quickly and could track her down, sending someone directly to her door. Wanting her to return the items without facing her directly, how was that possible? How can I return Commander Shen's things when he doesn't show any sincerity? She smiled charmingly, yet her words were anything but polite. Avon and Sabine instantly paled, hurriedly reprimanding her. Macy! How can you speak like that? Whatever of Commander Shen's you took, return it immediately. The G family was terrified by Macy's words. What were warlords? Put simply, they were like local emperors. Even if one snatched a female student off the street to be a concubine or killed people at will, no one would dare say a word. Commander Shen was different from other warlords. Though he had been a bandit, tales of his wicked deeds existed only in rumors. People feared him, but not to the point of panic. Yet, even if Commander Shen didn't commit atrocities like public murders or abductions, he still held power enough to cover the sky. Macy just looked at the 2 men in military uniforms, choosing selectively to ignore the G's words. Commander Shen's 2 subordinates hadn't anticipated this situation either. The more impatient one frowned, unable to resist reaching for the gun at his waist. Gemmet, the other man, coughed gently, stopping his companion. After all, when Commander Shen gave them orders, he unusually added, "Do not resort to force." "What does Madam want?" the man asked. Macy smiled. "I don't want anything. This is Commander Shen we're talking about. How can I let him send people to retrieve his belongings? My foot has been injured recently, making it difficult for me to walk. Once it heals, I will personally deliver the items to him." Ernst frowned. "So Madam means she won't return it now?" Warriors always carried a unique aura. When their expressions darkened, a fierce feeling would emanate from them. If they were ordinary women, they would have been too scared to speak loudly. Gemmet Macy tilted her head slightly, smiling directly at both men. Despite her gentle and warm demeanor, there was no hint of submission. She didn't deny it, repeating softly, "In a few days, I will definitely bring it over myself." The two men exchanged glances and decided to report back to Commander Shen. If Commander Shen hadn't given those final instructions, they might have already been pointing guns at Macy's head. "The governor's mansion looks forward to your visit." Leaving these words, the two men turned and left. Conroy's the gate closed, Macy happily tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, turning to see the frightened and angry eyes of Mr. and Sabine. "You are offending the governor's mansion? Why did you take Commander Shen's belongings? What exactly have you done behind our backs? Will the Ji family be resented by Commander Shen?" Conroy's string of questions burst out from their mouths. Macy listened in annoyance, coughing lightly to interrupt them. She then said, "With Commander Shen's status, why would he bear a grudge against a family like ours?" Her voice remained gentle. "Speaking of which, Commander Shen actually owes me a favor." After saying this, she didn't want to elaborate further, signaling Genevieve to come over and helping her retreat to the rear courtyard. Mr. and Sabine's faces turned unpleasant, not expecting their usually compliant and low-profile daughter-in-law to be like this. They had intended to admonish Macy, but recalling her last remark and noticing how courteous the two men from the governor's mansion were to her, they hesitated. Could it be that their country landowner family's daughter-in-law really had some connection with the great general? Lev originally not caring much about their son's emotional life, Mr. and Sabine now planned to advise their soon-to-return son to be nicer to his wife. Macy enjoyed a peaceful period again. The two men in military uniforms did not return, which indicated that Kane had accepted Macy's statement. This made Macy even more pleased. The gun she had taken from Kane was kept by her pillow side. It was a beautiful gun with a black and shiny barrel. The trigger and safety were particularly smooth, clearly well used and cherished by its owner. When Macy played with it, she would also think of those eagle-like eyes. Would they become even more captivating when he used this gun to kill, seeing blood? Her delicate fingers brushed against the gun, her tongue unconsciously licking her lips. Suddenly, Genevieve's excited voice came from outside. Miss. Flint has returned. He's talking to Sir and Madam in the front hall." Macy paused, then recalled her nominal husband whom she had only met once. In the original storyline, Philip indeed returned at this time but never came home, living with his girlfriend at the newspaper office, writing editorials and love poems, pursuing freedom. Leavenly when his girlfriend Mariana needed care because of her pregnancy did he come back. Gemmet now, it wasn't time for him to return yet, why was he back? Could it be that Sabine or Philip had said something? While Macy pondered, Genevieve rushed in to give her a light makeup touch-up, but Macy stopped her. "No need, go out." Genevieve was confused. Flint finally returned. "You should take this chance to win his heart. You even broke your feet for him, he will definitely fall for you." Macy glanced at her with a half-smile. "You're right. Go out." Genevieve felt her mistress's gaze somewhat eerie but found her still as gentle upon closer inspection. She responded and walked out. Macy sat leisurely reading foreign classics she had bought while shopping, not giving any thought to Philip's return. However, a few hours later, just as Macy was preparing to sleep happily, she heard the door slam open. Conroy man reeking of alcohol stumbled in. Macy wrinkled her nose in disgust, looking up to see Philip staring at her feet. Philip spoke first. "You actually straightened your feet for me?" Macy put down her book and ambiguously hummed. This simple sound seemed like an affirmation to Philip. He stared at Macy's face in surprise, realizing her beauty and elegance, a sight he had never noticed before. Conroy, beautiful woman willing to change and endure so much for him, despite his indifference. Moved, Philip took a step toward Macy. Conroy at the same moment, Miantuan excitedly chimed in, "Conroy traction level plus 29, now at 30. So fast. I can level up again." The soft, cute voice improved Macy's mood. Sitting on the bed, she looked at Philip. "What is it?" Philip belched. "I didn't want to come back, but my parents insisted, saying you specifically broke your feet for me. I didn't believe it until now." Macy, "Seen enough? Get out." Philip, "Parents are right, you are my wife. We haven't consummated our marriage, which isn't proper. Tonight, I'll reluctantly fulfill our marital duties." Gemmelching again, he added, "Gemmet, don't misunderstand. I still love Sister Conroy Shu. This is just to fulfill my duty. My heart belongs to Conroy Shu, I will never betray her. I pursue free love." Macy almost burst into laughter. Listen to him. Who says such things openly? Feeling forced to consummate the marriage, Philip drank heavily to justify himself. Yet, upon seeing Macy, all resentment toward Mariana vanished. Seeing Macy sitting slightly lowered on the bed, hair cascading, revealing her white nape, he felt drawn. Philip's throat moved, quickening his pace toward the bed. However, just as he took a step forward, he suddenly saw Macy abruptly stand up, pulling out something black from behind her back and pressing it directly against his forehead. The icy, bone-chilling sensation made Philip freeze, his unfocused gaze sharpening. Upon recognizing the object in Macy's hand, his face instantly paled, and all traces of alcohol vanished. It was a handgun. Macy's thumb skillfully flicked off the safety catch, producing a sharp click. She curled her lips. I said, get out. Chapter 97, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroe Ascetic Warlord, 05. Philip was momentarily frightened into silence. His dazed and muddled head suddenly cleared, his eyes focused, and the burning heat in his body turned cold in an instant. He stared blankly at Macy's face, taking a while to find his voice. Is this a gun? Why do you have a gun? The cold touch of metal told him that this thing was absolutely not a toy. When he returned to the country, he had witnessed a conflict between warlords once. Sitting on the train, he heard a sound like a firecracker, deafening. Looking out the window, he saw a man's head explode right before his eyes, blood mixed with flesh fragments spilling all over the ground. Then he saw that black, gaping barrel. That day, he vomited for a long time. It was the first time he encountered the power of firearms so closely. In his view, anyone holding a pistol was a devil, a brute who only knew how to solve problems through violence, savage and bloody. Gemmet now, his new wife was smiling, pointing that black, gaping barrel at his forehead. His whole body stiffened, his voice trembling, his legs so weak they almost collapsed beneath him. Seeing him in such a state, Macy laughed aloud. Do I need to repeat it again? Conroy, as soon as she finished speaking, Philip, as if suddenly waking up, turned around wildly and ran out. He scrambled out of the room, forgetting to close the door, running straight to the street. Peaceful. Macy happily twirled the gun in her hand twice and placed it back beside her pillow. It seemed that Philip would not appear in front of her for at least a few months. Conroy, this moment, Conroy de Bayo's voice suddenly rang out. Target's affection +5, current affection 35. Why is this? Macy didn't feel surprised at all. Philip values freedom and admires new era women. The more unconventional I am, the more he appreciates it. Wasn't pointing a gun at him very new era? Conroy de Bayo was dumbfounded. Is this allowed? Macy chuckled softly. Some people are just cheap. The more you fawn over them and cater to them, putting them first in everything, the more they think you lack opinions and individuality. Gemmet, when you show disdain and discard them like used goods, they feel you're incredibly charming. Conroy de Bayo was still confused. Flint is amazing. Jemmy the way, what does Flint plan to do with these points of affection? Macy thought for a moment and smiled. I'll give you a physical form. Conroy de Bayo. Macy, condensing these points of affection into a spiritual entity that can exist independently, then finding a suitable body should suffice. Conroy de Bayo, Conroy. No wonder you're my master. I love you, Flint. Macy, it will require more points of affection, possibly several worlds. I'll try my best to accumulate enough for you. Conroy de Bayo felt that if it really had a physical form, it would be shedding tears of joy. It had completely forgotten its initial resistance. It felt meeting Macy was the happiest thing ever. Wah, thank you, Flint. You're the best master in the world. Macy chuckled softly and said nothing more. Slowly shaping her pet, this was quite interesting indeed. The next morning, she saw a delicate forsythia blossom appear on her windowsill. Macy poked her head out to see Dorothy, the youngest daughter of the G family, watching her secretly. When Dorothy saw Macy, her eyes lit up, and she called out, sister-in-law, skipping in to give Macy a book. Dorothy was the only one in the G family who liked Macy, and Macy wasn't disgusted by this clear-eyed and lively young girl. She just occasionally felt a sigh when recalling Dorothy's fate. Macy prepared to wander around casually as usual but saw Alicia outside her door when she stepped out. Alicia's expression wasn't good, looking like she was ready to demand answers. Standing beside Macy, Dorothy shrank back upon seeing Alicia. Alicia first lashed out at Dorothy. You naughty girl, where have you been running off to? Go back to your room. Dorothy didn't get angry, she stuck out her tongue, waved goodbye to Macy with a smile, and ran away. Alicia then looked at Macy, frowning. What happened? Why isn't Yuesheng coming home again? Did you upset him last night? Macy flashed a perfectly proper smile befitting a well-bred young lady. No. No? Alicia's voice rose. If not, why did he ask someone to bring a message saying he wouldn't come home anymore? It seems you truly don't know how to win a husband's heart. Alicia was about to launch into a tirade of advice but saw Macy sneer. If you're so knowledgeable, why does your husband have illegitimate Darius run outside? Macy excelled at hitting where it hurt, rubbing salt into wounds. Sure enough, those words made Alicia burst into rage. You. Indeed, you are a country girl, truly vulgar and impolite. How dare you speak to your elder like that? Alicia was so angry that her hands were trembling. She wanted to slap Macy's face but held back. They were after all an educated family, they mustn't resort to violence. Alicia took a few deep breaths and glared at Macy fiercely. Starting from today, you shall not step out of this house until you understand your responsibilities as a wife. Saying this, she stormed out of Macy's courtyard and locked the gate from the outside. Macy stood in the yard, sneered, and looked at the wall. She touched the pistol at her waist, took 2 steps back, then sprinted forward, using the wall to launch herself over it. With a nimble somersault, she vanished from within the courtyard. The moment she landed, pain shot through her feet, but Macy was delighted. This body was indeed excellent. It seemed fragile, yet it had strength and flexibility perfect for arson and murder. Wait, why arson and murder? Macy shook her head, dispelling those strange thoughts. She bent down to adjust her skirt, thinking that there was no need to choose a specific day when today was good enough. Since she was already out, she might as well return something to Commander Shen. Anyway, she did want to see him again. Hailing a rickshaw, she arrived at the entrance of the governor's residence. Taking just 2 steps forward, she was stopped by 2 men in military uniforms. This is the governor's residence, trespassers not allowed. Macy smiled gently, looking demure and obedient. I have an appointment with Commander Shen. Her water blue qipao accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly, the modest slit revealing her smooth, straight legs intermittently. Her clear and beautiful features, paired with her wavy long hair, made anyone who saw her exclaim, temptress. The 2 guards exchanged glances but continued blocking her way. Do you have an invitation? Macy shook her head. No. Levine guard said, then leave immediately. Macy was puzzled, wondering if she should draw her gun, but then someone walked out just in time. It was the person who had visited her recently. Seeing Macy, he approached the guards and spoke a few words before gesturing to her. Madam, please come in. Macy lifted her chin, smiling gracefully, and slowly entered. The guard led her to a room and nodded to her. The commander is busy. Please wait outside. Before he finished speaking, a hoarse, lazy voice came from inside. Come in. The guard looked surprised, apparently not expecting the commander to allow Macy entry. Macy curved her lips in satisfaction and pushed the door open. The door closed behind her, and the scene before her eyes surprised her for a second. Donnie wore a black windbreaker, his side profile cold and sharp. With arms crossed, he leaned against the desk, glaring down at a man kneeling on the ground. Ernst was covered in blood, panting heavily, being pinned down by 2 of Donnie's subordinates. He struggled feebly. Conroy soon as Macy entered, 4 pairs of eyes turned to her. She only looked at Donnie. Meeting his fierce, animal-like gaze, her heart skipped a beat, and she smiled brightly. Good day, Commander. Good, Donnie raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth quirking up ambiguously. You took my gun, and because of that, I haven't killed anyone for a while. Your timing is perfect. He tilted his chin, indicating the man on the ground. Did you bring the gun? Kill him. Chapter 98, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroy Sexual Warlord, 06. Under Kane's cold, scrutinizing gaze, Karina showed no sign of panic. She gently placed her delicate hand on the sable fur purse hanging from her arm. Opening the small bag, she revealed a shiny black pistol. Kane's 2 subordinates were alarmed by Karina's action. That was actually Commander-in-Chief's gun. The one he had always carried with him. Who was this woman? Karina didn't care about what others thought. She took out the gun, held it in her hand, and elegantly twirled it as if admiring a work of art. Then, she looked up into Kane's eyes and asked seriously. Really going to kill? Kill. The curve at the corner of Kane's mouth widened slightly. He wasn't a man who never smiled, but whenever he did, there was always a chilling, bloodthirsty ferocity, much like the look a wild beast has when watching its prey struggle in vain. The fierce wildness hit Karina in the face, causing her to involuntarily lick her lips. She gripped the gun tightly with her right hand, her index finger resting on the trigger. She wasn't in a hurry to pull it. She raised her left hand, tapping the muzzle with her fingertips, then gently stroked down the barrel, slowly releasing the safety catch. Her slender white fingers contrasted sharply with the dark red-tinged black metal, and her gentle caress of the barrel resembled fondling a lover. Kane's Conroymia's apple moved slightly, his eyes darkened, and he watched Karina's actions motionlessly. Finally, Karina shifted her gaze from the gun to the bloody-faced man on the ground. Ernst began to tremble and beg for mercy, but was kicked in the mouth by someone behind him, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam. Karina frowned and took 2 steps back. What, scared? Kane tilted his head slightly, staring intently at Karina. Karina shook her head. No, I'm worried he'll dirty my shoes. Conroy, she spoke. She raised the pistol in her hand and aimed it at the back of the man's head on the ground. Ernst cried out even more pitifully. Kane narrowed his eyes, focusing on Karina's movements, his gaze becoming sharper. Karina adjusted the angle, then without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Jamang. The gunshot echoed through the entire building. Conroy's wisp of blue smoke rose from the muzzle, and Karina's wrist throbbed with pain, but she didn't blink an eye. She only looked disdainfully at the still twitching corpse on the ground, then took another step back to examine the surface of her white peep-toe high heels, where several drops of blood had splattered. Kane's 2 subordinates hadn't reacted yet. shocked as they stared at the woman who fired the shot, until Kane's voice rang out. Clean it up. They finally snapped out of it, dragging the corpse away and hastily wiping the bloodstains off the floor with their coats. Soon, the room fell silent, leaving only Karina and Kane. If not for the heavy scent of blood lingering in the air, it would be hard to tell that someone had just been shot dead here minutes ago. Kane took a step toward Karina. With his tall stature and broad shoulders, the closer he got, the more overwhelming the pressure became. Fired quite decisively, learned before? Kane stopped in front of Karina, looking down at her petite face, his eyes deep. Previously, while on horseback, the two had also been this close. Kane's appearance was strikingly intense, his rugged charm making Karina's breathing quicken. She took a deep breath and smiled, never learned. Kane, not afraid? Karina, not afraid. Even if I was, would Commander Shen let me go? Lev, of course not. In fact, Kane had brought Karina in intending to dispose of her as well. Conroynion, who attempted to take his gun, had died, and usually quite painfully. Jem, at the moment he saw Karina, he changed his mind. This little prey seemed interesting, might as well scare her a bit. Kane hadn't expected Karina to fire so resolutely. In that split second, he saw a flash of excitement in her eyes, something similar to his own. In that instant, he changed his mind. Kane curled his lips slightly, bent down, and a low, husky voice and warm breath swept over her. Did well. He reached out his hand, give me the gun. Karina took a step back, smiling brightly. I personally delivered the gun to the commander and helped him kill someone, even dirtying my shoes. Doesn't the commander have anything to say for that? Kane didn't lower his extended hand, merely repeating, give me. When he wasn't smiling, he looked terrifying, his eyes bringing the fear of being targeted by a fierce beast to anyone he focused on. Karina pouted, the commander is truly unsociable. She lightly pressed her fingers on the safety catch, her fingertip circling around the trigger twice before raising the gun and aiming it at herself. Kane's heart skipped a beat. He was about to step forward to grab Karina's wrist when he saw her slightly lower her head. And kiss the muzzle. Levine kiss that could kill all pleasures of life. For some reason, this phrase popped into Kane's mind, igniting an inexplicable fire inside him, spreading from his chest to his throat as if he had suddenly swallowed a mouthful of flaming liquor. Then, Karina held the gun with both hands, presenting it to Kane with a gentle smile. Here you are. Kane stared directly into Karina's eyes, took the gun, and returned it to his waist holster. He stood in silence for a moment, then suddenly turned around and took another gun from the drawer beside the desk. This gun was much smaller than his, with a silver body. He placed this gun in Karina's hand and said hoarsely. There are only 4 bullets. Come to me when they're gone. Karina blinked in pleasant surprise. Is this a gift from Commander-in-Chief? Aha. Kane stroked his own gun habitually with his long fingers, pausing briefly when he touched the muzzle, reminded of that kiss just now. Karina happily placed the pistol into her small bag without hesitation. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. My name is Karina. Will the commander remember my name? Kane looked at her, thinking that if this woman were truly a spy sent by the enemy, she must have put considerable effort into this unique approach. He was astute at reading people, few could remain unflustered under his intense scrutiny when harboring hidden motives. Convinced through this series of tests, he was almost certain she was neither a spy nor part of a honey trap. Most importantly, she possessed a unique aura, as if embodying all contradictions of the world. This intrigued him so much that he couldn't look away. Karina, he repeated her name. Karina realized how beautiful her name sounded coming from his mouth. She felt immensely happy and didn't hide it. Her beautiful eyes curved, and a charming smile played on her lips. That's wonderful. I'll be on my way then. She turned to open the door, ready to leave, but suddenly remembered something and turned back with a smile. Were you satisfied with today's shooting technique? I'm more than willing to kill for you, Chang'an. Chapter 99, Glamorous Young Woman vs. Conroe Ascetic Warlord, 07. Hank stood still, staring at the closed door, his right hand resting on his waist. Her body heat seemed to linger on the gun. This gun had accompanied him for 10 years, helping him kill many people and deflect countless blades. He never imagined that this gun would fall into someone else's hands, and that person not only delivered it back but also walked away unharmed. In the blood-soaked room, a hint of fresh fragrance wafted through. That fragrance mingled with blood, as fiery as her eyes. Chang'an. He hadn't heard these 2 words in a long time. The gentle and warm voice saying his name brought an indescribable thrill to his heart. Hank moved slightly and walked towards the window, just in time to see Macy coming downstairs and approaching the door, seemingly preparing to hail a rickshaw. He suddenly coughed lightly and spoke. French. The subordinate standing at the door instantly straightened up and raised his head. Sir. Hank slightly lifted his chin. Escort her. The subordinate named French hurriedly responded, making a gesture inviting Macy. Macy looked up at Hank. A cigarette was clamped between the man's fingers, the gray smoke swirling around him. The silhouette by the window and those deep dark eyes were truly handsome. She smiled beautifully. Thank you. Macy was sent back by the governor's mansion's car. This scene was witnessed by neighbors and quickly reached Avon and Sabine's ears. Sabine was bewildered. Didn't she lock Macy up? How did Macy get out? Moreover, how could Macy sit in the governor's mansion's car? She was just an uneducated daughter of a landowner, wasn't she? That evening, Sabine went to see Macy again, this time much more amiable. Macy, mother was just worried about you this morning, don't take it to heart. Levy, how did you come back in the governor's mansion's car? Macy flipped a page of her book leisurely without even glancing at Sabine. Just acquainted with someone from the governor's mansion. You have acquaintances? Sabine's eyes widened in disbelief. Macy, are you joking? Macy tapped her fingers on the table. I'd rather not say more. Levine's sentence quelled Sabine's curiosity. Sabine continued, since you're acquainted with people from the governor's mansion, can you help find Yue Sheng a better job? Macy chuckled softly, so that's what she wanted. No. Short and sweet, no nonsense. Sabine couldn't keep her smile anymore. She expected Macy to say no, but not so directly, and without any explanation. What kind of attitude is this? Sabine wanted to explode but thought of the connection with the governor's mansion and swallowed her anger. The more she looked at Macy, the more displeased she became, full of anger but unable to lash out, feeling as if her heart was uncomfortable. With a sour expression, Sabine stood up, unwilling to say another word, and strode out. Levin her way back to her room, she encountered Dorothy and vented all her frustrations on her. Since knowing Macy had a backing, no one in the family dared to bother her anymore. Sabine kept urging Philip to return home, but Philip now completely ignored his mother's expectations. He had encountered something that made him happier. He and his lover, Mariana, were expecting a baby. Mariana's belly grew day by day, and while Philip was happy, he also faced many problems. He needed to go to work at the newspaper every day and write articles, leaving Mariana with no one to take care of her. So, he thought of returning home. It had been a long time since Macy pointed a gun at him, and instead of hating Macy, he felt some liking for her, thinking she wasn't as boring as he imagined. Conroy, after careful thought, he concluded that the gun must have been fake. Conroy, woman like her, with bound feet, wouldn't know how to use a gun. Conroy at the time, he was drunk and didn't see clearly, fleeing in fear. Now, thinking about it, it was somewhat embarrassing. Now that Mariana was pregnant and needed care, he could use this as an opportunity to return and improve their relationship. So Philip told Sabine that he would return in a couple of days. Their long-lost son finally came back, and Mr. and Sabine were delighted, preparing a grand meal especially for his return. That night, when Philip appeared at the door, Sabine joyfully went out to greet him. My disobedient son, you've finally returned. Let me look at you closely. Balder and Gzio, the brother and sister, also rushed over happily, waiting for gifts from their older brother. However, Philip pushed them away smilingly and pulled someone from behind. Let me introduce everyone, my confidant, my comrade in arms, my love, Mariana. Everyone was taken aback and looked at Mariana. Mariana didn't show any embarrassment, she smiled generously. Hello, everyone. She sported the trendiest short hair, wearing high heels even with her pregnant belly, and her lips were painted with the latest popular lipstick shade. Clearly, she was an educated modern woman. Balder and Gzio, the brother and sister, adored this type of woman. Conroy at first sight, they felt that their elder brother should have such a woman by his side, not someone like Zhou Conroyna with bound feet who seemed so down-to-earth. They enthusiastically pulled Mariana's hand to sit down. Mariana did not refuse but smiled and sat beside Philip at the table, as if she were the mistress of the house from the start. However, Dorothy, the youngest girl, frowned tightly. She thought, how could her brother do this? He already had a wife, yet he brought another woman home. Wasn't this the same outdated practice of polygamy from feudal times? Gemmet, why did they call this pursuing freedom? Dorothy suddenly lost her appetite but dared not leave the scene. She could only sit by the table, head bowed, lost in thought. Conroy, Sabine and Avon felt it was somewhat improper. Seeing Mariana's protruding belly made them smile broadly again. It was too normal for successful men to have a mistress outside. Moreover, since Conroyna wasn't favored by her husband and hadn't borne any Dariusren after so many years, the continuation of the G family lineage was important. Thus, the entire family sat down joyfully and began eating. Thinking about soon having a grand Darius, Sabine became extremely attentive, constantly serving food to Mariana. Conroy Philip also acted like the perfect man, carefully peeling shrimp, picking bones, pouring tea, and fetching water for Mariana. Except for Dorothy, everyone had forgotten about Conroyna's existence. Watching this scene, Dorothy felt both angry and sympathetic for Conroyna. Finally, she couldn't hold back and spoke up. Gemmet. Eldest sister-in-law hasn't come yet. Conroy. Soon as she finished speaking, the lively atmosphere froze. The smile on Mariana's face faded, Philip glared fiercely at Dorothy, and Sabine smacked Dorothy on the back of the head. Don't interrupt. Dorothy's eyes welled up with tears. Normally, she avoided conflict with elders, but this time she couldn't help it. Clearly this sister is an outsider. Why? Mariana furrowed her brow and suddenly put down her chopsticks. I can't eat anymore. Philip hurriedly comforted her. The Darius doesn't know better, don't take it personally. Then he turned to Dorothy. Go back to your room, and no dinner for you tonight. Gemmeting her lower lip, Dorothy was about to stand up and leave when she suddenly heard a lazy yet clear voice. What a lively gathering. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. Conroyna held an exquisitely delicate fan, her long hair tied up with a slender hairpin, showing off her hourglass figure and long legs. Her slender eyebrows made her already moist and charming eyes more captivating, while her red lips burned like fire. For a moment, Philip failed to recognize this woman as his own wife. Conroyed Mariana's heart sank. Wasn't Yuesheng's wife supposed to be a traditional woman with bound feet? How could she be so radiant and beautiful? Conroyna slowly walked to Dorothy, stroked her head, and then looked at Mariana. Get up, that's my seat. Chapter 100, Jamotiful Young Woman vs. Conroy Ascetic Warlord, 08. Conroy's these words came out. Philip, who had been lost in admiration of Macy's beauty, finally reacted. He hurriedly said, didn't you see that Conroy Shu is pregnant? Macy slightly widened her eyes, exaggeratedly covering half of her mouth with her fan and said with a light laugh. My goodness, what little brat is inside there? You. Mariana was so enraged that she slapped the table and stood up. Who are you talking about? Philip hurried to comfort Mariana and then glared at Macy. How can you say such things? The Darius in Conroy Shu's belly is mine. It carries the bloodline of our G family and is the fruit of my love for her. While gently stroking Mariana's back, he continued fiercely. Macy, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I thought at least you were a kind-hearted woman who would treat Mariana well, but I never expected you. The others also joined in condemning Macy.